We are many, but you are alone. You hate it, don't you? That is what it is to be lonely. That is what your mind is. It is what fills your soul. You are that sorrow.
What remains of idealism? Education is the enemy of the mind. Chapter 2. What did you learn in school today? What the new learning culture in schools does to childhood. Introduction.
Imagine it's school, and everyone wants to go. This is the maxim under which a founding initiative for the unconditional school recently outlined not a pedagogical dystopia, the realization of which should be prevented at all costs, but the ideal of a good school that enables self-determined, independent learning and in which, as the threat goes, inclusion is a matter of course. The good life is there when no one has to be excluded because everyone can be included without resistance. Accordingly, the unconditional school, in agreement with Jacques Derrida's unconditional university, sees itself as a civil society counterstate without a human image and with flat hierarchies, its own ethics council, a school assembly and a school court. Its educational principles are the pursuit of world knowledge instead of banal school knowledge, as well as the facilitation of maximum freedom of movement. It is no coincidence that the key educational concept is play rather than education or formation. All the former seriousness of life is to be understood playfully, but also everything that is playful is to be pedagogized. Starting from this, for the time being, imaginary institution, which allows us to glimpse what the future of childhood could look like, it will be shown how modern pedagogy liquidates the fantasy and imagination of the developing individuals in their basic drive by transferring them into creativity. When the teacher and educationalist Alexander Sutherland Neill began to scrutinize the educational practice of the new school in Hellerau, which had been founded near Dresden in 1920 and of which he was one of the most important financial backers, he quickly became disillusioned. Neill was associated with the Reform School not only as a patron but also as a collaborator. He led their foreigners group, which was intended to emphasize the students' different cultural backgrounds and the importance of international cooperation. However, Neill found the Hellerau teachers, who were associated with the German youth and Wandervogel movement and whose role model was the school reformer Gustav Weinken, who was acquainted with Walter Benjamin, to be more provincial than cosmopolitan. They wore the clothes of the Boy Scouts like a uniform, preached vegetarianism and mud baths, renouncing tobacco and alcohol, and despised light music and the cinema as culture-destroying products of Anglo-American civilization. Their spiritual muttering and lack of humor got on Neill's nerves, as he reported in his autobiographical book Domini Abroad, which was published in 1923. The fact that many teachers in Hellerau refused to familiarize their students with Charlie Chaplin's films because they had no educational value whatsoever convinced him completely that there were worlds between British and German progressive education. "We had different ideals," he writes about his own comrades in arms in his book. "We were ordinary people who drank beer, smoked and danced the foxtrot. Our intention was to live our own lives while allowing the children to live their own lives as well." In contrast, he recognized in the German Reform pedagogues an enthusiasm for collective character formation, community rituals, and a resentment of unmanly softness, which were incompatible with his concept of education. The Summerhill School, which Neill finally founded in 1924 in the small town of Lyme Regis on the Dorset coast after another failed attempt to establish a school in Austria, was in many ways similar to the progressive schools in Germany. The differences lay less in the educational practice than in its rationale. In Summerhill, too, alcohol was banned for pupils, and experiences in the great outdoors and craft lessons were important components of everyday school life there, too. And at Summerhill, too, the emphasis was on responding to expressions of child and adolescent sexuality in an open rather than restrictive way. However, the Protestant ethics that characterized German Reform pedagogy played no role at Neill's school. The ban on alcohol was not justified by the liberating effect of abstinence, but by health policy considerations, and was particularly important to Neill because he had to deal with many children from socially deprived families in which alcoholism was part of everyday life. The difference between Summerhill and the reformist approach to education was particularly evident in the way sexuality was dealt with. Although the discovery of childhood sexuality through Freudian psychoanalysis was similarly significant for educators from the German life reform movement as it was for Neill, the life reform habitus, with its ostentation of the harmlessness of nudity, its communal nudism and its glorification of nature, tended to neutralize and dequalify sexuality in the experience of adolescence. Neill, on the other hand, was disturbed by the free religious, spiritual overemphasis on sexuality in the writings of Maria Montessori, Rudolf Steiner, and other reformist educators, and he did not simply focus on the removal of the taboo of nudity, but specifically on child masturbation in his sex education. Neill, who was born in 1883, also took the need to mediate between the individual's instinctual needs and the demands of society in its contradictions more seriously than German Reform pedagogues, who, with the exception of Siegfried Bernfeld, tended to assume a natural harmony between the individual and the community, which had been thrown off balance by the modern triumph of rationality, abstraction, and the exchange of goods. In contrast, Neill saw the relationship between individuals, their impulses, and the demands of not only modern societies, following on from the work of Wilhelm Reich, with whom he was friends, as characterized by sharp antagonisms. In line with Freud's writings on sexual theory, he saw childhood masturbation as an early and necessary form of mediation between the spheres of instinct, individual fantasy, and social practice, which enabled children to perceive their own bodies as objects of their own pleasure and no longer to feel blindly at the mercy of them, but to exercise control over them without denying the demands expressed in them. Like primary narcissism, Neill believed that the manipulation of the genitals during masturbation was a necessary prerequisite for the future adult's free experience of objects. On the other hand, restrictions on masturbation and related practices, doctor games, etc., imposed on children in the name of religious and ethical commandments or economic constraints could, as Neil argued in his writings on childhood sexuality, lead to sexual disorders, even inclinations towards violence, contempt for women, hatred of homosexuality, or resentment of deviant behavior. Neil also included the spiritual elevation of the body to a robe of light, as was common in the German life reform movement, among such restrictions. The greatest difference between Summerhill and German Reform pedagogy was also based on skepticism towards the spiritualization of the body, Neil's strict rejection of charismatic authority. Despite all the differences between their educational concepts, Steiner, Montessori, and Weinken had one thing in common. They all opposed the state administration, which was perceived as cold, anonymous, and inhuman, with the authenticity of the charismatic educator, whose compassion, warmth, and patronage embodied the wholeness that was being destroyed in the fragmented modern world. In contrast to this cult of wholeness, Neil's school model was based on the conviction that children, just like adults, possess the ability to organize themselves, to make independent judgments, and to recognize the difference between right and wrong, good and evil, and that the only task of the teacher is to ensure good conditions for the development of these abilities. Neil's glorification of charisma was replaced by a sympathy for eccentricities, idiosyncrasies, individual talents, and even deficits, which he saw as enabling not community but free collectivity. Unlike German Reform pedagogy, Neil's school model was by no means hostile to institutions. On the contrary, few school reformers have given such detailed thought to the question of how the primacy of individual freedom should be expressed in educational institutions. It was precisely because he took the necessity of educational institutions seriously that Neil sharply distanced himself from the concept of anti-authoritarian education, which was claimed for him by the 1968 movement, and instead spoke of self-regulating learning and education for self-empowerment. He saw the basis for this not simply in the voluntary nature of the approach, no lessons, leisure activities, or other activities were compulsory at Summerhill, but in the fact that it was based on self-determined rules that were to be defined, decided on, and changed as necessary by the students and teachers in a spirit of cooperation. Neil's institutional sociological ideas had little to do with the current ideal of lifelong learning, the rejection of frontal teaching, and the role of the teacher as an educational coach. Instead of promoting the merging of the private, public, and state spheres from an early age, they aimed to teach adolescents techniques and experiences of institutional self-organization that would go beyond existing state educational agencies, which also include the family as a complement. The civil principles of the separation of powers, individual rights, the protection of the individual against the majority, and the validity of rules decided in freedom were to be preserved in Summerhill in a way that was, as it were, far removed from the state and defended against civil society. From the outset, the regularly convening school assembly was the legislative body in Lyme Regis, which had to decide on the continuation and change of the forms of living together. A judicial body called the tribunal decided on the sanctioning of rule violations, whereby any kind of corporal punishment, mental humiliation, and forms of mob justice were excluded. In reality, the intended punishments were limited to symbolic acts such as kitchen duty. Executive functions were carried out by ombudsmen and supervisors, whose task Neil conceived of in a similar way to that of an umpire who has to ensure that the rules of fair play are observed in group games. All these rules applied to the teachers at Summerhill just as much as to the pupils, but their educational and teaching function, and thus a necessary element of authority, was to be maintained. Neil was always aware that there is a necessary difference in knowledge and experience between adult educators and underage students. However, this difference should not be translated into a social hierarchy at Summerhill, but should promote the growth of those who are not yet adults. Neil, on the other hand, says surprisingly little in his writings about the importance of family and parents. Since Summerhill, like the schools of progressive education, was conceived as a full-time living and working environment, basically as a libertarian variant of a boarding school, the contradiction between the family's private sphere and the school's public sphere, which is necessary in bourgeois states, was of secondary importance to Neil. In fact, as can be seen from Neil's biographical writings, the relationship between teachers, parents, and pupils at Summerhill seems to have been viewed as a cooperation at eye level, as is the case in today's schools as part of the conformist routine. The unspectacular practice, which in fact never differed greatly from that of liberal boarding schools, may have contributed to the school's survival through all the political upheavals to this day. As early as the late 1920s, it relocated to Leiston in Suffolk for capacity reasons, and during the Second World War it was moved to Wales, from where it returned to Leiston at the beginning of the 1950s. Summerhill has existed there ever since, and, as it has always done since its foundation, it is subject to increased controls by state inspectors due to its libertarian teaching practices, but it is not characterized by particularly revolutionary practices or a tendency towards clandestine isolation compared to other British boarding schools. The discussions about sexual assaults on children that have occurred at reform pedagogical institutions such as the Odenwald School did not affect Summerhill, which is probably due to Neil's aversion to the charismatic type of teacher, which is part of the founding history of Summerhill. The harmless way in which Summerhill has been integrated into mainstream education since the 1960s shows that education, unlike what supporters and opponents of authority-critical education believed during the 1968 era, is perhaps simply not a sphere with a particular revolutionary potential in the bourgeois mainstream. In educational practice, Summerhill today seems far more like an anticipation of trends that have become widespread and consensual without any revolutionary gain in freedom for individuals. Neil's ideas, fantasies, and dreams of a better school that would be committed to trusting in the good in the child have not found an institution that would have put them into practice. They remain ideas of happiness without reality. When thousands of climate-striking schoolchildren gathered on March 1, 2019, to be incited to collective panic by the 16-year-old Swedish girl Greta Thunberg, who was visiting Hamburg, politicians began to discuss an issue that had previously been neglected: truancy. The Schleswig-Holstein Minister of Education, Karen Prehn, expressed her greatest respect for the young climate demonstrators, but nevertheless threatened them with a warning finger in view of the fact that their protests always take place on Fridays. Skipping school remains skipping school. At the same time, she expressed the hope that schools will thoroughly prepare and follow up on the topic of climate change, the necessity of political engagement, and the possibilities and consequences of the striking class. The student strike's spokespeople immediately felt insulted. Quote, "Skipping school is being absent out of laziness. We are not absent out of laziness, but out of urgency. We are striking for our future." End quote. When even young people no longer think of using the hours of strike time that are granted to them with a blind eye to lounge on the sofa or snog in the cinema, we are in 21st century Germany. Friday, as the day of transition from the week to the weekend, is here the time of collective self-discipline to voluntary obedience. Children in the transition to adulthood are not moody, seductive, and prone to neglect, as in the better times of bourgeois society, but at most they go over the top for the purpose of preparing for the symbolic murder of their parents, which not a few adults hope they will do in order to be released from their miserable existence. Then we'll just get some missed hours, we'll deal with that. Basically, those who view their family as a civil society project secretly despise children just as much as they disapprove of single people. The green-leaning post-bourgeois milieu is only tolerant of children as long as they can be functionalized as a reflection of their own life plan, which is increasingly losing the character of adulthood as a result. The gender and climate-sensitive child, who declares eco-conscious nutrition to be just as much his or her concern as gender fluidity and sustainability, and who during the pandemic apparently participated in the mask requirement and class community vaccination just as voluntarily and enthusiastically as the parents, should be little more than the physical expression of the views, convictions, and gestures that his or her parents have instilled in him or her. At the same time, by leveling the maturity gap between children and adults, which bourgeois education still presupposes as a condition for successful individuation, parents put themselves on an equal footing with their offspring in everyday life. Such an educational practice also tends to make children into partners within themselves, as the parents, who misunderstand each other as a team, want to see them. The conflict-laden antagonism between adults and children, which post-bourgeois pedagogy abhors as a symptom of outdated authoritarianism, is leveled. The painful process of detachment from one's parents, accompanied by anger, grief, and conflict, which was a constitutive element of the concept of maturity in bourgeois society, is replaced by a lazy compromise between the generations, the apparent integration of children and parents into a civil society conceived as a multigenerational household, which knows neither conflict nor reconciliation, but only consensus. Against this backdrop, it is hardly surprising that the same parents who, during the corona years, dismissed any suggestion of the psychosomatic damage caused by the mask requirement and social isolation with the remark that children in particular could take a lot, are now just as defiantly complaining about the wave of various viral diseases that have been favored by the weakening of children's immune defenses due to the measures. Parents who perceive their children not as future adults who oppose and contradict their own wishes, but as extensions and prolongations of these wishes, this perception becomes concrete in the tendency to transport offspring on cargo bikes on trailers, are disturbed by behavior that is harmful to children, especially when it is perceived as a violation of their own principles. To accuse such parents of selfishness, in a reversal of the resentment against single people, would be short-sighted. In truth, they treat each other as little as their children as individuals. Selfish parenting would consist of giving priority to the purposeless and thus to self-indulgence in the relationship with the partner as well as with the children, instead of subjecting them to a concept of civil partnership that is selfless in the worst sense. France's schools have had problems with Islam long before the barbaric murder of Samuel Paty, a history and geography teacher from Conflans-Saint-Honorine. As early as 2015, the minute of silence for the murdered staff of the editorial team of Charlie Hebdo was disrupted by Muslim students at numerous schools. The minute of silence for Paty was to take place throughout Europe. It should come as no surprise that disruptions were expected in both France and Germany. After all, many Muslims are more angry about the caricaturing of the Prophet than about the murder. At a time when the number of people leaving the church is at an all-time high and the power of this institution in Europe has long since been broken, with Catholicism in a state of rapid decline, Benedict XVI is being accused by Alan Posener, for example, of waging a campaign against the achievements of the modern age. It is only because of such a denial of reality that Benedict is a unifying bogeyman for people like Posener and his, often left-wing, acolytes, whose desire for persecution initially breaks through as a general hostility towards religion. The preferred target of this agitation is, of all things, the religion that in Europe acted as the governor of the longing for a better life than the actual one in the earthly vale of tears and thus as a keyword provider for the Enlightenment. That religion, in whose sphere of influence the doubly free labor force and thus the individual, albeit only in the narrow subject form, developed as a legal good, is accused of such serious allegations as this. Quote, "The Catholic Church, as the world's largest male association, has always stood in the way of people's sexual self-determination and propagates a patriarchal and sexist family concept that reduces women to the role of willing breeding machines attributed to them." End of quote. What, if it were meant as a historical description, might still contain a spark of truth, applies in the 21st century, however, in particular to Islam. Far from being a harmless, apolitical ritual, it has not only prevented the emergence of even narrow-minded subjectivity in its sphere of influence, today it fights against the same and any semblance of individuality as its greatest threat. The headscarf is not only a symbol of the great jihad against one's own animal soul and the lesser jihad against external enemies, Jews, Westerners, homosexuals, etc., but also a material tool of domination in a phallocentric and patriarchal sexual politics. It is therefore not surprising that parts of the bourgeois feminist movement, such as Alice Schwarzer or the Central Council of Ex-Muslims, have brought the headscarf-free school, a headscarf ban not only for teachers but also for female students, into the public debate as an effective measure against Islamism and for integration. It is hardly surprising that this advocacy of political emancipation, Marx, is not well received by the left. In their stupid, sometimes even anti-racist references to religious freedom and or the voluntary nature of so-called self-confident headscarf wearers, they act as custodians of the status quo. It does not occur to them that the latter, including Muslim perpetrators, could be part of the problem, that civil religious freedom does not only mean the free practice of religion, but also freedom from religion, and that it therefore presupposes a secularized understanding of religion as a private quirk. For they can only think of criticism of Islam as criticism of religion, and criticism of religion as atheistic resentment, and like many paternalistic critics of Islam, they want to know nothing about the active and ruling role of women under the green flag.
Chapter 2. What did you learn in school today? What the new learning culture in schools does to childhood.
Quote, "So I can dream of how I once learned to walk. But that doesn't help me. Now I can walk, I can no longer learn to walk." Walter Benjamin. The case of Klaus Rainer Roll is a product of German family ties. If the accusations of abuse made by his daughter are true, the biographical background goes back to the 1950s, and Roll would simply have been the same repulsive type then as he was later. The fact that he used his time at Concrete to turn the magazine into a left-wing, bourgeois sex rag would be entirely in line with his earlier social behavior. It would not be an indication of the connection between sexual libertinage and family neglect, but rather that much of what was considered sexual libertinage in this country was nothing but old-fashioned fantasies, the copyright of which was held by Quick and Newy Review before Roll made them accessible to left-wing German self-awareness. The venom with which Roll, of all people, is now being punished as a supposed exponent of the 1968 generation for the lack of restraint in modernity should not, however, tempt us to expose him as a closet bourgeois. Bourgeois people treat their family members better. The liberation of childhood was just as much a matter of concern to the anti-authoritarian movement as the liberation of women, homosexuals, or the colonized. Unlike those groups, however, children are not in a position to assert their rights and freedoms themselves. That is why speculations about what would be good for children are an integral part of regressive liberation fantasies. The child is presented as the better human being because it presents itself to the adult as a tabula rasa. In contrast to adults, each of whom has their own history, their own deformations, preferences, and prejudices, it is precisely these idiosyncrasies that make up what is called character and is always a little more than just a mask. Children, as the popular formula goes, can still become something. The child is the becoming, the adult the being. What will be can still be shaped, but what is must be accepted. That is why children appear to adults as the future they have deprived themselves of, as the promise they have broken themselves. Children are supposed to fulfill what adults had to renounce for reasons of self-preservation and resigned habituation to the facts. This hypertrophic desire likes to disguise itself as selflessness. Our children, it is said, should have it better. Or as an emancipatory statement, take what is yours so that you can live more freely than we did. Adults secretly hate everything that is finished, coagulated, their own narrow-mindedness and habits, even their own knowledge, skills, and experiences, because in truth they are not what they should be, because they do not seal a happy completion, but a failure, because nothing in their own lives has ever reached its goal, but everything always stopped halfway. Children, on the other hand, have, as the saying goes, their whole lives ahead of them. Life is thought of as a supply of provisions that has been half used up without any pleasure being derived from it, whereas children have only just tasted it. Parents advise their offspring to enjoy it more and to live the lives that they themselves have never lived, lives that they now regret. But in order to stand up for what adults deny themselves, children must not be grown up themselves. They must remain the empty space onto which adult desires can be projected. Adults, too, must not be like children in the name of self-preservation. Their relationship to childhood is sentimental, they mourn its transience, something they have never experienced empirically. Happy childhoods only exist in memory, happy adulthood only as a childish longing. Those who are still children and begin to reflect on themselves as children want to get out of this prison as quickly as possible. Those who no longer harbor any illusions about being adults desperately long to return to a childhood that never existed. Because every memory of this mutual deception that adults and children commit against each other threatens to tear apart the social fabric, transgressions between children and adults are considered insubordinate, especially when they concern the sphere that is secretly recognized as the source of all happiness, sexuality. The term abuse expresses this. Children, it suggests, should be used properly, and any improper use must be punished. Therefore, when abuse becomes a topic of discussion, it is not about the demand for recognition of the child as an autonomous legal entity, but about keeping the adult image of the child as a container of fantasy, which corresponds to the adult's self-perception as a container of labor. The adult has to work hard, the child is allowed to dream. The adult must not expose himself, children are allowed to cry without being punished. The child is able to shamelessly and directly procure those pleasures that demand patience and tenderness, fear, and suffering from the adult. This is why images of child labor are so popular with professional humanitarians, why dead children in every war can be used to gain moral surplus value to discredit the enemy, why the Jews are considered child murderers by anti-Semites. And that is why anyone who is even accused of child abuse must expect social death, while a raped woman will hardly attract a journalist from behind his desk. Because the child is more human than the adult, who secretly knows that he has bought his adulthood by abandoning his humanity, crimes against children are considered the only true crimes against humanity. But the idea of the child as the real human being is not just an ideology. Throughout the history of bourgeois society, it was the exculpatory counterimage of a paradoxical performance ethic, in the name of which the citizens forbade themselves to enjoy the abundance they produced or even to demand it as a general right. And in an age when women are increasingly being sidelined as the custodians of sensitivity and the homely complement to the working man, because they themselves are seen as the main breadwinners, the fetishization of the child is taking on increasingly absurd forms, because all the fantasies of relief that were previously burdened on women are now being fixed on the child. But to the extent that the bourgeois iconography of childhood and the forms of interaction within the bourgeois family are eroding, the child is all the more immediately exposed to the collective conditioning from which the children's room has always protected it. Hardly any cliché of anti-authoritarian education is as stale as the denunciation of the bourgeois children's room as a prison. In pre-bourgeois times, the child was nothing more than a small adult, a necessary, albeit less productive, labor force in the context of the extended family's life and production. It was only the bourgeoisie that set childhood apart as a sphere of potential freedom from purpose. Having a room of one's own did not mean imprisonment for the child, but rather freedom to be an individual. Those who do not have a door that they can close behind them to banish all disturbance for the next few hours will always remain the generic being to which every family tends to degrade each of its members. To grant a child its own room means to create an intimate space for it within the family that allows it to transcend its existence as a generic being. The children's scenes in Walter Benjamin's texts capture this experience. Their milieu is a bourgeois interior that has already been recognized as past, from whose images, gestures, sounds and smells a world emerges for the child that points beyond the narrow empiricism to which it owes itself. The profane paraphernalia of the bourgeois home becomes mysterious. The child's hand gropes in the familiar little rooms for sweets like Don Juan for his beloved. Schoolbooks figure as dream books and solitary reading as a secretly enjoyed physical pleasure. In Benjamin's work, bourgeois toys only drag their ideologies along like faded ornaments, because the imagination that ignites in them outshines any ideological appearance. No child who plays with tin soldiers will therefore become a militarist, because it does not see the soldiers in them, but the tin. The ideology-critical pedagogy of the 1960s and 1970s, which does not by chance make a wide detour around Benjamin, works on nothing but the didacticized surface of a childhood experience that could only become an experience by filling the objects with effective content that wants to go beyond the milieu from which they come. The prerequisite for this, however, is the child's ability to be alone, which is where the ability to be free arises. All of Benjamin's children are alone, but their loneliness is fulfilling, not a deprivation. The solitary play, the solitary reading as the primal scene of childhood separation, burst the bourgeois world in which they alone became possible. Anti-authoritarian education has fought the bourgeois nuclear family as the breeding ground for authoritarian characters, without recognizing the breeding ground for resistance in the individuality of the child that could develop in it. That is why children in leftist children's books are never alone, but organized in gangs. The progressive children's gang only escapes the coercive bond of the family in order to forbid the child, in the name of the collective that is supposed to replace the traditional extended family and in which there is as little privacy as in the latter, the rudimentary individuality that could be developed in that coercive bond. Leftist pedagogy has robbed children's books of the magic that resonates in Benjamin's work by making them suitable for children, by making the toys unsuitable for playing with, by foisting progressive purposes on them and objectifying all ornaments, and thus unconsciously preparing the ground for that civil society imperative in the name of which education politicians of all stripes declare that not a single child should be lost. From such a perspective, child abuse becomes a collective fear not because it violates the dignity of the child and thus its individuality, but because it violates the community's right to the child, which is to be executed by the nuclear family and its late bourgeois substitutes. The perpetrator is not considered evil because he robs the child of its life, but because, as is openly revealed, he takes our children from us. He is not to be seen as a criminal against individuality, but as a parasite on society, against whom civil society is united. No one may be abused, because everyone is needed. In the minds of the average person, shaped as they are by movies and television, young people who run amok are introverted misfits. They lock themselves in their rooms until late at night to watch dubious, violent videos, have virtually no social contacts, are unapproachable to their parents and teachers, cultivate strange hobbies and are bad at school, although they outstrip their fellow pupils in terms of cunning intelligence. Because they have no friends, nobody notices their pathological mental state until it is too late. Such scenarios are regularly used to justify educational disciplinary measures, which are called for whenever a student has once again snapped and taken to his father's shotgun. The usual calls for social and political control, such as a ban on youth-endangering computer games or a tightening of gun laws, usually follow on seamlessly. In this respect, the shooting spree that took place on September 17 at the Carolinum Grammar School in Ansbach, Bavaria, can be considered quite atypical. The 18-year-old perpetrator George R. was not carrying firearms, but an axe, several knives, and 2 Molotov cocktails, with which he intended to set the school on fire and then kill as many of the fleeing students as possible. Although it has since been revealed that he was undergoing psychotherapy, he was considered by teachers and fellow students to be unremarkable, and his performance was above average. The obligatory collection of horror videos and killer games does not seem to have been found in his possession. Although he managed to start several fires and injure 2 8th-grade students before he was shot and seriously wounded by the police, there were no fatalities in Ansbach. Now able to be questioned, he may be the first person to talk about their motives after the act. New information published by the news magazine Focus suggests that George R. had planned to do much more than he was able to achieve. In his diary, which contains letters to a fictional girlfriend named Summer, he raves about killing in the 3-digit range and dreams of a storming of the school that will make him famous as a mass murderer. The diary begins on April 26, 2009, the 7th anniversary of the massacre at the Gutenberg Grammar School in Erfurt, which George R. had chosen as his role model. Although only fragments of the 80-page diary that the high school student left behind have been made public so far, these fragments already make it clear that George R. was neither a nerd nor a problem student in the usual sense, but could be described much better as a success-oriented who was fully aware of his social responsibility. He explicitly states that his aim was to cleanse the world of the unworthy, which he defines as not only his teachers and fellow students, but also all socially disadvantaged people. In full accordance with the code of honor customary in this country, he rejects the idea of taking his own life after the massacre as a capitulation. Instead, it is his duty as a superior personality to exterminate as many of the maggots as possible, who nowadays cavort in the grammar schools without any right to do so. Although he felt, contrary to the opinions of those around him, like an outsider who had no chance with pretty girls, he proudly described himself as a clear-thinking person who was intellectually superior to those around him. His planning zeal seems to have been correspondingly monstrous and meticulous. Setting the school on fire was only the beginning. After that, he wanted to wait for people to flee at strategically favorable points and kill them one by one with the household utensils he had brought with him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he invested as much energy and concentration in his plans as a conventional SWAT would in passing an exam with flying colors. The diary entries of George R., which are probably the most detailed document of planning and self-reflection that an amok runner has ever left behind, suggest a remarkable conclusion. Although he objectively does not fit the cliché of the typical mass murderer, he seems to have perceived himself in accordance with this image, as an eternal misfit without due academic and erotic success, whose exceptional mental abilities are recognized by no one, let alone appreciated. He saw himself as his environment would see a potential mass murderer, although he probably only differed from his classmates in his hybrid mixture of averageness and feeling of being chosen. Being suffocated by the pressure to perform and treated unfairly, having to constantly sell yourself short and feeling unappreciated for your own qualities is nothing special, but part of everyday consciousness, as shaped first and foremost by school every day. The more obvious the gap between the much-vaunted equality of opportunity and the negative equality that ensures that hardly any young people ever get the chance to find out how they want to live, the more necessary it becomes to approach the narrow-minded consciousness of one's own incomparability with megalomania. Anyone who hears day after day that everyone is needed and is allowed to develop their special abilities, only to experience how the reality of school mercilessly liquidates everything special, whether it manifests itself as a talent or a deficiency, loses their faith in the idea that achievement is worthwhile, along with the reason that could have helped to correct this belief. This is precisely why people like George R. are not suitable as proof of the popular socio-pedagogical theory that the perpetrator is actually the victim, who only wanted to rage against society with his bloody all-out attack because he had suffered from it. Rather, the high school student took his mindless belief in his own abilities to the extreme. His notes are permeated not by the feeling of having nothing left to lose, but by the megalomaniac certainty of being omnipotent and irreplaceable. He had a morbid love for the competitive atmosphere at school, which he detested. Because he believed in it blindly and felt obliged to outdo all those who he considered to be parasites on his own existence, he wanted to burn down the institution that had instilled this hope in him and at the same time frustrated it. He could become a monster at school because the whole world seemed like a school to him. Anyone who wants to react appropriately should not leave it at the installation of school emergency amok call centers, as is now being considered. Rather, it should be ensured that every student is finally allowed to be what is unjustly denounced in the media image of the amok runner, a misfit. Quiet is the first duty of children. Besides, you have to ask first. Mine and yours. Just because you want something, it doesn't mean you'll get it. You can tell from the more or less laborious path adults have taken to acquire such worldly wisdom, and parents pass it on to their children with a certain satisfaction. In her book The Drama of the Gifted Child, Alice Miller tells of an encounter with a young couple who half-consciously conveyed this ideology of domination, half-pleasurably put into action. Quote, "On a walk, a young couple walked in front of me, both of them tall, with a small, about 2-year-old boy walking beside them and whining. The two had just bought an ice cream from the kiosk and were licking it with relish. The little boy wanted one of those sticks too. The mother said lovingly, 'Come on, you can have a bite of mine, but it's too cold for you to eat the whole thing.' But the child didn't want to take a bite. He reached out for the stick, but the mother pulled it away again. It cried in despair, and now the same situation repeated itself with the father. 'There, little mouse,' said the father lovingly, 'you may bite off a piece from me.' 'No, no,' cried the child, started running again, wanted to distract itself, but kept coming back and looking up enviously and sadly at the two adults, who were enjoying their ice cream in a satisfied and united manner. Again and again, one of the parents offered him a bite. Again and again the child stretched out his hand for the stick, and then the adult hand withdrew with the wealth. And the more the child cried, the more the parents amused themselves. They had to laugh a lot and hoped that their laughter would also cheer up the child. Look, it's not that important, what are you making such a fuss about? End of quote. Even if the parents had realized that the child did not just want to take a bite but actually wanted to have an ice cream of its own, and the frustration and anger at the contempt for its wishes and the parents' performance as generous tyrants in the theater broke out, most psychologists would probably agree with their behavior. It may be that one should also be more empathetic towards a child and not humiliated in its role as a petitioner by laughing at it, but that the withdrawal and granting of treats by parents is their responsibility is generally beyond question. Miller, on the other hand, sees the experience of the child's fear, its humiliation and, in particular, the manipulation and regulation of the child itself as an important source of pleasure for the educator. The fear of the weak and helpless child gives the adult a feeling of strength. The question, then, is not how education shapes the dominance over the child, but to what extent the regulation, which is ostensibly due to the nature of the child, actually confirms the seemingly natural self-discipline of adults. Adults subject the child to a backward-looking education. They themselves only really find their way into the position of the mature as soon as they reproach the child for its unreasonable needs. They recognize their power as soon as they are in control of the weaker child. Children are cute as long as they are helpless and dependent on help. It is no coincidence that the popular childlike schema is formed by large eyes that absorb impressions, but only a small mouth to express themselves. As soon as children disrupt everyday life, the fun is over. In a society in which it is generally accepted that children should be encouraged and protected in their individual development, there are also severe sanctions for those who behave aggressively, stupidly, destructively, violently, and/or defiantly. The current taboo on physical violence as a means of punishment does not mean that the range of disciplinary measures is exhausted. The following report on a 9-year-old boy shows how far parents and therapists go to enable children or young people to integrate into society. It is taken from a study by Margaret Stauffenberg, who evaluated various therapies for the treatment of ADHD. What is remarkable about this disease is that it is not the patient but the consequences of the disease for the environment, school and home, that are at the center of the pathologization. The child or adolescent rarely, if ever, suffers from the condition itself. Stauffenberg reports on the treatment of Jacob, who was 7 years old at the beginning. Jacob had already experienced traumatic separations from his mother and sexual abuse by his stepfather in early childhood. The parents suspected ADHD due to his aggressiveness and impulsiveness, but the boy was initially not treated with medication, but rather with psychotherapy. However, because his behavior did not improve significantly after 2 years and he also showed resistance to his therapy, the parents decided to have their son prescribed Ritalin. This led to a change in behavior. He became calmer, but over the years developed a petrifaction of the emotions. The son felt better with this medication, but he was out of touch with reality. A higher dosage was not used due to age and weight reasons. The same effect occurred with Stratera, with the further consequences that the son gained excessive weight and his school performance drastically worsened, so that Ritalin was eventually used again. His behavior became calmer again and he is now also taking fluoxetine to help with his suicidal thoughts. This report may be shocking, but it is not a scandal in itself. Such a drug treatment is by no means unusual. It can even lead to a stronger bond between parents and child, because the requirements for taking the medication interfere with the daily routine of the family. One mother once told me that she and her son always got up half an hour earlier in the morning because he had to take his medication half an hour before his first meal. So every day, even on vacation, the two of them spent half an hour together at the breakfast table before everyone else, including siblings and father, got up to eat breakfast, an episode that could rival the Kellogg's Cornflakes family breakfast commercial. In this way, medication drives children back into the arms of their families, strengthens family structures and leads to greater social insecurity in dealing with people outside this circle of trust. The security of medication and the family fulfills the purpose of a delayed socialization in the bosom of the family. Of course, these medications are serious interventions. After all, they are psychotropic drugs. And they also have all the consequences of psychotropic drugs, especially when it comes to children and adolescents, who quickly feel dependent on the medication and view their own behavior with terrible anxiety as soon as they stop taking the medication. They are right to be suspicious. For those who believe that these parents and therapists are unnecessarily cruel are mistaken. The the supposedly non-violent society exists through the suppression of the violence of its members, through their voluntary subordination and through mutual discipline in the daily monotony. The doctrines of mine and thine, do as I say and don't take that, it's not yours, are essentially practiced by the family and only become noticeable when they have not been internalized by children. Where there is no gun held to one's head, no violence except that of the state, the creation of acceptance and identification, of adaptation, of personal appropriation of these principles becomes the highest and at the same time most unstable, precarious good of the dispossessed. They are obliged to perform the educational work that enables the state and capital to rule without violence, under the protection of the family. It is important to emphasize that this is limited to the dispossessed, or more precisely, to those who have neither their own capital nor the responsibility for managing and increasing the capital of others. It is not unusual to educate children in a more liberal way. But if they learn to bend the rules or to despise them as bourgeois, then this has its real core in the hope that the offspring will practice making their own rules early on, or evade them, as successful politicians or business people who protect their, or the capital entrusted to them, from the taxman, who only squanders it instead of investing it. In the lower classes, on the other hand, there is usually no discussion, only obedience. There, people are accustomed to subordinating themselves to foreign purposes, and children are expected to do the same. Innovation in the form of liberal, free education, on the other hand, comes from capital owners, administrators, or their ideological trustees, teachers, creative people, etc. Thus, child education is first and foremost a driving school for social practice, which only enables the individual to become proficient in bourgeois forms of interaction. And because parents do not want to expose their children to unemployment, homelessness, psychiatry, or prison, nor do they want to be responsible for their failed socialization for the rest of their lives, they teach their children everything they need to know and practice in order to avoid this. However, the extent to which this family influence is significant only becomes apparent when it goes wrong. Anyone who has ever had anything to do with children who are difficult, or who has been one themselves, knows the amazement with which normal children then seem to them. The teacher says, for example, "Sit down, Ron." And the boy sits down. If this does not happen, the trained educator judges that the child unfortunately has a problem. Quite contrary to the actually cheerful understanding, the threat of an early end to the day then arises. And as is so typical for the longed-for end of the day, the consequences of the day are dulled with alcohol or pills. A development not unlike pedagogy. No parent would want to be caught with alcohol in their baby's pacifier, but if violence is avoided at the same time, the demand for voluntary self-control can sometimes seem excessive. Whether the child's behavior is really excessive, however, should not be due to the temperament of the supervising teacher. Is the child simply being creative when it paints its book/table/neighbor? Or is it a latent destructive tendency in combination with a disturbed relationship to authority and its instruments? Or both? Who is supposed to know? Katrin Schlater writes, experts describe the behavior of hyperactive children as disorganized, poorly regulated, and excessive motor activity. In everyday life, this means that the children are extremely restless, cannot sit still or occupy themselves quietly for long. They fidget in their chairs, run around the classroom during lessons and make faces. Their restlessness is particularly evident in situations where relative calm is required and a high degree of self-control is needed. Often the children seem to have an insatiable urge to talk and act as if wound up, with the environment, including parents and teachers, unable to do anything about it. End of quote. Schlater is lying here, of course. There is something that can be done, and in most cases something is done. Ritalin and similar medications that children receive in such cases, as mentioned above, when they make a fuss during class and beyond, talk incessantly without being asked, or run around the room are not nothing. A very strange circumstance that accompanies all research on ADHD is this pretense of powerlessness towards the child. In fact, the methods used by parents when their children misbehave are deprivation of freedom through house arrest, deprivation of love, not even looking at the child, threats of violence and, at least in smaller doses, around 40% of all parents surveyed voluntarily admit to this, also physical violence, which are existential interventions for children that significantly determine their lives. The strong medication prescribed to children with diagnosed behavioral problems also has a mind-altering effect. The measures that authorities take against children who misbehave, without them gaining the impression that they are exercising power over their child, as is the case, are also so helpless in their self-perception because the entire environment of children is actually accustomed to things sorting themselves out, or, to be more precise, the fact that someone is going crazy for no apparent reason in a, from their point of view, completely normal world makes educators feel helpless. although the reasons are not so inexplicable. After all, according to a study by the Federal Health Gazette in 2007, it is mainly children from the lower classes and migrant milieus, clearly separated in the study with a fork dissecting knife, who suffer from ADHD. Quote, ADHD was diagnosed more often in participants with a low socioeconomic status than in participants with a high status. Migrants are less likely to be diagnosed with ADHD, but they are more likely to be among the suspect cases. End of quote. It would still be better for them to receive a diagnosis and treatment than to be simply sorted out at school. This is what happens when there is only a suspicion but no diagnosis. Perhaps the noxie of these children are also their innate migration backgrounds, and that is difficult to treat. This disparity shows the harshness of socialization. Those who do not allow themselves to be socialized are either sick or simply not socially acceptable. According to Schlater, children with attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder lack moderation, which is expected of children as a matter of course, as an unspecific, undirected control over activity, sensation, impulse, and action that must be performed at all times and regardless of the situation. The mother was not particularly interested in the actual cause of the dispute between the children. The crucial question here is whether the children were actually trying to appeal to their mother with their shouting, which would have made it a targeted disturbance, or whether the mother, as the children's guardian, felt that she was being addressed by their noise as a guardian of order, which would explain the irritation and the feeling of powerlessness. Whereby Gretchen, after Faust leaves her as an illegitimate single mother, becomes a child murderer out of desperation and is beheaded in the end. Before it comes to that with the mother quoted at the beginning, however, psychology provides a refreshingly clear answer as to which of the two parties is crazy. The inability to concentrate, to control one's impulses and to behave in a socially appropriate manner, i.e. in a way that is adapted to the social order of the environment, are among the so-called core symptoms of ADHD. Before the question arises, of course, this refers to children. In addition, the mother, who had to repeat her command 3 times, presumably has to deal with a fourth area of conflict, which is called oppositional defiance disorder and can also be a symptom of ADHD. However, it is also an independent disorder. Children with oppositional defiance disorder often resist authority and its demands. Because ADHD is not diagnosed as a cause but as a symptom, such comorbid abnormalities, the list of possible parallel disorders in the clinical picture is long. Tic disorder, anxiety disorder, performance disorder, etc., are regularly included in the diagnosis of ADHD. ADHD refers to a group of abnormalities. Whether or not these are diagnosed as ADHD depends less on the much-cited measure and their continuity in different situations, but rather on their demarcation from diseases that are more clearly defined in terms of their cause. The symptoms of the illness can also be found in other disorders, in extremely disorganized families where children are neglected, in the absence of consequent upbringing, in neglect, or through relationship disorders. The symptoms typical of ADHD can also occur. This explains the disproportionately higher attractiveness of the ADHD diagnosis for parents. If the child is not ill, then his upbringing has probably gone wrong. Rather than denounce themselves, parents prefer to spare themselves the humiliation and declare their child to be insane. I once met a child, Max, who was absolutely unwilling to follow the teacher's instructions, which sounds like military jargon, but is actually normal pedagogical diction. He usually just stood up during class and annoyed other children who were working quietly. In the presence of others, he called his father a wimp, made fun of him and bossed him around. It was impossible to get him to do his homework. You could sit next to him for hours, in vain. Max's parents were academics and he himself was quite intelligent. This saved him from being diagnosed with anything other than ADHD. His parents were clearly overwhelmed by 2 children, but they were quite wealthy. His father seemed to be in puberty, but he was an engineer. His mother was depressed, but she was also an engineer. The psychologists simply could not find the causes of a clinical disorder. No disorganized or neglected family, no relationship problems, no abuse, no experience of violence. This is extremely typical, both for cases of ADHD and for the above-mentioned research into causes. There seems to be no reason why the children concerned should not be quiet. Max simply refused to do his homework with astonishing determination and willpower. He ignored the teachers. He sat through school stoically or ran away. For most children who act in this way, their behavior is not a problem for them, but rather a distraction, a defense mechanism, a game, a pleasurable provocation. Max enjoyed making his father look stupid, and his father secretly enjoyed having such a brave son. Of course, Max also suffered from always having to be tough and strong. But the rest of his environment, school and after-school care groups, whose rules he was supposed to follow, simply didn't matter to him. The children on the playground probably didn't include their mother in their attention either, but were absorbed in their own arguments, attentive only to their opponent, and that is precisely the real problem for mothers and educators. In the end, attention is not an independent, substantive concept, but a demand, to always pay attention to what is given. The demand for attention in itself, independent of the specific object of attention, is equally paradoxical and commodity-like. While attention consists of the consciousness deepening in the specific object, the demand for attention in itself considers the specific object to be arbitrarily exchangeable. However, Christoph Turk, who in his book Hyperactive, Kritik der Aufmerksamkeitsdefizitkultur, Hyperaktiv, a critique of the attention deficit culture, which is concerned with constructive connectivity, raves about the extended index finger as the archetype of attention and visibly avoids naming any content that attention should be directed towards. However, in contrast to his general considerations on this topic, it would have to be explained why there should be a deficit at all if a child specifically ignores parents and school, i.e., excludes them from his attention or runs away from them hyperactively as if driven by something. It does not do that either, at least not for the child. That parents and school have problems with the behavior of children/pupils, on the other hand, is obvious. Without integration into the social apparatus, parents are responsible for their children for a longer period of time, often also financially, and for the school, the students are disturbances that, in the worst case, remind other students that it only takes a little to bring down the fragile structure of the silent agreement on which today's teaching is based. Although it emerged from anti-authoritarian education, the concept of contemporary pedagogy, which dispenses with corporal punishment, is based on the deeply authoritarian and brutal idea that the child moves through the school system like a fish in water. His natural environment is understood all the more in devotion to it. The task of the school and the parental home is therefore simply to promote the child's talents, while in natural acceptance of the institutions and human accompanying fireworks, his own talents are brought to light so that the child can recognize, name, train, discipline, master, enrich and use them in a technically competent manner. To act against this must logically be understood as a pathological self-destruction of the child by the child. In some schools, teachers go so far as to demand not external discipline from the rule-breaking student, but inner insight and reflection. In a training room, the unruly student is presented with a self-reflection sheet. He arranges a discussion with the teacher or parents and, if the causes cannot be conclusively explored and the process is repeated, he receives a counseling session at some point, which is also conducted with the headmaster. The headmistress of the school in question, Johanna Frank, interprets this procedure as involving the student and encouraging his self-determination. Quote, the students, know, there are certain class rules, and if they can't stick to them, they have chosen the training room. End of quote. So they have chosen the training room. As if it were the child's free choice to become a pupil, as if it were not. Even if there were no compulsory education, the need to do unskilled work without a school education, without a certificate, or only poorly paid, physically damaging work, not to become independent of the family, or only with difficulty, which makes the decision of the pupils a farce. As if a conversation with superiors were possible at all. Pretending to be equal and free replaces the cane of former schoolmasters and at the same time relieves them of the responsibility of embodying authority themselves. It is the authority of the factual argument, the authority of the circumstances that is cited, because the circumstances are not such that they would allow open resistance. The renunciation of open violence, which is, incidentally, primarily a matter for schools and not for parents across the class divide, conceals the perfidious manipulation. It is genuinely the pupil's business, his business, he is acting on his own behalf, in his own interest, when he follows the school rules and subordinates himself to them. However, research into ADHD is much more honest in this regard than schools, which rely on the consent of pupils and propagandistically sell the creation of this consent. For the doctors treating the patients, it is clear that the treatment of ADHD is not primarily a problem of the patient, but rather a matter of mitigating the consequences of his behavior for his environment. Quote, above all, it should be emphasized again and again that the primary goal of drug treatment is not to reduce the core symptoms of the disorder, but to avoid the psychosocial consequences that the core symptoms entail. In addition, effective medication often leads to an increase in intrinsic motivation, especially in childhood. End of quote. The psychosocial consequences, this means that the child is made to understand, with a horrified expression on its face, that it is a burden on the social community until it believes it itself, psycho. The school setting and the group of children are not questioned, but rather the medication serves to preserve them. What educational scientists no longer openly address here, because it seems all too obvious, the drug treatment of the child serves to make it a person that society demands. This is a performance-motivated person, an empty term that does not come across as meaningless by chance. The very thing that the child is supposed to be motivated to do is also without content. Utmost independence from the subject to be worked on is the declared educational goal and could just as well be called diligence. From my own experience, I can only agree with the researchers. Children medicated in this way will do practically anything that is put in front of them without asking questions. Just like their father. After all, he doesn't have much to do with what he does all day either, nor does he set the purpose of his work himself. It's nice to see the generations coming closer together like this. While speeches like those of educationalists are totalitarian, the reactions of the students show that there is still a long way to go before they internalize them. More and more students are being diagnosed with disorders ranging from learning and performance disorders to social disorders. ADHD is one of them. However, it is a short-sighted view to simply label and segregate these students with the diagnosis. It is rather a matter of integrating them into a school system that would otherwise simply have spat them out after the 9th grade of the secondary or special school. Pathologization always involves the effort to treat, even if it is generally assumed that there is an increased biological vulnerability, i.e., susceptibility, to develop ADHD, which is influenced by both genetic and neurobiological factors, e.g. other family members affected by ADHD, premature birth, noxious agents during pregnancy. The ugly twin of ADHD is the common social disorder, which, along with ADHD, is one of the most common diagnoses in childhood and adolescence, but whose causes are usually quite clear, namely those mentioned by Schlater. Delinquent behavior, rebelliousness, violence, developmental disorder, stealing and arson are among them. As a social disorder, however, this model of illness is very unattractive to all parties involved because it is less treatable than punishable. It is assumed that the behavior is voluntary. ADHD, on the other hand, as research has now agreed, is defined from birth in the sense of a biopsychosocial model of disorder, and by the exclusion of other causes, the patient's reaction must be unnatural. Andreas Grushka criticizes this conclusion in his Negative Pedagogy. Quote, "We find it difficult to assume genetic determination despite well-behaved parents. Where it is considered, it is quickly pushed back into the diffuse. Poor school performance is then easiest to relate to the child's nature, while unadapted and aggressive behavior strongly refers to supposedly faulty education." End of quote. After all, most children do get used to obedience naturally according to the principle of parental withdrawal of love and eat the spinach because the mother smiles nicely, as Eric from So Innocently put it. But some children just don't eat the spinach. It is remarkable that, in contrast to the totalitarian vocabulary, the history of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder begins in the 1970s, when violent and authoritarian educational methods were gradually dismantled. The plea for the abolition of school, in which Ivan Illich wrote, "The belief in school is over. Students are taught to regard lessons as learning, passing through the classes as education, a diploma as scientific ability," is an example of contemporary criticism of the school system. End of quote. In the 1970s, political criticism of the hierarchization and performance demands, discipline, and selection of the population led to the conviction that the group and community of students should be strengthened against the teacher, and then actually were, as the school strikes of that time show. The role of the teacher was demoted from that of the head of the community to that of a companion. In reality, things were certainly different. Only in very ambitious political projects, alternative schools, such as the Odenwaldschule, or by individual left-wing teachers was there probably an attempt to release the teacher from the dominant position. Nevertheless, these attempts are a model for today's teaching models, in which students work independently on the plans presented to them and the teacher serves as a contact person for regular discussions about the learning status and for technical questions. This model is particularly promising in secondary schools because it saves on personnel costs and enables transparency and control through the use of standardized teaching materials. Ultimately, it can be assumed that the current system of teaching, in which every teacher of a particular subject supposedly prepares his or her own materials, will eventually be consigned to the past. For in this respect, Illich is undoubtedly right. School is not the place for the education of the individual, but rather serves to train the working citizen. And where there's a will, there's a way. However, this also placed greater demands on the class community, where motivation and agreement, which self-organized work requires, become a matter of course. Those who do not participate stand out more. And because it is not the teacher, but the subject matter that is to be followed, a refusal can be less of a personal attack, but must be punished as resistance to the school framework. What's more, a previously unruly student not only jeopardizes the lesson, but the entire group work. He not only attracts the teacher's displeasure, but also, and to a particular degree, the anger of his fellow students. For what has not changed since then is what Peter Schneider says in the same issue of the Kurzbuch, that school is the place in capitalism that is responsible for producing attitudes. With an authoritarian leader at the front or, as the case may be, through the authoritarian bonding of the class community, into which the individual has to fit. Deciding together on self-imposed rules, being able to choose the learning material yourself and learning content through original methods does not change the prescribed goal, to put the individual in the position of a citizen and worker through the curriculum and social discipline. On the contrary, when Illich laments the isolation of learning in school and calls for a deschooling, it is only because he is familiar with supposedly more sensible practices of acquisition, namely the combination of productive work and teaching. The fact that work in modern society no longer has any meaningful educational or training function is one of the worst manifestations of alienation in this society. The fact that reading this text might spontaneously trigger a number of other, worse manifestations should not tempt us to gloss over the concept of alienation. The accusation of alienation may not apply to students, but it does apply to the relationship between schools and the production methods of the Federal Republic of Germany in the 1970s. While the classic industrial sectors were being dismantled in the 1970s, while in the 1950s and 1960s additional foreign workers still had to be recruited, the progressive technological sectors were on the rise. However, the selection process in schools lagged behind the demand for well-trained specialists. Secondary modern school pupils had virtually no chance on the labor market because unemployment in the typical fields of factory work, coal and steel production, etc., was immense. While previously a strict selection process had supplied the labor market with young, uneducated workers, this strategy was now reversed. The school education of secondary modern school students was ultimately worthless, which had previously hardly played a role, but the pressure to achieve a better qualification was very high. School education was therefore slowly being revalued, even in the lower classes. At the same time, many of the parents of these pupils were still working in these same declining, low-paid professions. With little money and cramped living conditions, the parents' interest in releasing their children into work, and thus out of parental responsibility, after the shortest possible school career was in conflict with the need for longer school education for young people. The play Das Holz ja im Kopf nicht aus, You Can't Take It in Your Head, which was performed at the Grips Youth Theater in Berlin in 1977, heralded the change of leaving children and young people in the care of their families and schools for longer. In the song Ale Kowalewskis, the family sings together after the father and mother have been asked by the teacher to take a stand against the deplorable state of affairs at school and the exploitation of pupils in unpaid internships. Together with other parents and pupils, the father lives in a daze. The mother, who yells around. The brother stinks himself. Oh man, how can we all no longer see each other? That's understandable. But at school we realize that it can be different. The brother needs a good kick in the pants. And tomorrow the old ones will join in, all the Kowalewskis. And not just me and you. All the Kowalewskis. And you're one of them. End of quote. In the midst of widespread unemployment, the school was visibly concerned about the legitimacy of its institution, even if it only had one essential function, as the director testifies in the same play. Unemployment has its good side too. It separates the wheat from the chaff. It's no longer the case that banknotes are stuffed into the behinds of every snotty brat who comes along. End of quote. Although the secondary modern school in particular did not offer young people sufficient qualifications, the school still held all the trump cards with its grading system. Only those who could show the best report had a chance of getting an apprenticeship. The authority of the school thus increased, while its legitimacy in terms of content continued to decline. Grushka aptly describes the educational repercussions of the changing demand for well-trained workers. Here, young people are becoming a flexible maneuvering mass in the social, reproduction process. If better trained young people are needed, then the existing reserves are remembered. If there is an oversupply, then it is determined that the potential for talent has been exhausted. The untalented are already being treated like the talented. End of quote. This helps to explain why it was in the 1970s that the dam finally burst, allowing authoritarian educational methods to be thrown overboard and allowing young people to ascend to higher academic worlds. In the 1960s, only around 15% of pupils were allowed to attend grammar school. Today, most students attend grammar school, more than a third in a three-tier school system. The reason for this is not talent, but need and the educational assertion that it is only a matter of professionally promoting the talents that are inherently equally distributed. However, this is still a crude lie in Germany. In hardly any other country are social background and educational background as closely linked as they are here. Or the lie is not a lie at all, and not a crude one either. If everyone is encouraged according to their abilities, they will stay on track. While the subjects of mathematics, science, and business administration tend to focus on developing the students' competitive skills and abilities, the humanities and social sciences have always been responsible for identifying and integrating students into the community of citizens. In the effort to teach not only equitably but also in a needs-oriented manner, one encounters abysmal approaches. How can history be taught inclusively? Asks the current issue of the GW Teachers newspaper, quickly getting to the point of targeting the maneuvering mass, Grushka, of all school types and age groups. Quote, "We focus on the idea of revealing history that has been sedimented in the body, which creates a new basis for thinking about and conducting history lessons." End of quote. Just as attention is fetishized as an unquestioned prerequisite for healthy students in the diagnosis of ADHD, so here historical identity is fetishized as history sedimented in the body. The only truth underlying this is that the body can only be thought of as a dead body in the history of the state. The state's general interest in this is nothing more than an illusion, an abstract idea, a lie. The state resembles a huge slaughterhouse or a graveyard, where in the shadow and under the pretext of this idea of the general representation of interests by the state, all the true aspirations, all the living forces of a country are slaughtered as willing victims. In this sense, history can only decay in the body, not sediment. However, the authors also have a certain idea of this, because the teaching example starts with anti-Semitism. Here, corporeality is particularly important, because after all, this is on the one hand characterized by the living space that we open up through movement, on the other hand, no, there is no other hand. Instead, we can get to know the space that is filled with objects and scenarios that are culturally shaped, and in which history is present in all its many layers and inscribes itself in us. End of quote. The essential point of this talk is the aim of layering, namely the formation of a delicious multi-story cake of place identity that brings with it all the prerequisites of race and that and ability and gender for the long-awaited experience of inclusion. The Jews seem to be the least part of society in this. But not because of the Holocaust or because of a threat of annihilation that is misunderstood as exclusion. Where do you think that's coming from? The patrilineal Jewess serves as the best example of inner conflict and the search for identity, the authors find. Because the fictional character Lola feels like a Jewess, but is not one, because only her father is Jewish. This was not of further concern to her until she was subjected to anti-Semitic abuse, for the authors, an encounter with others. The subject of the teaching example is not anti-Semitic persecution, which is irrelevant to the father or mother lines, Goring, I decide who is a Jew, but Lola is of interest to the Germans in their search for identity for a different reason. Quote, Lola sues the perpetrator, but she loses the case on the grounds that, according to the Halacha, Jewish law that complements the Talmud, she is not a Jew because her mother is not a Jew, only her father is a Jew. The incident, i.e. the verdict, puts her in a state of shock. A deeper examination of her identity begins. End of quote. In other words, it is not the anti-Semitic attack that causes the state of shock, but the Talmud's doubt about her subjective perception of being Jewish. In other words, it is her Jewishness itself that causes her identity to be torn apart. At least that is what the authors probably thought. The Germans are not to blame, but the Jews themselves. In the Talmud, one could conclude after reading it, every word and every family member is weighed on the gold scales. No resentment is left behind with these heroes. Still, it's a shame about the beautiful identity. The authors regretfully note that the dialogue that is now apparently organically emerging in the classroom, who is actually a Jew and who is not, is perhaps only a question of inclusion and exclusion in relation to Judaism for a few students. But that is ultimately also the historical task of the Germans, to formulate the Jewish question as a general problem. Quote, but in general, it is a question that everyone has to face, who does not belong to society and why. End of quote. Students have to be trained in this, otherwise they will not understand that society is more than just the individual. And what is required to create a community, after all, selection has to be learned. But what holds it together in a globalized world in which such questions are becoming increasingly important? In the lesson example, the students finally come together and present the results of their group work as a coherent whole to the class. The students gradually fill Lola's silhouette with stories. In this way, filling in Lola's previously empty silhouette functions as an act of reconciliation. They can then learn from the Jew how the individual perspective can become part of the whole body. The available Jewish body, of course. At this point, the idea that today's teaching, in which every teacher of a particular subject supposedly prepares his or her own materials, will eventually be outdated should also be revised. This judgment is typical of the view of strengthening the individual student, 90s didactics, and the community of the class, 80s, but for the intimacy of teaching described above, a common figure is needed, an identification figure of the teacher with whom the students can conform and who holds them together as a whole. Otherwise, they would not allow the closeness with which the teaching material is presented to them. Such teaching requires trust and an almost family-like relationship with the teacher. This didactic approach is more authoritarian and violent than that of the 1970s and 1980s because it is much more difficult to withdraw from this teaching and must be seen as a breach of trust, as a refusal to establish identity. And it is precisely these stories, the authors are sure, that enable students to experience their being in the world, which is becoming increasingly important, especially in a globalized world. Teachers? Their time is over. Standing in front of a class of students of the same age, constantly demanding their collective attention, demanding that all students learn the same things at the same time, neatly divided into subjects, even though every student is different and real life does not fit into the pigeonholes of subjects, giving homework, even though the precarious living conditions of many students hardly allow them to do it. Not being afraid to make individual students repeat a whole school year instead of encouraging them in such a way that repetition is not even considered. Anyone who does such a thing is more of a relic of the authoritarian state than someone who has arrived in the educational world of the 21st century. Contemporary democratic teaching is geared towards the personal interests and individual pace of the learners. It urgently needs learning guides who are on hand wherever learners are stuck and need a hint, a piece of advice, or special support. What it does not need are teachers, people who make sweeping statements and demonstrate what and how to learn. Today, learning is independent, flexible, and creative, neither for the sake of teachers nor according to templates or in lockstep. This is the sound of the new learning culture. A choir of educational experts has been singing it for several years now, with growing volume. It is penetrating the design and planning of teaching, the training of student teachers, the decrees of the ministries of education, and the educational programs of political parties. Schools are to be transformed as quickly as possible from institutions that are out of touch with reality and overloaded with educational ballast into open, flexible learning laboratories in order to meet the challenges of the microelectronically networked knowledge society of the 21st century. Indeed, education policy is lagging behind. With its own cumbersome nature, it is moving towards where others were almost 3 decades ago. I urgently appeal to the trade unions to recognize the signs of the times. Collective thinking in lockstep will not get us any further, but only flexible, individual solutions. If we do not implement a far-reaching deregulation in many areas of life and work, the lead weights of superfluous commandments and prohibitions will prevent us from moving into a modern and desirable future. In the future, greater flexibility will not only be a feature of production, but also the decisive feature of our work structures. Not uniformity, but diversity, not organized unity, but conscious openness, these are the characteristics of a new social culture. These were the words of a visionary in 1987, Klaus Mermann, then president of the Confederation of German Employers Associations. Since then, his vision has become reality to a breathtaking extent. And the decisive sign of the times asterisk that has been responsible for an unparalleled turnaround since the 1980s was initially hardly recognizable in its scope. It did not come with social drumbeats such as strikes or uprisings, but in the form of a technical innovation that succeeded in a few years in dissolving the working spaces and contexts on which the entire capitalist industrialization of the modern era was based. It had taken a good 3 centuries for these industrial working conditions to become so ingrained that they seemed like natural phenomena, and hardly anyone remembered that they themselves had only emerged from a lengthy and violent social upheaval. In the European Middle Ages, different conditions prevailed. The peasant population was dependent on landlords, and the crafts were confined to a hierarchical guild system. However, the workers themselves had control over their own means of production. Peasants had the tools they needed for animal husbandry and crop growing, and craftsmen had the tools and equipment that were indispensable for tailoring, forging, baking, etc. And above all, they worked where they lived. Living and working space merged into one. The modern working world, on the other hand, was formed by the separation of living and working space. This was accompanied by the separation of workers and their tools. This happened very harshly, especially in the countryside. A large proportion of the rural population was driven from the land and forced into the cities. Only then could factories be built there, where many workers could be quartered and their activities could be broken down into individual tasks and coordinated with one another in such a way that they began to work together in a machine-like manner, thus achieving a level of productivity that the traditional workshop could not match. The manufactory was the forerunner of the factory, and the factory the prototype of the modern workspace, strictly separated from the living space and equipped with machines that a large number of workers had to operate to maximize output. The office was also modeled on this pattern. Administration worked best when the processing of applications, orders, and contracts was concentrated in a place separate from the living space and carried out there by many people at the same time, supported by the most modern machines, a division of labor similar to factory work. As soon as children were old enough to go to school, they had to go to a place that was strictly separate from their living space, where they were taught by different specialist teachers in homogeneous age groups, i.e., with a division of labor. Then came the miracle of the computer, a machine based on the ingeniously simple idea of reducing everything that needs to be communicated to two settings: 1-0, yes-no, go-stop. Anything that can be expressed in a sequence of these two settings can be executed by a computer. And when they had become small and handy enough to go into mass production, and could also be networked with each other via telecommunications, a new era began. Computers have replaced entire professions in the printing, metalworking, and electrical industries, in the service sector and in administration. They have enabled economic growth while at the same time causing mass layoffs, jobless growth. They have eliminated far more jobs than they have created, and they have loosened all working relationships. A high-tech company is generally functional if its employees are electronically connected to each other. They no longer have to work together in one place. This also reduces the responsibility of companies for shared workspaces. Old memories are awakened. In the early days of capitalism, employees were expected to bring their own food and heating materials to the factory, just as they had to provide for their own old age and pay for their own doctors. It was only after protracted labor disputes that companies began to provide appropriate equipment for the workplace, set up company canteens, contribute to old age and health care, pay wages during vacation and sick leave, and cover the costs of further education. All these responsibilities are once again up for debate since the advent of those small universal machines that almost everyone can afford nowadays and that can be carried around in a briefcase or pocket. They can be operated in a company building just as easily as in a private home. Living and working space, private and professional spheres, leisure, and working time are once again merging. Why should we enter into fixed wage commitments for work that no longer requires fixed collective working spaces? Why not consider every computer owner to be self-employed, who you pay as a supplier of labor services instead of hiring them permanently? Who you let pay for their own infrastructure and insurance, but who is also allowed to organize their work and leisure time completely freely and independently, as long as they deliver their work products or services according to contract. This is how flexibilization works. It permeates all areas of life. There are still companies where the interaction of many people in a specific place is indispensable: hospitals, nursing homes, construction companies, etc. But even they are under pressure to become more flexible and outsource as much work as possible that can be provided on a contract basis. Wherever possible, companies are trying to turn their employees into freelancers. The epochal separation of workers and work tools is being reversed. The universal work tool, the computer, clings to today's employees like a sucker, much more intrusively than traditional tools ever did to craftsmen in earlier eras. It has become indispensable for the entire way of life, far beyond the current job. The separation of workers and work orders, on the other hand, remains. The new self-employed are rarely more than small subcontractors, managers of their own labor, and on the labor market they are hardly better off than former industrial workers and small employees. They carry their universal device around with them all the time, but it lies idle as a tool as long as it lacks work orders that are worth money. Being self-employed also means that you have to constantly work on your social and media presence to get new orders. You are constantly forced to update and are extremely dependent on orders, working from delivery date to delivery date, usually under time pressure, but completely free in how you organize your limited time. This is how deregulated work works. Fixed working spaces such as factories and offices, which were also retained in real socialism, are dissolving. Instead, early, almost pre-capitalist conditions are returning. Goods produced by homeworkers are once again being delivered to larger clients, as was once the case in wool and cloth production, before it was combined into manufactories. The only difference is that today's homeworkers are no longer fiddling around with small parts by hand, but rather tinkering with software programs or taking on data management. With every step forward, global capitalism is moving back to what was thought to have been overcome long ago. Its rapid progress is at the same time a return to the roots. The employer's formula for this is no more marching in step. Rarely has a metaphor been more demagogic. You can almost see a company of soldiers marching past in step in your mind's eye, and you are given the impression that wherever many people are doing the same thing at the same time, military drill is the order of the day, authoritarian ignorance of individual peculiarities, personal attitudes, preferences, and speeds. Deregulation comes along as the demilitarization of all areas of life. No more drill. Everyone should be independent, everyone should live and work according to their own biorhythms. Oh, brave new world of work! And how does the world of education fit into this? Apparently as a latecomer. There are still fixed common classrooms and times, homogeneous teaching groups with a fixed canon of subjects and a workload that is prescribed for entire age groups. It is in the field of education, of all places, that the synchronized march is being maintained. In contrast, a new type of educational revolutionary is emerging. What would happen, asks Richard David Precht, if a few clever people from different parts of society were allowed to start from scratch and think up something that would help our children to grow into well-educated personalities? Would anyone come up with the idea of dividing the fascinating world of knowledge into subjects? Would children be taught 4, 5, or 6 different subjects a day in a completely disjointed way, at 45-minute intervals? Would a system of 6-digit grades be invented, and would reports consist of nothing more than these? Would a teacher be placed in front of 25 or 30 pupils? Would this teacher be a tenured civil servant and therefore practically unemployable? Would there be a 3-tier school system? Should all children of the same age be in the same class? End of quote. None of that. The clever people would, of course, organize school learning according to the latest findings of brain research and developmental psychology, without subject boundaries, without fixed time frames, without fixed age and ability groups, without grades, without pressure to perform, without civil servants as supervisors. Instead, there would always be a small coaching team available, from which every student in need of help can choose their contact person. So everyone should learn what, how and when they want. No, that's not what was meant. A minimum knowledge should still apply, which every student has to acquire within a specified number of years at a secondary school. He should be allowed to organize the time until the deadline as he wishes, just like the flexible homeworker organizes the time until the delivery date. But what should the minimum knowledge consist of, and who determines it? How should it be formulated at all, when all the traditional subject boundaries, mathematics, English, geography, etc., have been dissolved? No answer. And what about the abolition of grades? This would merely lead to more detailed monitoring, namely through monitoring, including reports, which would now, of course, be used to map the development of the individual child, not its relationship to the average of a learning group, and in differentiated words, no longer in numbers, and with the involvement of the entire coaching team. This would lead to a sharp increase in the amount of evaluation work. The grades would be replaced by the kind of expert opinion that psychotherapists have long been required to document the development of their patients. The monitoring of health insurance companies is already showing where this is leading, to less time for therapy and more time for the assessment of its results. In schools, the expert opinion would be added to the coaching team. How are 3 to 5 attentive teachers supposed to summarize their individual assessments without agreeing on common criteria and language in long discussions? Deregulation almost always leads to more bureaucracy instead of less. What is actually dispensable, however, are fixed learning groups and permanently employed teachers. Society as a whole is changing from a world in which people learned in institutions, schools, universities, academies, etc., to a world in which everyone can and should be expected to learn independently with the help of computers and the internet. Even YouTube now has widely viewed lectures that are pedagogically far better than much of what schools and universities offer their students. Mobile coaching teams that provide training in how to use the new media-based learning environment in open learning spaces, but also online, are in line with the times. Fixed learning groups, on the other hand, whether they are put together according to the same age or the same level of learning, always exclude someone. The labor market is losing out on invaluable potential as a result. Companies, businesses, and enterprises have long been unable to afford the social selection of the present, and the properly understood interests of the economy are ultimately the same as the interests of those who want to give as many children in this society as possible a modern education and a chance at a fulfilling life. The economy and social work actually want the same thing. We just have to understand them properly. The educational revolution called for by Precht serves above all to bring schools and universities into line with the flexibility standards that have long been in place everywhere else. Dropping out of step acquires the aura of nonconformism, originality, and creativity. Only one question is no longer asked: how is shared experience, or even human community, to arise, not to mention the ability to work in a team that is required in almost every job advertisement, if it is no longer envisaged that a number of people will repeatedly do something at the same time, from eating together to attending meetings and conferences with a predetermined agenda? It is clear that the much vaunted ability to work in a team has little to do with a shared world of experience and a great deal to do with maximum flexibility. Those who are able to quickly reorganize and pass on information, network differently every day, and are always available as much as possible are considered to be team players and therefore also creative. After all, they are constantly contributing to something new. In contrast to conventional curricula, they trot along in lockstep as long as they oblige all learners of a certain age or performance level to acquire certain pedantically described subject and technical skills. So let's get rid of them in favor of a new, flexible design of skills, in which high social skills rank at the top and all other skills only count as far as they are beneficial to them. I can't stand all this talk about skills anymore, many teachers say. They will have to listen to it for a long time to come. It is by no means just a passing fad that will soon die out, but terminology prescribed by the highest educational authorities. It comes across just as insinuating as the whole flexibilized neoliberal capitalism, but it is nothing less than a worldview upheaval. It redefines Homo sapiens as Homo competens. Let us begin with a brief look back at the origin of the term competence, so that we can understand what helped it to achieve its historical breakthrough, its behavioristic inversion. Only then was it suitable for standardizing all school and university curricula. However, it owes its resounding effect to its alliance with another magic word that is no less ideologically charged: inclusion. This word has also been decreed from on high. The United Nations has given it the aura of a religious article of faith. Its followers come from all political parties. None of them cares what the Latin inclusio originally meant: inclusion, confinement. They are propagating the opposite, an openness that is so all-encompassing that it does not allow anyone to be left out. Everyone should be able to participate in everything without any preconditions or barriers. Everyone should be seen for what they already know, their competence. Anyone who feels restricted when they are in inclusion groups has either not yet understood the principle or is a notorious troublemaker. After all, if no one is excluded, everyone is welcome and constantly receives positive reinforcement for their skills. Everyone should feel comfortable. When such adults are no longer wanted because they confront a group head-on and do not primarily orient themselves to its needs, but to predetermined content, when instead each child is presented with learning material tailored to his or her individual competencies from the very beginning and only waves adults over when he or she feels that he or she cannot make progress without them, then far more than just a teaching method changes. A new anthropology takes hold. Their ideal is the microelectronic universal machine. Machines are defined by their ability to do something. They have a certain competence and nothing else: no desires, expectations, fears, intentions, goals. They lack everything that constitutes the emotional basis of human competence acquisition. Their production is their programming. And the more diverse the microelectronic machinery becomes, the more human-like and exemplary it becomes. Shouldn't it be the same with people? That they program themselves according to their abilities and inclinations, and that all we have to do is provide them with the appropriate assistance? That they gather their knowledge from the inexhaustible digital databases themselves, and that their fellow human beings only intervene when this search falters? This is exactly what education amounts to as a competence-generating operation. But this operation fails to take into account the emotional basis of competence. That is why it produces masses of competence cripples who know alarmingly little because they can Google anything but are incapable of delving into facts and figures to the extent that they become their own, familiar, dear, and valuable. That is something you can only learn from people, for example, from teachers. They have rarely been so deeply disparaged as by the new learning culture. Not only bad teachers are considered bad by it, but teachers in general. Good teachers are only those who voluntarily give up the role of teacher and degrade themselves to assistance in the acquisition of skills. But nobody forces them to do that. The new learning culture can bring them to their senses, to what genuine teachers are and what makes them indispensable. If they do not participate in their self-degradation, the new learning culture has no chance. Many people who constantly talk about competence today may know that it is a loan word from Latin. But who still knows the verb from which it is derived? It is called competire and is difficult to understand without its political and legal background. Literally, it means to grasp together. This did not mean that many children's hands were reaching for a few sweets together, but that a political power was seizing a coherent area with united, well-coordinated forces. In the course of its expansion, ancient Rome became competent for all of Italy, for example, and later for the entire Mediterranean region. Initially, this was achieved quite brutally through military conquest. But then it also knew how to occupy the conquered territories so skillfully with troops and overseers that it retained sovereignty over them. Originally, competence included both power and knowledge. To be competent for an area means to be responsible for it, authorized and able to administer it. This also means that you are familiar with the area, its internal conditions and contexts. And this is the meaning that the word competence took on when some of the modern European national languages borrowed it from Latin. It was initially an administrative term, but was not limited to authorities and officials, but gradually became common for specialists of all kinds, craftsmen, doctors, scientists, all those who mastered their field. In the 20th century, competence has become synonymous with expertise. But how do you define it? He who understands nothing but chemistry does not understand that either, remarked George Christoph Lichtenberg. In other words, anyone who only takes note of the inner workings of a subject and not its surroundings is narrow-minded, a one-track specialist. Expertise cannot end abruptly at the boundaries of a subject. On the other hand, it cannot extend endlessly beyond them. So how should we deal sensibly with the boundaries of fields and border areas? The young Plato had already labored over this question. His hometown of Athens was a biotope for so-called sophists. At that time, it was not yet a derogatory term for word twisters and subtle advocates. Sophists were people who presented themselves as experts in wisdom. They traveled through the Greek city-states and offered their services as teachers to young men for a fee. The young people from the noble families who were keen to play a part in shaping their community in the near future, in other words to pursue a political career, were keen to take up such teachers. When the sophist Protagoras turned up in Athens, they soon crowded into his host's house. Plato described the scene so vividly that you would think he had been there. But what exactly does a sophist teach? What is he an expert in? Plato had learned this question from someone who was considered a sophist by his contemporaries, Socrates. Socrates was one of those who, surrounded by a swarm of inquisitive adolescents, walked around Athens and publicly discussed questions of wisdom. But he did not take any money for it. He could not have claimed what he was entitled to. He did not consider himself a sophist, and although he was very keen to acquire wisdom, he did not see himself as an expert in the field. He was all the more keen to put those who claimed expertise to the test. He wanted to know what it was that they were demanding payment for. With normal experts, it was not difficult to say. Anyone who went to a doctor to learn the medical arts wanted to become a doctor themselves. Those who went to a sculptor wanted to learn sculpture, those who went to a flautist wanted to learn to play the flute. But what does someone learn who goes to a sophist to learn? This is the subject of Plato's early work Protagoras. Protagoras is a great talker, says one of his fans. All right, says Plato, let Socrates answer. But surely you can only talk powerfully about things you understand, can't you? The kithara player can do that about music, but what about the sophist? From this question, the Platonic Socrates literally gropes his way towards Protagoras. He visits his Athenian host, engages him in conversation and elicits a confession. Yes, says Protagoras, he wants to educate people and can certainly teach them something important, namely how to be well advised in domestic matters, how to best manage one's house, and in the affairs of the polis, how to act and speak most skillfully. Well advised is someone who knows how to give advice and how to accept advice. You could call him streetwise. But streetwise is not something that can be clearly defined. It cannot be attained without expertise. But it is not the same as expertise. It requires a well-balanced mixture of prudence, deliberation, courage, and a sense of justice. On the other hand, being well-advised does not require anything extraordinary. In the ancient Greek assembly, where matters of the community were discussed, every doctor, carpenter, sculptor, etc., could speak and decide responsibly without having been taught by a sophist. But can wisdom, being well-advised, be taught? Certainly not like playing the flute or doing gymnastics. It is neither a technique nor an art, and thus not what the Greek word techne means. Plato calls it virtue, and thus raises the question, can virtue be taught? Not directly by experts, is his answer. In modern terms, it is not a skill. In this respect, all the sophists who come along as teachers of virtue are living beyond their means, and thus not virtuous. Nevertheless, virtue can be learned. It is not even unattractive. Why did adolescents in ancient Athens flock around eloquent men who promised them virtue? Obviously because it did not mean a moralizing fulfillment of duty, but a special kind of freedom, one that arises from expertise and opens up beyond it, one in which the challenges of human coexistence arise that can be mastered neither by expertise alone nor without it, challenges that repeatedly bring even the most experienced to a standstill. Those who have been circumspect, level-headed and courageous in a tricky situation have no guarantee of being so in the next one. It is possible to learn to speak and act with courage and a sense of proportion, but not once and for all, and above all, not separately. It can only be learned at the same time as expertise is acquired. Virtue is to expertise as a consonant is to a vowel. It is the goal of the entire human learning process, and yet it is merely something that learners acquire as bonus material under favorable circumstances. Bonus material is not available separately. Virtue cannot be taught directly. That is why the sophists who claim to do so are charlatans. Nevertheless, virtue is not unattainable. Those who, from their knowledge of the facts, sense the inadequacy of expertise and feel driven to think beyond it, and this is precisely what the dialogues of the young Plato are about, enter the force field of virtue. Virtue is not something you have, but something you can participate in. Those who act and speak prudently, calmly, courageously, and justly at the right time are not merely fulfilling their duties, not merely following rules, not merely being clever or competent. They rise above a certain kind of inner and outer resistance, and experience the elation that comes with it. How far removed we are from ancient Athens. The much-vaunted Attic democracy was in fact a city-state organized along patriarchal lines. It was ruled by a small upper class of free men. Plato's dialogues are set exclusively in this upper class. Women, children, and slaves only appear occasionally on the fringes. They had no say in the community. What does this lost world have to do with the highly complex, highly technical democracies of the 21st century and their educational requirements? More than meets the eye. When it comes to expertise and virtue, it is, in modern terms, about the limits of competence. And there is an amazingly precise Greek equivalent for competence, episteme. This word contains all the nuances of understanding, knowledge, insight, information, experience, skill, ability, expertise. An epistemon is someone who is knowledgeable about something. He knows how it works, he has experience with it, he can talk about it intelligently and is skilled enough to carry it out. Only when all of these things come together is one competent in a subject area in the Greek sense. However, it is precisely this comprehensive concept of competence that is suspect in current educational research. Does it not mix together what belongs separately? Knowledge, experience, and skill are not the same thing, and they are also empty titles unless their content and scope are precisely defined. The physics and biology of the ancient Greeks are now of historical interest only. No contemporary physicist or biologist would seek advice from Aristotle today, while Plato's dialogues are still required reading for students and are cited as if they provided insights into human behavior. Aristotle would be unable to understand a page from a modern textbook on physics or biology, while Socrates and his family would have little difficulty in following the most up-to-date discussions on human problems. Of course, it can always be argued that human behavior is a particularly difficult subject. But is it really easier to send a man to the moon than to improve education in our schools? All the more unfortunate that we have hardly applied the methods of science to human behavior. This was the complaint of Burrhus Frederick Skinner, one of the pioneers of behaviorism, as late as 1971. It is astonishing to what extent the scientific community and posterity have heeded this complaint. Behaviorism is by no means passé, as is often claimed, but is more alive than ever, only no longer in its original crude form. Its most successful critics have objected above all to its crudeness and have refined it. And it really did start out very crudely. Its namesake, John Broadus Watson, considered all psychology to be a kind of superstition or religion as long as it assumed that every individual has a soul that is clearly distinct from the body. It is not even possible to prove that this mental reality, which is supposedly distinct from the body, exists at all, let alone to verify whether what people call their mental state, their feelings, ideas, and thoughts, is really what is going on inside them. Psychology, which wants to be a serious science, must limit itself to things that can be observed and formulate laws that only refer to such things. But what can we observe? We can observe behavior, what the organism does or says. But behavior is a reaction to stimuli. Organisms are constantly exposed to stimuli. Often they react to them in a very diffuse way. But strong stimuli always cause the same reaction. The rat that gets an electric shock when it tries to go through the right hole will now head for the left one. It has obviously learned. The same applies to the child that touched a hot stove and now avoids stoves. Some stimuli, however, have to be repeated many times before learning takes place. For example, ringtones do not cause dogs to salivate, but the sight of a full bowl of food does. Only after a bell has been regularly sounded for a long time when food is being given do dogs finally learn to salivate when the bell rings without food being given. First words are not learned immediately either. A mother has to repeat the syllable sequence mama many times before her child is able to repeat it. However, whenever certain stimuli or groups of stimuli cause an organism to react in the same way, they have established a fixed habit in it, conditioned it to a certain behavior. If we know how conditioning works, we have the opportunity to control the learning processes of the whole of humanity according to scientific principles. In Watson's words, the behaviorist's interest in human behavior is more than mere curiosity. He wants to control human reactions, just as physicists want to control and manipulate other natural phenomena. Is the interest of today's educational policy fundamentally different? Not at all. Although the methods have been refined, nobody would want to understand behavior solely on the basis of a crude stimulus-response mechanism. Complex achievements such as speaking grammatically correct sentences or composing and playing pieces of music cannot be explained in this way. This dawned on a few open-minded behavior psychologists as early as the 1940s. In order to get to the bottom of complex behavior, they joined forces with linguists and computer scientists. This is how cognitive science came about. It is a refined form of behaviorism. It not only studies the behavior of organisms, but also includes that of intelligent machines. When machines give answers that can no longer be distinguished from human ones, when the elementary particles of such machines function in a similar way to neurons, namely by firing or not firing, conducting or blocking electricity, when machines react to their own behavior, like a thermostat that automatically regulates the room temperature, then machines act just like information processing systems. Like organisms, the more subtly human behavior can be simulated by machines, the more understandable and controllable it becomes. Of course, no one would openly admit today that they wanted to control and manipulate human reactions as openly as Watson. But does that change anything about the overwhelming consensus that the only scientifically accessible and verifiable thing about people is their behavior? The quality control required by all educational institutions is, of course, behavior control. It was only under behaviorist conditions that the concept of competence was able to make its meteoric rise. It began in the 1960s, when it was introduced into linguistics. Can human language behavior be formalized in such a way that it can be programmed by machines? It was from this question that Noam Chomsky projected his famous generative grammar. As a student of French structuralism, he assumed that all human languages have the same grammatical deep structure. He wanted to filter it out and show how the entire grammatical inventory of every single language can be derived from it, thanks to mathematically formulable rules. That was more than ambitious. Generative grammar was supposed to formalize what a person who is completely familiar with his or her mother tongue can do, who is always able to combine all its quirks and irregularities with its regularities in an exemplary manner. Chomsky called this ability language competence. He envisaged ideal speaker-listeners who would do justice to the semantics and grammar of their mother tongue in all its peculiarities, all its rules and irregularities, in all situations. Of course, he knew that such people do not exist. Even the greatest language artists and chatterboxes can only ever achieve language performance. This is what Chomsky called the concrete presentation of a language through speech, writing, and gesticulation. Language performance is a behavior, never the total capacity of a language, but always only what someone draws from it here and now, without ever exhausting it completely. Grammars had previously only ever captured concrete linguistic behavior in a set of rules after the fact. Chomsky, on the other hand, wanted to put the rules in place first, to derive concrete linguistic behavior from the common grammatical denominator of all languages, to formalize this denominator mathematically, to make it suitable for computers and thus ultimately to input an idealized native speaker competence, which no natural person possesses, into a machine. It is obvious that this could not succeed. The common grammatical deep structure, which is always present in all individual languages, is no less a metaphysical web than Plato's ideas, in which the concrete things of sense always participate. Chomsky acted as a linguistic high-tech Platonist. He relied on a grammaticality as such, consisting of formal universals that act as structuring deep forces and should generate the concrete grammars of all individual languages in a similar way to the Platonic ideas generating the world of sense. But just as the higher generative power that Plato attributed to ideas could never be proven, the most modern linguistic and mathematical tools have not enabled Chomsky to conjure up the power to generate formal, grammatical universals. Despite several attempts and the enormous amount of premature praise that the cybernetic hype of the 1960s brought it, the translation of ideal language competence into real machine competence did not progress. The subject of generative grammar fell into obscurity. What remained of it was the concept of language competence. It retained its fascination precisely because it represented an ideal that was linked to the promise of machine realizability. As a memorial to an unfulfilled cybernetic utopia, it now began to act like a legacy. If competence cannot be produced by means of transformation grammar, how then? Perhaps through good teaching in the mother tongue? That was one way out. Language competence soon became a school learning objective, and to make it more accessible, it was recommended that it be broken down into various sub-objectives such as linguistic, strategic, or psycholinguistic competence. Language competence was accompanied by action competence, which in turn was subdivided into self-competence, subject competence, and social competence, but at the same time was geared towards an overall goal, namely maturity as competence for responsible action. The concept of competence began to spread like a virus, spreading semantically in all directions. Every single learning achievement could be described as a competence, but also overall social objectives such as maturity, freedom, and autonomy seemed to be given a sharper contour by the terminology of competence. As early as the 1950s, behaviorism had already used the term competence to describe behavior, but behavior is a reaction to stimuli. Organisms are constantly exposed to stimuli. Often they react to them in a very diffuse way. But strong stimuli repeatedly cause the same reaction. The rat that gets an electric shock when it tries to go through the right hole will from now on head for the left one. It has clearly learned. The same applies to the child that touched a hot stove and now avoids stoves. Some stimuli, however, have to be repeated many times before learning takes place. For example, ringtones do not cause dogs to salivate, but the sight of a full bowl of food does. Only after a bell has been regularly rung for a long time when food is being given do dogs finally learn to salivate when the bell rings without food being given. Even the first words are not learned immediately. A mother has to repeat the syllable sequence mama to her child many times before it is able to repeat it. However, whenever certain stimuli or groups of stimuli cause an organism to react in the same way, they have established a fixed habit in it, conditioned it to a certain behavior. If we understand how conditioning works, we can use scientific principles to control the learning processes of the whole of humanity. In Watson's words, the behaviorist's interest in human behavior is more than mere curiosity. He wants to control human reactions, just as physicists want to control and manipulate other natural phenomena. Is the interest of today's educational policy fundamentally different? Not at all. Although the methods have been refined, nobody would want to understand behavior solely on the basis of a crude stimulus-response mechanism. Complex achievements such as speaking grammatically correct sentences or composing and playing pieces of music cannot be explained in this way. This dawned on a few open-minded behavior psychologists as early as the 1940s. In order to get to the bottom of complex behavior, they joined forces with linguists and computer scientists. This is how cognitive science came about. It is a refined form of behaviorism. It not only studies the behavior of organisms, but also includes that of intelligent machines. When machines give answers that can no longer be distinguished from human ones, when the elementary particles of such machines function in a similar way to neurons, namely by firing or not firing, conducting or blocking electricity, when machines react to their own behavior, like a thermostat that automatically regulates the room temperature, then machines act just like information processing systems. Like organisms, the more subtly human behavior can be simulated by machines, the more understandable and controllable it becomes. Of course, no one would openly admit today that they wanted to control and manipulate human reactions as openly as Watson. But does that change anything about the overwhelming consensus that the only scientifically accessible and verifiable thing about people is their behavior? The quality control required by all educational institutions is, of course, behavior control. It was only under behaviorist conditions that the concept of competence was able to make its meteoric rise. It began in the 1960s, when it was introduced into linguistics. Can human language behavior be formalized in such a way that it can be programmed by machines? It was from this question that Noam Chomsky projected his famous generative grammar. As a student of French structuralism, he assumed that all human languages have the same grammatical deep structure. He wanted to filter it out and show how the entire grammatical inventory of every single language can be derived from it, thanks to mathematically formulable rules. That was more than ambitious. Generative grammar was supposed to formalize what a person who is completely familiar with his or her mother tongue can do, who is always able to combine all its quirks and irregularities with its regularities in an exemplary manner. Chomsky called this ability language competence. He envisaged ideal speaker-listeners who would do justice to the semantics and grammar of their mother tongue in all its peculiarities, all its rules and irregularities, in all situations. Of course, he knew that such people do not exist. Even the greatest language artists and chatterboxes can only ever achieve language performance. This is what Chomsky called the concrete presentation of a language through speech, writing, and gesticulation. Language performance is a behavior, never the total capacity of a language, but always only what someone draws from it here and now, without ever exhausting it completely. Grammars had previously only ever captured concrete linguistic behavior in a set of rules after the fact. Chomsky, on the other hand, wanted to put the rules in place first, to derive concrete linguistic behavior from the common grammatical denominator of all languages, to formalize this denominator mathematically, to make it suitable for computers and thus ultimately to input an idealized native speaker competence, which no natural person possesses, into a machine. It is obvious that this could not succeed. The common grammatical deep structure, which is always present in all individual languages, is no less a metaphysical web than Plato's ideas, in which the concrete things of sense always participate. Chomsky acted as a linguistic high-tech Platonist. He relied on a grammaticality as such, consisting of formal universals that act as structuring deep forces and should generate the concrete grammars of all individual languages in a similar way to the Platonic ideas generating the world of sense. But just as the higher generative power that Plato attributed to ideas could never be proven, the most modern linguistic and mathematical tools have not enabled Chomsky to conjure up the power to generate formal, grammatical universals. Despite several attempts and the enormous amount of premature praise that the cybernetic hype of the 1960s brought it, the translation of ideal language competence into real machine competence did not progress. The subject of generative grammar fell into obscurity. What remained of it was the concept of language competence. It retained its fascination precisely because it represented an ideal that was linked to the promise of machine realizability. As a memorial to an unfulfilled cybernetic utopia, it now began to act like a legacy. If competence cannot be produced by means of transformation grammar, how then? Perhaps through good teaching in the mother tongue? That was one way out. Language competence soon became a school learning objective, and to make it more accessible, it was recommended that it be broken down into various sub-objectives such as linguistic, strategic, or psycholinguistic competence. Language competence was accompanied by action competence, which in turn was subdivided into self-competence, subject competence, and social competence, but at the same time was geared towards an overall goal, namely maturity as competence for responsible action. The concept of competence began to spread like a virus, spreading semantically in all directions. Every single learning achievement could be described as a competence, but also overall social objectives such as maturity, freedom, and autonomy seemed to be given a sharper contour by the terminology of competence. As early as the 1950s, behaviorism had already used the term competence to describe behavior, but behavior is a reaction to stimuli. Organisms are constantly exposed to stimuli. Often they react to them in a very diffuse way. But strong stimuli repeatedly cause the same reaction. The rat that gets an electric shock when it tries to go through the right hole will from now on head for the left one. It has clearly learned. The same applies to the child that touched a hot stove and now avoids stoves. Some stimuli, however, have to be repeated many times before learning takes place. For example, ringtones do not cause dogs to salivate, but the sight of a full bowl of food does. Only after a bell has been regularly rung for a long time when food is being given do dogs finally learn to salivate when the bell rings without food being given. Even the first words are not learned immediately. A mother has to repeat the syllable sequence mama to her child many times before it is able to repeat it. However, whenever certain stimuli or groups of stimuli cause an organism to react in the same way, they have established a fixed habit in it, conditioned it to a certain behavior. If we understand how conditioning works, we can use scientific principles to control the learning processes of the whole of humanity. In Watson's words, the behaviorist's interest in human behavior is more than mere curiosity. He wants to control human reactions, just as physicists want to control and manipulate other natural phenomena. Is the interest of today's educational policy fundamentally different? Not at all. The methods may have become more sophisticated, but nobody would want to understand behavior solely in terms of a crude stimulus-response mechanism. Complex achievements such as speaking grammatically correct sentences or composing and playing pieces of music cannot be explained in this way. This was already dawning on a few open-minded behavior psychologists in the 1940s. In order to get to the bottom of complex behavior, they joined forces with linguists and computer scientists. This is how cognitive science came about. It is a refined form of behaviorism. It not only studies the behavior of organisms, but also includes that of intelligent machines. When machines give answers that can no longer be distinguished from human ones, when the elementary particles of such machines function in a similar way to neurons, namely by firing or not firing, conducting or blocking electricity, when machines react to their own behavior, like a thermostat that automatically regulates the room temperature, then machines act just like information processing systems. Like organisms, the more subtly human behavior can be simulated by machines, the more understandable and controllable it becomes. Of course, no one would be as open as Watson about wanting to control and manipulate human reactions. But does that change anything about the overwhelming consensus that the only scientifically accessible and verifiable thing about people is their behavior? The quality control required by all educational institutions is, of course, behavior control. It was only under behaviorist conditions that the concept of competence was able to make its meteoric rise. It began in the 1960s, when it was introduced into linguistics. Can human language behavior be formalized in such a way that it can be programmed by machines? It was from this question that Noam Chomsky projected his famous generative grammar. As a student of French structuralism, he assumed that all human languages have the same grammatical deep structure. He wanted to filter it out and show how the entire grammatical inventory of every single language can be derived from it, thanks to mathematically formulable rules. That was more than ambitious. Generative grammar was supposed to formalize what a person who is completely familiar with his or her mother tongue can do, who is always able to combine all its quirks and irregularities with its regularities in an exemplary manner. Chomsky called this ability language competence. He envisioned ideal speaker-listeners who would do justice to the semantics and grammar of their mother tongue, with all its peculiarities, all its rules and irregularities, in all situations. Of course, he knew that such people do not exist. Even the greatest language artists and chatterboxes can only ever achieve language performance. This is what Chomsky called the concrete presentation of a language through speech, writing, and gesticulation. Language performance is a behavior, never the total capacity of a language, but always only what someone draws from it here and now, without ever exhausting it completely. Until now, grammars had always only subsequently formulated concrete language behavior in a set of rules. Chomsky, on the other hand, wanted to apply the rules in advance, so to speak, to derive concrete linguistic behavior from the common grammatical denominator of all languages, to formalize this denominator mathematically, to make it suitable for computers, and thus ultimately to input an idealized native speaker competence, which no natural person possesses, into a machine. It is obvious that this could not succeed. The common grammatical deep structure that is always present in all individual languages is no less a metaphysical web than Plato's ideas, in which the concrete things of sense always participate. Chomsky acted as a linguistic high-tech Platonist. He relied on a grammaticality as such, consisting of formal universals that act as structuring deep forces and should generate the concrete grammars of all individual languages in a similar way to the Platonic ideas of the world of sense. But just as the higher generative power that Plato attributed to ideas could never be proven, the most modern linguistic and mathematical means have not enabled Chomsky to conjure up the power to generate formal grammatical universals. Despite several attempts and the enormous amount of premature praise that the cybernetic hype of the 1960s brought it, the translation of ideal linguistic competence into real machine competence did not make any progress. The subject of generative grammar fell into obscurity. What remained of it was the concept of language competence. It retained its fascination precisely because it represented an ideal that was linked to the promise of machine realizability. As a memorial to an unfulfilled cybernetic utopia, it now began to act like a legacy. If competence cannot be produced by means of transformation grammar, how then? Perhaps through good teaching in the mother tongue? That was one way out. Language competence soon became a school learning goal, and to make it more accessible, it was recommended that it be broken down into various subgoals such as linguistic, strategic, or psycholinguistic competence. Language competence was accompanied by action competence, which in turn was subdivided into self-competence, subject competence, and social competence, but at the same time was geared towards an overall goal, namely maturity as a competence for responsible action. The concept of competence began to spread like a virus, spreading semantically in all directions. Every single learning achievement could be described as a competence, but also overall social objectives such as maturity, freedom, and autonomy seemed to gain a sharper contour through competence terminology. As early as the 1950s, behaviorism had begun to divide all learning behavior into the smallest possible steps and to describe them precisely. Cognition, for example, was to be built up from knowledge, understanding, application, analysis, synthesis, evaluation. Each of these elements was considered a learning goal and its achievement a qualification. But didn't the word qualification sound too technical, too narrowly related to the requirements of occupations or activities and not enough to general dispositions of people to cope with certain life-world requirements? The whole person should be included. In addition, it was much more flattering to be competent in something rather than just qualified, just as it sounds more appreciative when a cleaning lady is called a cleaner. This does not change anything about her job. Qualifications also do not change when they are called competencies. They remain a desired behavior that should be described as precisely as possible. And so, in the 1990s, educational policy began to rename all learning objectives and qualifications as competencies. This helped to increase acceptance of their behaviorist measures. Chomsky understood competency as a capacity from which the behavior presented draws. Now this behavior, which Chomsky calls performance, was itself baptized competence. The concept of competence was turned upside down, so to speak. And it was only this behaviorist, inverted concept of competence, confused with performance, that offered something that came in handy for the education bureaucracy, a uniform efficiency criterion to which they could tailor their entire budget. In times of ever-dwindling public funds, so the tenor goes, educational spending can only be justified if it serves to create and secure verifiable competencies, and educational research only if it develops valid procedures that actually make said competencies verifiable and measurable. The concept of competence has thus literally become a knight in shining armor. It helps ministries of education and science to withstand the pressure of the finance ministry on the education budget, and it helps educational research to fulfill its epical task, to reformulate all education in terms of the production and assurance of precisely verifiable competencies. Who would not want to be part of this major undertaking in the service of educational efficiency? The German Research Foundation promptly launched a long-term program worth millions of euros entitled Competence Models for recording individual learning outcomes and for balancing educational processes. And what is the point of making all learning outcomes precisely describable and measurable? Of course, for the optimization of educational processes and for the further development of the educational system, the program managers insist, especially since educational practice and educational policy often underestimate how demanding the empirical measurement of competencies is. The program promises new perspectives and a new quality for the measurement of learning requirements and learning outcomes. All the more persistently, it conceals what the whole measurement effort is for. The more precisely learning outcomes can be measured, the better they can be converted. Competencies modeled scientifically are monetary values, equivalents for certain jobs, careers, salary curves. Their cataloging not only helps the ministries of education and science, but also the Federal Employment Agency, the main hub for supply and demand for competencies. However, the modeling of competencies is lagging behind. The labor market needs less and less of the rigid technical and professional competencies that are relatively easy to describe, and more of those flexibility competencies such as team, networking, and innovation skills, which are difficult to define in terms of concepts. But if you say A, namely that learning achievements should no longer be evaluated by a few rigid, bald figures, but by a flexible monitoring that differentiates between individual development, you can hardly avoid saying B. Why should he reject the development of methods for the fine measurement of competence growth, which should enable such monitoring and allow flexible coaching teams to assess each learner in a way that is both individual and scientifically validated in detailed reports? Precht's Educational Revolution program and the Competence Modeling program of the German Research Foundation are related to each other like a poetic projection and a prosaic execution. They do not speak the same language, but they serve the same goal: the establishment of a contemporary competence design after the end of the synchronized pace. Initially, education policy may have commissioned a comprehensive competence modeling primarily for the optimization of educational processes. Meanwhile, it needs it more and more for its own orientation. What should it adhere to when allocating funds? Only scientifically modeled competencies justify investment in them. Therefore, one must first invest in scientific competency modeling. This is the most likely to make sense to finance ministries. However, the more modeling that is done, the more obvious it becomes that there is no end in sight. The German Research Foundation could continue modeling endlessly. On the one hand, because flexibility competencies are becoming increasingly dominant and are constantly changing the competency landscape. On the other hand, because every simple behavior that presents itself as a skill can in turn be broken down into parts. Even mastering the multiplication tables does not come out of the blue. You first have to be able to count to 3, 5, 10. These are also partial skills, and there are many things you have to be able to do in order to be able to count, for example, to raise your hand and stretch your index and middle fingers together. The more precisely you want to describe competencies, the more you are forced to break them down into subcompetencies. But where does one competency end and the next one begin? With numbers, it is easy to agree. The decimal system itself already provides certain competency levels, dealing with ones, tens, hundreds, etc. But how do you categorize reading competency? What makes a simple, a challenging, or a complex text in the 2nd, 4th, or 6th grade? When can it be considered understood, when meaningfully applied, when reflected upon at the appropriate level, and why should there only be 3 levels of difficulty and not 5 or 6? The cut score method is used to solve such borderline problems. It determines how to set the cut at the right point. Individuals can always be mistaken when it comes to defining competencies. But when a panel of experts meets, discusses, and modifies its various definitions and then calculates an average value, doesn't that suggest a high degree of objectivity? That may seem to those who simply believe in statistics. But depending on how a panel is composed, how many participants, only teachers or also representatives of subject didactics, psychometrics, and educational administration, on the sample material it uses to represent borderline cases, on how long it discusses and adjusts its points of view, and when it adds them up, the results are of course very different. A great deal of unreflected randomness goes into their laborious determination. The results are never more than statistical averages that are not clearly distinguishable from lazy compromises or unfounded extrapolations. However, this does not bother the participants in such expert panels or their customers, the education authorities. They welcome cut score results as scientifically validated demarcations and are already prepared to implement them in binding curricula and guidelines. Competency modeling is an endless task. This was already foreseeable in the 1970s, when people were still talking about learning objectives and qualifications instead of competencies. The precise description of these was called operationalization. It required the inclusion of behavioral science terms and insights in the educational canon. This was not yet self-evident at the time. The behaviorist mantra that the only thing that can be precisely grasped about people is their behavior had yet to be established in education. But then it led to a real boom in operationalization. The poor initial results were attributed by experts to the temporary lack of a technique of operationalization that can be kept under control. Operationalization has not yet been made operational. At the same time, it was already clear that it would never become operational because qualifications can only be expressed through the content that ensures quality. Qualification is not detached from anything. There is only one way to define a qualification exactly and unambiguously: through the complete factual development of the subject that makes it a qualification. Nothing has changed in the last 30 years, even if today we say competence modeling instead of qualification operationalization. If, nevertheless, people continue to be busy operationalizing and modeling, it is because they want to avoid the complete development of the subject. Who would be able to disclose an entire subject area in terms of content and time? This is not only impossible, but often unnecessary. For example, someone who recommends a particular doctor to a friend as a circumspect practitioner who takes time for his patients has neither indicated how much time the doctor takes, nor what his circumspection consists of, nor what activities identify him as a practitioner, and yet the friend can get an idea of this doctor. Competence profiles are orientation markers. They bundle and generalize individual experiences, but in such a way that the experiences of other individuals can be linked to them. Orientation marks disregard countless details. They have a high degree of abstraction, but that is precisely why they are the linchpins of interhuman communication, which nevertheless surrounds each with a very own cloud of associations. A word pins together feelings and ideas that everyone has only for themselves. This applies to competence profiles in particular. But we should not believe that they can ever get rid of their abstractness. If I provide my friend with additional information about the recommended doctor, such as a list of his prescriptions or the average length of time patients spend in his office, this will arouse mistrust rather than make my recommendation more credible. What is more important is who gave it. If a friend with whom you share many opinions and whose judgment you therefore value describes a doctor as a circumspect practitioner, a far more vivid field of associations arises than if the postman does so. For example, the degree of abstraction of orientation markers also depends on who uses them. But it is only the visit to the doctor that provides the concrete experience that puts the abstraction of circumspect practitioners to the test. Every description of a skill awakens ideas and expectations, none of them can guarantee against disappointment. In 1868, the chair of Greek language and literature at the University of Basel became vacant. The Nestor of German classical philology, Friedrich Ritschl from Bonn, was asked to recommend a successor. He replied, "As many young talents as I have seen develop under my eyes over the past 39 years, I have never known a young man, or rather, one whom I have tried to promote in my discipline to the best of my ability, who was as mature as this Nietzsche at such an early age. If he lives long, God willing, I predict that he will one day be at the forefront of German philology. He is now 24 years old, strong, healthy, brave in body and character, well-made, and able to impress those of a similar nature. He also possesses an enviable gift for calm, skillful, and clear presentation in free speech. The focus of his studies to date has been on Greek literary history, including, of course, critical and exegetical treatment of the authors, with particular emphasis, it seems to me, on the history of Greek philosophy. But I have no doubt that, if a practical need arises, he will also be able to successfully familiarize himself with other areas, given his great talent. If I am not mistaken, he will also be an excellent high school teacher. That was enough. When a grand seigneur of his subject gave a description of his skills, even if it was only in the form of a letter, then any further modeling of skills was superfluous. His reputation as a researcher and teacher was such that his word was his bond. There was no need to explain in detail what the candidate's precocity and his aptitude for critical and exegetical treatment of authors consisted of. Friedrich Nietzsche was appointed, without having completed his studies. Did the University of Basel suffer as a result? Well, Ritschl's main prediction was wrong. Nietzsche did not rise to the forefront of German philology. He did not remain strong, robust, and healthy for long either, and after barely a decade he had to give up teaching and from then on cost the university nothing more than an occupational disability pension. Nevertheless, it would have been hard for the university to do better than to follow Ritschl's recommendation. It provided one of the most daring minds of the 19th century with an invaluable basis for development and benefited for several years from his collegial charisma and teaching capacity. In other words, it acted with aplomb, although, according to today's competence modeling and appointment criteria, it was irresponsible. Without a skills profile for the position to be filled, without an appointment committee, without a majority of experts, she decided in favor of a student. Scandalous! Of course, that's no longer how it works in today's large, anonymous, bureaucratized labor market. Companies, authorities, and institutions have no choice but to publicly articulate their need for labor if they want to remain functional. Training centers must keep an eye on this need if they want to give their students a professional perspective. Orientation markers, such as qualification or competence profiles, are simply indispensable for the exchange between the school and the working world. Nevertheless, they always remain abstract makeshifts, sketches, so to speak. You can twist a simple item like being able to reproduce a simple text in your own words through the wringer of elaborate cut-score procedures, but in the end you still won't be able to say definitively what simple means and from what point it actually became your own words in which the text was reproduced, and not just a recited text with a few clumsy filler words. This is due to the nature of the sketch. It is there to give the imagination both a point of reference and a space to develop. It must have a minimum of well-placed lines, otherwise it offers the imagination no stimulus to develop. But if it has too many lines, it does not give a complete picture, but becomes confusing and paralyzes the imagination. The belief that the sketch can be used to model the sculpture itself is a piece of Munchausen, as if an abstraction were able to pull itself out of the swamp of its vagueness by its sparse hair, as if the abstract makeshift that competency profiles are could be transformed into concrete scientific precision structures by methodological acrobatics. This is a piece of Munchausen's that is based on an educational policy that is intent on nothing more than saving millions of tax dollars. Doesn't it realize what it is doing? That is easier said than done. Didn't the financial world realize anything about the crash that the global economy was heading for in 2007? Of course, there were many signs that the construction market was overheating, but in the wake of a global construction boom there were also enough counterindications, and what you notice and what you ignore depends to a large extent on how deeply you yourself are caught up in an economic maelstrom. The same applies to the education sector. Once you have decided to maximize efficiency by focusing on competence modeling, you are bound to it, especially if you have no other criterion for the performance of education than the generation of competence. Education policy has thus fallen into the trap that companies fall into when they focus their entire operations on a single product range. If this range does not immediately pay off, but there is no alternative in sight, what will the company do? It will hope that it will prove successful in the long term and increase its expenditure on it. It will strive for an improved product design and increase its advertising budget. In terms of education policy, this means investing more money in competency modeling and spreading the impression that a promising long-term project is underway with more conferences and glossy brochures. The more dependent the economy becomes on software, the more the new soft skills, which are so difficult to grasp, will need to be modeled: the ability to work in a team, social, communicative, and media skills. We cannot spend enough research money on precisely capturing these skills. This soft turn has long since been reflected in the educational standards that the German Conference of Ministers of Education and Cultural Affairs, for example, has made binding, even in primary schools. Even at this early stage, the aim is to create a teaching culture that emphasizes active processing and sustainable penetration of the subjects taught by the students. Instead of inert knowledge that students can only use to answer narrowly defined and familiar tasks, the aim is to develop networked knowledge that can be applied to solve a wide range of problems. There are indeed lazy students and teachers. Knowledge, on the other hand, is neither lazy nor active, neither cold nor hot, neither black nor white, but a power that can be used and developed in a variety of ways. The distinction between lazy and networked knowledge is no more intelligent than that between large and green bodies. It does not serve any insight, but rather crude advertising for a stronger orientation towards teaching that provides opportunities for the simultaneous development of communicative, literary aesthetic, and methodological skills. Occasionally, one has to quote this guideline drivel literally in order to get a sense of its proximity to lifestyle advertising. The writing course, for example, recommends that in the initial phase, spelling and free writing should be treated as independent subskills. Free writing does not mean a freely formulated essay or diary entries, but rather the stage where children first paint letters by ear and should not yet worry about spelling. After a while, they are supposed to change tack, unlearn what they have just learned, learn what they were not supposed to learn just a short time before, and after 4 years their orthographic competence profile should look like this. They have basic spelling strategies. They can write phonetically and take into account orthographic and morphosyntactic rules and grammatical main study. And how does mathematical modeling work for 10-year-olds? Something like this. Tina and Esther are collecting football pictures. Together they have 25 pictures. Tina has 7 more pictures than Esther. How many pictures does Esther have? Yes, you have to think about it and first find out the numbers that have to be added and subtracted. In other words, you have to put the task together yourself, model it. This is not easy for primary school pupils, only a few manage it. But to make sure that even these few do not have to model too much, 4 possible answers are provided at the same time, the numbers 7, 9, 16, and 18. You don't have to be able to model to realize that 7 and 18 are out of the question. That leaves 9 and 16. Even those who do not realize that these 2 numbers already reveal how the 25 pictures are distributed between the 2 girls will probably remember the fact that Esther has fewer pictures and prefer to mark the smaller number. The solution is already pre-chewed. The whole talk of arguing about mathematical relationships and devising suitable representations is merely superimposed on it. Modeling is in fact ticking. What the gap text is in language teaching, multiple choice is in mathematics. Filling in the gap correctly or filling in the right gap, that is what matters most in written performance. The gap filler mentality is practiced. The current educational standards prescribe a lowering of standards from the highest level, which they offer like the emperor's new clothes. They do not do this for fun or to loosen the reins in the brave new world of flexibility, but under diffuse global pressure for flexibility. The greater the flexibility, the more elusive this pressure. Is it exerted by clients, superiors, customers, or do they just pass it on because they themselves are under pressure? The constant messages from many Facebook friends also put pressure on us to respond. These are stimuli that trigger reactions. It's all very behavioristic. Not answering is also a reaction. An expectation, however small, is ignored. Does the pressure to meet expectations come from the medium or from the people? Does it come from outside? Does it come from within? It is becoming increasingly difficult to tell the difference. But the more communication becomes electronically networked, the more tangible the threat becomes that this pressure contains. Those who do not withstand it will be left behind. This is a threat to countries, companies, and individuals alike. The fear of this is driving educational policy. Only countries whose school and university graduates are equipped for microelectronic capitalism will be able to keep up internationally. That is the fear. And this fear has led to an assumption with an as yet unforeseeable knock-on effect. The best equipped will be those who have practiced the promising soft skills from an early age and are freed from all the ballast for which intelligent software exists. Mental arithmetic? That's what calculators are for. Einstein, incidentally, was not a good calculator either. We owe his groundbreaking theories to his creative imagination, not his arithmetic skills. Writing? No longer necessary thanks to the copy button. Spelling? Spelling programs take care of that. Learning vocabulary? A bore. Vocabulary and grammatical understanding of a foreign language are much better developed through playful interaction with it. History? Wikipedia can be used to instantly access dates and facts as needed. Geography? There's Google Earth. Latin? A completely superfluous dead language. In all educational standards, soft skills are pushing their way to the fore. Hard skills such as mental arithmetic, spelling, and memorization are being dragged along reluctantly and are eroding. They are no longer considered to be mental elementary techniques, no longer the foundation for higher achievements, but beneath the dignity of children who should progress through creative discovery rather than through rote learning. Competence modelers and education politicians argue like pianists who hardly practice anymore because it's not about technique but about music, or like soccer coaches who reduce strength and conditioning training to a warm-up phase to gain more time for the real thing, the intelligent interplay, the backheels, and bicycle kicks. They are sawing away at the branch on which the real thing sits. I and the authoritarian state. The school authorities regularly complained about the lack of discipline in schools. The teachers would not drill the prescribed curriculum tightly enough. In the neoliberal state, teachers' associations mobilize protests against the fact that school policy is actively downgrading mental elementary techniques, that it compensates for the drastic decline in writing skills by increasing the number of gap texts, that it drives up the average grade by requiring explanations for bad grades, that it presents the ever-improving grades as proof of a constantly rising level of education and thus as a mandate to further increase the number of high school graduates. The content of these protests, however, is rebuffed by the school authorities. They see them as little more than the complaints of the backward, of representatives of the status quo who cling to outdated elitist educational ideas and obsolete school-leaving qualifications, such as the abitur. And indeed, in the flexible world of education, the abitur is a model that is being phased out. It is still too early to simply abolish it. The protest from grammar school teachers and ambitious parents would be too fierce, and the alternatives are not yet sufficiently developed. But the baccalaureate can already be inflated. That is doubly advantageous. The higher a nation drives its baccalaureate numbers, the better it is in the international education ranking. At the same time, it is preparing itself for the post-baccalaureate era. Inflation always means devaluation. This is no different for education than it is for money. If 60, 70, or 80% of a year group passes the baccalaureate, France is already at 80%, it is no longer something special. Conversely, not having it becomes something special, a mark of exclusion, a stigma. The higher the number of baccalaureate certificates, the more embarrassing it is not to have one. Should a dwindling minority of 30, 20, or even less percent really be excluded from it? The pressure is growing to prepare them and the abitur in such a way that it will also be granted to them. And so the abitur will take care of itself in the medium term. The development towards this has been underway for a long time. The current stage is called Stop the Unfair Abitur Grades. In 2013, 38% of all examinees in Thuringia passed with a grade point average of 1.0. In neighboring Lower Saxony, only 16% of students managed to do so. The failure rates also differ greatly. In Rhineland-Palatinate, only 1.3% of candidates failed, while in Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, the figure was 5 times as high. The education ministers are now responding to this. The abitur in Germany is to become more comparable. To this end, a common pool of examination questions in the subjects of German, mathematics, English and French is being developed, from which the federal states can draw their abitur questions in the future. However, in some federal states, advanced courses count double for the abitur grade, in others they do not. Sometimes students have to include almost all subjects in the final grade, sometimes they can choose. Sometimes they write an abitur exam in 4 subjects, sometimes in 5. Will the planned common pool of abitur tasks eliminate such inequalities? Of course not. For the time being, it is up to the individual states to decide how much use they want to make of it. But even a rigid national standardization of the abitur would not automatically lead to fairness, but merely to a standardization of the tasks and assessment criteria, ignoring all the regional and local characteristics that give concrete teaching and learning its vitality. And even the strictest centralized school-leaving exam does not address the general problem, the traditional basic definition of the school-leaving exam as a general university entrance qualification. Maturity manifests itself in a combination of behaviors, but it is not a behavior, it cannot be measured directly. This became painfully clear when the numerus clausus was introduced at universities in the 1960s. Until then, school-leaving certificates had been regarded as a manifestation of general personal maturity, or, to put it another way, of general academic ability. Now, a grade point average was suddenly being used to decide who could study medicine. It suddenly became clear how vague the concept of maturity is. It has now been consigned to the scrap heap as a quality criterion. But are team skills and communicative competence any less vague? Not at all. The only difference is that, unlike the days when the intermediate and higher education certificates were based on a relatively consistent canon of subjects that gave an idea of what they were based on, they are now based on an increasingly intangible pressure to innovate and be flexible, which necessitates constant revision of the requirements for school-leaving qualifications. The measurement of all the skills that should make the arbiter much more precise than the vague term general university entrance qualification has led to the fact that even this school-leaving certificate is falling apart into a multitude of small shards of skills, the scope of which is constantly changing, which can be put together and glued together in different ways, but also calculated differently in terms of their weighting for the overall grade. They are almost impossible to keep track of and are constantly being devalued by grade inflation. Overall, grades have improved almost everywhere in Germany in recent years. In Berlin, the proportion of A-level students in 2013 was almost twice as high as 7 years earlier. The chairman of the Science Council therefore calls on universities not to award places solely on the basis of A-level grades. They should also take into account the applicant's CV, a letter of motivation, or a personal interview. In effect, this means that the universities define who is mature enough for them. School policy is resisting this, as it would lose considerable authority if each university institution were allowed to develop its own admission criteria and procedures. The education authorities are rightly warning against the new bureaucratic jungle that will arise. But the trend towards this is almost impossible to stop. The significance of school-leaving grades is approaching its nadir. In a behavioristically organized landscape of competencies, the general university entrance qualification is merely an empty title. This empty title is attracting more and more students at the expense of other school types. They are forms of decline, especially the so-called secondary modern school. Since it has become a residual school that takes care of the retarded, the curse of unreasonableness has been laid upon it. Education policy is therefore working hard to abolish it. A separate school type for the backward is politically incorrect. Nobody should be left behind. And if there is no longer a lower school type, only a middle and a higher one, then the curse of unreasonableness will pass to the middle one. In fact, it will now be the lower one, the reservoir of those excluded from the arbiter. But there can be no more talk of the bottom, neither in school nor in society. Those who count the long-term unemployed without a school-leaving certificate as belonging to the underclass, those who call the renaming of secondary modern schools as middle schools, of secondary schools as high schools, imposture, are suspected of stigmatizing their fellow human beings. From this side too, the trend towards the arbiter for all is growing. But if everyone takes the arbiter, no one will take the arbiter anymore. You don't need to be a clairvoyant to predict its end. The pressure to be more flexible, the advance of soft skills, the inflation of grades, all these are clear signs of its agony. The slogan "No more unfair A-levels grades" is becoming more and more audible with a certain subtext: no more A-levels. In its place, sooner or later, a new unified school with individual qualifications will take its place. It should be the complete opposite of the school that marches to the same beat, no longer excluding anyone and allowing everyone to find their own individual place. How will it achieve this? By transforming something that began as a makeshift solution for dealing with weak students into a general school strategy. The emergency situation was what to do with secondary school students who, even after repeating a year, still do not achieve a level of performance that would allow them to move up to the next grade, but otherwise keep up reasonably well. Should they be made to repeat the year? What if, instead, they were taught in a different way in the subjects in which they are definitely struggling? In other words, you don't even demand that they complete the prescribed workload, you give them easier tasks that they can accomplish, you don't evaluate their performance in these subjects for the report card, and you still let them move on to the next grade because it would be disproportionate to withhold the secondary school diploma from them just because of their failure in math or German, given their other development. Reducing the workload for some pupils while insisting on the full workload for all the others, however you look at it, that is a case of double standards. Nevertheless, it can be a sensible way of measuring if it practices what Aristotle called epieikeia, fairness, in the sense of right and proper. Luther coined the beautiful word leniency for it. Today, it might be better to say leniency with a sense of proportion. For Aristotle, epieikeia was a borderline concept. It was intended to prevent justice from becoming dogmatic. Justice must neither favor nor disadvantage anyone. That is why it applies without regard to the person. But that is also why it can never be completely fair to specific individuals. It is no coincidence that Lustitia, the allegory of justice, has blindfolded eyes. Justice is the indispensable representative of justice. But it always lags behind it. Epieikeia is the memorial of a sense of justice that knows that all law needs to be corrected and that takes mitigating circumstances into account in cases of emergency. With a sense of proportion, clemency allows individuals certain special features that the legal situation does not sufficiently take into account and whose consideration spares those affected to some extent without causing disadvantages to others. In this sense, differentiated teaching was initially a prime example of epieikeia. It strictly adhered to the relevance of the main subjects. At the same time, however, it recognized that there are intellectually unhindered pupils who do not benefit from any teaching or additional support to acquire sufficient basic knowledge in mathematics and German, and who nevertheless do not deserve to be held back for this reason. This was a pedagogical declaration of bankruptcy, but a prudent one. He reckoned with both pupils who are not up to the school and pupils who are not up to the pupils. No school can do justice to all pupils without immediately abandoning the principle of compulsory education. Epieikeia is therefore always a balancing act. Its hallmarks are a sense of proportion and careful consideration. None of its decisions can be generalized. This is also true of differentiated teaching. When is it indicated? Who should receive it in which subjects and who should not? One can collect indicators for this, but every case is different. A premature option for differentiated teaching can harm students just as much as withholding it. But all these decision-making problems are suddenly solved when the makeshift solution that differentiated teaching was introduced as is discovered to be an epoch-making pedagogical bargain and mutates into the virtue of a general teaching principle. Why teach only a few students in a differentiated way and thus stigmatize them as weak? Does not everyone have their weaknesses and strengths? Let us turn a mild gift for the apparently weak into a right for all. Everyone is different from the others, has their own pace and temperament, their own preferences, interests, and talents. Let's teach everyone differently, in a school that does not just do away with the arbiter, but with all higher and lower qualifications, that excludes no one and welcomes everyone as an individual, and thus finally achieves what no school has been able to do so far, to do justice to all learners. The school that is to accomplish this feat has long since been given a name, the inclusive school. The fact that it is becoming increasingly popular in the field of educational policy, and that it is gaining more and more respect as the only option, is thanks to an ally that is as powerful as it is elusive. The meat that you lack in the kitchen is not decided in the kitchen, as Bertolt Brecht put it. Similarly, the dissolution of school classes is not decided in the classrooms. Behind this is the diffuse pressure for flexibility, which is causing the existing educational spaces to disintegrate just as the conventional working spaces did before them. School policy merely passes on this pressure more or less skillfully. It comes from above, it is a demand from the ruling class, not from the people, and without a few words about its origins, it is difficult to understand what inclusion is. Until the 1970s, the concept of exploitation was at the center of all serious social criticism. In the capitalist world, so the basic idea, the spaces and machines of social production are in private hands. Private owners or their representatives hire workers, agree with them or their trade union representatives on certain wages and social benefits, but even in the Western industrialized countries, where workers do not live in poverty and can even afford their own car or house, capital owners and their management do not stop trying to get more out of the workforce than they put into it. Otherwise, they would not be able to achieve the profit that is essential to survive against the competition and that forces the capitalist system to constant economic growth. Wages are merely a more or less comfortable compensation for work performed, but never the full equivalent. This is why exploitation continues even in times of relative prosperity. So much for the ABCs of the exploitation theory inspired by Karl Marx. After the Second World War, in the times of the European and North American economic boom, it did not have an easy time of it. It was important not to be blinded by the prosperity of the industrialized countries and not to forget that the bill was being paid in Africa, Asia, and South America by a bitterly poor population that was working in cotton fields and coffee plantations, in mines, oil and gas production plants, for starvation wages, and was making the raw materials that enabled the prosperity of the industrialized countries transportable. However, the standard of living and production methods of the industrialized countries seemed like a promise to the so-called developing countries. Those who managed to build a modern industry, according to the belief in progress of the 1950s and 60s, would also share in its blessings, high wages, social security, and full employment. It was the time when the vision of John Maynard Keynes seemed to be coming true in the West, a well-managed capitalism that will probably perform its economic tasks better than any other system in sight. Managing it well meant optimizing it as a demand system that not only generates plenty of profit, but also converts as much of it as possible into new demand for machines, raw materials and, above all, labor. And the expanding metal and electrical industry in Central Europe was indeed sucking workers out of the entire Mediterranean region. Capitalism and full employment seemed to be on the verge of their final union for the common good of the people. And then came the microelectronic revolution. Computers made more workers redundant than all the machines before them. Companies began to grow by laying off workers rather than hiring new ones, jobless growth. And it dawned on everyone involved that the era of near full employment was finally over. This also changed the social agenda. Was exploitation really that bad? Wasn't it much worse not to be exploited, in other words not to have a job, to be excluded? It was not until the 1970s that the concept of exclusion became programmatic. In 1974, the book Les Exclus by the French social politician René Lanier was published, which dealt with the precarious situation of the physically and mentally disabled and those with behavioral disorders. It had the effect of a prelude. In just a few years, exclusion became a key concept in social criticism, particularly prominent in the work of the philosopher Michel Foucault. The recipe for success of his pioneering social historical studies of clinics, prisons, labor barracks, and subcultures was the reduction of social violence to the violence of exclusion. 361 The new unemployment and poverty generated by microelectronics made the word exclusion highly receptive, even in the executive suites of politics and business. The debate on exclusion, which began in France, quickly spread to the rest of Europe. In 1989, the European Community's social affairs ministers adopted a resolution on combating exclusion. The European Commission's 1993 White Paper on Growth, Competitiveness, and Employment called for action to combat exclusion. Denmark, Germany, Italy, Portugal, and Belgium have set up new institutions to combat exclusion. However, the term exclusion has taken on a different meaning in different socio-political contexts. In the Anglo-Saxon countries with a liberal tradition, it revolves around the idea of racial, gender-specific, etc. discrimination. In the European Union, the concept of exclusion is based primarily on the social democratic idea of social citizenship, which links the concept to the concepts of social inequalities and social rights. Exclusion has since been considered a fundamental evil of the era. Nevertheless, the current discourse on exclusion is half-blind. It simply fails to recognize that, unlike in pre-modern societies, integration has had a double bottom for several centuries. Things were simpler then. To be excluded meant to be expelled, banished, imprisoned or pilloried, and those who suffered this were either lost, individuals could hardly survive without their collective, or ostracized in a traumatizing way. Even in the Christian Middle Ages, outlawry and excommunication were two terrible mechanisms of exclusion. Those who were outlawed could no longer count on any allies or a place of refuge. Those who were excommunicated were excluded from the church community and the saving power of the sacraments. On the other hand, the infirm were not automatically excluded. They were looked after. The ability to look after oneself did not yet constitute the central point of identity and honor of a person. A person was first and foremost a member and representative of a family, a tribe, a class, or an order, and not yet a separate individual who had to look after himself. It was not yet a disgrace to be a burden to others. It only became a disgrace as the traditional estates, associations, and extended families disintegrated, leaving behind individuals who had to define their own status and influence, not in a vacuum but in a context of all-round competition in the force field of an expanding market that permeated the whole of society. Markets are old. Even in ancient times, they lined the edges of temples. The market as a socializing institution, on the other hand, is a phenomenon of the modern age. It only emerged when a majority of the working population was separated from their means of production and could only survive if entrepreneurs bought their labor and provided them with the means of production at certain locations such as manufactories, factories, or offices. Since then, the labor market has been the basis of economic cohesion in society. There are always two possibilities when it comes to selling goods: either they are bought or they remain unsold. But there is a huge difference between consumer goods remaining unsold and workers. The latter experience a drastic sense of personal uselessness. They are excluded from working life. They lose the ability to look after themselves. However, it is a mistake to think that they are also excluded from society. On the contrary, it is only those who have to hold out their hand at the Social Security office or on the street corner, those who are destitute and roam around shop windows, cinema, or disco entrances, who feel the market laws of this society in their entirety and who are least able to escape them. The more excluded someone is, the more firmly the market laws enclose him. The world market is a highly differentiated system of exclusion. But in order to exclude, it first had to include. It would never have come into being if Europeans had not founded colonies in Africa, Southeast Asia, and America and incorporated these continents into the newly emerging economic and social system in Europe by plundering their raw materials, through oppression and genocide. This was a first-class integration achievement. Without it, the globalized world of today would never have come about, and the continents and population strata that were integrated in this way were initially by no means asked whether they wanted to belong at all. Integration is first and foremost this bitter, usually unspoken prerequisite and basis of exclusion, before what is usually called integration today can even begin. The bundle of state and private measures that are supposed to catch the excluded and integrate them into bearable living conditions is only a secondary integration. It seeks to cushion the primary integration of the market mechanism. Of course, it can only do this with the means that the market grants it. When the market economy weakens, social hardship also increases. The means to alleviate it become more urgent, but they flow more sparingly. The double game of primary and secondary integration corresponds to a double meaning of exclusion. At first it was only terrible. Anyone who violated one of the basic taboos, killed a member of the tribe or had sexual intercourse with close relatives, became taboo themselves, expelled from the collective. And yet, literally translated, taboo means that which is marked out. There is a second meaning to this. When the shaman puts himself into a trance through ecstatic techniques, he is also taboo, and in this case that means raised above his collective, sanctified. The double meaning of the term outstanding is an integral part of the great conflicts of humankind. Time and again, those who were cast out of a community have seen their excommunication as a mark of distinction, their deprivation and persecution as a divine choice and test. Christianity draws on the example of someone who was utterly rejected, a crucified man. Protestantism was started by someone who was put under the ban and did not beg for reintegration. Islam was founded by someone who had to leave his hometown in disgrace. The modern labor movement was intent on turning the derogatory term proletariat into a term of honor, founding their own sports, singing, and educational clubs and distancing themselves from bourgeois culture. The current discourse on exclusion knows nothing of this. It knows non-belonging only as stigmatization. Taking part is everything is its motto. It has been the motto of the Olympic Games since 1896. It only became the motto of society as a whole in the 1970s and 80s, when jobless growth spread with the microelectronic revolution. When it became clear that capitalism, thanks to the high technology it itself had driven forward, would from now on always leave millions of workers behind, only then did integration acquire the aura of something that was simply desirable. It comes from the world of work. Not having a job is bad, therefore having a job is good. The conditions under which you work are secondary. The main thing is to have a job, to belong, to be integrated. This is the simple principle of a new, cross-denominational and cross-party worldview that radiates into all social areas, into families, schools, care institutions, etc. If everyone were included, everything would be fine. The question of what they would be included in is no longer even asked. For example, in a society where everyone can act according to their abilities and everyone is given according to their needs? Not at all. It is merely a matter of optimal inclusion in the dynamics of global flexibilized capitalism, which is presented as a great sporting competition. Only a few win, but everyone should have the feeling of being fully involved. That is why the slogan "Leave no one behind, include everyone" is so universally acceptable. It has the format of a global credo that the European Union, G7, International Monetary Fund, World Bank, United Nations, and all people of goodwill can easily agree on. This credo also forms the basis of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which has been effective under international law since 2008. It demands non-discrimination and full and effective participation in and inclusion in society for all people, including those with the most severe physical and mental disabilities, which of course also includes an inclusive education system at all levels. Who could possibly disagree with that? The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities comes with the halo of complete impeccability. This puts pressure on nations. Any country that does not sign up to the convention will have an image problem. It will be suspected of sympathizing with the theory that life is not worth living. However, any country that does sign up to the convention declares itself willing to implement the convention's demands in social practice and to create the corresponding laws, institutions, and structures. But how is that supposed to work? How can we put an end to all forms of exclusion under the conditions of the very global market whose pressure for flexibility has caused exclusion to become the number one problem on the social agenda? Fortunately, there are educational experts. They treat the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities like theologians once treated the Bible. They interpret it. Indeed, the text of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is surrounded by an aura as if it were a holy scripture inspired by the spirit of the New World Creed. Its basic message is undisputed. The time of separate schools for different levels of achievement is over. The unified school, which the global dynamics of flexibility are pushing towards anyway, is explicitly given the higher blessing by the supreme body of the community of states. But what is meant by an inclusive education system? This question immediately gives rise to a dispute over interpretation. And just as there were translation problems between Hebrew, Greek, and Latin in the Bible, there are also translation problems here. The English text calls for an inclusive education system at all levels, while the German calls for an integrative education system at all levels. In German, however, a distinction has been made between integration and inclusion for several years, almost along denominational lines. Initially, integration was the guiding concept. The idea was not to immediately assign disabled children to special schools, but to teach them in mainstream schools as far as possible and only offer them separate lessons in subjects where the regular curriculum is beyond their capabilities. That is not enough, says the new group of inclusion advocates, because the integration of people is still about recognizing differences and first uniting what was separated. Inclusion, on the other hand, allows all students to actively participate in class with their diversity of skills and levels. In other words, the inclusive school welcomes all levels equally, whereas the integration school first registers differences in behavior and performance and thus does not stop differentiating between the strong and the weak. As if the deficits and damage of the weak only arise because they are perceived and labeled as such, as if crucial psychosocial decisions for the whole life were not made in early childhood. The first years of life are to a large extent years of destiny. Most nerve connections are formed during this time. If children are denied stimulation and attention, this has lasting consequences. Not only traumatic experiences or evident neglect shape the ability to think. The same applies to words and gestures, looks and touches, songs and rhymes that parents exchange with their child 1,000 times during the first years of life, or not. A research project recently provided impressive evidence of this. Psychologists and educationalists from the University of Bamberg accompanied boys and girls from the age of 3 until they moved on to secondary school. At regular intervals, they tested the children's vocabulary and knowledge of numbers. At the same time, they recorded how often their parents played with them or read to them, both during visits and by means of questionnaires. Even at the beginning of the test series, the children's abilities diverged widely. Boys and girls from better-off backgrounds, whether or not they came from immigrant families, knew on average twice as many words as their peers, were able to understand more complex sentence structures and had a more developed understanding of numbers, sizes, and shapes. Teachers and educators are already aware of such differences in ability, along with the associated feelings of superiority and inferiority in children. These feelings cannot be eradicated by ignoring them or by renaming them diversity. The only thing we can do is work towards reducing and mitigating them. The point of zero for a peaceful and harmonious diversity without any better or worse does not exist either at birth or when children start school. It is beyond the reach of any education. But that is what it is about, its reach. Should educators always only intervene after the fact? First accept existing inequalities and then reduce them as best they can through integration? The advocates of inclusion are not satisfied with this. They are following in the footsteps of the social critical pedagogy that emerged from the worldwide protest movement in the middle of the last century and regarded school as a laboratory for fundamental social change. The patrons of the inclusion movement are still inspired by this spirit. They invoke the civil rights movement, which opposes all forms of marginalization and thus seeks to ensure that all people have the same full right to individual development and social participation, regardless of their personal support needs. In doing so, they are entering an ideological vacuum. When the teachers' socially critical elan from the 1968 movement had subsided, when the long march through the institutions that Rudi Dutschke had recommended to the revolutionary forces had bogged down in the institutions, what was left for the teachers? Didactics, methodology, challenging and encouraging, practicing new media, all of this might have its place. But what was it actually being done for? Since the hope of overcoming the capitalist form of society had faded, there were no longer any significant higher goals worth enduring the daily toil of the playing for. What remained was the hollow phrase of the future, which one opens up to children through education. The paradigm of inclusion offers a new filling for this hollow space. There is a higher goal again, and how are young people to become enthusiastic about the teaching profession without having such a goal in mind? It is no wonder that many of those who see teaching not as a job but as a matter of the heart are drawn to inclusion. It makes even older hearts young again. Helping to make schools a discrimination-free space and thus the nucleus of a new society, that gives life meaning. Hence the high level of willingness to make sacrifices among the supporters of the inclusion concept. They face the adversities of its implementation like believers in the challenge. Their motto is therefore to let nothing deter them, even if the adversary is lurking everywhere. After all, someone is constantly challenging the progress of the good cause, the state, the ministries, the school authorities, the unbelievers. The magazine Erziehung and Wissenschaft has just listed the obstacles again. The UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities regularly reviews the implementation of the convention in the states that have signed it. Germany is doing poorly in this regard and is supposed to make improvements as quickly as possible. Develop a strategy, an action plan, and a timetable, as well as goals, to enable a high-quality inclusive education system, including the necessary financial and human resources. The special school system should be dismantled and children with disabilities must be allowed to attend mainstream schools with immediate effect. Teachers should receive further training and comprehensive accessibility must be ensured. However, these demands are simply being undermined, as Hans Wacken, the doyen of the German inclusion movement, complains. On paper, the inclusion rates are increasing. In reality, however, it is mostly only children with behavioral problems, bad grades, and precarious living situations who are labeled as pupils with special educational needs. Non-disabled young people are declared disabled and then counted as included. Children with real disabilities continue to be left out, namely in the special and special schools that still exist, for the deaf, mentally disabled, etc. Although support for so-called at-risk pupils is urgently needed. But it is scandalous to use the extra funds from the inclusion pot for disabled children. Only in individual cases, for example for children with Down syndrome, is there a change from special to mainstream school. But the resource reservation still applies, according to which girls and boys only have to be admitted to mainstream schools if the conditions there are right. All this does not deserve the name inclusion. All the more reason to fight for real inclusion and to persevere as bravely as possible during the difficult initial phase. And the initial phase is similar everywhere. Teachers and class teachers suddenly find children in their classrooms whose disabilities they are not prepared for, and also support teachers and integration assistants who have their own ideas about teaching. The assistants are trainees and change frequently, and the support teachers are only there for a few hours because they are spread across several inclusion classes. An additional support teacher per class, that is hardly provided for in any budget. And so the trained special education teachers go from school to school and are here and there. Not only do they spend much more time in the car than before. Since they have been working at various schools, they have become, so to speak, homeless. I miss the connection to my home school and the professional exchange, says special needs teacher Walter. Her home school is an institution for educational support, but she works at 2 primary schools. She was not offered any further training when she was given the task of inclusion. You are simply thrown in, and do the best you can. When the head teacher of a Bremen secondary school admits after 4 years of inclusion projects that I would finally like to get to the point where my lessons are not a matter of chance but because I have planned them well, this is a good illustration of the relationship between challenge and belief. In this case, the teacher has discovered some surprising ability or willingness in all the problem children in the project over time. But did they develop these skills thanks to their inclusion in the mainstream school or because they were well supported? That is not the same thing. And it was precisely at this crucial point that the Bremen project had to back down. Next school year, the class will be taught in 2 ability groups in maths and English. The teacher had long resisted this separation of pupils. As late as last summer, he said it was the wrong signal and sounded like, "You don't belong here anymore." Today he sees no other way out. In English, the gap is too wide. There can be no question of joint teaching there. When he had to admit that, he felt quite queasy. Even now, the support teacher takes the inclusion students and 1 or 2 others out of class as often as possible and works with them separately in an adjoining room. They start from scratch. He is, she is, things like that. To continue to believe despite such setbacks, that is an almost biblical way of dealing with adversity. Lord, I believe, help my unbelief. Or in this case, may the queasy feeling not deter me from inclusion, but rather speak in favor of it, that it should start much earlier. And so it is primarily a question of faith how one judges school experiments on inclusion. This was already the case in the 1990s, when children who, according to conventional criteria, belonged in special schools, were taken into integrative regular classes in a long-term experiment in Hamburg. The supporters of this experiment considered it a success that it had been possible to keep children with and without disabilities together in the same classroom for several years, and therefore considered the emotional and social integration to be largely successful. Other observers, who were mainly looking at the performance level of the integrated classes, declared the experiment to be a resounding failure. Even its supporters had to admit that the learning problems of the pupils could not be overcome and that, on the contrary, the relative position of these pupils had deteriorated even further. Wacken even admitted, the negative balance of the integrative regular classes is staggering in the sum of the facts. Fewer recommendations for grammar school, no reduction in special school transfers, consistent performance lag. But that did not bother him. Inclusion is primarily there to include impaired children, not to bring their performance closer to certain standards of normality. In this respect, he considered the Hamburg school experiment a success. It was not a project to abolish disabilities, but to accept them. In other words, if you want something as wonderful and humane as inclusion, you have to accept its teething troubles. They will be overcome once the acceptance of disabilities has become common knowledge and the inclusion slogans "it is normal to be different," "diversity is strength," or "every child is special" have triumphed across the board. Then it will no longer be necessary to return to separate teaching in math and English, as in the Bremen school experiment. There will no longer be young people who say, "It annoys me that we are so far behind in many subjects. Why can't the inclusion students be separated from us again?" Rather, the new inclusive togetherness will prove to be a gain that more than outweighs any losses in performance. Oh, the innocence of it all. How are the teething problems of inclusion supposed to stop? The United Nations is not made up of apostles, but of experienced politicians and diplomats. When they call for an inclusive education system at all levels worldwide, but leave the implementation of this demand entirely to the legislation and finance ministries of the nation-states, have they simply forgotten the prevailing world market conditions under which these states find themselves? Even leading economic nations such as the USA, Germany, and Japan are laboring under an unemployment rate of 10 to 20% and a national debt of 70 to 100%. They too, not just Greece or Cyprus, are dependent on the large financial markets and will only receive further infusions as long as their economic performance justifies it from the point of view of the rating agencies. Highly indebted states that have their hands full trying to hold their own as economic centers are supposed to be able to ensure that literally everyone, including children with the most severe disabilities, can be fully included everywhere and that no one is left behind. If anyone in the United Nations seriously believes that, they don't belong in this body. They could know better. However you interpret the term comprehensive school, there is one thing it leaves in no doubt. It demands the dissolution of all special schools, all gradations between lower and higher schools. This results in an enormous saving in buildings, rooms, and teaching staff. The costs for rent, furnishing, and maintenance fall drastically. The savings in personnel are less obvious, but in the long term they are decisive. This is best shown by the remedial teachers. They no longer teach their own classes, as they once did in special schools, but are taken on by mainstream schools, as a mobile intervention service. Wherever a normal subject teacher reaches his limits because the differences in ability within the class are simply too great for him to be able to include everyone in the respective curriculum. A support teacher is on hand to help the students who are struggling, whether by trying to help them catch up with the rest of the class through additional exercises or by working with them on a reduced syllabus, teaching them at their own level. Each time, the aim is to provide targeted help at specific points. Children who cannot add past 10 or conjugate a particular verb are to be enabled to do so through targeted support. In educational terms, the aim is to replace a deficit with a skill. This is a very behaviorist approach. The expected behavior does not materialize. The mobile service becomes active. Once it has promoted or even implanted the desired behavior, it turns to other candidates for deficits who usually do not have any deficiencies. In this way, the teaching of the support teachers is increasingly reduced to selective repair work on several children in one class, in several classes, in several schools. The fact that special needs teachers would not be able to work without a driving license and their own car, that they have to drive from school to school and don't really belong anywhere, is not a childhood disease of inclusion. It is a structural consequence of the dissolution of all special and special needs schools. According to this, special and support teachers are accessories to the mainstream school system, but they are always only second teachers in the classroom. It occasionally happens that they build up a stable relationship with problem children, but this is not structurally provided for. They are only there for a few hours at a time, as guests, so to speak. The respective class or subject teacher has the authority over the premises. It's a stroke of luck that we fit together so well. This confession from a class teacher who one day found a support teacher in her class starkly illuminates the normal case. Where the responsibility of the class or subject teacher ends and that of the support teacher begins can never be clearly defined in the concrete school day. There are constantly overlaps, areas of friction, potential for conflict, which is why many subject teachers are not at all unhappy that the support teachers only come for a few hours. The help they get from them is paid for dearly by incessant preliminary and follow-up discussions to align roles. The same number of support teachers as class teachers, that would not resolve the structurally unclear situation between normal teaching and selective deployment in problem cases. Above all, however, it would deprive the whole project of its decisive savings effect. The point is precisely the leverage effect: fewer support teachers for more classes. At present, in the transitional period, when the special schools are being dissolved, there is still a certain surplus of support teachers. After that, their numbers will fall, not rise. For committed inclusionists, the situation is as follows. At the top, in the United Nations, sit the good guys, who one day had the inspiration to commit the community of states to an all-inclusive global society, in which all disabled people should be included. In the middle are the opponents, the state and its authorities, which have committed themselves to inclusive education but undermine it at every turn. And those at the bottom have to suffer the consequences, teaching under conditions that do not deserve the name inclusion. This is, of course, a gross misjudgment of the coalition situation. The United Nations, for all their peace appeals, which are worthy of support, are always a reflection of global ideological power relations. It was only when the neoliberal paradigm of exclusion tended towards global language regulation that they came up with the idea of drafting their Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And when they placed its implementation in the hands of the states, they also made it clear that only the states could make the convention fit for reality, within the scope of their abilities. This is not the same in all countries, but everywhere it is too little. The highly indebted state, whose education budget is under the strictest supervision of the Ministry of Finance, is just as much a part of neoliberalism as the prevailing paradigm of exclusion. And so the inclusion that the states are implementing is the very one that we are currently experiencing. Germany was criticized by the UN inspectors primarily because it is not implementing them quickly enough and is doing too little to ensure their acceptance, but not because the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities actually had a completely different meaning. The teething troubles of the current inclusion are its chronic illnesses. The support teachers will remain the mobile repair shop that they are designed to be and will always have too few hours in the respective class. The structural lack of clarity regarding responsibilities between them, the subject teachers and other integration assistants, along with the resulting constant need for discussion and coordination, will be presented as the difficult beginning of a new form of hopeful teamwork. And all those who are convinced of the benefits of inclusion and who have to bear the brunt of it will continue to insist for a while that the state finally makes the necessary funds available for inclusion that deserves the name. But it is the other way around. Because the real national debt means that less and less money can be expected for education, a worldwide inclusion offensive has been launched. Inclusion is a neoliberal project, not a socially critical or even left-wing one. It is all the more painful to see how much educational enthusiasm is being wasted in the process. Young teachers in particular are fired by the idea of inclusion, infecting older colleagues, convincing parents, and sparing no effort to take the children entrusted to them on the common path to a great goal. One can only wish for such teachers. But their enthusiasm serves primarily to create the broadest possible social acceptance for the gray everyday reality of inclusion. As long as they can still blame the miserable state of inclusion on an adversary, they will probably retain their enthusiasm, their faith. When they finally can no longer ignore the fact that the adversary of inclusion is the reality principle of inclusion, the flame of their enthusiasm will die out, leaving behind a new burnout. Perhaps then the view will open up to how flat and unrealistic the concept of exclusion is, on whose credit the inclusion offensive began. Excluded equals bad, included equals good. Oh, if it were only that simple. Of course it is bad when children with motor, sensory and mental disabilities are immediately placed in special schools instead of trying to see to what extent they can participate in regular lessons. This cuts off many children from development opportunities from the outset. But to cut them off from all opportunities is an extrapolation that is not justified by anything. Of course it is bad to prescribe special support for every case of underperformance and thus possibly to label children as disabled who are not. But should we therefore regard every special program that attempts to bring impaired children as close as possible to the age-appropriate curriculum of their year as a disregard for their differences, as a coercion to conform, and every kind of regular instruction as conformist and excluding, as long as it does not include everyone without reservation? Absurd. Just as a school-leaving certificate for all is no longer a school-leaving certificate, so regular teaching for all is no longer regular teaching. Strictly speaking, it is no longer even joint teaching, at least if by that we mean that all members of a class or group are involved in how a particular subject, fact or process is presented, explained, and practiced. Learning never takes place in itself, but always in relation to something specific: how to add and subtract, how to distinguish between verbs and adjectives, how to do a rollback, etc. However, every specific subject of learning sets limits. On the one hand, the group that is learning it cannot be arbitrarily large. On the other hand, it must meet certain minimum requirements in order to learn it, be able to count when it comes to adding, be able to distinguish words when it comes to recognizing the characteristics of verbs and adjectives, have enough mobility to be able to try the role reversal at all. There are no learning groups without prerequisites, because there is no learning without prerequisites. In inclusive teaching for all, every child according to its own fawn. Together on the same topic and each for themselves, the common ground hardly extends beyond the classroom, the same teaching staff and a few unspecific overarching titles. Calculating between 1 and 100 is then supposed to be the same topic on which everyone works together. In fact, it is merely a heading under which some learn to count with the help of beads and others are given tasks to add and subtract, multiply, and divide. Under the heading Grammatical Basics, some are busy recognizing nouns, while others are busy forming main and subordinate clauses. In joint sports, some learn to stretch their knees, while others learn to do a back roll. Everyone learns for themselves, at most in small groups, without being concretely involved in the learning processes of others who are otherwise in the same room. There can be no talk of joint teaching, but even less of an end to exclusion. The classroom, which accepts everyone and allows everyone to be different, is a place where disabled and slow learners in particular are constantly and brutally reminded of their differences. The fact that others are better at something than they are may occasionally spur them on, but only as long as they see some chance of keeping up. But what happens when those who are unable to learn to read and write, solve equations, hop and jump because of their disability are constantly confronted with the fact that their classmates can do these things and deliberately or unintentionally demonstrate to them on a daily basis what they are excluded from? Then it becomes clear that exclusion has not disappeared, but has multiplied and become more refined in a diffuse and almost intangible way. It no longer distributes children roughly and clearly into different rooms and school forms. However, it draws many fine lines through the one inclusion space, making the feeling of being excluded all the more tangible. The fact that there could be people for whom this simultaneity of inclusion and exclusion is unbearable was not taken into account. Inclusion is the good thing, after all. Who should suffer from it? Who wants to leave? The concept of inclusion does not tolerate anything outside. Suddenly, it asserts the basic meaning of the Latin word inclusio, confinement. Those brought together in the school inclusion space are locked up together for better or for worse. Make it rhyme or I'll eat you. Other school rooms and forms are no longer considered. The fact that demarcation could also be something other than exclusion, namely the opening of a protected space in which severely disabled people can first develop within the scope of their possibilities without always having to compare themselves immediately with others whose level they will never reach, that must not be. People who feel secure and supported when they are among their own kind, who thereby create a mutual psychosocial platform from which they can then also get along with others, they must not be allowed to exist. There is, for example, the special situation of severely hearing-impaired children, adolescents, and adults who are essentially dependent on sign language for communication. Their desire to make contact with other hearing-impaired people and to communicate with them in their own language is extremely strong. It is indispensable, if only because it constitutes a significant part of their identity. But in doing so, they sabotage the concept of inclusion, just like the aforementioned Bremen school experiment with its return to separate English and mathematics lessons. Consequent inclusion does not rest until literally everyone is included. When you look at it in the light of day, not even the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is consequent enough. An inclusive education system at all levels, why does it even distinguish between levels? Why separate younger and older people from each other, when we know how much smaller children often learn from older ones, but also parents from their children, and that everyone should learn throughout their lives anyway? Why exclude primary school pupils from secondary schools, pupils from students, graduates from postgraduates? Preschool children in a doctoral colloquium, what an undreamt of give and take that would be. The trend towards a unified school system is not just a passing fashion that will probably be replaced by something else next season, but a consequence of the increasing pressure that the flexibilization of society as a whole is exerting on the school system. This pressure has driven up the value of the abiter, making secondary modern and secondary schools obsolete. It has also put even more pressure on special schools. Their dissolution has been initiated everywhere. And what about special needs teachers? It is no coincidence that they are the ones who will play a model role in the new unified school system. To begin with, they are simply being downgraded. Their university degrees mean that they are better qualified than conventional primary and secondary school teachers, as they have been specially trained to work with children who are hearing or visually impaired, or who have motor, mental, or behavioral disorders. In the unified school, however, they are not deployed in accordance with their training, but as jacks of all trades, wherever the class or subject teachers cannot manage the situation on their own. The support teachers are required to have an excess of empathy and resilience. They have to adjust to new, stressful situations in no time at all, and yet they are merely the assistants of the subject teachers. This is unacceptable, unless we recognize a new teaching principle in it. How, if we upgrade the downgraded support teachers by making all teachers support teachers, thus eliminating the awkward asymmetry between support and subject teachers? Why should subject teachers still have to teach a regular curriculum when every child learns in its own way? In the meantime, didactics has not remained inactive. It has developed appropriate teaching materials for almost every form, every level, every skill to be acquired. The subject teacher who gives each child the appropriate materials, allows them to work independently on them, and supports and advises them when they are not making progress or have questions. And can quickly tell from the modeling clay or plasticine, the gap text or multiple choice whether the child has successfully dealt with it. He simultaneously does what none of his predecessors were able to do, teaching for all, including individual support for each individual. Of course, at the price that the subject teacher essentially becomes a support teacher. His teaching is reduced to introducing and distributing work materials. After that, he only supports, advises, and assesses. This is of little help to conventional special needs teachers. They remain the mobile intervention service, constantly on the move between classes and schools. But in this function they suddenly become role models. Why not make the settled teaching staff nomadic too? Why not abolish class teachers altogether and instead form mobile teams of learning assistants, from which each child is assigned a direct contact person, but which simultaneously supervise several classes or groups and only use conventional support and specialist teaching skills at focal points where dealing with special disabilities or a certain amount of specialist knowledge is essential? While for the normal everyday business, the distribution and collection of learning material, supervision, encouragement, and advice, integration assistants or interns are often completely sufficient. This is how the flexible educational landscapes and open learning spaces of the future will come about, where everyone is looked after, everyone is encouraged individually, and teachers move closer together to form flexible teams of learning companions. In this landscape, joint classwork and certificates are unnecessary. Instead, there is the portfolio. An interesting term. It comes from the financial sector and refers to the amount of money currently available to a company, institution, or person, whether as a credit or as a loan. But what do portfolios have to do with kindergartens and primary schools? Actually, they are based on a nice tradition. Caring teachers and educators collect the first drawings, pictures, writing attempts, excursion souvenirs, etc. from the children in their care and return them to them at the end of their time together, as a kind of memory folder. If you label it a portfolio, it is transformed from a collection of personal memories into a display of personal assets. All the achievements of the child end up in the folder, like on an account. The only difference is that in the standard school, there is no longer a regular workload from which the account balance appears as assets or liabilities. So each account has its own currency, so to speak. It is calculated in terms of credit, or, to put it in educational terms, in terms of skills. The portfolio represents a person's skills profile, but not in comparison with others, but rather measured against their own potential. It records what the child can already do and what progress it has made. And every child can do something. Even the development of an infant is now recorded in terms of skills. No sooner is it born than the infant can relax or tense up when it is touched. Soon it can signal whether it likes the bath water or the food. It can react differently to the familiar and the unfamiliar, the habitual and the unusual, and it can smack its lips and burp more and more forcefully, gradually filling the nappy to the brim. A highly competent subject. This kind of language can already be found in first-grade reports. Sven can occasionally sit still, draw a circle, count to 3 and eat his snack. This is the kind of thing that children are given who have driven their teachers to despair. In the first report, such flattering vocabulary is merely a gentle introduction before the assessment is converted to grades. In the portfolio, it is the language of everyday life. The portfolio is a guide that allows each child to progress through their school years at their own pace. The portfolio reflects what they have learned and encourages them to make further progress. Performance deficits are not recorded. How should they be measured? So children accumulate skills throughout their 10 or 12 years at school, expanding their portfolio without ever having to worry about a cliff or a transfer, and then, the reckoning comes. But it is not the school that does the reckoning. Rather, it is the bodies that want to receive qualified school leavers, universities, training companies, firms. They are pushed into the role of clearing stations. For better or worse, they have to convert the many different currencies of the individual portfolios into selection criteria for suitable applicants and carry out the selection that the standard school has avoided. The exclusion that was talked away returns with full force. The labor market casts its long shadows ahead. At the latest, the portfolio proves to be what it was designed for from the outset, an application folder. A report card is used to assess you, with good or bad, fair or unfair grades, but in terms of the requirements of a subject area. An application portfolio, on the other hand, is something you prepare yourself. You compile the strengths and advantages that you have been certified or believe you have, and present them in the most favorable light possible. Weaknesses are carefully avoided. When the portfolio takes the place of the certificate, the application mentality becomes the medium of self-perception. How good you are is measured by how well you can present yourself. The portfolio shows you who you are, in the flattering way in which even the most modest skill has been attested to you as a competence from an early age. What is called appearance in corporate design is taken over by the portfolio in personal design. It becomes an identity card. But it also becomes a constant self-examination. I may be highly competent, but am I also competent enough to sell my labor, my skills, my products? Application portfolios are always improvable. If an application is unsuccessful, the suspicion immediately arises that the portfolio left something to be desired. Those who judge applications do not measure specific achievements against the requirements of subject areas, but rather the file situation and selective impressions from interviews against the intended uses of companies or institutions. Their judgments are usually far less objective than any certificate, but under general portfolio conditions, it is precisely personnel managers who rise to become definitive scorers. There are no others. The decisions they make are given the authority of final grades. The more the accumulation of skills becomes a means of applying for a job, the more rejected applications are perceived as proof of a lack of skills. You have failed, it's your own fault. The brutal flip side of flattery about skills comes to the fore. If everyone is so rich in skills, why do we have to constantly strive to model skills? Because they are obviously the equivalent of certain jobs, careers, and salary curves. And the many small skills that cannot all be modeled, but which are particularly abundant in people who have been suppressed or hindered in their development. Well, they are also worth money, but just a damn sight less. They are, so to speak, €1 skills that can either be used cheaply in the gray area of precarious living conditions or left unused. But even these skills should not be ignored by the flexibilized labor market. Or in Precht's words, companies, businesses, and enterprises have long been unable to afford the social selection of the present. They have to skim off everything that is worth anything. It is still the future, the new unified school that has absorbed all other forms of school, in which everyone is educated according to their own goals, in which portfolios have replaced certificates, worksheets have replaced oral teaching, and the teaching profession is essentially a promotional activity. But this future has already begun. Worksheets have long since taken over, portfolios are on the rise, universities are under increasing pressure to develop their own admission procedures for students, while teachers are increasingly marginalizing themselves. Even in demonstration lessons. A student teacher visits a 9th grade class at a secondary school. A first-year student teacher gives the first lesson. She puts up a slide as a silent stimulus and waits for the students' reactions until the desired answer comes, which is to guess the topic of the lesson. After a short explanation, the trainee distributes various worksheets. The majority of the lesson is spent on silent work, during which the trainee checks the progress of the work here and there and gives hints. In the last 5 minutes of the lesson, the discussion of the solutions is started with the aid of a transparency, but it cannot be completed because the bell rings. The trainee is satisfied with the result and thanks the students for their hard work. When I express my regret in the lesson review that I did not notice much of the trainee as a teacher, I get an amazingly professional answer. It is no longer in line with the modern image of the teacher that he or she should be the center of attention through frontal teaching, but rather that the aim is to stimulate the highest possible degree of independent learning activity and to step back as a teacher, intervening only to help individual students with problems. A new generation of teachers is growing up that is already implementing this concept. But how can we determine under these conditions which people are suited to the teaching profession? In the deregulated classroom, hardly anyone has the opportunity to demonstrate something to students, to be fulfilled by a subject and to inspire others to take them on a joint mental journey of discovery. If the new type of learning companion, who distributes materials, supervises, encourages, advises and assesses, becomes as widespread as the current pace of flexibilization suggests, then in 2 generations it will no longer be possible to imagine a teacher as anything other than this type. Teachers will be a thing of the past. We will only encounter them in texts and films, and in the stories of those who experienced such people in their youth. Mammals are extremely docile. One of the most prominent examples is Pavlov's dog. The Russian physiologist Ivan Pavlov actually wanted to study the connection between salivation and digestion. But he noticed that his test animal, a dog, did not salivate when its food bowl was placed in front of it, but rather when the keeper's footsteps were heard at feeding time. Did the dog perceive these steps as food itself? To confirm this suspicion, Paulo had a bell rung whenever food was given to the dog. After a while, he rang the bell without giving the dog any food, and lo and behold, the sound of the bell still triggered salivation. The sight and smell of food leading to salivation is a natural reflex. If the steps of the keeper or the sound of the bell cause saliva to flow, then it is a learned reflex. The organism has been conditioned to it through frequent repetition. It now associates the sound of the bell, or the steps, with food, as if they were the same thing. In other words, it has learned that the sound of the bell equals food. Paulo saw in his dog experiment an original scene of learning. Now, although it is possible to teach many dogs to associate bell sounds or light signals with food in such a way that saliva flows, no dog is able to pass on this conditioned reflex to its offspring. The behavioral repertoire of a species or breed includes everything that the ancestors are accustomed to doing and the offspring imitate, and what human experimental setups teach individual animals does not enter into this repertoire. Circus monkeys do not produce circus monkeys. However, some monkey species are much more docile than dogs. Anthropologist Michael Tomasello has opened up new insights in this regard. For a long time, it was believed that only Homo sapiens was capable of using tools. However, chimpanzees also pick up sticks lying around and use them to fish for fruit or small animals that they cannot reach with their bare hands. What's more, chimpanzees learn an enormous amount about objects by observing how others use them. If, for example, a mother rolls away a log and eats the insects under it, her child will very likely do the same. This is simply because the child has learned from the mother that there are insects under the log. But it did not learn from its mother how to roll away a log to eat insects. That is a crucial difference. The chimpanzee child is imitating what its mother did, but the mother did not do it to show the child how it works. She simply wanted the insects. The child learned how to do it, but she did not teach it. Imitating someone else's actions is one thing, perceiving an intention in them is another. Not that chimpanzees have no intentions. They even learn to pursue some of them in a roundabout way. For example, they are more likely to stick to people they saw handling food than to those who did not, or they even become so sophisticated as to ask a person for food who had seen how this food was hidden, as opposed to someone who had not seen it. They associate food not only with the simultaneous and the most immediate, as Pavlov's dog did, but also with the past and the distant. They associate around the corner, so to speak, recognizing not only direct references to food, but also references to these references, but always only in the service of wanting to have food. It is exclusively this own intention that structures and differentiates their environment. However, they are unable to perceive other living beings as goal-setting, intentional beings. Human infants, on the other hand, are able to do this. Not from the outset. They are not born any cleverer than chimpanzees, and in some respects even more stupid, namely much more helpless and clumsy, are largely unable to imitate what their fellow creatures around them are doing. Instead, they have a strong tendency to look adults in the face and show a high level of receptivity to their moods. Taken alone, this would not mean much. But then something happens that Tomasello has called the 9-month revolution. 6-month-old infants interact with objects in a dyadic way, reaching for them and manipulating them, and they interact with other people in a dyadic way. When they manipulate objects in the presence of others, they usually ignore the people present. When they interact with others in the presence of objects, they usually ignore the objects. However, between about 9 and 12 months, a series of new behaviors begins to emerge. The children begin to look in an adaptive and reliable way where the adults look, gaze following, to interact socially with them for relatively long periods of time in relation to an object, joint attention, to regard adults as social reference points, social referencing, and to handle objects in the same way as the adults, imitation learning. Being pointed to things by adults, look, there. And then adopting this behavior oneself, namely pointing to objects or holding them up so that others notice them. This is a triadic behavior that does not occur in apes, a specifically human communication behavior. But what might have driven hominids to such a triad? After all, driven beings do not voluntarily deviate from their well-rehearsed behavior. When chimpanzees use sticks to get hold of the food they want, or associate it with places and people that have only a remote connection with it, this may be evidence of a high degree of flexibility in their associative radius, but it does not change the fact that it was their urge to feed that led to this broadening of their horizons. Triadic behavior, on the other hand, is not the result of either a hunger for food or a sexual urge. On the contrary, as long as I show an object to a person, I cannot consume it. As long as I draw their attention to the object, I cannot enjoy it directly. The object comes between me and the person comes between me and the object. The third party inhibits the immediate satisfaction of the urge. However, instinctive beings do not inhibit their instinctive nature on a whim. They must have a need. They must be driven by a lack. However, Plato put a wonderful myth into the mouth of the sophist Protagoras about humans as beings of deficiency. The Olympian gods commissioned the Titan brothers Prometheus and Epimetheus to shape mortal creatures and equip them appropriately. Epimetheus takes on this task and miscalculates. He gives all animal species some characteristic that makes them fit for life: strength, speed, wings, thick fur, claws, hooves, sharp teeth, etc. However, when he comes to humans, all the helpful and protective characteristics have already been given away. Of all things, man remains naked, unshod, unclothed, unarmed, and Prometheus, in order to prevent the failure of his brother from becoming known, hurries into the Olympian sphere, steals the artful wisdom from Hephaestus and Athena and gives it to man to compensate for his deficiencies and inability to survive. But what is wise about this triadic behavior? Well, human babies are obviously more naked, unprotected, and unarmed than any other young mammals, which seems insignificant as long as they are cared for and nurtured by attentive parents. But even with the best care, after about 9 months they come to a cliff that forces them to change their behavior. This is the beginning of the weaning period. But this is a kind of second birth. The first was when they were squeezed out of the warm, nurturing, protective womb. Now they are weaned from the mother's breast. The infant realizes that this breast, or whatever takes its place, is not simply an accessory, but belongs to another person who makes it clear to him, "I am not you." The rejection that he experiences as a result can hardly be overestimated. He is separated from his mother and thrown back on himself. He experiences himself as not she, as nothing. But this nothingness is who he is. His self-awareness begins as an experience of nothingness. It makes him, in the literal sense, a subject. Subjectum equals the subject, the inferior, and the mother an object. Objectum equals the opposing, the resisting. But it is only when the mother withdraws and becomes an object that the infant recognizes her as a person. Before that, she was primarily a breast that nourished, accompanied by a voice, surrounded by a face and hands. Everything else that entered the child's circle became a diffuse environment of the mother's central organ. Not even fathers who carefully cared for the child were excluded. With weaning, the relationship is reversed. The mother's breast recedes, it becomes a mere part of her organism, and only as this organism does the mother become the child's counterpart. The physical commonality of both, the mother's milk, dries up. The infant suffers its withdrawal, and the mother is not comfortable with it either. In order to help him and herself get over the rejection that she is doing to him willy-nilly, she now increasingly points him to other things. He, in turn, becomes receptive to these indications to the extent that he has to get over the withdrawal of the mother's breast. He allows himself to be distracted by her, redirected to facts. These are initially nothing more than substitutes for the breast that has been withdrawn. Their perception is a kind of extended thumbsucking. However, these facts create a new commonality between mother and child. Instead of turning only to each other, both begin to turn to a third party together. This third party is not simply there. It must first be made into a third party through gestures and words. It is no longer an immediate physical togetherness like mother's milk, but a mentally mediated one. The 9-month revolution marks the beginning of individual mentalization. Look, says the mother, for example, when she points to a branch moving in the wind, a cat cleaning itself, a ray of light falling. Listen, she says when she wants to make the child receptive to a particular sound or when she plays a music box in front of him. Facts are not simply things, but rather structures that have been singled out from a diffuse world of things and stimuli. And children's noticing does not function without attraction or repulsion, that is, without the noticed being assigned emotions, with attributes such as strong, weak, large, small, beautiful, ugly, delicious, disgusting, cold, hot. The facts that arise in this way are not necessarily fictitious, but they are only constituted by emphasizing, usually not by a single emphasis. What is emphasized repeatedly, and not just unilaterally, usually becomes a shared third party. The mother may initiate a fact by pointing to it, but it only becomes a shared fact for both of them when the child also points to it and shows it to the mother, and further gestures and words can then be attached to it. In this way, fixed, recurring facts, from morning porridge to bedtime stories, gradually become ritualized landmarks that provide orientation and structure the daily routine. Being shown something can be a source of joy. But showing is not something that has developed for fun. In the Paleolithic era, it was an epical emergency exit that was not opened by chance by the creatures that had the largest brains in relation to their body volume. Their organism is most permeated by nerves. They suffered the most injuries and privations and were particularly unable to cope with the traumatizing violence of the surrounding nature. However, this adversity also made them particularly teachable. And pointing can be considered one of their elementary tricks, one of the first examples of the artful wisdom stolen from Hephaestus and Athena. Stretching out an arm with an index finger is already a flattened form of pointing. Its authentic form is raising both arms with open, outstretched hands, the original prayer posture. What she pointed to was the sacred. It overcame human collectives when the sacrifice was carried out, at the moment when the sacrifice was slaughtered. By collectively stretching out arms and hands towards the sacred, pointing to it together, showing it to each other, one suggested its presence and implored it to accept the sacrifice and to spare everyone else. The sacred is, in the history of humanity, the first common third, the first fact, so to speak. This was, of course, a constructive fervent desire, not an objective fact, and yet a product of that artful wisdom with which the most nervous of animals learn to compensate for the lack of their particular vulnerability. At first glance, this wisdom appears to be a capital stupidity, since it consisted of inhibiting the natural impulse to flee, thus making oneself completely defenseless. But this proved to be a clever trick. When it is too late to save oneself from traumatization by collective flight, then turn the impulse to flee around, take the lead in fleeing forward, once again subject oneself to what traumatizing natural forces, to fall upon individual members of the tribe in a similar way to the way natural disasters had previously befallen the entire tribe, and thus gradually to create the neuronal channels through which the agonizing traumatic excitation can flow out. In pedagogical terms, this means to overcome the horror for which no preparation was possible by means of a follow-up, to immunize oneself against it retrospectively, to vaccinate oneself, so to speak. This is the trick of the traumatic compulsion to repeat the terrible in order to get away from the terrible. The logic of this compulsion is the logic of the victim. And victims have been the price of becoming human. There are no human cultures without victims. And there is no sacrifice that is not addressed to a higher, saving power. The sacred is a promise of salvation that emerged from the compulsive repetition of the slaughter of one's own fellow tribesmen and the most precious animals. Of course, the sacred did not really save. It was not a higher being that could have intervened to protect, but merely the sacred horror imagined as a protective power. But it was precisely this imagination that fulfilled the factual basis of the first collective act, which was created and consolidated by collective invocation and pointing. The imagination of the sacred provided relief. It helped to get over the slaughter. It gave it an addressee, a meaning. Facts are constructs of meaning. And they begin imaginatively. This applies to the history of humanity as well as to the history of the individual. Even in highly developed cultures, the first things that a child constructs for itself are imaginary constructs that it has wished for. Even when it says mama, it does not mean just a particular person, but a diffuse kind of center of the world. However, the imagination must first be allowed to develop. Otherwise it will not be able to develop into a reality. Even the most sober awareness of reality feeds on imaginations. That is why the 9-month revolution is so important. It is at this point that the imagination begins to detach itself from mere perception. Showing is the gesture that promotes this detachment like nothing else and helps to consolidate fleeting imaginary constructs into shared realities. By showing them to each other, by letting our attention dwell on them together, they become places of refuge that help us to overcome common injuries and deprivations. Facts give comfort. Those who immerse themselves in them forget their own shortcomings, frailty, mortality. Nicholas Malebranche was not exaggerating when he called attention a natural prayer. It is a profane form of devotion, just as the everyday pointing is a profane descendant of the prayer posture. Of course, children do not only notice what they are being pointed to. They notice 1,000 things around them. But things that are merely noticed quickly slip away again if you do not learn to consolidate them into facts, and being pointed to is an indispensable aid to this. Only when facts are jointly consolidated are children able to consolidate them themselves. The first facts that they are given are also the models for all further exploration of the world. Not only their content, but also the atmosphere, the intensity, the constellation of their realization are taken along on the further path of discovery. Nevertheless, facts begin small. At first, they are merely weaning products, substitutes for the mother's breast. They attract attention because the mother or her representative, whose ability to represent her grows with the end of the breastfeeding period, points them out. The first childlike attachment to facts is entirely dependent on close people and their emotions. What they emphasize as beautiful, ugly, big, small, delicious, disgusting, etc., the child learns to feel in exactly the same way. And these feelings also become patterns. The child takes on as its own those things that it perceives as being in line with its mother's behavior, and it is frightened by those that it perceives as being contrary to its mother's behavior. We do not want to learn about things that threaten us. If we do learn about them, it is only because they have been imprinted on us in a way that is hurtful. We are then conditioned by them. Even under the most favorable circumstances, learning takes place from the outset in a psychodynamic conflict field that is impregnated with the mother. Rejection and deprivation have always been part of it. They are not invented in the weaning phase. They only take on a new quality. The pioneers of modern pedagogy either completely ignored this conflict area in early childhood or perceived it merely as a civilizing troublemaker. Above all, the so-called discoverer of childhood, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. One does not know childhood. The cleverest people only consider what adults need to know, but not what children are capable of absorbing. They are always looking for the man in the child, without thinking about what he was before he became a man. With these words, Rousseau declared war on the entire courtly and bourgeois education of his time. That children are beings in their own right, not just budding adults, that one must do justice to their presence if one wants to serve their future. No one had emphasized this with such clarity before. Rousseau's keen insight into the constraints and mechanisms of suppression in contemporary education, along with its inability to respect children's needs and ideas, does, however, contain a serious blind spot: the belief in the naturally unspoilt human being who is only suppressed and deformed by the institutions of society. Everything is good as it comes from the hands of the Creator, everything degenerates in the hands of man. He turns everything upside down, he distorts everything. He loves the monster, the freak. He wants nothing as nature made it, not even man. In taking the side of the child and against its social distortion, Rousseau automatically fell back on the world-explanatory scheme of good nature and perverted civilization. This did not make it any more correct, of course. It glorifies the state of nature. As the basis of all culture, it is also supposed to contain the standard of all cultural criticism and the model for harmonious social coexistence. What is natural is good and reasonable. In philosophy, this is known as a naturalistic fallacy. However, it is not easy for those who truly see themselves as the child's advocate to avoid this fallacy. It is no coincidence that it re-emerged as a force when the Prussian and Victorian-style schools with their military drills and mindless memorization provoked a counter-movement around 1900, progressive education. It once again placed the child at the center, propagating its natural, organic development against its unnatural social conditioning, and testing new methods for regaining the child's natural relationship to the world. All the facts to be learned were to be presented in a way that was as vivid and accessible to all the senses as possible, in a literal sense. The teaching materials were produced by the teachers themselves, Maria Montessori. Lessons in natural history were not held in the classroom, but in the forest and fields, Hermann Dietz. The art education movement, Alfred Lichtwark, made aesthetic experience and design the basis of all education. In remote locations, country boarding schools were founded, Hermann Dietz, Paul Gehebe, Gustav Weinken, in which the school community was to be a living community and include the whole person, not just his appearance during school hours. Today, vivid, experience-based teaching that perceives students as active beings to be developed physically, sensually, and intellectually is considered standard. Progressive education has made a decisive contribution to its implementation. That is its great merit, even if none of its schools is entirely free of Rousseau's tendency to glorify nature. It is their unresolved, murky legacy. It has promptly asserted itself again in the course of the current education revolution, this time with a neoliberal accent. Every person with an intact brain comes into the world with a deep need to learn. We are drawn to everything unknown, wanting to understand, explore, and feel it. We learn to walk because we want to, we learn to speak because we want to, and we learn to understand because we want to. Our curiosity about life is naturally irrepressible and unbridled. Such sentiments are to Rousseau what Neo-Gothic is to Gothic. They are kitsch. We are drawn to everything unknown? Not at all. The truly unknown is frightening and threatening. Unknown things that begin to arouse interest have already become part of the familiar. When children start to stroke strange dogs, chase butterflies, touch and smell knives, cans and piles of rubbish lying around, it usually happens in a domestic environment or on safe ground where parents or other bodyguards are within sight or earshot. Curiosity is anything but unrestrained. It requires a considerable safety net. And learning is by no means a basic human need. People do not learn in order to learn or because learning itself is so beautiful. They learn in order to overcome resistance, to get over feelings of lack, powerlessness, non-belonging, frailty, or mortality. The first pointing gestures that create a shared third between mother and child are so joyful because they help to overcome the rejection that is inherent in every weaning. They lead to the child's acceptance into the community of facts, into that human-specific community that all other animal species have not attained. The beginning of mutual pointing is the humanization in the narrower sense. Man is the pointing animal. He not only shows his offspring what they will then imitate, but also emphasizes facts that he then shares with them. Pointing out is teaching. The pointing animal is also the teaching animal, and the first teachers are mothers and their satellites. They may be overtaxed by this role, but they cannot help but point out all kinds of things to their children and at least initiate their introduction to the human-specific community. Occasionally, this happens in such a deficient way that the shared facts do not go beyond the level of building ruins. But even then, the parents, or their representatives, are active in pointing out things. They teach. They may be miserable teachers, but they are not non-teachers. Yet even if parents are good teachers, it is not good if they remain the only teachers for a long time. They are too close to their children for that. It is inevitable that they will always unintentionally show them much more than they intentionally emphasize. Body language, tone of voice, accent, moods, quirks, bad habits. All of this is transmitted in a way that can never be fully controlled when they show something, point to something, demand something. It is inevitable that tensions arise between what is intentionally emphasized and what is unintentionally transmitted. You draw your children's attention to small details of plants, animals, food, etc., and then behave carelessly towards them yourself. You demand patience and are impatient yourself. You demand calm and are loud and hectic yourself. You set rules and do not care about their observance. What parents emphasize in a teaching manner is overgrown by everything else that they transmit, to such an extent that in the long run they cannot be the best teachers of their children. It is no coincidence that piano or violin virtuosos have their children taught by colleagues as early as possible when they discover a similar musical talent in them. Not because they are better musicians or teachers, but because they have the necessary distance to focus the children entirely on the requirements of playing an instrument, unencumbered by the other expectations, fulfillments, and disappointments that resonate between parents and children and impair the learning process. Institutions such as kindergartens also create distance. Under the guidance of adults, children have the opportunity to develop common interests with their peers. The importance of kindergarten teachers and childminders is often underestimated. They do not just look after children, they also show them a lot. Not yet with the emphasis that later school attendance and curricula will exert, but nevertheless a lot depends on how they set the framework for playing and learning together, whether they give targeted basic rules and suggestions with calmness and persistence, or whether they allow a general bustle and then intervene all the more angrily when it gets out of hand. Educators in the preschool phase are important transitional figures. The original meaning of the Greek word pedagogos, which means to lead children from their parents' care to school, is preserved in their actions. Receiving such guidance is a formative experience. Those who lack it have missed out on something that cannot easily be made up for. Finally, the school years begin, in the care of those who, for the time being, call themselves teachers. Teachers do what parents did sporadically and in a dilettante manner on a full-time and professional basis for a certain amount of time each day. They show. And even the first lessons are unthinkable without constantly emphasizing facts and reinforcing them through joint repetition. School beginners must first be trained to be persistent and patient in a new environment. They have to familiarize themselves with the playground and the toilet, and especially with their classroom, learn what belongs in the wardrobe, what in the school bag, how to pack it, how to tidy up, how to gather inside and outside the classroom, how to ask for the floor, how to distribute teaching materials, how to wipe the blackboard, how to water the flowers and, not to be forgotten, how to handle the school provisions. Eating and drinking require their own attention, not to say their own respect, both in the sense that they should be treated carefully and not carelessly gobbled down, fast food, and in the sense that one should learn to recognize and appreciate wholesome and healthy foods. These and other basic facts must be consolidated in the first weeks and months of a school class if the lessons are to be based on stable structures. The first lessons can be nothing other than plenary lessons. Without a few words of welcome to everyone, good morning, now we'll start, etc., no lessons would get off the ground. It would not be distinguished from the time before, the breaks in between, the time after. And just as its beginning and end are indicated to all those present by a few brief gestures and words, so everyone is then trained in the common fund of rules of behavior. The basic rules of spelling, reading, writing and counting are also addressed to everyone. What vowels and consonants are, how to pronounce them and how to write the corresponding letters, these things have to be shown to the pupils. And as long as you are still in your right mind, you do it together with them and not individually, that is, you stand in front of the whole class and demonstrate the corresponding letters and numbers to them. Even special education teachers or integration assistants who immediately take certain children out of the class to teach them a different variant of it cannot avoid standing in front of them and demonstrating the connection between certain sounds and signs. Simply laying out pictures or modeling clay and advising them when they have questions is not enough. As long as reading and writing courses and learning the basic arithmetic operations are still considered essential in primary school, teachers will not be able to avoid behaving in the traditional sense as teachers, at least for this phase. They open up facts to the students, just like parents once did, only at a different level. In the past, when facts were merely the first worm appendages of maternal affection, the child's relationship to them was also conceivably emotional and unobjective. An objective relationship to facts must first be learned gradually, and for this the facts must emerge from the force field of maternal, parental, supervision. School is the place where this happens programmatically, the place of a new objectivity. Of course, practicing this is anything but a neutral, emotionless process. It is once again linked to people who, whether they want to or not, follow in their parents' footsteps. Teachers, too, of course, as parents did before them, do much more than they intend. They also involuntarily transmit their body language, moods, and quirks, but filtered through the requirements of the lesson. Within the framework of the lesson, they are much less likely to get carried away than in the unregulated family sphere. Nevertheless, primary school teachers are parental surrogates and, as such, inevitably figures of identification. And only if they accept this role and provide their students with support and orientation are they able to awaken a lasting interest in the subject matter. Interest in language, numbers, pictures, sounds, etc. is not simply unlimited by nature. Children are not insatiable explorers who find everything unknown around them exciting if you just let their urge to explore run wild. The interests that children bring with them to school have already been filtered in many ways, first by a certain genetic makeup and its epigenetic development, then by the way in which the first common facts were established with mothers and their representatives during the weaning period. However, it is often not possible to tell from the interests that children themselves articulate which others are slumbering within them. It is only possible to awaken interests in subjects to which a predisposition exists. But this predisposition is not purely objective and initially requires a great deal of support from people. It is initially almost impossible to tell whether certain subjects are being learned for the sake of the teacher or for the sake of the subject. This only becomes apparent later, for example when interest in them quickly wanes as soon as the teacher is no longer inspiring them, or when they gain a durability independent of teachers, which can nevertheless be inspired by teachers. It is absurd to imagine that facts come to 6-year-olds as autonomous entities. Enthusiasm for facts at primary school age is still largely a transferred love of people. Human teaching and learning is revealed as a multi-layered transfer process. First, the erotic occupation of the mother's breast is transferred to facts. Then the child's receptiveness to showing is transferred from the mother to other close people. Finally, it is also transferred to people who emphasize and show for professional reasons. In turn, the stronger and more credible they are as people, the more convincingly they point to facts. At first, they overshadow the facts. Over time, they recede into the background. The more they work to objectify the facts, the more they allow their inherent logic to emerge. The credibility of the teachers depends on the extent to which they satisfy this inherent logic. These transfer processes are always also weaning processes. This applies literally to the first facts that the 9-month revolution produces. They are breast substitutes. After that, the weaning process continues metaphorically, so to speak. The child's exploration of the world is weaned from parental supervision. But that doesn't mean that it is standing on its own 2 feet. For years to come, it will need support, both from its parents and from its substitutes, the teachers. They now take the weaning process to the level of new objectivity. With every new fact they reveal to their students, they help them to overcome their childish powerlessness and inadequacy and to become more deeply involved in the human community of the grown-ups. And growing up is the most fervent wish of children, not to remain small and cute. No wonder that pupils soon love the people who help them grow up in their professional capacity and hate them when they disappoint this expectation. The whole early childhood mix of expectation, fulfillment, and disappointment is thus reproduced under school conditions. Teachers also get caught up in it. The affection and expectations that they receive from the children in return for the help they need also inflame them, and these are fulfilled or disappointed. Teachers want to be liked. The moment when they show the students something new is always an exciting one and never completely without the hope of love. Will I become one with the facts shown? Will I be accepted into his community, or will I remain outside? This is the anxious question of the students, regardless of whether they can articulate it or only feel it vaguely. Will I lose my popularity by showing what I know? This is the question of the teacher. It is he who initiates the community of facts. But each new community also makes the students more independent of him. It is precisely his success as a teacher that weans them from him. In his own way, the teacher is reliving what could be called the parental dialectic. Parents must give their children both the greatest possible closeness and security, as well as being willing and able to let go in good time and in the right doses, so that they can become independent. This is always a balancing act and never goes without disappointments, injuries, and, even with the most well-meaning parents, not without mistakes. It is similar for the teacher. He has to take on the role of a figure of identification, allow the children to lean on him in both the literal and figurative sense, and at the same time work towards their independence. He is a good teacher when he uses his full personal commitment to get them to the point where they no longer need him. This is a constant balancing act, never succeeds without mistakes, and is a mixed pleasure. As satisfying as it may be to be able to say, "Because I have devoted myself so intensively to those entrusted to me, they can now exist without me," becoming superfluous is always also a narcissistic insult. And yet the only meaningful goal of teaching, education and training are not just processes of accumulating knowledge and skills, they are processes of emancipation. Emancipation begins small and delicate, as weaning from the breast. It becomes more severe when adolescents no longer want to be told what to do by their parents and teachers, and it takes on a larger scale when adults, whether as individuals, groups, social classes, or ethnic groups, wean themselves off all superiors who do not embody any authority. Then the weaning takes the form of dismissal, deposition, or revolution. When Sigmund Freud began practicing his famous psychoanalytic talking cure, in which he traced his patients' memories back to the early childhood roots of their neurotic illnesses and stirred up the emotional wounds inflicted on them by their closest relatives, usually their mother or father, he noticed that his patients not only told him about their suffering. Rather, they relived them under his guidance, and in doing so, they transferred them to him. He was unconsciously pushed into the role of father or mother, the reawakened disappointed love was directed at him. It was up to him to decide whether the patient was able to act it out and integrate it into their mental state in such a way that they were no longer tormented by it. The transference of the conflict to him exhausted the therapist, but it also flattered him. And since no therapist is made of wood, each one brings their own psychological baggage, their own conscious and unconscious expectations and desires, their own controlled and uncontrolled behavior patterns into the treatment situation. No transference remains completely without countertransference. Without this emotional interaction, therapy would hardly get to the root of the suffering. Simply remembering what happened in the past is not enough. Reliving it under professional guidance in such a way that one can break free from it. That is, if one may say so, the psychoanalytical learning concept. One may consider it unsuccessful, too lengthy, or unnecessarily complicated. Nevertheless, it merely sharpens a general pedagogical insight. Mutual transference is the mother soil of all learning. Learning is rooted in desire. We desire knowledge and skills, not for their own sake, but because they help us to overcome powerlessness and deprivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how the sober solving of an equation can be so exhilarating. Solving a problem also relieves tension, fulfills an expectation, and leads to the ability to control a situation. It is never purely cognitive. Conversely, unresolved interhuman tensions, especially those from early childhood, are never entirely without cognitive effects. Most of the time, these are impairments. Psychological injuries that cannot be overcome can even lead to partial loss of consciousness. We do not want to acknowledge them, we reject them and try to come to terms with them. Freud called this repression. Repression is a fundamental refusal to learn, a kind of self-inflicted stupidity, and it is due to a lack of coping skills, not intelligence. Stupidity is a wound, Max Horkheimer noted. Every instance of partial stupidity in a person indicates a point where the play of the muscles was inhibited rather than encouraged when awakening. An imperceptible scar remains at the point where the desire was met, a small hardening at which the surface is dull. Such numb spots, which even the smartest person has a few, are stations at which hope came to a standstill. Conversely, this means that learning is inseparable from hope. Learning successes are always also fulfilled hopes, although usually inadequately fulfilled ones, because one does not usually become as knowledgeable and confident through what one has learned as one would like. Even learning success still has an excess of hope. There is no such thing as emotion-free learning. Educators who demand not only cognitive but also emotional and social learning usually see themselves as advocates of the whole child. Nevertheless, they already assume the behavioristic division of learning ability and then try to put the pieces back together again in a makeshift way by teaching students compassion and a sense of community in the same isolated way as they teach them the multiplication tables. However, people made of flesh and blood cannot recognize anything at all without emotional involvement and social addressing. Cognition, emotion, and sociality are aspects of their concrete behavior, not separate abilities. Even those centers for emotion and cognition that brain research has identified in the limbic system and in the neocortex are areas that are intertwined in many ways, not departments of a company that is divided into different areas of work. The failure of an area does indeed paralyze certain abilities, but it does not follow that this area alone is responsible for the abilities in question. Where this is claimed, the brain itself is already being thought of in behavioristic terms. But that is not how it works. The transfer situation reveals this. If it is true that facts cannot be cognitively fixed without drawing on an emotional sediment that is simultaneously sublimated in them, then the neocortex areas that are demonstrably active in certain cognitive processes cannot operate completely separately from the limbic system. If no activity can be measured in the latter during cognition, this does not mean that it is not involved in it. As in business life, there are also many relationships of silent partnership in the brain that cannot simply be categorized as active or passive. Neurons do more than fire or not fire. The brain is a context of transmission, as is the learning situation. Psychoanalytic transference is only one of its pointed cases of emergency, which revives the primal scene of human learning at the highest cultural level, the overcoming of suffering through insight. Only an insight that takes the whole person with it is capable of this. It reminds us of what insight originally is, a physicality that has grown beyond itself. If a patient succeeds in outsourcing a psychosomatic ailment that both torments and eludes him, so to speak, and in working through and experiencing it together with a professional helper, he gains distance from it. He objectifies it, in the best case, to the extent that he gradually learns to draw the words and gestures from the suffering itself that can alleviate or even resolve it. Transference is always an attempt at objectification. One of its standard situations has become the start of school. Children are transferred to teachers so that the latter can take the development of facts, which the parents have long since begun, to a new level of objectivity. On the other hand, there is no transference without transference love, as Freud called it. It is this that gets the objectification going in the first place, and at the same time hovers over it as a constant threat. Freud also took up the emergency case here. The patient who falls head over heels in love with her therapist, and the therapist who, in his sympathetic work on her suffering, does not remain insensitive to her feminine charms. What should he do? Should he talk the patient out of her love, because it is only transferred to him and does not actually apply to him? No, says Freud. One has no right to deny the character of a genuine love to the infatuation that comes to light in the analytical treatment. It is true that this infatuation consists of new additions of old traits and repeats infantile reactions. But this is the essential character of all infatuation. Should the therapist therefore adopt a tactical approach to the patient, pretending to reciprocate her love, but only promising to consummate it after therapy as a kind of reward, in order to avoid the pitfalls of mutual temptation? This too is unacceptable to Freud. Since the patient is required to be completely truthful, one risks losing all authority if one allows oneself to be caught out by him or her telling a lie. Should the therapist behave humanely towards the patient, reveal his or her own desires and weaknesses to her, or even engage in sexual intercourse with her, in order to enable her to act out her unfulfilled early childhood desires and to gain a professional sexual gratification? That is even more impossible. The love relationship puts an end to the susceptibility to influence through the analytical treatment. A union of the two is an undoing. The cure must be carried out in abstinence and strictly adhere to two things. One must be careful not to distract from the love transfer, to scare it away, or to make the patient dislike it. One must also steadfastly refrain from any response to it. Freud was adamant on this point and was considered far too prudish by some of his colleagues. How truthful is a therapy that glosses over the fact that therapists are also just human beings? Is a genuine human response to patients not much more beneficial to their recovery than a merely methodical interest? These questions were already being raised by Freud's students and are still being discussed today. Carl Gustav Jung had an affair with his Analysan Sabina Spielrein, Otto Rank with Anais Nin. Sandor Ferenczi first treated his lover Gisela Palos, then her daughter Elma, whom he also made his lover. Frieda Reichmann fell in love with her Analysand Erich Fromm. In the cases of August H. Horn and Margaret Mahler, Bella Grunberger, and Janine Shaskets-Mergel, the analytic relationship and the love relationship were also intertwined. Each of these cases was different, not all of them involved damaged parties, and not all of them can simply be chalked up as a lapse. Moreover, a special case arises when the love relationship arises out of a training analysis. In this case, it is not patients seeking healing, but prospective analysts seeking self-awareness and treatment skills. Should they be forbidden to make life decisions that arise from their shared professional work? Whenever it becomes known at a psychoanalytic institute that a training analysis has turned into a love affair, the debate about Freud's rule of abstinence flares up again. Meanwhile, Freud's strictness has achieved an astounding posthumous relevance in a field other than therapy. In 1910, the Odenwald School was founded, one of those paradigmatic boarding schools in which pupils and teachers were to develop not only a school-based but also a comprehensive human relationship with each other. It has since emerged that for decades the human relationship at the Odenwald School also included sexual acts between teachers and students that can only be described as sexual abuse of minors and dependents. The head of the school, who was considered a gifted and inspiring teacher, was significantly involved in these acts. In the light of these events, Freud's comments on transference love in 1914 not only read like a warning sign over his own therapy, but also over progressive education. Freud's interpretation of dreams was published in 1900, and in 1898 Hermann Lietz opened the first German Landerziehungsheim, country boarding school, near Ilsenburg in the Harz region. Psychoanalysis and progressive education emerged at the same time. Both strove for a qualitatively new personal closeness in the teaching and learning process. Only that a few years later, Freud was able to outline the dangers of this closeness with a depth of insight that was almost prophetic and unequaled by the reform pedagogues. Countertransference, which he relentlessly identified as the greatest weakness of his therapy, is also one of the neuralgic points of all teaching. Without countertransference, the therapist would have the situation much better under control. He would be immune to all temptations and could work with a minimum of friction losses. But without countertransference, there would be no therapy. It would not get off the ground at all if there were not someone in the treatment room who takes a noticeable interest in the patient and radiates constant encouragement to open up to all layers of his inner self, even the unpleasant and embarrassing ones. The patient's transference is not triggered by the countertransference, but it is fueled by it. It is an indispensable tonic for therapy, and at the same time its blind spot, the gray area of temptation, so to speak. The temptation to engage in sexual acts is only the extreme case. There are plenty of smaller temptations below this level: uncontrolled projection of one's own inclinations and expectations onto the patient, suggesting associations and dreams to the patient that one would like to hear oneself, sparing the patient the treatment of neuralgic points with which one has a problem oneself, and in general, making oneself more important to the patient than necessary. Teachers also operate in this gray area in their own way, particularly when the school context is geared towards such an intense proximity between students and teachers as reform pedagogy demanded. But the temptation will not be eliminated unless we dispense with model schools based on reformist educational theory and create more distance between students and teachers. It is always present wherever there is real teaching and learning, where some people show something and others understand it. Any therapy or teaching worthy of the name is also a scenario of temptation. Freud made this quite clear when he said, "It is not enough to talk the patient out of being in love. The therapist must expose himself to her fully, and thus be fully receptive to her, and yet impose on himself the suppression of the countertransference." Teachers must do something similar, expose themselves fully to the need for support of their students, and at the same time maintain a distance that clearly signals, "We are neither your parents nor your lovers." We must redirect the affection that we attract to the facts that we are there to reveal, just as therapists must redirect the infatuation that is shown to them to the common cause of the therapeutic work. The transference must be transferred further. This happens differently in school than in the consulting room. Teachers are not therapists. They must also make this clear. And a certain natural distance from their students is created simply by the fact that they are dealing with groups. Ideally, each pupil should have his own teacher, who is occupied full-time with nothing other than his comprehensive education as a human being, Rousseau believed. A deeply bourgeois error that failed to recognize how much the individual appropriation of facts implies that they are at the same time common facts. You can only get a sense of this in a group. It should not be too large, but nor should it be too small. Fewer than 5 and more than 15 students rarely do the learning process any good. However, if the group is of a reasonable size, the fact that not everyone has the teacher to themselves, but that he is shared by all, suddenly turns what he communicates or demonstrates into a scarce commodity. What is scarce increases in value. It is emphasized. Attention, everyone, the facts are now being communicated or demonstrated. Facts gain intensity when their emphasis has a shared present. The present may not be just a brief moment. It needs enough room to develop so that the facts can be communicated, varied, and played around with a second and, if necessary, a third time. But the present cannot be stretched endlessly until the last person has fully assimilated the facts. The present is a time when something is emphasized for everyone, and therefore emphasized times, highlights. They are not a permanent state. That is precisely why they have a moment of solemnity that signals to the students, "Pull yourself together, something is being revealed to you now." But it also means to the teacher, "Pull yourself together, Now you have to show that you can show. A teacher who has 10 or 20 pairs of eyes on him speaks more intensively and shows more concentration than if he were acting in front of only one pair of eyes, just as an actor in front of a full house puts in a lot more effort than in front of a yawningly empty one. The now times of teaching are weddings of transference and countertransference. It is primarily in these moments that teachers are showered with excessive sympathy, which can lead to narcissistic tickling and tempt them to get too close to their students. But where there is no temptation, there is no inspiration. The more teachers are committed to the issues they present, the more they inspire their students. It is almost impossible to avoid this enthusiasm being directed at themselves first. However, they are better able to redirect it than therapists. The present time of the lesson is not an intimate situation like a therapeutic one, but a public class situation. No one has the teacher to themselves. Nevertheless, everyone participates in him. From a certain distance, to be sure. But it is precisely this distance that has a synergy effect. It multiplies individual expectations into a group expectation. Initially, it is the teacher who, through his gesture, attention, pay attention, something is going to be told to everyone, specifically awakens this expectation. And if he does not immediately disappoint it again, it becomes a sounding board for what he has to open up to the students, which he will hardly ever find in one-on-one conversations with students. The disclosure of the facts is carried by a community expectation for a brief moment. The teacher must know how to use this moment. Then his demonstration and the advance of expectation reinforce each other. Then the students show that they are going along with it. Their facial expressions alone can work wonders. There is a strange source of enthusiasm for the person who speaks in a human face that is facing him, and a look that announces to us a half-expressed thought as already understood often gives us the expression for the other half of the same thought. Where this happens, there is the present moment, a group experiences the shared moment of a profane epiphany. And then, the presentation is over, and it turns out that what was shown has not immediately become second nature to everyone. How could it? It has only been opened up by highlighting. Its revelation was merely an overture. A sketch, you could say. The students must now flesh out the outline of the opened, sketched facts are to become truly their own. And this is where everything that has proven itself in the consolidation of facts comes into play. Repetition, variation, application, deepening, orally, in writing, in the form of crafts, in plenary sessions, in small groups, individually, at school, at home, depending on the individual character of the students and the socio-cultural environment they come from. Organization is anything but unproductive, even if its elementary achievements are initially reproductive. You practice the roll backwards until it runs smoothly, you write the new letter, the new word again and again until they are familiar, you repeat the sentence of new vocabulary until you can recite it by heart. But the productive is already in the reproductive. When copying, you develop your own handwriting. When learning, you insert the vocabulary into your own field of association. You prefer one of several possibilities for adding or multiplying. And just as in a coloring book, which provides sketchy lines, often only your own coloring leads to the object being grasped and appropriated, so it is generally the case with the shaping of what is presented in class. The process of incorporating it into one's own motor skills, of paraphrasing it in one's own words, is what makes it an integral part of one's own person. Only then is it understood in a lasting way. Skills can be grafted on. That is why one can be competent in many things that one has only half understood or not at all. One simply carries them out as desired. On the other hand, what has been understood has grown, assimilated into one's own mental metabolism. All self-organization begins small. It initially adheres to models in two senses, to teachers, on whom it can orient itself, and to their content-related specifications, those sketches of facts that are opened up in the shared present of the lesson. Sketches are never the thing itself. They suggest, give examples and patterns, and call on us to make more of them than they are. Their reasonable appropriation is also their organization. The authoritarian school of rote learning begins precisely where teachers confuse the sketches they present with the subject itself and want nothing more than their flat reproduction. As if one could dispense with the phases of variation and sedimentation and thus gain time for more learning material. Where this is believed, as in the shortening of the grammar school from 9 to 8 years, memorization and repetition become dull and thoughtless. It is not in itself. Children who succeed in reciting a few verses or even a whole poem by heart for the first time have a considerable sense of achievement. They feel the awakening of memory powers that are capable of more than memorizing verses. Only when children experience memorization as a thoughtless end in itself do they become averse to it. If, in addition, you tell them from an early age that learning by heart is stupid per se, and do not encourage them to do so, you are cheating them out of an essential medium for their mental development. The presentation of facts and their elaboration. Without this interplay, no sensible teaching can take place. In other words, it needs both the shared present moment of the opening of the facts and their varied reworking. In music, we speak of a theme and variations. The sequence of these is not just an acoustic form of entertainment. Rather, it contains the elementary rhythm of learning. The theme functions as an overture. Those who hear it may suspect that it contains more than the currently sounding tones. But they still do not know what is in the theme. This only becomes apparent through the variations that are developed from it. They are not merely appendages to the theme. They reveal it. Each of them casts it in a different light, elaborating a different aspect of it. They make more of it than it was at the beginning. Nevertheless, they never exhaust the theme completely. Johann Sebastian Bach left it at that after 30 variations on the Goldberg theme. He had thus revealed it in a breathtaking way, but did not claim that a 31st or 32nd variation was no longer possible. It was just no longer interesting to him. The theme and variations form a context of reference. The theme is a fact, but not the thing itself. It merely points to it. The same applies to each variation. It points to the theme, it reveals something about it that did not sound in it itself. But in doing so, it also points to something common with the theme, something that underlies the theme and its variation, but which is not exhausted by it. It is not an exaggeration to say that where a fact becomes clear, a revelation or an epiphany occurs. Teachers can never force it. They can only show facts, but they cannot force them directly into anyone's brain, no matter how much encouragement they give. Revelation, or epiphany, either happens or it doesn't. But it is always just an overture. It promises something, gives a scent and a taste of something that it does not itself present. That is why the happiness of insight and learning is always incomplete and inadequate. But it never makes you lazy either. Self-expression never starts from scratch, always from a given. And it always has to do with overcoming resistance. This applies to everyone from the child learning his ABCs to the greatest artist. It would be absurd to accuse Bach of a lack of creativity because he submitted to guidelines such as the fugue theme or the cantata form instead of allowing his musicality to flow freely. But the shallow concept of creativity in the new learning culture tends in this direction. It pits inert knowledge, which requires learning from given facts and is therefore stupid, against networked knowledge, which creates its own creative spaces for development. As if creativity were a skill in itself that could be learned in the same way as multiplication tables. But it is not. The demand to be creative is no less paradoxical than the legendary be spontaneous. Creativity cannot be ordered or pressed into curricula or employment contracts. It is rarely more than a small variation on something that already exists. Sometimes it is helped by the favorable circumstances. The idea of mounting 2 wheels under a suitcase was extremely simple. But nobody had thought of it before. That is why the wheeled suitcase, although merely a variation on the previous suitcase, was a flash of genius with huge success. The devices from Apple or Google are far more complex achievements. It was not done with a flash of genius. A patient, meticulous intelligence had to vary countless tiny technical details until these revolutionary devices emerged. Creativity had to literally stick to the given microelectronic development status in order to go beyond it. It was anything but a separate skill. Although a relatively pronounced self-will and independence can occasionally be observed in children, but it is only in a favorable combination with other characteristics such as perseverance and the ability to think abstractly that it can result in creative potential. Otherwise, it is simply deviant behavior. Labeling every somewhat unconventional way of putting together Lego blocks as creative is just as ridiculous as elevating counting to 3 to a skill. Creativity can no more be learned directly than virtue. At best, it can be learned along with other things, but only where facts are being learned. And it is never a free-floating ability. It is always tied to guidelines. The decisive guideline of school teaching, however, is the shared present. If it is missing, then all repetition, variation, and consolidation lack a common axis. How are the students to understand the special assignments for small group and individual work if not from the guidelines of the present? How are they to learn to assess their own variations on the theme if not through joint discussion in the class? How is a teacher to assess the performance level of the pupils? How is he to determine the need for support if not in relation to the factual sketches with which he has gone into advanced performance? All this was a matter of course in education until the neoliberal brainwashing began. But even the most aggressive deregulation has not been able to completely abolish the shared present. There are not only the unavoidable words of greeting that tell everyone that it is now time for class. Administrative messages also have to be sent to everyone all the time. Whether the next lesson is cancelled, the school bus is late, construction work is imminent, the internet is not working or a contribution for something is to be collected. However, the less students are familiar with a shared present and the more they consider the general bustle in the room to be the only possible form of teaching, the less they are interested in messages of this kind. It is all the more touching when, under such conditions, a committed inclusion teacher like the head of the Bremen project mentioned above suddenly takes refuge in something he has not allowed himself for a long time. One day, while standing in front of the blackboard, he suddenly put the chalk down, turned to his class and started to sing. He sang the Ballad of Caspar, by Reinhard May. He knows all 64 lines by heart. His students quickly realize that this is not something they experience every day. And everyone associates something with Caspar Hauser: exclusion, escape, intolerance. For Dopp, these are good moments when he reaches all his students, when it doesn't matter for a moment what diagnostic reports are in their files, and he doesn't have to think about differentiated worksheets. When the Roma girl Elena gives an amazing answer. She, who hadn't spoken for a long time, who hadn't written for a long time. The teacher has relapsed. He addressed the whole class as a group instead of targeting individuals. He sang something to them that they didn't know, so he lectured them instead of letting them discover something for themselves. In short, he did exactly what is considered to be frontal teaching, and in doing so, he demonstrated beautifully what a shared present moment is. His example shows how infamous it is to categorize shared moments in time as frontal teaching and marching in step, the two main demagogic concepts of neoliberal educational ideology. The latter does not want to know what constituted the frontal teaching that sparked fierce criticism in the 1960s. Teachers dominated, in whom the authoritarian structures of the Nazi era had left deeper traces than the principles of progressive education. They still demanded military-like drill from their students and tended to present the material in a monologue, regardless of how long students could sit still and follow, and without giving them adequate space to deal with the material presented in their own way. Lessons were supposed to be synonymous with the present and the subject matter itself. The only forms of acquisition allowed for pupils were copying from the blackboard, taking notes of dictation and answering questions from the teacher, all in the plenary. That was frontal teaching. The call for a change of methods was fully justified. However, the reason for this call has been forgotten. The change of method hardly serves to open up the range of variation for what the teacher presents, but rather to adapt the lesson to the attention and entertainment standards of television. A change of method is considered good in itself. If you don't change the method at least 3 times in a demonstration lesson, you can expect to get negative points. The overlong teacher monologue has become a rarity, if only because many colleagues simply lack the stamina for it. The problem today is rather how far they are still able to present something coherently and vividly without immediately garnishing or interrupting it with pictures, sound effects, or droning. The disruptive fire of interruption penetrates all the pores of perception and communication today. Walter Benjamin revealed where it comes from as early as 1936, from film. The cinematic process is primarily a tactile one, he said, based on the change of scenes and shots, which penetrate the viewer in bursts and leave him no chance to contemplate each individual shot. No sooner has he taken it in than it has already changed. It cannot be fixed. In fact, the associative process of the person viewing these images is immediately interrupted by their change. This is the basis of the shock effect of the film, which, like any shock effect, wants to be absorbed by heightened mental presence. Benjamin experienced the film as an immensely invigorating medium and at the same time as a leisure activity of the petit bourgeois and proletarian classes. And so he hoped that the shock effect of the film in full cinemas would stimulate the proletariat to revolutionary behavior, similar to that of Sergei Eisenstein, whom he admired. Soviet film must drum on the skulls. It must work like a tractor that plows the psyche of the viewer in the sense of the desired class standpoint. But the film plowed the world differently than expected. Nowhere did it help the proletariat to victory, but it did permeate everyday life worldwide. The invigorating effect it had while it was a rarity and magnetized the working population as a weekend highlight was reversed within a few decades into a dulling constant stream. The shock effect of the film images may have diminished, but the change of scenes and settings that penetrates the viewer in bursts did not stop. On the contrary, it became omnipresent. Every cut in the picture still has the effect of an optical jolt, which radiates an attention, look here to the viewer, giving him a new little attention injection, a tiny adrenaline rush, and wearing down his attention precisely by constantly stimulating it. The image shock exerts physiological power. The eye is magnetically attracted by its abrupt change of light and can only be diverted from it with great effort of will. The image shock exerts aesthetic fascination. It constantly promises new, unseen images. It exerts an influence on the omnipresence of the market. Its look here praises the next scene like a market crier his wares. and since the screen belongs to both the computer and the television, no longer just filling our leisure time but permeating our entire working lives, the image shock and the work order also merge. This merging was the beginning of the brave new world of networking and flexibilization. Since then, the jerky change of settings and scenes has increasingly determined our working behavior, and we are currently experiencing how it is being adapted to the elementary learning behavior in schools. Interrupting before something can unfold. This is now even becoming the maxim for reading and writing courses in primary school. Reading is still considered an essential cultural skill, even for children who would obviously rather play football or watch TV. In order to be able to demonstrate to them at every step how far they have already come, the deciphering of the first words and sentences is immediately celebrated as a skill and surrounded by didactic apparatus. In the course of defining reading as a skill that must be constantly reviewed, current reading didactics are moving towards disrupting and thus destroying every reading act with supposedly helpful control and comprehension questions. Anyone who picks up a current reading book will be amazed at the already short texts, which are interrupted after a few paragraphs by work assignments, control questions, and exercises. How is a child, a young person, supposed to develop a taste for reading under these conditions? How is he supposed to learn to abandon himself to the dynamics of reading, to immerse himself in a text, to get caught up in the flow of what is written, when he has to give an account of what he has read every few minutes, to be tested after every paragraph? Have I understood everything correctly? Do I still know the name of the main character's sister? Do I have an inkling of what the author wants to tell me? Can I apply what I have read to my own situation? Terrible. But that is precisely the reading comprehension that the PISA tests breed. A poem, a description, a letter of application, a shopping list, they are all merely suppliers of information. If you can distinguish between the different types of information, define what a metaphor, a description, an address, a request is, and also know what they are good for, then they fulfill their purpose, to provide reading skills. They do not have any intrinsic meaning as texts, and the constant interruption of reading prevents anything like the intrinsic weight of literary content from developing. While the context is constantly interrupted when reading, it is no longer established when writing. People no longer write whole texts, they fill in small gaps in the text. It was precisely in the 1970s, when the microelectronic revolution took place and Bild-Schock and Arbeitsauftrag entered into their momentous alliance, that the gap text began its triumphal march through the schools. It hardly allows a flow of writing to develop. So why still have flowing handwriting? Its dismantling began, always under the pretext of better integrating educationally disadvantaged groups. Why should they be made to struggle unnecessarily with all the curving lines that Latin handwriting requires? So a simplified standard script was invented with fewer curves and loops. Has handwriting since become better and more fluent? On the contrary. So why insist on a script at all? Print letters do the job just as well. Once again, it is the educationally disadvantaged who have to take the blame. They are now being sold as too stupid to learn to write coherently. Hamburg gave its schools the choice between simplified standard lettering and printing several years ago, and Finland, the model country of the PISA studies, has decided to teach its pupils only printing letters from 2016, with exactly the same argument that accompanied the introduction of the gap text 4 decades ago. It accommodates those with poor writing skills, no longer wasting time on mindless motor skills exercises and instead gaining time for the creative handling of thoughts and content, for which writing is merely a means of transportation. What a misjudgment of the connection between writing and thinking! As if thoughts were clearly organized in the mind and only needed to be made accessible to others through writing. This is not even the case with top-class writers, let alone with children. Recognition occurs rather in a web of prejudices, opinions, innervations, self-corrections, assumptions and exaggerations, in short in the dense, well-founded, but by no means transparent experience. Writing is a means of clearing this web, a mental sewage treatment plant, so to speak. When writing, words, sentences, thoughts literally pass into the hand. They are no longer the same as they were in the mind. They are laid out manually, objectified and fixed on a surface. Writing requires us to linger over them, much more so than speaking. Writing is a gesture of devotion. A child who is learning to write must, as never before, concentrate its motor skills and attention with considerable perseverance on one point, the tip of a pen. Regular, continuous writing movements require a high level of coordination and concentration during the learning phase. Handwriting is dialectical. What it separates into letters, it also puts back together. It creates a sense of the relationship between parts and the whole. Everything is concentrated on one point, on the tip of the pen, from which letters emerge, forming words that spring from thoughts. The line of the pen corresponds to the line of thought. The writer cannot jump. Digressions are not possible if meaning is to arise. Yes, writing is involved in the creation of meaning, it does not merely convey it. Nietzsche understood it. Our writing implements work with our thoughts. It does not remain without consequences for the mental connections if one only learns to write separate letters, especially since it is obvious where that leads. In a few years, handwritten printed letters will be just as too cumbersome for children as the simplified standard lettering is now. And school policy will be like a doctor who advises people who have become too tired to walk because they mostly drive to stop walking altogether. Driving is much more convenient and faster. In terms of writing, children can learn to read and write much more quickly and easily on a computer. However, if you no longer learn to type by handwriting, but instead of handwriting, not only is one writing tool replaced by another, the whole attitude towards writing changes. Letters that you can no longer write yourself are triggered only by jerky finger movements, with your eyes constantly switching between the keyboard and the display. The gesture of devotion, which brought together the motor and sensory functions of an entire organism in a single point, is broken down into disparate impulses. The act of writing becomes as busy as its surroundings in the deregulated classroom. It will be interesting to see how the basic mental consistency of 6 to 10-year-olds develops without the binding agent of handwriting, which has been added to it as a matter of course for centuries. One thing can already be predicted. Literacy on the computer is a tinder for the attention deficit hyperactivity syndrome. 83. So far it has been prevalent primarily among children and young people who, although they have been microelectronically socialized from an early age, at least learned a fairly simplified basic handwriting. And even under these still conservative writing conditions, literacy has lost its self-evidence. This is usually blamed on large classes and the large number of immigrant children. But in the 1960s, when the first large wave of Mediterranean guest workers came to Central Europe, the classes were no smaller and the percentage of non-native speakers was already considerable. However, at that time, primary school teachers did not feel guilty about repeatedly drawing the letters on the blackboard and in the air with exaggerated gestures, pronouncing the corresponding sounds in an exaggerated manner and making the children copy texts until their handwriting was fluent and spelling had become second nature to them. And so they succeeded to a great extent in doing something that nobody thanked them for, because it was taken for granted, and today it is considered impossible because there is a lack of individual support. In fact, the new guidelines for teaching German have abandoned the claim that children should be taught to read and write correctly in the long term, and merely obscure this with their drivel about the spelling strategies that children should develop and the rules that they should take into account. We can already look forward to the new spelling strategies that computer literacy will bring. But that's not all. If the computer is the only writing tool, then all worksheets must also take on an electronic form. And if every computer has a direct satellite connection to the internet, which is expressly desired by school policy, then every pupil can switch to the internet at any time as soon as he has to write or fill out something. Only a supervisor sitting permanently next to him could prevent him from doing so. How are 6-year-olds supposed to learn to stick to one thing? On the pretext of being allowed to develop freely and creatively from the very beginning of their school careers, they are, with the exception of those who are so disabled that the computer remains completely inaccessible to them, completely at the mercy of the centrifugal force of the internet. The last safe spaces for reflection and immersion in a subject, as provided by learning to write by hand, are disappearing. Everyone is being locked into the internet. There is no escape. This is the media side of inclusion. No child left behind here means only that every child has to go online. But this not only minimizes the shared here and now in the classroom, it also makes it less and less plausible as a place of shared here. Why should we even sit in a shared space when worksheets can be put online and the internet, whose use is synonymous with learning, can be accessed from anywhere? Why should children and young people have to make the effort of going to school, only to do in the classroom what they could just as easily do at home? Why build and maintain expensive school buildings? Why make special needs teachers travel from school to school? Wouldn't it be much more practical to have them come directly to each pupil's home, where they could provide much more individualized support in a familiar environment than they ever could in the classroom? Just as the factory has lost its indispensability since companies have been able to function online, so too has the schoolroom. The only problem is that high-tech workers can be employed as home workers and possibly even be given the task of looking after their children. But what to do with all the 6 to 10-year-olds whose parents work outside the home? Even if the school is no longer a place of shared learning, it is still the only alternative for keeping children safe. This, and not the shared present of the lesson, is the guiding principle behind the demand for all-day schools. Children have to be fed and looked after somewhere while their parents are otherwise occupied. However, the places where this happens are not particularly appreciated. Their erosion is inevitable. Why should children stay there longer than necessary, where they are merely being kept? Why should they all start and finish at the same time? That is marching in step. Flexible attendance times have long been the norm in kindergartens. They are also on the horizon for schools. It remains to be seen how long they will remain the only alternative as places of custody, given the ongoing pace of flexibilization. It is up to the teachers whether they go along with all this, whether they promote it themselves or whether they say, "No, we won't be used for that." Resistance is possible, and the first principle of teachers' resistance to neoliberal brainwashing is, we will not let the axis of school teaching, the shared present in the class plenum, be taken away from us. If teachers insist on this principle, if they strictly object to the demagogic equation of class plenum and authoritarian frontal teaching, who is to get at them? Strikes in companies usually paralyze production. Strikes against the new learning culture, on the other hand, can significantly increase the productivity of teaching. Teachers only have to remember their basic purpose, to show. Who is to dismiss them for that? If, on the other hand, they no longer explain facts to the class, no longer develop narratives, no longer demonstrate anything themselves, then they are dismantling themselves. Of course, teachers have to be able to do more than just show. They also have to ensure that what they show is absorbed and becomes fruitful. This is by no means unimportant, but it is secondary, both in terms of time and content. If a teacher, whose students hang on his every word, does not use the methods of repetition and variation optimally afterwards, this is usually less serious than the opposite. If he skillfully varies what he had opened up nebulously, the variations also stir in the fog. And where he no longer opens up anything, even the best deepening and support methodology lacks a foothold. Anyone who no longer teaches but only supervises and supports the learning process is giving up the primary teaching activity. It is, however, a mistake to assume that no teaching is taking place in such classes. This is being taken over by the worksheets that are handed out to the children according to their individual performance level. These worksheets contain sparse, brief words for a given topic. The students are not supposed to read too much. Rarely are there descriptive words. Rarely are they written in an exemplary language style. Whether they are sufficient to really open up the facts is not decisive. The main thing is that they immediately lead to a question or task. It is such worksheets that now accustom each individual quite individually and in silence to the standards of the frowned-upon frontal teaching. Do they tune into the facts that they put at the beginning? Only one person could do that. Sheets simply start. Usually they present the facts to the children abruptly and only present them to the extent that they can be used for tasks. Their opening is only there to quickly lead into a question, teacher's question, student's answer, or into an imperative, calculate, summarize, check off, fill out. The only difference is that the authoritarian behavior no longer comes from people, it comes anonymously as a constraint. And the teachers, whose job it is to walk around the classroom and advise and support students who are working independently, are in fact there to create the necessary acceptance for the constraints, which are individually graded according to performance, and to generate a willingness to process at all levels. Optimal individual support on the most meager of foundations, that is the principle of the deregulated worksheet plenary. And if the support does not bear fruit, then more support must be provided, without the issues in question ever having had a chance to grow on the children's hearts through an emotionally supported opening. But it is not about issues at all, they are only a means of acquiring skills. Just like the PISA reading comprehension test. Its directives extend all the way to the abatur, as the biology teacher Hans-Peter Klein has shown. He tested whether 9th graders are able to achieve at least a pass mark in a central examination task in the advanced biology course. And lo and behold, 23 out of 27 pupils passed, 5 even with satisfactory, 3 with good and 1 with very good. A class of highly gifted students? Not at all. The knowledge of population ecology that was required was provided in the form of a diagram illustrating the fact that the chipmunks that feed on seeds and acorns in the deciduous forests of North America have a significantly higher survival rate in winter during fat years when acorns are plentiful than in lean years. This not very surprising fact was simply to be reproduced in answers to sub-questions. Anyone who also transferred certain figures from the graph to their A-level essay on the survival rates of chipmunks had scored full marks. The point was simply not to be intimidated by the high-flown terminology of the task, to recognize a very modest fact and to notice that nothing else was actually required than to regroup its individual parts, which some 9th graders did not want to believe, which is why they did poorly in their search for something more challenging. What was required was a certain PISA-like reading and conversion skill, re-networking the given information, but no biological expertise whatsoever, no inert knowledge. In contrast, the entire 9th grade was hopelessly overwhelmed by a traditional type of final exam question. The biological final exam question cited was by no means an aberration. It is entirely in line with the reading competency and worksheet standards that have been in effect since the PISA tests. At best, it has made the intention behind it a little too obvious, that worksheet-dominated teaching is primarily there to create worksheet processing skills. If teachers only accompany such teaching, no longer radiating any subject or technical knowledge themselves, no longer standing for anything recognizable, but promoting everything that worksheets and other didactic materials prescribe, then the question arises, how are they supposed to win the respect of their students? How are they to attract the admiration and affection that they could channel into the subject matter? The entire love of transmission in the teaching and learning process dries up. Worksheets that act as anonymous constraints are sterile anyway, and teachers who demolish themselves as learning companions sterilize themselves. Deregulated teaching is also de-eroticized teaching. Anyone who regrets this or even dares to remind people that without pedagogical eros there is only sterile teaching, no inspired teaching, runs the risk of being suspected of sympathizing with the sexual abuse of children and young people. Meanwhile, teachers, who hardly have the opportunity to act as admirable role models, are increasingly inclined to seek popularity in other ways. Above all through disproportionate praise, often accompanied by sweets and miniature toys, which are handed out even for the most meager learning success. Praise encourages, as the old adage goes. But what happens to praise when it mutates into a patent remedy? Exactly what behaviorism calls a positive reinforcer. Praise, when used as a reinforcer, functions like a technical device. With its help, a certain behavior that a child is only beginning to show is to be stabilized into a habit that can be called upon at any time. The child being praised is merely an object of reinforcement. Children sense this when they are showered with praise that does not take them seriously as subjects. They tune out when they constantly hear "you did that really well." Or they turn the tables, perceiving the constant praise as a right and going ballistic at the slightest criticism. In their own way, they are trying to make it clear that they long for something other than inflated praise, for attentive care. Where this is given to them, praise and criticism are measured out in doses. Dose criticism need not paralyze or depress. It can certainly act as a small stab of shame, which spurs the child to refrain from certain things and to do others better. It can point out a boundary, the setting of which the child has provoked through its behavior or occasionally even wishes for. And measured praise is something that is so rare and targeted that it really makes the person praised happy and elevates them. It is not thrown around like confetti. Attention is not love. Teachers also have to pay attention to students who do not love them. But attention is, like love, an attitude. It is expressed only in concrete behavior, which includes praise and blame, but it is not limited to it. Only when teachers have their own attitude towards their work can they help students to find an attitude towards the world. But for this, the teaching itself must have an attitude, an axis, a backbone. Teaching without a shared present is teaching without a backbone and produces teachers without a backbone, assistance in the acquisition of skills. Attitudes are not skills. They cannot be taught or learned directly, any more than creativity or what the ancient Greeks called virtue. They can only be learned along with other things. But then they have an impact on all further learning. It is not that attitude in itself is a good thing. Fundamentalist or submissive attitudes, please not. Discipline as such, no thanks. On the other hand, to pull oneself together in the face of facts that challenge and fulfill, yes please. Where no attitudes are taught at all, they still become ingrained. The deregulated classroom of the new learning culture is by no means an attitude-free zone. It instills an attitude towards the world that could hardly be more fundamental. It perceives learning material as a lubricant for acquiring skills and does not recognize it as having any intrinsic weight or meaning. It does not consider it as facts that could take away fear and provide support, refuge, and comfort. This attitude is based on a whole view of humanity. What defines me is what I have at my disposal. My skills are my capital, my identity is made up of them. Ambitious parents try to build up such capital for their children as early as possible. They have them learn a musical instrument at the age of 5 or 6 because brain researchers say that it is good for the synapses. They drag them through museums because it mobilizes their senses. They give them books or tablets because it increases their reading skills. It's not about music, pictures, or stories. Their inner life only reveals itself when they are more than a disposable mass, when they develop their own pull and magic, capture our attention and make us forget the time and hour, in other words, evoke an attitude of devotion, of pausing, of lingering, which only disturbs efficient competence generation. Learning experiences are supposed to be something that you do and quickly accumulate, nothing that happens to you, that shakes you, penetrates you, fulfills you. The fact that a person consists of much more than their current balance of skills, that they are involved in all kinds of commitments, imponderables, desires, expectations, ideas, to which they can develop an attitude, but not a dispositive behavior, this is either completely ignored or even subjected to the terminology of skills. Learning to mourn competently was recently written on the long black limousine of a funeral home. The Institute kindly offered its services. With mourning, and with emotion, respect, and reverence, it is the same as with creativity, devotion, and virtue. Those who want to train themselves in them as a kind of know-how are misguided. It is like the sexual abuser with the affection of the desired. He will not get hold of it. He lacks the humility that he misunderstands as competence. To regulate and control everything by one's own strength, to gain a dispositive relationship even to the unavailable, that is the basic attitude of the competence paradigm. In theology, this was once called arrogant self-justification. Today, the Christian churches are adopting the terminology of competence, adapting their religious education to the trend of neoliberal educational ideology and signaling, we are up to date too. Religious competence can be described as the ability to discover fundamental questions of life, to develop one's own answers in the context of Christian faith and non-Christian religions and worldviews, to communicate about them with others and to examine the consequences together. 88. This is completely unspecific. Philosophy and literature also develop their own answers to fundamental questions of life and communicate with religions and worldviews in the process, but it sets a scent mark. Just as we can learn to mourn competently, we can also learn to believe competently, acquiring participation competence for religious experiences. In this way, divine grace, which is simply not available, is wrapped up in the mentality of competence terminology, and the old wine of theology is poured into the newest bottles of behaviorism. It is, of course, a mistake to think that the fundamental questions of life can be discovered through competent resourcefulness. They are always there, in every pain, every illness, every sympathy, every crying or laughing face. They do not require a competence of discovery that reveals them, but rather an attitude that opens itself to them, just as a psychotherapy that deserves the name does not practice a competence of discovery for the depths of the soul, but rather an attitude that gives the person's own deep-seated psychological injuries the space that they need in order to become integrated into the person's overall emotional structure. You can't just learn such an attitude like a set of vocabulary words. Practicing it requires doing and letting things happen, tension and relaxation, engagement and maturation, just like everything else you learn, which requires both memorization and sedimentation if it is to become part of the learner's fund of knowledge, part of his education. The neoliberal education offensive, on the other hand, is an offensive against education. It wants to reduce education to competence, attitude to behavior. It is succeeding in a disastrous way. But as with the attempt to eradicate all shared moments of the present from teaching, so here too, it is not working 100%. Even the simplest competencies do not dissolve into mere behavior. When a child begins to coordinate its motor skills in such a way that it puts one leg in front of the other and remains balanced, it is learning more than just walking. The motor coordination skills acquired while walking soon enable the child to hop, jump, and ride a bike. They are also needed when a cup is brought to the mouth and the swallowing process is coordinated, and they prepare the ground for practicing the fine motor skills of painting and writing. The motor coordination potential that is formed while learning to walk opens up far more than just this one activity. The intention is to learn how to walk. It should become a skill, a competence that can be called upon almost at any time. But wherever a particular skill arises, a basis of further possibilities is formed. They are not yet mastered, but the potential is there. Of course, it only takes shape and becomes tangible in concrete skills, never immediately. In this respect, the sediment of potentiality is less than ability, less defined and less contoured. On the other hand, it is also more, a fund from which ability draws. This fund is not behavior, but an arsenal of hope. That is why every child, when it learns to walk, also awakens the hope that it will soon be able to dance, or when it learns to write, it will soon be able to send a letter. Potentials and learning materials also nourish the hope that they will not simply vanish when the competence for which they are intended to serve is acquired. Something is always learned, or it is not learned. Learning to learn is not possible. Where neoliberal propaganda demands it, it actually intends something else, the willingness to immediately disengage from any learning material at the push of a button or command and switch to another. We should get out of the habit of emotionally investing in situations or even assimilating them to our own person. They could be outdated tomorrow. The most adaptable and networked people are considered to be particularly adaptive and clever, as they are able to change their personal locations and attitudes just as quickly and abruptly as a camera. But they are just as clever as those who want to break all emotional ties so as to no longer have to suffer from constant relationship stress. Trying to train yourself out of all the business emotionality does not work. At best, you can redirect it, and if you do not succeed in channeling it in a socially acceptable way through professional or private hyperactivity, you will almost certainly end up in some form of psychotherapy or religious community. Nor is it possible to completely separate the generation of skills from the learning material. In fact, they could be forgotten as soon as they have generated the desired skill. But they leave behind traces in the memory. The memory is not a machine or an economist. It wastes more energy and stores more than is necessary to generate skills. It may be neglected, as in a lesson in which nothing is memorized because everything can be clicked on. But even a neglected memory remains a memory. It does not stop working on stimuli that have not been dealt with. And facts that really affect a person, that literally concern him, are not dealt with by isolated acts of learning. That is why learning produces more than just competence, a store of learned facts. This store is a surplus with blurred contours. But it is precisely this blurred structure that constitutes a person's education. It may be shamefully small. But even then it does not completely cease to be the sediment of his or her competences. They draw on it, they draw from it. And yet they do not exhaust it. Even in its most dilapidated state, education is a source of hope. And even in its highest forms, it remains a fuzzy state of affairs. Trying to define what belongs to it and what does not is already an attempt to force it into the Procrustean bed of competencies, to mechanize it, as one would say in modern terminology. Machines do not need education. They do not draw from a fund. Their repertoire is a specific program. As long as they are functional, they will run through it. They are absolute experts, they deliver pure competence. But there is nothing behind it, no sense, no luck, no hope, no comfort. To look at people only in terms of their competences is to look at them like machines. Dreary. To reduce teachers to assistants in the acquisition of competences is to degrade them. They do not have to put up with that. They are not obliged to abandon themselves, but they are obliged to remember what teaching actually is, showing. And what is shown is always facts that cannot be reduced to competencies and therefore have something that can provide support and comfort. The Hippocratic Oath is part of the medical profession's code of ethics. It is medically outdated and does not solve any of the current ethical questions in medicine, but it does point in a direction. A pedagogical oath would not solve any of the current educational and school issues either. No teacher would be better able to teach by taking it. But if it were to commit teachers to the essential teaching axis and describe the showing of facts, which are of course compatible with human rights, in a shared present as their mandatory core activity, around which they're practicing, caring, judging, administrative activities should all be grouped around, it would set a strong orientation mark and remind us of something that is no longer self-evident. That teachers need a professional ethos no less than doctors. Ethos is not a competence, but the attitude that makes up a person's mental backbone. Teaching needs a backbone just as much as teaching itself. However, neoliberal school policy needs flexibility. That is why it would be difficult to get them to swear an oath of professional ethics. Anyone who suggested such a thing would immediately be suspected of outdated class consciousness, as if they just wanted to return to the good old days when teachers still taught in a three-part school system and could count on the submissiveness of their students. But just as insisting on the indispensability of plenary teaching is not a plea for frontal teaching, so too is criticizing the inclusion craze not a return to the rigidly separated schooling that blocked many special, secondary, and intermediate school students from a multitude of opportunities for self-development from the outset. On the contrary, only when the damage caused by inclusion really starts to hurt will the time be ripe to sensibly negotiate a humane multi-tiered school system. But even then, the trees will not grow into the sky. Shared moments in time will only ever be possible in groups of a limited size and with a similarly limited capacity to grasp. Capacity to grasp is not a natural phenomenon, but it has a natural substrate. It can sometimes be stretched to an astonishing degree through stimulation and encouragement, but not arbitrarily far and in all directions. It is not an amorphous wax mass. Even with optimal early childhood support, some children will not be able to achieve complex coordination, language, memory, and thinking skills. And yet their limited powers of comprehension have the full right to shared moments in time that open up facts to them that they are able to grasp. This does not stigmatize them, but rather takes them seriously as they are and protects them from performance demands that they can never meet. The limited space in which this happens is a protected space. It only becomes a space of exclusion when it seals pupils off from other learning opportunities. And it is precisely in the border area between school and non-school initiatives that promising opportunities have emerged in recent years. For example, sports, dance, theater, and music projects that span different grades and levels are attracting attention, where qualities other than school performance are in demand and which inspire in a different way than regular lessons. Special education students and high school students can suddenly find themselves on the same level during joint rehearsals and performances, and experience a much greater sense of shared time than ever in a deregulated inclusion space. In a well-understood multi-tiered school system, such projects would be just as much a part of everyday school life as separate teaching at different levels of performance. The combination of the two would come significantly closer to Theodore W. Adorno's great vision of a state in which one can be different without fear than inclusion at the expense of everything else, which no longer allows for anything outside. But a return to multi-tiered education is still taboo. For the time being, all our political parties have jumped on the postmodern bandwagon of competence and inclusion and are fighting for the front seats. The left says, we want to implement inclusive education as a basic right and create an inclusive education system in which all children and young people learn together for as long as possible and are given the best possible support. The Greens say, good educational institutions are inclusive. Daycare centers are already pioneers of inclusion. The SPD says, from daycare to adult education, inclusion is a fundamental principle for us and an integral part of all educational institutions. The CDU says, as much inclusion as possible, as much special support as necessary. We will therefore continue to promote inclusive schools. The FDP says, the individual pupil is at the center of our idea of inclusion. We therefore want to expand the inclusion that is already successful in many places in the early childhood sector and continue it in everyday school life. If I were forced to choose between these options, heaven forbid, I would roll the dice between the CDU and FDP. These two parties, which were the most ardent proponents of the postmodern turn in the 1980s, the most willing to talk about flexibilization of the world of work and the lowering of social standards, are the only ones who still show any reservations about school inclusion. Has it come to the point where criticism of the postmodern educational ideology is most likely to be found with them? On the one hand, the progressives who want to change the situation in favor of the oppressed and disadvantaged. On the other, the conservatives who seek to preserve the prevailing inequalities and privileges. This scheme has always been too simplistic to fully grasp the specific dynamics of the capitalist world. However, since the neoliberal turn, it no longer even provides a useful basic orientation. The new learning culture is primarily driven by the left. This is a striking illustration of the disorienting power of the neoliberal turn. What should we hold on to? The political forces that bitterly complain about the neoliberal fruits of education of the capitalism that they still consider to be the best of all social systems? Or those who, in the firm conviction that they are among the harshest critics of neoliberalism, do everything they can to implement the postmodern concept of competence and inclusion? This is about much more than a school dispute. The role of teachers is also a matter of crucial political attitudes. The term dawn of the teachers can be understood in a depressive way. Teachers are superfluous, learning guides are enough. But it can also be read with hope. Teachers are realizing that they don't have to put up with this. If they really fight for the preservation and ethos of their profession, they will trigger a debate that will shake the foundations of the postmodern world. A Halle-based association has been organizing a so-called Children's City in a municipal park since 2002. Since then, it has developed into one of the largest simulation games of its kind in Germany, with more than 10,000 children taking part last summer. The concept: children between the ages of 6 and 14 simulate the life of a city for over a month, while parents are largely excluded from the project and are only allowed to enter the grounds as visitors at best. Social workers and other monsters celebrate the oppressive cementing of the post-bourgeois existence as lobbyism for children. It is quite telling. After arriving in Children's City, the participating boys and girls are encouraged to immediately go to the employment office to find work. The prospective paycheck, which can usually be earned for a few hours of work in factories, a market garden, or the local power station, can then be cashed in at a city-owned bank. The standard wage earned can be used to finance a wide range of things, such as cultural and leisure activities, building materials for your own house, or the election campaign for the mayoral election. Just like in real life, colleagues marry each other, stand for mayoral election, vote on new legislative proposals in town hall meetings, or decide on the use of tax revenues. A new mayor is elected every week. Despite the original plan to do without a police force, one had to be introduced in the last Children's City. The reason: there were numerous robberies at the Children's City Bank, and bank employees used their position to gain advantages in the distribution struggle. As a result, the orderly flow of money transactions could only be guaranteed by imposing an oath on the bank employees and by taking disciplinary measures against suspected thieves, who had to perform community service as a punishment. The simulation of society expressed in the Children's City is intended to prepare the young residents for their later lives. The aim of the association is to create a new form of play area for children that enables them to independently design, experience, and learn about the complex processes of a city. The project manager of the Kinderstadt, Elke Arnold, explained in passing in an article in the Mitteldeutsche Zeitung what these complex processes are. The children should teach each other something. And they will be confronted with democracy, the flow of money and goods. The special appeal of the Children's City, as it is explained in the most modern stock market game rhetoric on the website, is that the children can try out the most diverse professions in the city, invent new professions, develop a business idea, or learn how their own actions affect a community. End of quote. As if the misery generated by the commodity society could not be seen in every primary school class, and as if such affirmative chatter were not proof that the organizers of the Children's City understand as little about children's needs and their implications as they do about the society in which they themselves exist. Instead, they seriously claim that the children would design their own city. The official motto was somewhat clumsily worded: "Children rule their own city." If painting by numbers is considered to be a form of design, and this is probably to be assumed in the educational sector, the statement may aptly describe this activity. However, if design is understood to mean the human ability to shape the environment according to one's own ideas and will, the term is nothing but a lie. The children may project houses, design the banknotes of the game's own currency, and sometimes even participate in the adoption of a law. Otherwise, however, they live in a rigidly structured system of coercion, beyond which the social pedagogical contractors would not be pleased to think. Nor are they even willing or able to achieve this level of abstraction. It is a foregone conclusion that the underage protégés have to sell their labor in order to buy the necessities of life and to participate in the game, ergo life. This condition dictates the entire course of the Children's City and remains unaffected by the decisions of the Citizens' Assembly. The children have no influence whatsoever on the most important aspects of the rational organization of a city or society, or, to put it another way, the formulation of the rules of the game, despite all the pessimism about the outcome of such an experiment. The concept of the leisure educators of Hallian Sal, the extremely creative name of the Children's City, is essentially limited to adapting children to the demands of the future and thus to that part of education that takes on the necessary task of preparing them for their future working lives. The other function of education, namely to raise children to become rational individuals who are able to reflect on their environment in relation to themselves, is not only neglected in the Children's City, but is simply prevented. The fact that the rules of the game are set in stone from the outset means that children experience their environment as an unalterable fact from an early age. They experience their own powerlessness. As if the failure to get a pair of designer jeans, the regular invitations from their parents to the employment agency, and the inevitable comparison with their peers had not long since penetrated the children's consciousness. For the organizers of this event, the immediate coercion is a far more effective educational tool than elaborate city simulations on the banks of the Sala. The sale of labor power is understood as a necessary, even anthropological, condition. According to this ideology, the only task of the children is to fit seamlessly into the given circumstances. The organizer's idea is not to make the living conditions more child-friendly, but to adapt the children to the existing conditions. At an early age, they learn not to look for the reason for their later failure in the rules of the game, but to understand it as a consequence of their lack of adaptation, or to look for the blame with those who are even less adapted. In the Children's City, they have to blindly submit to the prevailing rules and internalize the social requirements through imitation and identification. The playful form itself prevents conscious approach and engagement with the environment. It is a means of manipulation here. An education in reason, however, would have to include teaching children to think for themselves so that they do not submit to any authority for its own sake. In a conversation with Helmut Becker, Theodore W. Adorno pointed out that the task of education has changed to the extent that reality has become so overpowering that it imposes itself on people from the outset, so that the process of adapting to reality today would probably be more of an automatic process. End of quote. The education that the Children's City educators dream of becomes an assistant to the wrong society if it produces nothing but well-adjusted people, which only reinforces the existing state, and in particular its bad aspects. Pedagogy should try, despite the hopelessness of this endeavor, to sensitize children to the social pressure to conform to the commodity form of society and thus give them the chance to at least become halfway mature people. If this is willfully neglected, as the concept of the children's city demonstrates par excellence, they will only produce a reflection of their own sad existence, dumbed down, unexperiential, and indifferent figures. In short, characterless zombies. The means to the end of educational child abuse is play. Of course, education has not only discovered play as a means of exerting influence in recent years. While earlier playful educational interventions were easy to recognize as such, in the children's city play is per se subordinated to the civic educational mission. Through its purpose, it even changes its character. In free play with baby, matchbox, and Lego bricks, the child determines the rules itself. It does not have to subordinate itself to a predetermined purpose and principle and make compromises, but rather shapes its actions according to its needs and desires. In the game, the objects are removed from their socially assigned function and initially serve only to please the children. In contrast to work, which in Hallian Sal appears to be the only reason for human existence. This is not least evidenced by a quote from a newsletter of the Kinderstadt, "Sitting lazily in the sun for hours? Then you're in the wrong place." Herbert Marcuse defines the meaning of play as follows: play suspends the objective factuality and legality of objects as far as possible and replaces them with a different legality created by humans themselves, to which the player then freely binds himself of his own volition, the rules of the game. In contrast to alienated work, the individual has immediate control over himself and his abilities. Instead of blind necessity, the need prevails. That is the decisive point. In this defiance of objectivity, man comes to himself, to a dimension of his freedom that is denied him in work. Apart from the hypostatization of social conditions as a natural necessity, which testifies to the limitations of the organizers, the game in the children's city becomes a mere learning method through its very purpose. Of course, children learn skills while playing, and they may even create concrete products, and they certainly gain important experiences, but this is an unintended consequence. As soon as the content of the experience is determined, the previously selfless activity has to be adapted to the purpose. The form and the course of the game are set in advance. Just like the educational toys used in Montessori schools, the GeoBret with task cards is used to promote coordination, motor skills, and spatial awareness. The dice constructions with self-control promise to increase of concentration and geometric imagination. The 50 clamp cards promote reading comprehension. Each object has its predetermined place, each child its predetermined task. In the children's city, too, the purpose of the game has a coagulated character. The way in which things are handled, determined by fantasy, is replaced by an alienated relationship. The things, activities, relationships, and goals are ordered according to the categories of usability and not primarily according to one's own needs. The likelihood of being elected mayor, and thus, very much like the real provincial princes, having only marginally more scope for action, tends to be close to zero anyway, given the number of children. The children's city is like a school of disillusionment. It does not promote imagination, but rather the restriction of thinking to the demands made of it. Yet it is precisely imagination, as a reminder of our own repressed desires and longings that we have been unable to realize in our environment, that gives us the ability to think beyond the existing. It gives free play its law and order. For Marcuse, imagination had its own truth, the forms of freedom and happiness that it evokes claim to become historical reality. The critical function of fantasy lies in its refusal to accept the limitations of happiness and freedom imposed by the reality principle as final, in its refusal to forget what could be. The obligatory set of index cards provided by a travel agency for the children's city, there are no limits to the imagination, not only testifies to the lack of imagination of the organizers, but also, necessarily, to that of the children. How else can we explain that a candidate for the children's city mayor's office, Carl, 13, high school student, campaigned for votes with the promise that he would build a job center after his election? The narrow-mindedness of Elke Arnold, the project manager responsible for the alternative education camp, and her aides can be seen not least in the fact that they understand a compulsion that appears to be a necessity as their own will. They apparently really believe that it takes their initiative to encourage children to actively participate in social life. However, the organizers are not aware of the totality of social conditions that are hidden behind the civil society talk and that will present themselves to children as a social constraint early enough, even without the intervention of the nice Aunt Elke. Just as they cannot imagine children's lives as anything other than an ashen copy of daily drabness, they also fail to reflect that their own financial livelihood is closely linked to the conditioning of people, nor that they are doing their part to keep it that way. Thus, Hallie and Sal is not only the doubling of the false society, but also the particular expression of a post-bourgeois small-mindedness, whose hatred is known to never be directed against the drudgery of wage labor and the conditions, but first and foremost against those people who, due to inheritance, favorable circumstances, or shady tricks, are exempt from work and enjoy the privilege of being able to dispose of themselves and their time. What is perhaps new about this is that the hatred is also directed against those people who, fortunately, have so far been spared the seriousness of life due to their age. In the end, all that remains for the inhabitants of Children's City to hope for is that they will be allowed to go to the holiday camp on Usedom again next summer, where they can make friends without having to get married and enjoy the equivalent of the coins that their mothers have given them. And, far from being subjected to educational maltreatment for sitting lazily in the sun, they can develop those critical faculties that allow them not to accept a fact for its own sake. In a Lan Renee film last year at Marianne Bad, a nameless man repeatedly plays a game with matches with various partners, which is called Nim Mazir, but is now known as the Marianne Bad game thanks to Renee. 16 matches are arranged in 4 rows, 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 5 in the third and 7 in the last. Both players take turns removing as many matches as they like, but they may only take from 1 row at a time. The player who has to take the last match loses. The game existed in some form in ancient China, but it was developed in its present form at the beginning of the 20th century by the mathematician Charles Boughton. Even today, probability theorists still like to play it. In Renee's work, on the other hand, it seems like a game that has always existed, not just something from the past like the Baroque decor and the French gardens in which the people in his film move as figures in an interior world without an outside, rather like the condensed form of all play. The Marianne Bad game does not drag ideological ballast with it, like failed parlor games. Unlike most card games, it is a game for only 2 partners who are also opponents. Unlike chess, where men with far-sighted stares scratch their chins for hours on end, it has to be played quickly, but can be repeated as often as you like. And unlike almost all games, although there are wins and losses, they mean nothing at all. The loser is not beaten, rather his defeat completes the game. In the Marianne Bad game, victory and defeat are only partly a matter of skill and experience. When it is played by 2 partners who both have a perfect command of it, both of them notice the moment when one of them has to lose. The loser is not to blame for his defeat, but it is not bad luck either. From a certain moment on, it is the necessary result of the sequence of moves that have turned the open situation into a closed one. Defeat and victory do not end the game, but are absorbed into it. Consequently, in other variants of the game, the player with the last piece is not the loser, but the winner. Only patience achieves a similar purity, which everyone can play with themselves. As interesting as the cultural history of various games is, as instructive as it may be to study the behavior that is practiced in the triumphantly competitive game of scat or the drowsily convivial game of bridge, at the heart of the games there is always a relieving emptiness. Even games like Monopoly, which insistently emphasize their social significance, do not actually live from the unsympathetic behavior to which they accustom people, according to the opinion of witless ideologues, but from such emptiness. The self-contained emptiness of games creates a sphere of influence that allows us to step out of the emptiness of life for a while. Their rules, the stricter the better, are counter-rules to this life, to which they nevertheless belong. The purpose that the game is in itself brings the insipidity of the purposes that life is under the spell of to light. For this reason, every game, regardless of its specific content, negates the world as it is. Sociability, responsiveness, a lively imagination, joy in oneself and in others, which in the frail existence of human beings hardly find any possibility of expression, crystallize around the games into the happy but powerless appearance of what life could be if pressure and burden disappeared and no one had to be afraid. In this way, play also negates a certain form of the experience of time. Not only the insubstantial passing of time, as captured by Schopenhauer and Nietzsche in the image of Kronos devouring his children, but also the segmented time, dissociated into unconnected parts that nevertheless come together to form a totality, in which nothing makes sense and everything is inevitable. The game does not contrast this empty time with a more profound one in which the secrets that everyday life betrays would be revealed. In fact, the game has no affinity with the secret, but with the riddle, which itself tends towards the game. Like the riddle, the game is a phenomenon of the surface rather than of the depths, empty and yet complete in itself, lawless but regular. The network of rules, the denser the more seductive, captures those who follow it from the time of their everyday life and enables them to experience a different form of time. Not the suddenness of an epiphany that reveals to them what is hidden from chronological time, as the German art religion prefers, but free time, unencumbered by external purpose or deeper meaning, made possible by rules that the game gives itself. All this presupposes, of course, a situation in which nobody has to play, so that the seriousness of the game can confront the seriousness of life as an internal counterspace. The conditions for this were those of the developing bourgeois society: a lively complementarity of public and private spheres, work and amusement, the realm of purpose and the realm of conviviality. It also presupposes a sphere in which it is possible to learn what is later actualized in play, the ability not only to distinguish between reality and fantasy, but also to take both spheres seriously in their own right. This means nothing other than the freedom to be an object. For those who play, the game is not a pastime that merely distracts from the real object, be it work or one's own self, but rather a primary object. And those who play together do not merely relate to each other indirectly through the game, but rather each one primarily to the shared game. The tendency to implement elements of play in all forms of social life, by placing education, training, work, politics, and health under the primacy of play, is therefore more likely to describe an exorcism of play not only from the everyday lives of individuals, but also from themselves, from their self-relationship and their drive constitution. The playful shaping of all areas of society reflects the neutralization of the difference between the private and the public sphere. Where friends and acquaintances are always potential project partners or competitors, and the ever-expanding circle of friends consists exclusively of people who could, in some diffuse way, become useful or dangerous to you at some point, sociability cannot arise constitutionally, nor can friendliness or real enmity. Ultimately, everyone has to keep everyone warm and at the same time at arm's length. In this respect, the totalization of play and the expulsion of the playful moment from erotic forms of behavior, from coquetry, seduction, irony, are complementary manifestations of the same phenomenon. Both are under the spell of a dogged lack of seriousness that pervades everything from job interviews to barroom acquaintances. Where no one is aware of the objective futility of themselves and all other illusions, but where everyone is nevertheless forced to defend the empty identity of their own self at the price of social death, the greatest pride of the truncated subjects is not to be played with, and their greatest satisfaction is to make the arbitrary neighbor available as material for their own subjectivity. In this game, the loser is not a lost cause and fear is not banished. It is subject to the law of fear until the 1990s. Playgrounds, especially in large cities, allowed parents and children to be together and still spend time together, which interrupted the daily routine of work and family life. Their setting was reassuringly similar. It held no unwelcome surprises, and this allowed the children to play without any particular purpose and the adults to engage in conversation without any particular purpose. While the little ones sold each other sand cakes they had made in wooden huts, used slides, climbing frames, ropes and wooden animals for games with rules that were only partially comprehensible, and talked to each other, fooled around and argued without an adult always appearing on the scene, the adults who watched them from the benches exchanged views on education, the office, and recipes, politics, holidays and TV series. The adults were close to the children, but not with them, and the children knew that the adults were there, but would not disturb them. Moreover, playgrounds were places where parents and children could meet strangers in a relaxed atmosphere. Children played and argued not only with friends, but also with strangers of the same age, and adults talked not only with neighbors, but also with unknown mothers and fathers. All this distinguished playgrounds from children's rooms and living rooms at home, as well as from daycare centers. Since then, much has changed in public spaces and in the everyday lives of children. The longer periods of time that children spend in daycare centers and children's shops have turned the time spent there into a playful rehearsal for the phases of life of school and work. The opportunity for parents and children to spend free time together is dwindling due to changes in working and care conditions. At the same time, the playground has lost its innocence since the virulent fear of black men in the 1980s, which was replaced at the turn of the millennium by the fear that children could be photographed by strangers without their consent. No one sits down there for a few minutes to rest because they might arouse suspicion. Parents who sit on the benches and light up would be considered irresponsible. As a result, playgrounds are no longer green islands between blocks of houses, but increasingly resemble desolate wastelands. The climbing frames are rusty, the bins overflow, and the only people who still play and smoke there are often young people hanging around. The sad state of affairs in playgrounds is prompting urban planners and play researchers to promote their educational dystopias as alternatives to reality. The most elaborate concepts for innovative playgrounds come from Austria, Switzerland, and Scandinavia, but the idea is also popular with local politicians in Germany. At the beginning of the year, the Viennese newspaper Der Standard presented a number of innovative playground concepts in a detailed article. What they all have in common is that playgrounds are not places of leisure and freedom from purpose, but rather should keep everyone who uses them permanently on the go. Accordingly, the boundaries between play and physical exercise are blurred, as are those between the generations. Playgrounds should no longer be reserved for children, that would not be inclusive, but should also encourage parents and grandparents to slide, dig and exercise. Bertha Malak Linksack, creative director of the Emsland Children's Land in Geest, Lower Saxony, told The Standard that the playground of the future must be a place for everyone. The football club must feel just as comfortable there as grandma. Even grandfathers with walkers should be able to use the playground facilities. Dominic Stjuch, managing director of the Viennese landscape architecture firm U Landscapes, seconds this view, saying that playgrounds should offer multifunctional activities for children and adults. In Vienna's Sonnenviertel district, Stjuch has designed a youth playground with pipes running 2 meters above the ground. Ladders and nets are attached to them, which young people and adults can use for gymnastics, while children can swing on the rings mounted on them. Another playground that Stjuch has built in the Ostbrunn district of Vienna is home to exercise bikes that allow parents to watch their children as they slide down the slides. An example from Switzerland suggests that such concepts are not well received by the general public, unlike by city councils. The largest generation playground in Switzerland was the Frauenfeld Movement Park in the canton of the Gau. It was opened in 2012 and connected 3 playgrounds via a 5-kilometer footpath, offering not only play opportunities but also balance and strength training, as well as agility and dexterity exercises. The facility no longer exists in its original form, because although it was used sporadically by children, it was hardly used by adults. According to its own advertising, the park is now aimed at all those who want to be more active outdoors with the supportive training equipment, although the equipment is only available for use by adults. The administration has therefore responded to the failure of the concept by effectively turning the inclusive playground into an adult playground. The fact that the intergenerationality that is advertised as child-friendly can go hand in hand with the real exclusion of children from public spaces in favor of adults behaving childishly can also be seen in the relaxation zones in German city centers, which are intended to break up the startup routine between children's daycare and open office with play, fun, and sandcastles under the motto, Family Summer Bergplatz, a relaxation area with artificial sand dunes and deck chairs, table, football, seesaws, and climbing frames was set up in the Bergplatz in the center of Leipzig near the new City Hall in the summers of 2021 and 2022, in order to bring together families, young people, and creative people for visits and their own activities in the city center, according to the city administration. In keeping with the open Leipzig traffic concept, which does not completely ban cars from the city center, but rather seeks to allow car, bicycle, e-scooter, and pedestrian traffic to merge into one another in a somehow tolerant way through flowing transitions between the road and the sidewalk, the relaxation area was separated from the rest of the road traffic by a rubber band stretched just above ankle height. Sitting at the Italian restaurant next door, people taking a break could regularly observe how pedestrians crossing the square tripped over the band and fell flat on their faces, while men with top knots and rucksacks shared the seesaws with their partners. The babies and toddlers brought along as an alibi crawled on the floor or waited on the nearby benches for mom and dad to finally finish. The worst physical hazards were eventually eliminated. It is unclear whether the experiment will be repeated in the same way next summer. The tendency to push conventional playgrounds aside in favor of open-air enclosures for adults playing children may also have contributed to the public failure of the experiment that the Berlin Senate organized with the traffic-calmed Friedrichstrasse. Here too, where green urban planning has created a dead space in the middle of the city center that is calm and quiet for living, consuming and working, the post-urban inclusive city gives the impression of a playground for immature adults who have just as little desire to work as they do to play and therefore only feel comfortable in places where the two merge into one another. In this respect, the idea of an intergenerational playground is in the same spirit as that of the open office, where employees lounge around in beanbag landscapes with laptops on their laps, in order to pick up their partners, sons, and daughters at the paddling pool next to the bouncy castle in the pedestrian zone after office hours, which no longer exist, and to roll home together. Such adult immaturity casts a different light on the initially appealing and increasingly popular interaction pedagogy, which sees children not as objects of education by their parents, but parents and children as equal partners who educate each other and learn from each other. The dismantling of educational hierarchies, which makes this approach so popular among progressive parents and educators, is more likely to be a pretext for adults to take away from children the desire to be like the grown-ups, just as they themselves are weaned off the traces of their own adulthood, in the face of the depressing reality of intergenerational playgrounds. In this sense, intergenerationality would be nothing more than a euphemism for the pedagogical denial of individuation. However, the impatience with which children watch their parents digging on adult playgrounds gives hope that this project could still fail in time due to the young generation's pure disinterest. In December 2019, a song by the WDR Children's Choir entitled Oma ist eine alte Umweltsau, Grandma is an old environmental pig, caused a stir, satirically depicting the supposedly irresponsible behavior of the older generation. The old woman, who is the subject of the song, which is a variation on the song Min Oma fart im Hunnerstal Motorrad. My grandma drives a motorcycle in a chicken coop, drives to the doctor in an SUV, injuring 2 disabled grandfathers in the process, and fries a pork chop every day because discount meat costs next to nothing. The final line sarcastically states that grandma has now been reformed because, instead of flying, she now only goes on a cruise 3 times a year. The outrage that the song triggered was not only sparked by the insinuation that old people are characterized by stinginess rather than financial worries and that they eat supermarket food out of meanness rather than because of their low pensions. Furthermore, the fact that minors insult their grandma as a bitch for the purpose of amusement was criticized as symptomatic of the narcissistic renunciation ideology of a young generation that has grown up in economic security. The song seemed to demonstrate that climate protection, which has become a state objective, primarily serves the interests of a post-material clientele that has grown up in the orbit of the green bourgeoisie and hopes to rid itself of the legacy of their parents and grandparents. Today, the song, which at the time sounded like an echo of Greta Thunberg's How Dare You speech at the UN Climate Summit in New York in September 2019, which was also directed against the older generation, sounds strangely outdated. In times of corona, the discounter has become the only shopping option for many people, while the supply chains of meat products are to be controlled more strictly than before and meat prices are to be raised. Grandma can't go on cruises or take flights because international travel has been restricted to the bare minimum. And while Greta Thunberg, after her speech in which she accused a diffuse collective of the powerful of stealing her dreams, was compared by the world community with either Joan of Arc or Jesus, at Lateral Thinker demonstrations an 11-year-old girl compares herself with and Frank and Jana from Castle with Sophie Scholl. However, unlike Greta, they do not provoke undeserved applause, but rather deserved contempt. The old, who less than a year ago were morally reprimanded by a young generation of self-critical sensitive souls, now characterized as woke, for claiming privileges, have been elevated to privileged recipients of protection, care, and consideration under the sign of corona. Has the relationship between the young and the old changed so radically in just a few months? Have the grandmothers and grandfathers who were recently denounced as climate bullies finally been recognized as the forgotten pillars of society thanks to corona? There is reason to doubt this, because a large part of the corona measures are in line with the goals of climate protection and have therefore been praised by activists like Louisa Neubauer. Not only do the extensive suspension of holiday-related air traffic, the planned complete reconstruction of supply chains to hold those responsible for meat scandals accountable, and the conversion of many jobs to home office, which eliminates the need to travel to the office, meet the criteria of climate protection. Their economic consequences can also be best absorbed by the members of that social class that has already promoted climate protection policy in the media and politically, the digitally savvy and technologically well-equipped new bourgeoisie, which, due to flexible partnership models, can cope with homeschooling and home teaching better than cashiers or industrial workers, and whose relatives have been meeting in their residential communities and open office work groups long before corona, rather than in the cafe or pub next door. But not only socioeconomically, but also psychodynamically, corona policy reinforces tendencies that have already contributed to the mass acceptance of climate protection. In accordance with its own logic, climate protection subsumes the individual lives of people, which the bourgeois state is supposed to protect, under the general concept of the life of the planet or the ecosphere, in comparison with which individuals are only elements of a larger whole, but not an end in themselves. The health crisis makes it possible to concretize this logic, which pits life against the living individual, and to prescribe it to every citizen as a health cure. The imperative that each individual should behave as if they were beholden to a higher whole in everything they do, rather than to themselves, could only be asserted as a moral maxim by climate protection policy because the fate of the planet and the future of later generations are and remain abstract quantities for each living person. However, in times of corona, the health imperative is superimposed on the climate imperative, and the moral obligation is able to arm itself with practical threats. From now on, anyone who behaves irresponsibly in terms of health policy will no longer only harm a fictitious future humanity, but will also be to blame for the possible death of their loved ones. The threat of mass death, which Thunberg expressed in her speech in the event of excessive liberalism in climate protection measures, has become tangible and palpable for everyone under corona. Those who defy the corona rules are no longer just an old, white, stubborn reactionary like the climate sinners, but accept that others will die because of their selfishness. Since this policy tends to turn the population into a collective of patients whose members have to protect each other and obey the government's senior physician, the willingness to be offended by every unpleasant little thing and to take even the most general, abstract thing that happens to you personally is further strengthened. The fact that tables now have to be disinfected in all public places, even though such surfaces have not caused a single verifiable infection, that contactless payment in supermarkets and drugstores is being advertised as an anti-coronavirus measure, even though no infection has been prevented in this way so far. That employees in office buildings that are empty thanks to home office should also wear masks when they are alone at their workplace. That masks should also be worn in stairwells in case of accidental encounters with individuals, and that only one person should be allowed in elevators. All these precautionary measures cannot be rationally justified from a health policy perspective and are a form of collective exorcism, by means of which a community of potential intensive care patients, kept in a state of alert by politics and the media, wants to drive out not a virus but an evil god. Because, as Frank Ulrich Montgomery, president of the German Medical Association, who should actually be able to distinguish between medical and spiritual terminology, recently announced, the virus is happy and rejoices when people, because they are still social beings, give it even the slightest space. Sociability, spontaneous affection, and other shortcomings that, according to the Chancellor, threaten to make Germany the slowest in the fight against the pandemic, are not only the fault of the young, but also of the old. After all, old people are not always willing to see themselves as care cases who want to be at the mercy of others who present themselves as their protectors in order to prolong their lives. Even residents of nursing homes sometimes demonstrate their memory of the fact that freedom in civil democracies is something that can be granted to everyone and only withdrawn in exceptional cases, and not something that the state withholds from people in order to grant it to them only in the case of their compliance. That is why the environmental pig granny from the climate policy song could easily be converted into a corona pig granny who refuses to wear a mask and keep her distance. Likewise, the hateful image of the young mask muffler who celebrates illegal corona parties corresponds to the hateful image of the juvenile SUV driver who wastes his undeserved wealth in a way that is harmful to the climate instead of supporting the Amadou Antonio Foundation. As a result of the health crisis, the political enemy image of the irresponsible old person has by no means been replaced by that of the risk-taking youth. Rather, the corona policy continues the fight against all, young and old, waged by climate policy, with greater moral blackmail potential and in a more intensified manner, against those who measure their lives against the present rather than a hypothetical future and refuse to sacrifice their individual right to happiness and sensual fulfillment in the name of future generations. Only when both groups, young and old, realize that this policy, instead of protecting their individual lives, is turning them into hypochondriacally prematurely aged people who, in the name of survival, betray the individuals who are supposed to survive, could the depressing situation change. On November 13, 2021, a few days after the then Federal Minister of Health Jens Spahn had announced that it was 12 in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, the Spiegel magazine headlined its cover story on the corona crisis with the words, "Vaccinated. Recovered. Frustrated. How politics and the unvaccinated have screwed it up." The title reflected the same mixture of subservience to the state and anti-state resentment that Spahn had inadvertently fueled with his warning. Because politics had spent too long dealing with democratic quibbles such as individual freedoms and the parliamentary legitimization of the state of emergency, it had fallen hostage to the unvaccinated, whose irresponsible egoism and anti-scientific obscurantism was to blame for the fact that by next spring every citizen would either be vaccinated, recovered, or dead. The gloomy conviction that it was never you yourself, but always the others who screwed up, lent the resentment its characteristic schoolyard bully overtone. Everyone who has discovered health policy as a community-building ethic since the beginning of the corona crisis, in order to no longer have to talk about public health, agreed that those at the top should be served just as much as the individualistic troublemakers, that the administration and parliament are just as much in the way of the survival of all, which should be the focus in the future instead of the lives of individuals, as the private interests of citizens. As the Spiegel title suggests, the champions of this ethic are not compassionate sensitive souls, but doers, finishers, and clearers who imagine any criticism of their own actions as an impediment to a permanent emergency operation. The purest incarnation of this type is the intensive care physician Carola Halsner, who calls herself Doc Caro and has been outdoing the federal government's panic policy with emergency and emergency propaganda that flouts democratic procedures in her videos on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram since the beginning of the pandemic. Halsner has not only denounced the rare attempts at public criticism of the state's corona measures, as practiced by actors associated with the Alice Dite Mackin initiative, as irresponsible and harmful to public health. In March 2021, she also coined an emotional vocabulary that succinctly summarizes the self-image of the friends of the measures. On Facebook, she wrote at the time that she felt muted, and explained this in the tone of voice of an emergency doctor who had become a war hero in the fight against the virus. Muted. A word I recently read that describes very well what many of us are feeling right now. We are tired. Pandemic tired. And we are angry. Muted. I am tired and angry. Now more than ever, the goal must be, together. All in the same boat. Not party politics, not election campaigns. But fighting the pandemic. End of quote. This statement encapsulates what characterizes the heroes of left-wing civil society and what was embodied by the activist Captain Corolla Racket during the migration crisis, party politics and election campaigns, i.e. the forms of political competition that are common in parliamentary democracies, must be put on hold in the face of the common challenge presented as a natural disaster, as must public disputes and the resolution of irreconcilable contradictions. Instead of contradicting and quarreling, people should keep their mouths shut and join in, as was shamelessly proclaimed on countless signs and in announcements during the pandemic with the slogan, "Thank you for joining in." When some people refuse to comply despite the moral pressure being exerted on all sides, the compliant are frustrated and describe their frustration, in which weariness and anger at the enemies of the community are mixed together in an unclear way, by saying that they are fed up. Being fed up does not mean getting angry about something and therefore wanting to change it. It also does not mean having had enough of something and therefore wanting to get rid of it. Rather, it describes the courageous pride in self-acquired frustration, the aggressive insistence that one has done so much but received so little in return, that one has struggled and been fobbed off, that one has given up one's freedom without being rewarded with dominion over the less obedient. It is the habitus of the community friend and social despiser, renovated in terms of responsibility and ethics, who believes that reward should not be appropriate but fair, and who considers solidarity to be a matter of the heart rather than of politics. Since the new German mothers are inspired neither by politically motivated outrage nor by politically motivated resignation, but by a disappointed need for authority and the defiance of those who cannot get everyone to do their bidding, it is not surprising that they speak like petulant toddlers and also look for allies among children. In any case, Halsner's vocabulary has not received the strongest response from her professional colleagues, but from the advertising agencies of media education, which, as a result of mask-wearing, homeschooling, and educational neglect, often want to pick up children who have become mentally ill under the catchword mutant in order to make them not mature, but obedient people. Mutant? How are you doing in the fourth wave of the coronavirus? WDR Children's Television. We are mutant, Elternstimme EV, Pumuckl is mutant. Muckle magazine of the Bavarian State Ministry of Health, Kopfkarussel, auch Kinder dürfen mutant sein, Bridget. The children cannot be blamed for the fact that their suffering over the past few years and their social needs are being used to arm civil society in a moral and political sense. Nor can the parents who feel addressed by such collective appeals to their own frustration be blamed. Nevertheless, the popularity of the term and the attempt to spread it in a way that is suitable for children expresses a sealing off against self-reflection and a narrow-minded pride in one's own misery, which can have disastrous consequences. In the last 2 years, people have forgotten almost everything except the ability to look for the cause of their own daily misery in social circumstances, which are always reproduced in oneself, in one's own psychological constitution, in one's own thinking and actions, rather than in some bogeyman. To refuse to recognize this is in itself an infantile trait. To instrumentalize the misery of children to justify this refusal is simply inhuman. Affirmatively calling oneself mutant expresses pride in this mixture of sentimentality and inhumanity, of suffering and self-overestimation. The opposite of this pride would be a responsiveness that, in reaction to the experience of being overwhelmed, exhausted, and angry, does not strike out at the outside world, but seeks trace elements of commonality in those from whom one feels disturbed and overwhelmed. Children often have this ability more strongly than adults, precisely because they are not yet fully functional members of society. Instead of declaring them mutant, they should be encouraged in this ability. A nationwide poster competition held recently on the occasion of the European Parliament elections has shown how conservative and at the same time salacious the ideas are that those who are particularly aggressive towards young people have of them. The motto of the competition was First Choice, and it was aimed at all those who were able to vote for the first time in June as a result of the lowering of the minimum age for voting in EU elections to 16 years, which was decided by the Bundestag in November 2022. It was initiated by Maya Steinbach, Maria Victoria Juncker and Fabian Navarro, who are studying media design in Cologne and summarize their concerns to Deutsche Welle as follows. We want to show the election as a positive, exciting experience of trying something new. Young people are in a phase where they are making their first important decisions. We want to pick them up there. The ambiguity is our hook, the first kiss, the first relationship, the first time. End of quote. In times when there were real punks among young people, such know-it-all chumming up would probably have been met with the sentence "leave me alone, dude," despite the almost youthful initiators. Because, regardless of which subculture its members feel close to, youth is the time in life when people of all genders realize for the first time that they are not only different from their parents and family members, but also from each other, and that the experience of this difference can be disconcerting, but also exhilarating. That is why sensible young people, however unreasonable they may behave in everyday life, react with impatience to people who think they know where to pick them up. They would laugh at the idea of expressing the concept of youth as a time of sexual and political awakening in slogans that read more drably than the AOK newsletter. One of the poster motifs that won a prize in Cologne showed a to-do list on which an unknown hand had ticked off the topics first kiss and first time, and only the category first choice was still open. Anyone who only has sex for the first time after making their first cross on the Green Party is therefore just as abnormal as someone who only considers their third kiss to be noteworthy and the European elections to be a mood killer. The left-wing, youthful bureaucrat of the present day follows the correct order and completes each step with a sense of proportion and responsibility. In the past, left-wing parties in this country have differed from conservative parties in their support for lowering the minimum age for voting, probably because they assumed that the desire for autocratic self-control had organically been inscribed in the libido economy of the young voters they imagined as a cross-class and cross-gender Fridays for future generation. The Greens have always been particularly enthusiastic about this plan, and their ambitions have noticeably shaped the vote of the Bundestag's Petitions Committee on lowering the voting age for Bundestag elections to 16 years on April 10 of this year. In the justification for the vote, which the SPD, Greens, and FDP decided against the CDU/CSU and AFD, it is pointed out that the reasons for the already approved lowering of the voting age for elections to the European Parliament would also apply to Bundestag elections because the previous voting age of 18 years excluded people from the right to vote who could and wanted to take on responsibility in many areas of society and get involved in the political process. The argument put forward by critics that voters age 16 have not yet developed sufficient prudence and social knowledge is countered, according to the explanatory statement, by both empirical findings and legal assessments. Cognitive development research shows that in the age range between 12 and 14 years, almost all young people experience an intellectual development spurt that enables them to think abstractly, hypothetically, and logically. At the same time, the ability to think socially, ethically, and politically also increases in this age range. End of quote. The critics of lowering the voting age are therefore clinging to an outdated social psychological model of adolescent psychogenesis, actually a former left-wing model that has been refuted by cognitive scientists, which unilaterally links the development of individual conscience, political maturity, and the ability to make judgments to social conditions and ignores cognitive neuroscientific findings about developmental leaps in adolescence. While such a scientific rationalization of the desire for participation in elections by the age cohort that seems to serve its own interests particularly well may appear ridiculous in view of the catastrophic failure of the Greens, the SPD, and the FDP in the elections that actually took place afterwards, the trust in young people was not based solely on wishful thinking. The objection raised by opponents that young voters are not mature enough to recognize the dangers of being influenced by narratives that undermine democracy was not just tactical. In reality, it addressed a particular group of voters, just like the hope of the supporting parties, whose development has actually been favored by the recent reforms of the citizenship law and various civil society initiatives. Young voters with an Islamic migration background who are eligible to vote and who are targeted as a massive activation for the permanent agitation against the right, which the conservative parties expected to be disadvantageous and the left advantageous. The fact that both expectations were disappointed by the outcome of the European elections does not necessarily mean that a new openness towards the goals of the European right-wing parties, turning away from the primacy of climate policy, restricting migration, industrial instead of energy transition policy, can be expected. In Germany at least, the AfD seems to be at a disadvantage, as its representatives have largely refrained from gloating over the losses of the old parties and regard them as the result of a normal democratic process. The post-democratic high point of the day was provided by Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who categorically ruled out early elections in contrast to Emmanuel Macron, who had announced the dissolution of the National Assembly on the evening of the election, and the Greens, who attributed their losses to the fact that they had still not done enough to promote the energy transition, to combat man-made climate change and to support open borders. Although Macron's reaction may be explained by the intention to strengthen the position of his office before the majority shifts definitively in favor of the Rassemblement National, it nevertheless shows a parliamentary democratic reflex that is considered anachronistic in the country of the constitutionally relevant delegitimization of the state. This reflex is based on the premonition that in bourgeois democracies, political office holders must withdraw from their temporary positions the moment they no longer have a majority in the population and must find new majorities in the competition of opinions. Such objectivity, which is aware of the need to contain one's own power claims, is foreign to the representatives of the traffic light. For them, politics is not a question of competing for the most convincing arguments, but an arena of least truths that you want to push through at any cost, even if no one but you believes in them anymore. Accordingly, SPD Secretary-General Kevin Kühnert decreed, "This was not a mandate to re-elect the German Bundestag." The federal chair of the Green Party, Ricarda Lang, categorically announced, "In Berlin, we are far too caught up in the logic of winning and losing." End of quote. Where free competition, which is a constitutive element of bourgeois democracy, is flippantly discredited as an obstructive logic that must be transcended in favor of unbridled arbitrariness, the same applies to the shift of young voters to the CDU/CSU, AfD, and various small parties is not an indication that young people do not feel represented by the traffic light, but rather that the latter, although it has generously granted them the right to vote, has still not been able to reach them. As a voter clientele, in Lang's words, "We have lowered the voting age to 16. That remains the absolutely right decision. Because you don't make such a decision based on your own surveys, but because it's about democratic rights. But it's a big task to see how we can reach the youth now." End of quote. They have fought for democratic rights, but so far they have not been used by the recipients in the intended way, which is why the attempt to use them has to be repeated so often until the desired result is achieved. One could call it blackmail through freedom of choice. Lang's omissions about the high voter turnout followed the same logic, which she does not see as an indication that fewer citizens and even fewer young people than expected are attached to the green project of human happiness, but as a sign that too many citizens torpedoed the democratic election process by voting incorrectly. Quote, "First of all, it has to be said that it is good that there is such a high voter turnout. We were very pleased about that, even though we had a poor result ourselves. What is worrying is that the AfD still has very high results." End of quote. This is precisely the principle of inclusion. Everyone should be picked up and taken along, whether they want to or not, and this should be done until everyone ticks the way the pickers want them to. To stay with the metaphor, the voting behavior of young voters could be described as follows, contrary to Lang's wishful thinking. They have proven that they do not belong to a zero-interest generation by not rejecting the offer to pick them up, but by going to the polls. But they want to be taken to other places and along different routes than their pickup drivers would like. By continuing to do so, instead of clearing the field as they should, the pickup crew are proving that they do not represent the youth, but want to test them until they finally serve as human material to legitimize their own policies. What the young people themselves want is irrelevant, they are simply reconfigured, framed and modeled until the result fits. The French sociologist Jean Baudrillard already developed the idea that permanent testing is characteristic of post-bourgeois states whose system of representation is in a state of decay, rather than the free, equal, and secret elections that are characteristic of bourgeois democracy, in his essay In the Shadow of Silent Majorities, which was first published in German in 2010. At the time, the idea was linked to Baudrillard's criticism of the supposedly particularly democratic, participative character of mass media, which are increasingly no longer based on analog but on digital technologies, encouraging the audience to participate, change, criticize and respond, rather than seeing it as a passive mass of consumers. In reality, according to Baudrillard, the new media, like the post-bourgeois processes of democratic participation, reduced citizens even more to the material of their own self-reproduction. How the media, under the guise of emancipation, turned their consumers, who were no longer allowed to be mere spectators but had to participate, into the raw material for the self-exploitation of the medium, which is increasingly merging with the social body. In a similar way, free, equal, and secret elections are transformed from a means of representation into a means of self-accommodation for the individual, as a result of anticipatory and post-processing opinion polls and the encouragement for voters to constantly query, evaluate, and qualify their own and other people's opinions. In such a context, elections are no longer a substantial form of political opinion forming, but rather a medium of an appellative endurance test whose purpose is not to determine as accurately as possible what the voters really want. Rather, the aim is to generate the desired result by constantly optimizing the test procedure, self-modifying differentiation of the algorithm, and precisely reconfiguring the test groups, which in the election as a test comes to itself autopoetically, as it were. The proven means of such a democratic subversion of the democratic principle of representation are not the traditional forms of propaganda, but rather prognosis and modeling, which have always been of decisive importance in the ongoing agitation against the virus during the corona period and in the climate discourse. As with the coronavirus and the increasingly megalomaniacal climate forecasts, the hottest summer in 1,000 years, the decisive factor in elections as a test medium is which data pool is considered as material for a prospective test, which forecasts can be modeled from the tests based on which hypotheses, and which relationship between test material. Modeling and prognosis must be interpreted in order to achieve the predetermined result. It is only from this perspective, and not because the future belongs to them, because their relatives are particularly politically active or open, that young people come into view in the discussion about elections and voting age. If their members had really voted, as the Greens in particular were still hoping a few years ago based on opinion polls at the time, a whole iconography of youth would have been available to stylize the electoral mandate as a human mandate and the political as a moral fact. Old people only live for a few more years, young people for a long time. Old people are sluggish and rusty and have to be laboriously rejuvenated through health and psychopolitical training programs before they can be used for anything. Young people, on the other hand, are already what the old can be made to be at best. Many old people spoil the demographics. Many young people can be used demographically. The old are, although they are no longer old in the same way as the contemptuously dismissed white old men, still comparatively undiversified, homogeneous, and unpluralistic. The young, by contrast, are multi-ethnic, queer, and pluri-identitarian. That is why youth would have been the perfect statistical activation mass for the left-green, revamped federal republic. Instead, something happened that can perhaps not be explained by Baudrillard's theorem of the silent majority, but can be understood a little better. In Baudrillard's text, which is still heavily inspired by left-wing anarchism and situationism, the only hope of escaping the algorithmic transformation of elections into a continuous test is that those who are considered test material become mute, opaque, and actively lethargic, that they refuse the answers that are permanently desired of them, that they withdraw from the self-reproducing feedback loop and no longer do anything that any test could ever capture. The decision of young voters to vote in large numbers for small and splinter parties, which was characteristic of the German EU elections, could be interpreted in relation to, but also in contrast to, this interpretation as an attempt not to refuse to vote, but paradoxically to follow it by giving their vote to one of the parties, which, since there is no 5% clause in the EU elections, would not be a wasted vote, but whose main function is to actively express the refusal to give it to one of the established parties. The fact that in Germany, as in most other EU countries, the conservative and new right-wing parties, which are symbolically associated with backwardness, stubbornness, and obstructionism, were most successful among young people, suggests that their attitudes are not reflected in such spontaneous rejection. Rather, it points to two specific things. On the one hand, young people are apparently more afraid of the future that is emerging as a result of the energy transition and climate protection policy, which is their own future and not that of the generations that will live in 150 years, than they are of global warming. And they see the threat to life and limb that is posed by mass Islamic migration as more urgent than a queer multicultural future society. On the other hand, and going beyond individual policy areas, many young people are obviously tired of the fact that morally superior people who represent them but should not act as their guardians are increasingly aggressively trying to commit them to a future for which they have never decided. Instead, they want to pull the emergency brake on the train of history that is rolling over them, as Walter Benjamin put it, so that they can step out into the open and look around. The fact that they consider elections to be more suitable for this than revolutions is a pleasant way of characterizing them as conservatives. The fragmented world spirit needs young faces if it is to present itself as progressive. It is the time of child activists, the avant-garde of authentic protest. Be it Greta Thunberg, who has become the face of the school strike against climate change, or Genesis Butler, who serves as the childlike mascot of a campaign to convert the Pope to veganism during Lent. Or the student activists at Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, who are demonstrating for stricter gun control after a shooting at their school, or Ahed Tamimi, the media-friendly representative of a family of notorious Jewish murderers. Student protests are media-friendly, which is what makes them so interesting for interested adults, who sense it, even in their defense. A school strike is not a strike in the strict sense, but it is suggested that there is a strike, that something serious is being done. Any attempt to explain that it is somehow a strike, since after all it is in school that the labor force is educated or formed, fails to recognize that education is not free in most countries, but is usually a commodity that has to be paid for. It is precisely here that the so-called strike proves to be what it is, a boycott. Even the Dieter via compulsory education, which is also a late achievement in bourgeois society, identifies the Friday for Future as a form of protest of the postmodern and the global north. Unsurprisingly, the global climate strike for future turns out to be a first-world protest. The TAS has recognized Greta's media potential and is quick to take the young activist very seriously. Many people call Greta Thunberg a child to belittle her and her cause. But she's a young woman. It doesn't seem to bother them that she herself repeatedly emphasizes that she is a child. Thunberg, who was named Woman of the Year in her home country and was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize last week, said, "And the fact that I'm so young is also funny, because I'm still a child." It can hardly be denied that Thunberg's youth and childlike appearance are major factors in her popularity. But that doesn't mean that the young activists are not up to the debates conducted in the media, which are usually so undercomplex that even children and young people can take part without any loss of quality. Thunberg's popularity shows that the role reversal has long since taken place, with children telling their parents what they can eat, where they can travel, and what they can buy. What was once a privilege of the parent generation, namely to persuade the next generation to make sacrifices, to be moderate and to act responsibly, has now become a means of pressure in the hands of schoolchildren. It should not be denied that many critics are completely off the mark. The Parkland students were accused of being actors. Henrik M. Broder, who tried to condemn Greta's actions as child abuse, not only argues in a somewhat mean way, but also fundamentally wrong. He completely underestimates the symptomatic initiative of a generation that has grown up in the attention economy. The pathologization of Greta as mentally disturbed is also and especially denunciation, as well as being wrong. After all, the teenager is above all a typical representative of a generation that does not choose Sheldon Cooper as an idol by chance. It is a generation that gets involved by, for example, walking around the house and turning off the lights to save the climate, instead of starting to smoke, drink alcohol, do a line, or explore the illuminated night a little longer than allowed. Greta Thunberg and Genesis Butler are representatives of a generation that, instead of breaking the rules of the adults, dictates even more rules to them than vice versa. If anything, abuse by children should be criticized, who are taking on the task of managing the managed world even more and more deeply, or in Thunberg's unfortunately completely credible words in an interview with Spiegel, "Some people claim that my parents brainwashed me. But it was the other way around. I brainwashed my parents. I convinced them to stop flying and eating meat," she smiles. Many of the new political youth stars are reminiscent of those children of left-wing parents who, in pubertal protest, announce that they want to become policemen instead of punks, but ultimately start a career as social workers, which is wonderful for both sides. These teenagers are little adults. This is evident in the way that the then 10-year-old Genesis Butler, when asked why she became a vegan activist, answers with a formulation that sounds like it was taken from the memoirs of an 80-year-old. "I think, mostly, I just love animals so much, I've loved them my whole life." In the face of such children, even Pippi Longstocking, completely desexualized and sanitized by publishers, suddenly becomes the epitome of a rebellious childhood. Every impulse of criticism is infantile, whether it is the childlike sense of justice, which radically applies the principle of equivalence that has just been internalized and thus becomes the telos of the just exchange, or even the defiance against the reality principle as such. However, anyone who never exceeds this impulse will be just as little critical as someone who has completely left childhood behind. Adorno emphasized that the critic is faced with the choice of either becoming an adult or remaining a child, and in the supposed choice he has already provided the answer. The critic remains in a very specific way something third, or in the words of the same thinker elsewhere, not to grow up without remaining infantile. For today's generations, however, who hardly know the contrast between infantile and adult anymore, Greta, as a teenager who looks like a child but talks like an adult, is indeed the perfect symbol. Nevertheless, the talk of instrumentalization has a moment of truth that even leftists would hardly deny. For example, if it were about the children who have to walk next to their parents at the March for Life. It always seems to be the other side that is instrumentalizing, but the fundamental question is, who gets the big stage? Because the means of production and media capitalism continue to be in the hands of adults. Despite this, the active students are surrounded by an aura of immediacy, characterized by childlike youthful purity, which was already elevated to a pseudo-corrective in the treacherous children's question in the fairy tale The Emperor's New Clothes. Consequently, politicians like Emmanuel Macron or Frank-Walter Steinmeier are embracing the strikes, which are praised as engagement, and demonstratively taking the side of the students. The fact that the supposedly rebellious students are happy to shake the outstretched hands of politicians is also one of the peculiarities of this protest movement. Will we be able to look our children in the eye if we do not also pay our climate debt? Macron asked in his most recent speech on Europe, in the style of the rhetoric of the young climate activists. After all, the head of state, who has come under criticism for his hedonistic lifestyle, does not want to be one of the politicians who are being denounced by Thunberg as the greatest criminals of all time. You have to try very hard not to notice the message that is implicitly contained in this. The politician Michael Kramer, Greens, was more explicit when he announced, "There are people who deny climate change. There are people who deny the Holocaust. There are people who deny that particulate matter and CO2 and nitrogen oxides are harmful to health, that's part of it." End of quote. The German newspaper Der Tagesspiegel was even more explicit in characterizing Brazil's new president, who had announced that he would continue to clear-cut the rainforest. From Germany, which was deforested in good time, centuries ago, came the comment that this man, by attacking the green lung of the planet, was therefore a possible killer of humanity as a climate killer. The only conclusion that can be drawn from this is that, according to the most recent interpretation of international law, a country's national sovereignty ends in the event of the most serious, genocidal human rights violations. These are the lessons of Auschwitz. Or of Pol Pot. The threat of the destruction of the Brazilian rainforest would have to be seen as an attack on the future of the planet and would probably call the world community into action. End of quote. When so much is at stake, petty questions such as the PR model of the world saviors are superfluous. The Stockholm daily Svenska Dagbladet revealed that climate activism inspired by Thunberg has long since become a lucrative business. Ethics, morals, and credibility are considered important factors in the marketing of green products and financial services. This is something that Swedish businessman Ingmar Renshag has also taken advantage of. He says he discovered Greta, who held her Friday demonstration in front of the Swedish parliament in 2018. He photographed and filmed the teenager and circulated the professionally edited material via social media and company internal channels. He later used her name to promote his company, We Don't Have Time, which was founded in 2017 and whose business objective, according to its own information, is to generate viral environmental content, but which is also associated with the trading of CO2 certificates. Thunberg, whose portrait regularly adorned the company's advertising brochures, was also appointed to the board of his foundation. After the connection was made public through the research of the Svenska Dagbladet, the student and the businessman ended their mutually successful collaboration in January 2019. Greta Thunberg had long since achieved international, the young company We Don't Have Time, a statement that every stock market investor would immediately sign up to, had managed to issue shares worth 10 million kronor, almost 1 million euros, with Greta's support. Incidentally, the temporary connection to the world of finance has not damaged the young activist's image. Thunberg is doing everything right at a time when school is too bad to preserve anything of the old promise and too good to really prepare for the emptiness and lack of substance of today's working life. In the course of her protest, she will make more and earlier important contacts, for example with Bono and Christine Lagarde, acquire more soft skills than her school friends during their later internships in a sub-department of the EU's environmental agency or a regional initiative. She learns to merge a topic, a face, and a name into a brand. She learns everything that is needed in this country for a career in the field between radical left-wing politics and the International Monetary Fund, which is enriched by associations and foundations. We don't play hooky. We are active, is what the hyperactive protest students keep saying. There is no question that today's educational content and systems are indeed highly practical and reduce the objection that students would rather go to school and learn something useful in order to change the world to absurdity on a daily basis. However, the person most likely to refuse to perform would be the one who, faced with the choice between school and climate protest, decides to go to the cinema, the pub, or read the latest novel by Houellebecq, in other words, to consume. It is in this sphere that what one might ideally call taste is formed. Greta, who talks incessantly about our civilization but can only understand food as fuel, is only proving the lack of any power of judgment. Stilled hunger and taste are related to each other like security and freedom, although even Kant noted that taste only comes after hunger is satisfied. In terms of content, the movement led by Thunberg propagates above all a morality of renunciation, which elevates an ascetic or sustainable lifestyle to an ideal, involving fewer but more conscious air trips and a lot of vegan food. Thunberg's thoroughly populist statement fits in with this. Some people say that I should study to become a climate scientist so that I can solve the climate crisis. But the climate crisis is already solved. We already have all the facts and solutions. All we have to do is wake up and change. None of the protests are directed against the capitalist mode of production, but, if anything, they are about making cosmetic changes or the timely continuation of this through better, changed people. Nature does not negotiate. Martin Kaiser of Greenpeace repeats year after year at every United Nations climate conference, most recently at the Security Conference in Munich, where he accused U.S. Vice President Mike Pence of not even mentioning climate change. That not enough attention is being paid to it cannot be said, especially in Germany. But that is precisely the point. Anyone who ignores climate change and its consequences for future generations, regardless of the political issues at hand, is complicit. The fact that humans are not seen as part of nature, which they work on and intervene in, is evidence of an understanding of nature that is identical to that of those who are accused of not taking climate change seriously and thus contributing to the end of the world. Nature is something in itself, both subjugated and absolutely dominant, lovely and worthy of protection, but also cruel and merciless, wild and untamed, yet following iron laws, beguilingly beautiful and yet life-threatening, a basis for life and a death zone in one, but above all, speechless. For the speechlessness of nature enables both those who believe that man-made climate change is a fact, even if all the forecasts, from the desertification of the planet to the death of the forests and the hole in the ozone layer, have not come true or have been dealt with by countermeasures, and those who believe that global warming is a process independent of humans to speak on their behalf. The positions thus fluctuate between omnipotence, we can make the climate, and powerlessness, nature does what it wants anyway. The common point of reference is an understanding of nature that separates the second, social nature from the first, biological organic nature. In formulations that suggest that humans are a foreign body in nature, that is, that an alien from the planet second nature has descended upon the innocent earth, but also in fantasies in which the earth becomes a mixture of self-service store and robber baron's estate, the opposite of the creative claim to make the world a human one in the confrontation with the first nature is revealed. The basic assumption of historical materialism, that social progress becomes necessary and possible through the mastery of nature, and that the separation of first and second nature is a working hypothesis that is supposed to illuminate this connection, has disappeared from thinking, because the consequence would be a denial of the assertion that nature does not negotiate. It does so through its language-gifted animal. Unfortunately, this does not use its linguistic talent to reflect on the responsibility that could arise from this, for that it would need a corresponding subject. Humanity, rather, language is used to either disavow humans as a mistake in evolution and indulge in fantasies of the end of the world, or to abandon oneself to a nihilism of the boundlessness of the capital relationship, which is secretly just as doomed. The subject of the discussion about climate change is neither man nor nature nor diesel fuel, but the powerlessness that is only shifted from second nature to first nature because people no longer delude themselves that they can save anything in society. The fact that second nature has become all-powerful and that humans are no longer considered to be a felled tree in the Amazon or an oil-covered bird can be understood as an indication that humans have become as much an appendage as the first nature from which they originate, and that accordingly only the mastery of second nature could bring salvation. However, salvation is sought instead in the absolutization of second nature. In accordance with the obsessive-compulsive mechanism of more of the same, in which what has long since been proven to be nonsense is constantly repeated, climate change has been talked about for over 50 years in order not to have to talk about how hunger can be eliminated from the world. The debate about climate change as a question that will decide the fate of the species ensures that many other questions that are crucial for the species, if it wants to be humanity, are not asked, but at the same time allows the fiction of the subject of humanity in the face of nature, before which we are all equal and all have the same responsibility, no matter whether we are diesel drivers, soybean farmers, frequent flyers, or grumpy people. It is so wonderfully inescapable and at the same time so abstract that, as Wolfgang Port already noted in 1991, there must be a mismatch between the fear of doom and the concrete fear of being affected oneself. The more abstract the content of the expectation of doom is and the further removed the assertion is from the horizon of experience and imagination of a normal citizen, one can perhaps still imagine one's own cancer, But hardly the end of the world after the climate catastrophe, the greater the approval it will receive on the one hand, and the smaller the connection between the expectation of doom and any other content of imagination on the other. It seems that the end of the world as an abstract idea is an appealing notion for everyone, and that differences only arise when it comes to the question of how far one is willing to go with its realization and what price one is willing to pay for it. The maximum agreement with the end of the world due to the hole in the ozone layer and the somewhat lower, but still very high agreement with the death from cancer due to pollutants would then be interpreted as meaning that not everyone who wishes for the end of the world also wants to, but that many people realistically consider the risk of their own premature death from cancer to be so low that they do not want to let it spoil their pleasant image of a poisoned world drifting towards its demise. In his study Der Weg zur inneren Einheit, The Path to Inner Unity, Port found that the esoteric fear of doom associated with the 1980s and the ecologist movement of the time was transformed overnight into a lust for participation with the collapse of socialism in 1989, thus creating the conditions for the participation of the Greens in government. The fear of doom, or rather, the desire for doom, which initially clung to radioactivity, then to acid rain, then to medium-range missiles and then to the hole in the ozone layer, remained as virulent as the internal and external conditions that unconsciously fuel it in the subject. The fear of creeping poisoning and treacherous radiation arose as a substitute for criticism of a social exploitation that also endangers its beneficiaries. The climate catastrophe is the most abstract form of the fantasy of doom, one that cannot be served by images of starving polar bears, melting glaciers, or weather anomalies alone. Rather, Benjamin's dictum applies here that it will continue like this, even if it is a catastrophe, at least for many middle-class young people in Western Europe, who project their own bleak prospects into the world and onto the climate and join forces against the adults, whom they blame for the bleakness of their future prospects. The hype surrounding Greta Thunberg and the climate school strike she organized gives this diffuse fear a direction. The comforting horror that arises when Greta, as she is called by everyone, calls for panic in front of the world's economic elite in Davos and, in the name of her generation, seemingly withdraws her allegiance from adults, has more to do with the figure of the avenging angel than with that of a teenage activist who self-confidently attracts public attention. The fact that she looks younger than her 16 years and, with her pigtails and fixed facial expressions, reminds one of Wednesday, the middle daughter of the Addams family, contributes to the creepy factor that others call authenticity. Wednesday is the only character in the Addams family who is really creepy, a little sadist. She never misses an opportunity to torment others and make them compliant. While the rest of the family seems more like the average American, just in the Frankenstein and Dracula universe, Wednesday is not only, measured against the values of her culture, a confirmed bourgeois, she also embodies the truly sinister, which is not just there in this universe. In the TV series, Wednesday's loving parents gently show her the limits, and even though she doesn't seem to have a superego of her own, she usually complies, albeit sulkily. Greta, the sheltered daughter of an upper-middle-class Swedish family, her mother, Malina Ernman, is a well-known opera singer. Her father, Svante Thurman, an actor, seems to be different. The fame that her parents spread through a book describes how Greta learned about climate change at the age of 8. At first, she only turned off the lights in the house, then she went vegan, stopped flying, and her parents and sister went along with it all. The marketing of her Asperger's autism also makes Greta immune to any criticism. Her diagnosis has made her the ruler of her family, and now she is confronting the public in the same way she confronted her parents. She does not have to justify this, because, I see the world a little differently, from a different perspective. I have a special interest. It is very common for people on the autism spectrum to have a special interest. End of quote. The only difference is that this interest is not usually in saving humanity, but in dealing with public transport systems, trams, buses, train lines, and stations, or anything else that can lend structure to the inner chaos of the person on the autism spectrum. Greta is different. Her warnings and demands are becoming ever more strident. There is no sign of any particular interest, apart from the absorbed, unconscious fear of others and of herself. Of course, it is not a matter of making fun of Greta or simply denouncing her as ideologically blinded, as has often happened in circles critical of ideology. Those who have not yet lost all sense of shame and compassion should rather ask themselves what it means when a 16-year-old girl with severe psychological problems, who is told by her parents that her condition is simply fate, becomes a public figure when numerous articles about Greta refer to the so-called Asperger's autism as a mild form of autism. This is a way of disguising the fact that it is a classification within what constitutes the autism spectrum. Just as there is a mild depression that is by no means mild for those affected and their environment, but simply means that the patient is usually just barely able to go to work and cope with everyday life, the subdivision of the autism spectrum does not provide any information about what belonging to one or the other form means for patients and relatives. The German Manual for Diagnosis states in general, the core symptoms of autism spectrum disorders include age-independent deficits in social interaction and communication, as well as restricted, repetitive behavior patterns, interests, or activities. Interaction disorders refer to the initiation, maintenance, and organization of interpersonal relationships within the context of family, friendship, partnership, and peers in kindergarten, school, and work. Communication disorders refer to language development on the one hand, and to nonverbal communication, including gestures, facial expressions, and eye contact, on the other. In addition, those with a high level of cognitive ability also have paraverbal skills such as understanding the figurative meaning of proverbs and humor or irony. Restricted, repetitive behavior, interests or activities include special interests, ritualized daily routines, and a strong aversion to changes in one's own circumstances. These phenomena must be present from early childhood and remain present throughout life. End of quote. A pronounced lack of empathy, i.e., the inability to recognize the emotional states of others, coupled with an inability to understand the reactions of others, is characteristic. In the case of cognitively gifted individuals, the lack of ability to use metaphors and symbols is in the foreground. The fact that people on the autism spectrum no longer want to be considered disabled or sick has to do with the exorbitant increase in diagnosed and self-diagnosed cases of Asperger's autism. There are forums on the internet where you can test yourself, and there are self-help groups of offended people who have been refused the desired diagnosis by psychiatrists. The message here is also, nature does not negotiate. While autism used to be described as infantile psychosis and Bruno Bettelheim, for example, blamed the fridge mother, i.e. the failure of parents of newborns, for these early disorders, autism is now considered to be merely a way of perceiving that deviates from the social norm. In line with the complaint about heteronormativity, the neuronormativity of the medical diagnosis is denounced and autistic people are said to have a special relationship to reality. Although there is no evidence to support this assumption is supported by biological psychiatry. Where there seems to be no help, it apparently helps to declare the state of suffering to be normal. Michel Foucault, who contributed meaningfully and necessarily to the critique of psychiatry in his description of the normative power of psychiatry, would turn in his grave to know that this rejection of the normative is associated with him. The inability to empathize as a biological fact is used to justify behaving like an ass everywhere without a guilty conscience. The reality of autism is different. Autistic people often suffer from an inability to make contact and from not understanding reality. Even if they have so-called island talents, they can only be integrated into normal processes, for example at work, to a very limited extent, and they also feel this. Not least, there is a high level of comorbidity with other mental illnesses and cognitive disabilities. There is no such thing as a mild form of autism, but there are obviously people with little empathy who claim the diagnosis of autism for themselves because it makes it easier for them to get through life and not have to take responsibility. This does not apply to Greta. She has achieved a high level of social adaptation that enables her to present herself in public. She certainly wants to do that herself, but to what extent she can assess and determine her public impact remains to be seen. As a figure, she presents herself as a savage in the sense of Rousseau, who, precisely because she is different, is able to speak an uncomfortable truth out loud. And as such she is an invaluable weapon in the undeclared war of the European middle classes against the poor and neglected. For as aggressive, accusatory and even destructive as her words are, they lack passion, and that seems to be what mobilizes many of her contemporaries, who are characterized by a similar lack of empathy, especially towards their parents' generation. It is autistic emotional numbness that characterizes the entire half-baked climate protest. On Fridays, students are taken to school by their parents. Implicitly, the school principals give them the day off, and they just make up for what they missed on Friday, which is the least important day of school anyway. There would be no talk of strikes or protests if it weren't for the parents' fear of their children's revenge. It is not radicalism or consistency that gives their protests meaning, but rather a guilty conscience and sheer fear that all children could be or become like Greta, and where there is fear, desire is not far behind. German angst was once the German wish for world domination, which would lead to self-destruction. Today it is the generalized form of a subconscious that no longer needs to concern itself with the lowly aspects of everyday life, but instead has an individual view of the big picture. This lack of passion in settling accounts with the forefathers was also characteristic of the National Socialists, and without wanting to overstretch historical parallels, it is striking that Jewish refugees in particular have explicitly addressed the youthful, revolutionary, yet completely passionless element of the National Socialist takeover, not least in horror and thriller films, which offer the opportunity to visualize one's own fantasies. In the 1960 British film The Village of the Damned, based on a nondescript novel by John Wyndham, children appear with the dead look of revenge that Greta also uses to look at the world. Rilla was a Jewish emigrant. He added the ghostly, Aryan dead-eyed aura to the novel, which made the film a classic. In a normal village, the adults suddenly lose consciousness one day. After they wake up again, almost all the married couples have new children born to them within a very short time. These children all look the same and develop very quickly. They dictate to their parents, much like Greta, what they have to do. The contradiction and the actual horror in the film arise from the fact that the parents realize that something is wrong. It is not they who have become strangers, but the children. The denial of this feeling, which Sigmund Freud resisted to the last minute in historical reality, that a generation is growing up that is clearing up the succession of generations because it believes that only the destruction of the parents can secure their future, has cost many others their lives because it was an impossibility for them to think. Today the situation seems to be different. For decades the standard of living of the middle classes has been falling, and their children suspect that they will by no means maintain or exceed that of their parents. Rationalizing the renunciation ecologically, presenting it as a personal choice, helps to avoid the disappointment that parents cannot fix things, that they are just as powerless as you are and can only offer you educational opportunities and relationships. The Nazi clones in the Village of the Damned represent this murder of parents, the murder of tradition, a threat that Greta unconsciously utters. The fantasy that parents and grandparents live at the expense of their children and must therefore be punished, even liquidated, is the expression of the deep core of anti-Semitism, the envy of the Jews' supposed unconditional love of parents and children, which makes the denial of the heritage and the return to it a necessary phase of development, because, not without reason, there are great doubts as to where one could return to. The separation between man and nature, which is assumed to be almost organic, only reflects the denial of one's own nature, which can be summarized in 3 facts of life: the long dependence on the external object in the first years of life, the necessity of reproduction, and the passing of time, which ends with one's own death. These biological facts become the basis of the individual's conscious and unconscious experience in the corresponding psychological translations. The recognition of the experience of sufficient care in early childhood forms the basis for love and hate, as well as the distinction between good and evil. The recognition of exclusion from parental sexual intercourse, from one's own primal scene, establishes the incest taboo and the succession of generations, but even more, this recognition creates the psychic space that goes beyond the dyad with the mother, and thus both the possibility for fantasy and for a sense of reality, as they are performed in Oedipal enactments at all times of life. Finally, the recognition of temporality and death protects against narcissistic megalomania and is the basic condition for every form of desire and rebellion, because one lives only once. All 3 together describe the preconditions for development and change, whereby it is important how the psychic translations are, or can be, carried out in the subject, that is, how the unconscious fantasies, which are linked to them according to subjective experience, structure the perception of inner and outer reality. If neurotic fixations are essentially linked to the various phases of dealing with these facts of life, i.e., if they represent compromise solutions that can function more or less throughout a lifetime because contact with external reality remains largely intact and experiences can be processed, there are more profound developmental disorders that have one thing in common: they're turning away from external reality, both in perception and in the libidinal occupation of objects. Although perception functions formally, there is no physical blindness, deafness, or dumbness, no numbness in the neurological sense. Everything external is merely an extended inventory of the inner world and is treated accordingly. Instead of the libidinal occupation of external objects, the occupation of the ego occurs. The necessity of denying the individual's natural inclination to fall prey to nature only arises from the withdrawal of libido from the objects to the ego. In contrast to the splitting off, which takes place by means of projective identification, the person who denies is unconsciously or preconsciously aware of his denial, but is unable or unwilling to overcome it. It can therefore be assumed that the latest doomsday movement is designed to deny, firstly, the need for a caring external object, secondly, the Oedipal triangulation and the generational succession, and thirdly, the fact of the passage of time and one's own death. That this inevitably goes hand in hand with an increase in anti-Semitism has a banal reason, which Port has already mentioned. What, for example, connects the Jews and the ozone is the fact that an average German, or average European, TK, only knows both of them by hearsay. He would therefore have to consider talk of the apocalypse caused by the hole in the ozone layer and the slogan "the Jews are our misfortune" to be at the very least eccentric and far-fetched, if not downright stupid, provided that he judges according to his own experiences and his own understanding. Quite independently of the content or the truth of the climate catastrophe prognosis, it can be stated that the willingness to believe it is in no way different from the susceptibility to believe in a Jewish or other danger. On top of that, the data shows that the content of the eco-syndrome is the arbitrary and the coincidental, and the form of thinking is that with which one will have to reckon in the future as well. In that logic, a feeling form should be added to the commodity form and the thinking form, because here there is a lack of mediation. The desire to kill one's parents cannot be explained by the former two alone. It could only be analyzed from the interplay of affective entanglements, which could only really grasp the hatred of the elderly and parents. In Jungle World, for example, Jorn Schultz decrees, young people are being given the role of adults, who must use the voice of reason to remind them that time is a crucial factor in the fight against global warming and that Donald and Vladimir's intransigence must not be an excuse. End of quote. Schultz apparently doesn't know what the fight against global warming really is either. He is concerned with the eros of youthful revolt, however conformist it may be. The social revolutionary cannot come up with the idea that rebellion today could mean resisting the invitation to rebellion. In concrete, Bernhard Torsch complains, as always, in a highly critical manner. Now there are also leftists who find Thunberg's Protestant stubbornness a bit affected. One is reminded of the bad poems and even worse songs that one sang or even wrote when one was 16. Perhaps also of not having done much else and having shied away from the last consequence of destroying what destroys people and nature. For the most part, however, these remain private and internal feelings. To mock 16-year-olds and, as in Thunberg's case, to want to incapacitate them by remote diagnosis is the thing of the right and some liberals who, in their publications, defend the right to own automatic weapons as well as an economic system based on eternal growth in a world with limited resources. The particular meanness of the choice of words, which went as far as subtle threats of destruction, lies precisely in the case of Thunberg in the seriousness of her offense, namely threatening the performance-oriented society with a refusal to perform and the consumer society with a refusal to consume. End of quote. Unlike Donald Trump, no one is making a remote diagnosis of Greta. The problem is rather that she and her parents are carrying the diagnosis like a shield in front of them. What is interesting, however, is Torsch's rejection of progress. The formulation, an economic system based on eternal growth in a world with limited resources, suggests that it is only about renunciation, the renunciation that Greta has imposed on herself and her family. That Greta, on the other hand, is driven around the world by her father in the latest electric cars, which no Bulgarian father can afford, so he has to buy a cheap diesel car from Germany or Austria, and communicates via Twitter. That Greta is by no means a consumer of the world, must escape him, because in every German leftist, even if he is an Austrian native, there is an enemy of progress slumbering. Even Greta, even if she doesn't want to admit it, is more progressive. Michel Houellebecq's new novel Serotonin is not only accused of being reactionary because it is once again so homophobic and misogynistic. No, what a scandal, it is also ecological. It is not about the climate as a weather phenomenon, but about the climate that the European Union creates in agricultural regions with its subsidies. This version is of course too concrete for the arts pages and environmental protection, if only because it stands out all too humanely from Greta's abstract talk about nature, the planet, and hatred of the ancestors. When, in the 1980s, people from the movement against the third runway at Frankfurt Airport issued the slogan "The Jews were gassed in gas chambers, we on the street," they anticipated what can now be considered the average ideology on a European scale. The desire to kill is literally projected into the air, and one becomes a victim of it and can defend oneself against it with all means. Everyone has to expect their own private Holocaust. The Jews at least had something like a private sphere. You can't say that about Greta. The psychoanalyst Janine Schaskets-Mergel already established in the 1980s that this is a matter of the inability to transform persecutory guilt into depressive guilt and thus overcome it, and she believed that this, then still German, catastrophic form of thinking and feeling prevents people from thinking about the real dangers. When Houellebecq discusses the connection between first and second nature in serotonin, specifically in terms of antidepressant medication, which starts at the point where it is no longer possible to distinguish in the nerve pathways which metabolism belongs to which register, a negativity becomes tangible that is only able to recognize registers in the distinctions alone. The author responds to the atavism to which Greta invites us with the terrible realization that it is second nature that compels us to atavism, because the civilizing bond that once justified the distinction between first and second nature has been severed. The beauty and bitterness of the immediate confrontation with external nature has given way to the futility and senselessness of dealing with internal nature. The fact that the French, despite the dismantling of their party system under the presidency of Emmanuel Macron, despite propaganda against right-wing populism and for the Islamic religion of peace, and despite growing sympathy for veganism, waste separation, and naturopathy, are skeptical about the complete Germanization of their nation is a constant annoyance to the local attitude press. The French population did not react with probiotic mass protests to the latest recommendation of the Haute Autorité de la Santé, HAS, according to which expenses for homeopathic preparations should no longer be reimbursed by the public health insurance at 30% as before. In 2016, the polling institute IFOP found that 85% of French parents occasionally use corporal punishment as a means of education. 70% of all parents were against a general ban on corporal punishment as a means of education. In response to this confirmation of the belief that the home of Western laicism is a hotbed of black pedagogy, the British Child Protection Organization Approach filed a complaint against France with the Committee on Social Rights of the Council of Europe because its legislation does not completely prohibit parents from physically punishing their children. In particular, at the urging of the Secretary of State for Equality, Marlene Schiappa, who is a member of Macron's party La République En Marche, LAREM, the National Assembly and Senate passed a law in July 2018 that, following the example of the legal reform carried out in Germany almost 20 years ago, prohibits all corporal punishment of children in accordance with Article 17 of the EU Social Charter, thereby also criminalizing what is known in French as la fessée or la petite claque. The little slap and the spanking. In any case, there is no such thing as a little slap, Schiappa had said in justification of the loi anti-fessée and had decreed. I don't see what could justify a slap on the bottom or other forms of educational violence. In future, registrars will be obliged to warn all couples who marry in their offices about the ban on physical violence in education. Church representatives are also being urged to enforce the new legislation. A Catholic priest who had beaten a baby that was crying during a baptism in Meaux near Paris was often cited as an example of the Church's approval of corporal punishment, even though his action was immediately sanctioned and he has not been allowed to perform any baptism since then. Nevertheless, the law reform is less popular among the French population than among the media mouthpieces of German and European politics. Marine Le Pen and Emmanuel Ménard, who spoke out against the adoption of the relevant provisions of the EU Social Charter on behalf of the Rassemblement National, RN, received a great deal of support for their criticism of the state's interference in family matters, and the Family Association Familiste de France saw the reform as a symptom of the disintegration of parental authority. Teachers pointed out that they were confronted with violence from, mostly Muslim, children and young people against adults in schools more often than with violence from parents against minors. In an essay for Le Figaro, the philosopher Anne-Sophie Shahzad, who regularly writes for the Islam-critical magazine Le Causeur, interpreted the law reform as a gesture of self-incapacitation and self-subjugation of adult citizens to their protégés, who are stylized as little kings, which amounts to a suspension of the reality principle synthesizing civil society by its own representatives. The fact that the debate in France about the loi anti-fessée has been followed here with complete incomprehension is not only due to ignorance of the distinction between state and family education, public and private educational institutions, but also with the lack of any clear-cut concept of violence, which has always been a symptom of the German entanglement of barbarism and peace, lovelessness, and warmth of heart. The relationship between parents and their children in France has been characterized by a matter-of-factness since the 17th century and throughout the entire bourgeois era until the late 20th century, which in Germany is usually perceived as an expression of coldness and authoritarianism. The codes of behavior in the French bourgeois family are the crystallization of such objectivity. Claude Chabrol's films, which are misunderstood in this country as a criticism of the hypocrisy and prudishness of the French bourgeoisie, provide a realistic depiction of this objectivity in all its contradictions. The insulation of emotions, especially in intimate situations, promotes the tendency of the family to become a frozen expression of social dominance, a private agency of republicanism, as it were, but at the same time counteracts the transformation of intimacy into brutality, the bestial consequences of which Rainer Werner Fassbinder spelled out in his by far best film, Martha, in 1974. Where love and blackmail, intimacy and submission become indistinguishable. In Chabrol's films from the 1960s and 1970s, the principles of marital fidelity and family loyalty are so much a part of the moral code internalized by the characters that they uphold its validity even when their own lives no longer do them justice. It is precisely this rigorism that German Chabrol fans misinterpret as a criticism of the facade-like nature of the French bourgeoisie, whereas in reality it is a defense of the facade against the bestiality of immediacy. If in Fassbinder every gesture of tenderness betrays contempt, in Chabrol respect survives only in the tenderness that has become generalized as a habit. The interweaving of convention and love, intimacy, and morality has often been emphasized in the writing of the history of mentality as characteristic of French society. It testifies to a successful state formation in that formerly aristocratic forms of behavior, limited by privilege, have been transformed into general modes of behavior and universalized in bourgeois everyday life. This conservative change is partly responsible for the fact that intimacy and privacy are perceived as forms of social interaction in everyday French life, rather than as a contradiction to the anonymity of the public sphere, and without seeing a contradiction in this, as a free expression of the self rather than as in a social self-encapsulation. In a Zeit article that combines complaints about the spanking habits of French parents with snotty complaints about mothers refusing to breastfeed and the carelessly frequent prescription of effective medications to minors, the German France expert Margaret Moulin has blamed this unity of intimacy and civility, in reference to Jean-Paul Sartre, on an overvaluation of the regard de autres, the strict gaze of the others. According to Moulin, the overvaluation of this external perspective, which is based on Republican idealism and according to which individuals shape their behavior and actions, is to blame for the fact that French women give their children up for external care too early in order to be able to return to work, that they have a distant relationship to breastfeeding. Even in the case of a simple viral infection, they often give their children antibiotics and even refuse to let them sleep in the same bed as their parents. In France, it is taboo for children to sleep in their parents' bed at night and is seen as a pedagogical failure, even as incestuous. By contrast, contemporary German mothers, who in any case do not know the difference between work and private life, arrange to meet up with other mothers as a group to cart the neighborhood kids around in traffic-impeding cattle trucks for hours on end through streets and parks. They present their happily desexualized breasts to unsuspecting cafegoers at every opportunity and refuse to give feverish daughters and sons painkillers. But they don't mind if they snot on daddy's pillow. From the perspective of such invasive warmth, the willingness of French women to entrust their children to educational institutions as early as possible in order to gain time for themselves, their own work and their own friends outside of family obligations seems to be a mixture of faith in the state and selfishness. The long tradition of wet nursing, which Moulin disparagingly attributes to France, also an aristocratic legacy generalized in the bourgeoisie, actually promotes the attitude that is hated by German civil society, namely to see children not as an externalization of parental fantasies of protection and community, but as prospective citizens in the double sense of the word, as bourgeois and citoyens, as the mothers themselves also see themselves. What Moulin denounces as a unity of state faith and egoism is an expression of the dichotomy of the citizen into the public-spirited state citizen and the private citizen pursuing individual happiness, a dichotomy that finds its institutional form in the division of labor between the state-appointed educators and the family, which is protected by the state from the state. In contrast, German parents imagine education in harmony with the multiculturalized Volksgemeinschaft as a permanent plenary session in which children, parents, and educators negotiate the conditions of their equal cooperation at eye level in a friendly roundelay. That is why educators and, increasingly, teachers in Germany are not perceived as representatives of a profession at all, but as loyal henchmen of a social family ties, while in French day care centers and schools, at least ideally, parents are expected to obey the educators of their children just as much as their children obey their parents and educators. The fact that loving as well as harsh physical contact between educators and children has always been more strictly regulated in France than in Germany, while French families are more strongly opposed to state intervention in their educational practices than German families, is a consequence of these differences. It is precisely because in France, unlike in Germany, it is still widely recognized that education is the job of educators and not their heart's desire, while family education takes place in the time freed from gainful employment, that parents can forbid educators from getting too close to the children, whether it be in a warm or angry way, but conversely must rather follow the educators in pedagogical matters in the event of a conflict. The resistance that the majority of French families show to state regulation of private educational practices is due to the self-confidence that they do not need to be controlled in this regard, and to the respect for the authority of the educator, whose profession includes mediating between private demands and the state's educational mandate. In contrast, the agile tendency of German parents to take educational matters into their own hands, to interfere with the work of professional educators at their whim, to found independent daycare centers and independent schools, and to tolerate educators at most as capricious service providers, expresses contempt for the state, contempt for the teacher, and contempt for the child. All of which are seen as extensions of their own empty and hypostatized subjectivity. This subjectivity appears as a comradely warmth of the heart, while the pedagogical delicacy that is expressed in the respect for distances is denounced as a particular coldness of the French educational system. It is only against this background that the French variety of the women's movement can be understood, and German feminists only appreciate the fact that it advocates equal rights for women in the workplace, provided that this is not also denounced as an adaptation to the role model of male subjectivity, as in Moulin's case. Elizabeth Badinter's study Mother Love, which was at best received by German feminism as a critique of the obligation of women to motherly role models, was published in 1980 under the title L'amour N+, which can be translated as The Extra Love or Love in Abundance, a title that was apparently too dazzling for the German book market. In it, Badinter not only describes how the confinement of bourgeois women to the private sphere turns the female and maternal qualities that this engenders, emotionality, empathy, communicativeness, into the opposite of themselves, into a restriction of individual freedom and self-chosen friendship, as derivatives of a love that is not free but coerced. Rather, the point that distinguishes her book from the works of German historians of that period is the diagnosis that motherly love, which has become the principle of false socialization, is fetishized by the women's movement as the counter-principle to patriarchal society, with the productive aspects of female experience, which is banned to the private sphere, also undermines the progressive function of the father as a representative of the outside world, conscience, and law, and thus as an agent of boundary setting and mediation. With this diagnosis, Badinter proves to be a representative of an alliance between republicanism and the women's movement, whose protagonists refuse to be seen as embodiments of an alterity removed from the principle of bourgeois socialization, and insist on applying those principles to themselves. That is why it is not only easier for feminists in France, but for women and men in general, to take a stand against Islamic gender apartheid, against the right of the fist being granted to underage thugs, and against the undermining of state sovereignty by the champions of the Islamic counter-sovereign in educational institutions, an impulse of a bourgeois self-awareness that is, however, increasingly less supported by state institutions. The great importance attached to the regulation of closeness and distance between children and parents in pedagogical and feminist debates in France, alongside la fessée, breastfeeding, and the separation of children's and parents' beds are the topoi of this discussion, is due to the refusal to make little kings out of children out of misguided maternal love. And thus the insight into the interconnection between affection and humiliation, love and violence, as it is most bestially manifested in the Islamic clan context, whose description as a large family is a trivialization. The conviction that children should not be raised to be kings, that it is a more appropriate expression of parental love to refer them to their place as not yet adults in their own sense, is not simply part of the anti-monarchist founding myth of the French Republic. Rather, the dispute over la fessée and the discussion about breastfeeding and sleeping together are both about the necessity of respecting bodily boundaries as a prerequisite for happily crossing them. The love of long breastfeeding, in which German mothers are only surpassed by Muslim mothers, is not an expression of care, but rather a refusal to give up the mother-child symbiosis in favor of an intervening third party, father, law, outside world, and to recognize the physical boundaries of both the mother and the child as independent of each other and therefore capable of love. The subject can only become the object of love if it recognizes that it does not belong to itself, and is therefore free. Only objects of the outside world, can be loved, occupied by the subject in a libidinous way. The impulse to make them a derivative of the subject aims at their destruction. The distance from the parent's bed is therefore no more a symptom of a lack of ability to love than is the separation of the child's bed from the parent's bed. Rather, it is an expression of the effort to create the conditions for such an ability to love in the first place. The child who has to leave the parent's bed learns that the mother's love for the father, the love of the adults, is different from that of the parents for the child and therefore remains withdrawn from the child. In order to share in it, the child must leave the parental bed and, at some point, catch up with what it had to do without, at another place with another person. In this sense, the separation of the children's bed from the parent's bed not only expresses respect for the parent's intimate sphere, but also for that of the child. The place of childhood masturbation, which makes adult sexuality possible in the first place, is the children's bed, separate from the parents. The prerequisite for love between mother and child, on the other hand, and this is the point Badinter's book is making, is the transgression of the symbiotic mother love from which mutual love can only arise if the mother experiences herself as different from the child and brings this experience to bear, by refusing to give him the breast. Only then does she give the child the opportunity to abandon the archaic object of love and replace it with a self-chosen one, to transform the love born of necessity into a self-chosen love. When the majority of French parents are still opposed to the state withdrawing their right to la fessée, to occasionally punish their children physically, they are not defending the customary right to corporal punishment, but rather the setting of such limits. Parents who mistreat, torture or injure their children can be punished for doing so, as was the case under the previous legislation in France as in all Western countries. The defense of the right to la fessée is not about exculpating them, but about maintaining the possibility of referring the child to its physical limits if it disregards its own or others. In France, the right of parents to discipline their children has mostly been defended in contrast to the sanctions available to state educational institutions. These debates have nothing to do with the discussion about the pros and cons of corporal punishment as an instrument of criminal law, which also continued into the 20th century. In this respect, the often circulated claim that corporal punishment has been legal in France until now is at least misleading. It is not only Adorno who has used this argument to defend parents who give their child a good hiding when it rips the wings off a fly in the name of an education that debarbarizes. French parents, with the same justification and regardless of their knowledge of critical theory, French parents understand the right to corporal punishment that they have been granted to date as a way of showing their children, when they attack, torment or hurt others, respect for the physical integrity of others by physically pointing out their own physicality. In this sense, there is a connection between the defense of the right to la fessée and the distance from breastfeeding. Just as early weaning prepares the ground for the early differentiation between mother and child and helps to strengthen the ability of both to love, the slap as a gesture of boundary-setting violence sanctions impulses of unbridled violence and thus contributes more to an education in nonviolence than the so-called nonviolent education with its significant clumsiness, which is nothing but the pedagogical rationalization of a state in which adults offer underage thugs and rapists integrative cultural dialogues and anti-aggression training, thereby depriving themselves of any opportunity to occasionally bring to bear the moment of punishment that is inherent in every education as an attempt to mediate between first and second nature. By treating the child as a sensitive and fragile being, as a little lamb rather than as a subject capable of violence as well as love, of reason as well as madness, which is inherently contradictory, nonviolent education gives the desire for the dissolution of boundaries of violence, which is inherent in every subject, an incalculable space by renouncing violence that sets boundaries. When Katerina Rutschke, who was already persona non grata among German feminists, once let slip in a talk show that she knew from her own childhood experience that a slap in the face could sometimes release enormous development potential, she had finally blown her role as a public intellectual. Instead of complaining about her inhumanity, one could have also thought about why of all people Rutschke, who as a historian had examined and documented the black pedagogy of the bourgeois era, now appeared as a critic of nonviolent education. In fact, Rutschke did not deny herself, but recognized the difference between nonviolence and freedom from violence. Education for nonviolence cannot be nonviolent in a world where violence prevails. Rather, the violence that nonviolent education only denies, instead of abolishing, is linguistically and conceptually inherent. Instead of aiming at a black pedagogy, it aims at a whitewashed pedagogy in which the moment of violence is literally subtracted, deducted, and thus all the more immortalized as something that is hushed up and repressed. In a daycare center or neighborhood family, where parents, children, and educators routinely prescribe behavior therapy to Muhammad, who habitually spits at his female classmates, and where they coldly smile at Layla, who has been pulled by the hair by Muhammad in a fit of impotence, and explain to her that violence is not a way of solving conflicts, violence has become totalized by withdrawing in shame, while the mother, who gives her son a slap in the face because he called a schoolmate gay, or a classmate slut, practices education in nonviolence. In fact, The contempt with which the French dispute over the ban on slapping is being reported in Germany is not a sign of a particular sensitivity, possibly acquired through historical remorse, but an unmistakable sign that Germans are still unable to distinguish between violence and tenderness, love and contempt, happiness and suffering, power and powerlessness. That a slap in the face can help us to recognize the equality of all human faces, instead of a grimace, that love does not simply mean giving the beloved everything he or she desires, but also having the courage to deny him or her what one does not want to lose, that generosity is something different from indulgence. And that happy self-abandonment is only possible where the self that abandons itself need not fear being destroyed by it. All these things are for Germans, no more than for the followers of their favorite religion, mere trifles, hair-splitting arguments that people who know that a no is a no, a slap, a breast for breastfeeding and a child for suckling, do not need to engage in. Is only possible where the self that is giving itself away has no fear of being destroyed by doing so. For Germans, all of this is hardly more than mere trifles, hair-splitting, with which people who know that a no is a no, a slap is a slap, a breast is there to be breastfed and a child to be suckled, have no need to concern themselves. The distaste with which large sections of the French population have reacted to the Republic's recent rapprochement with its non-violent neighbor at least gives us hope that such differences will continue to exist, if not in the institutions, then at least in the memory of the French people. Quote, "The school must reach the generation of Allah." How often was the Holocaust and the Third Reich discussed in school? Of course it was important, but young people today want to know other things. This threat, which is directed at both Western pedagogy and the Jewish communities in European countries, does not come from a renowned Islamist, but from the Arab-Israeli psychologist Ahmad Mansour, who formulated it in an interview published in the BZ on October 21, 2015. Since the publication of Mansour's book Generation Allah in 2015, he has enjoyed great popularity among moderate critics of Islam in Germany because he addresses the virulence of Islamic anti-Semitism without giving up faith in the younger generation, which is particularly close to the hearts of a people that came into its own in the Hitler Youth. If Mansour had targeted today's autochthonous German students with his statement, it would have been something to be gained from it. Since the fall of the Berlin Wall and the subsequent economic and moral ideological triumph of Germany in the Western world, the arrogant, obtrusively all-human overtone of German educational pedagogy has become an unmistakable problem. Mansour, however, formulated his appeal with a generation of young Muslims in mind, who boycott memorial services after every Islamic mass murder, regularly harass their lewd female classmates, confess to their teachers that they would like to kill Jews, and who, without empirical reason, present themselves as victims of a perfidious Western colonial policy. Such underage friends of murder, rape, and tyranny, as Mansour sensitively explains to the BZ editor, would much rather talk about discrimination and arms deliveries to Israel, have a great interest in religion and origin, which is not bad in itself, and would like to deal with Syria, Islam in Germany or the Middle East conflict, because these topics are closer to them. Instead of confronting the Generation Allah with the Western reality, which is very far away from them, the school must meet their regressive needs with comprehensive offers, help them to develop a sense of belonging and speak to them in the language of youth. The aim of such pedagogy should be to compete with Salafists and other Islamic agitators in the battle for young souls. Islamists are now the better social workers. What Mansour is proposing here and recommending at length and in detail in Generation Allah as a progressive strategy against the fanaticism of young Muslims in Western Europe is in fact a non-seller. The empathetic pedagogy, which is directed against supposedly authoritarian knowledge transfer, bad frontal teaching and emotional coldness, and which has already permanently deformed the generation of pitiful hippie children who grew up in West Germany in the 1970s, is now to be applied to young people of a type of person that the flower children did not even suspect in their drug-induced nightmares. Despite its proven failure, Mansour can hope for support for his crazy idea because the tendency to regard school teaching not as a form of basic knowledge transfer, but as an offer to the students, born by sensitivity and empathy, to deal with what is close to them, is now hardly criticized. This pedagogy contributes to the implementation of barbarism and regression in schools because it does not portray teachers as those who have an advantage in experience and knowledge over their students, which, in contradiction to their expectations, leads to a process of realization in which everyone participates. On the contrary, teachers are considered narrow-minded because of their knowledge and experience advantage and are instructed to let their students impose their limited worldview on them. where the task of the school is decreed to be to reach the students, especially the most brutal and stupid among them, to devote themselves to topics that are close to them, and to speak the language of youth and not the language of the adults they are supposed to become. Every pedagogical canon, every universal knowledge as a measure of education is replaced by the self-esteem of immature pre-adults, whose need for development and education becomes the guiding principle of education. It is no surprise that such a pedagogy also approves of an interest in religion and origin when it is expressed in the form of racism against white classmates in the schoolyard, nor is it surprising that the enlightenment about the Holocaust is degraded to the level of a need that can be reduced if the students react to it with displeasure. The fact that the desire of Islamic youth to deal with religion and origin, with Syria or the Middle East conflict, is not an interest in knowledge transfer, but in propaganda that corresponds to their own self-perception, does not occur to Mansour at all out of sheer respect for the generation Allah. A course that would respond to these needs in the sense of enlightenment could actually only take place under police protection, because it would have to inform about the inherent hatred of Jews in Islamic culture, make the Quran as the basic text of Islamic terrorism the subject of the course, and put the necessity of the existence of Israel and the backwardness of the Islamist states compared to the West on the curriculum. If that is what Mansour wants, he should formulate proposals on how teachers can be protected from being lynched by their pupils. But Mansour cannot admit that the needs of the generation Allah are not aimed at changing the school day, but at liquidating it, at replacing teachers with murderous gang leaders, because that would destroy his concept of supportive pedagogy, which accommodates students instead of standing in their way. Mansour's ideas are popular, even among fans of the Amadou Antonio Foundation, because they transfer a development model of childhood, youth, and adulthood, which has been gained in the bourgeois societies of the West, to the offspring of Islamic coercive organizations. A false conclusion that is often legitimized by the fact that the members of the generation Allah are young people who grew up in the West and who are hardly distinguishable from non-Islamic classmates in terms of their taste in music, use of cell phones, and consumption of pornography. However, this argument is in fact abstract, because it confuses the fact that someone has grown up in a Western state and is familiar with its technological and industrial infrastructure with the existence of a Western socialization. In fact, such a socialization cannot be assumed for the generation Allah. Its members would even have to be regarded as a combat unit for the purpose of their destruction and fought against. One decisive reason for this is that childhood, which even in the Occident only became a general reality of experience very late, in the course of the establishment of bourgeois society in the 19th century, never existed in Islamic societies. The fact that the exorbitant birth rates in Islamic families are also an expression of a social formation in Western countries that does not allow for childhood despite having countless children, that in Islam young human beings are born far more often than in the secular West, from whom children never develop. Enlightened educators should reflect on this fact in all its frighteningness. Instead, however, the members of the generation Allah, whose potential for violence is feared not least by their parents, are addressed as young people who have left their childhood behind and have a life as adult citizens ahead of them. But if you let people who have never been children loose on the world as future adults, you create a reality that far exceeds the scenario of horror films like David Cronenberg's The Brood. In such a reality, the fact that the obsessive-compulsive behavior of 14-year-old girls is tolerated by their dull-witted patriarchs because the man who is the worst enemy of his wife is the only person in the life situation of refugees whom they can trust, while underage unaccompanied minors are treated as children under criminal law even if they commit adult sex crimes, that is, the status of a wife is forced upon enslaved girls, while minors are granted the right not to be held criminally responsible, is only seemingly a contradiction. In fact, it is the only way that a society that is attuned to empathy and sees its justice system as an extension of its educational institutions can react to the fact that the model of individuation and socialization that underlies its educational system and is reflected in civil law reaches its limits in Islam. What is frightening is the widespread blindness to this contradiction, because in Western countries childhood as an experiential reality is increasingly eroding. The fact that children have long spent more time per day in various educational institutions, locked up with their peers and under the tutelage of teachers, than at home with their families, that full-time and volunteer educators are now more important as authorities for their individuation than their parents. That childhood and youth are experienced as an immediate and constant activity and not as a residue of individual happiness in the face of the encroachment of the state and society, all. This favors the shameless collusion of education with the civil society advocates of Islamic impositions. What the bourgeois family has not guaranteed, but at least favored, is that children can experience social authority not only as repressive and punitive, but also as protection of the weak from the strong, as defense of freedom of purpose and imagination against the brutality and bleakness of social reality. Everyday life in school suggests that the master race mentality embodied by the Generation Allah, which seeks to subjugate its teachers rather than obey them, and which seeks to impose immediate violence and unlegitimated rule even in the schoolyard, has gained the upper hand. But once such barbaric customs have been established, the possibility of childhood becomes unattainable even for secularly socialized people, because childhood is not a paradisiacal origin, but rather a very young and fragile result of civilization. This can only be understood, however, if we take note of what the pedagogy of empathy does not want to know. Successful education is dependent on conditions that it cannot create itself. The fact that, for education to succeed, something must be present in the individuals that can be educated, and that this objective in the individuals cannot be brought about by education, but only by society, is the point of a thought by Ludwig Wittgenstein that, hardly coincidentally, was always unpopular, unlike his philosophy of language. It is summarized in the concept of training, which plays a prominent role in Wittgenstein's later philosophy. The apologia of training is not a plea for unquestioned authority, but rather Wittgenstein's attempt to bring to the concept that skepticism, criticism, and contradiction are not possible without respect for objectivity, for the given, which, in contrast to criticism, cannot be justified but only accepted. Anyone who does not accept this places themselves outside of any discussion and cannot be taken seriously as a conversational partner. Wittgenstein's favorite examples of this are sentences such as 2 + 2 is equal to 4 in mathematics, there is an external world in philosophy, or, revealing the historicity of his thought, no one has ever been to the moon. All of these are examples of evidence that, as the last example shows, are by no means sacrosanct, but can be refuted by historical development, but which, in each specific historical constellation, are the prerequisite for all judgment. According to Wittgenstein, the acceptance of such evidence, on the basis of which disputes, judgments or condemnations can only be made, is not based on conviction, but on training, unlike the victory of the better argument in a dispute. The pedagogical significance of this is that a moment of training also underlies the sphere of individuation for which education is responsible, in other words that only people trained in this sense are capable of individuation. Childhood is the time when young human beings are enabled to individuate by learning to distinguish between imagination and reality, not by the reality principle simply taking the place of the imagination, but by both talents correcting each other as autonomous entities and working together to develop individual powers of judgment. If, with regard to animals, the concept of training aims at techniques that contribute to the mediation between the human and animal world, i.e. to the humanization of animals, Wittgenstein applies it to education in order to bring to the fore the concept in which humans differ from animals, with whom they are nevertheless connected in terms of natural history. Childhood is the time in which people learn to transform the responsiveness and capacity for experience, which in children appears as a boundless but passive ability, into activity exercised on their own authority. Where such transformation is prevented from the outset, the contradiction between fantasy and reality cannot be resolved, and the child's fantasies of omnipotence become independent as infantile claims to omnipotence, brutally executed against the outside world. Because their parents were never children, the destructive potential of this infantilism comes to itself in the Generation Allah. The idea of training, which is unpopular even among Wittgenstein fans because of its apparent inhumanity, which in reality is the result of the effort to determine what is specifically human, would have to be developed in order to explain why an education for maturity requires the ability to obey. Those who do not want to be taught, who are unable to tolerate anything that goes against their own will, thereby express their inability to perceive objectivity at all. However, it is precisely this ability that people can learn if they are allowed to be children. The inability to do so goes hand in hand with the infantile will that the outside world should submit to the self, with the need for absolute obedience. On the other hand, those who are capable of disobedience are those who know how to obey the undeniable, the irrefutable. By learning this, the child also learns to refuse obedience. In view of this context, it is immediately plausible that the restitution of the bourgeois nuclear family was a genuine component of the Allied re-education program after the end of the Second World War, to the displeasure of anti-authoritarian leftists, since, contrary to the meaning of the term re-education, its goal was to enable the Germans to re-enter humanity, from which they had proudly, cruelly, and with unprecedented barbarism excluded themselves. For this re-entry into humanity, models were available that could be strengthened by re-education, because the bourgeois family in Germany was able to build on traditions, institutions, and ideals. The Generation Allah, on the other hand, demonstrates with frightening drasticness that anyone who has never experienced what Wittgenstein calls training is always ready to force everyone else to absolute obedience under the threat of death. The only way to deal with them is to abandon the idea that education is a kind of leading science for the world community and that the judiciary is its offshoot. On the contrary, when dealing with Islamic youth, it would be appropriate to exercise education as jurisdiction and to enable teachers to speak the law over those who are subject to them by virtue of their state mandate, because otherwise, lawbreaking and deprivation of rights will become established as everyday school life. However, neither German nor Islamic educators are willing to admit this, because Germans understand Islam so well, not least because it, like they themselves, wants to rule without restriction, but never to obey. The fact that adolescents are finding less and less pleasure in typical adolescent behavior, and instead see their destiny as demonstrating responsibility for the community at an early age, after completing childhood, which really only takes place as an early childhood education marathon, is not only considered by the German public to be an absolutely welcome substitute for the renunciation of adventures of a private or even semi-legal nature. Thus, the political engagement that has recently become very popular among young people, combined with the corresponding sense of mission, is particularly admired by society when well-behaved middle-class swats enlighten the adult generation about their moral failings in an over-didactic manner. The prematurely aged know-it-alls have realized that you can only become a bearer of sympathy and hope with a good dose of paternalism, with which the adults are made aware of their backwardness. Young people who do not pay attention to such tactical finesse and behave in an age-appropriate manner, that is, selfishly and in a way that is harmful to the community, are branded as rude brats. The 16-year-old French high school student Mila recently learned that this is not conducive to popularity. In January, she and a lesbian friend exchanged views in a live chat via Instagram about the unattractiveness of Maghrebian women, which is partly caused by clothing rules and other social restrictions. During the exchange, a Muslim youth made a pass at her, which she refused, whereupon he called her a dirty lesbian and other Muslim chat participants called her a dirty whore. The young man, whose advances the student had rejected simply because she was attracted to women, immediately accused Mila of rejecting him for racist reasons. In addition to this rejection, the homosexuality of the person attacked may have been an affront in itself for the Muslim socialized men. As a woman, Mila's sexual orientation towards her own sex violates the gender-specific definition of the male as the house and family norm and a prospective submissive breeding machine, and appears as a product of the individualistic West, while boys, or gay men, as long as they do not appear as self-confident homosexual subjects, are at least considered as objects suitable for penetration for the purpose of discharging their drives in Muslim male societies. The accusations of racism and the insults from the cyber jihadists prompted Mila, who with her bright eye seems like she couldn't possibly be a troublemaker, to post a video message to the offended admirer with the following words: "I hate religion. The Quran is all about hate. Islam sucks, that's what I think. I'm not racist, not at all. You can't be racist towards a religion. I said what I think, and you won't make me regret it. There are always people who get upset, but I don't care, I say what I want, what I think. Your religion is shit, I'll stick my finger up your God's ass. Thank you, goodbye." End of quote. Not only did she denounce Islam, but she also used a form of hate speech that is now considered to be insubordinate in all of Western Europe, which had far-reaching consequences for the 16-year-old and her family. First, the address of her school was published on the internet together with the call to punish the godless slut. The calls for rape and murder, as well as the threats from fellow students, if she had come back, she would have been killed, meant that Mila was unable to go to school for weeks and had to rely on police protection. Although she assured everyone that she had not personally insulted anyone, but only said that she did not like Islam and that it was a religion of hate, nothing more, she was now under fire because her dislike of the religion of peace was not only perceived by Muslim young men as an insult with the potential to divide the Republic. In fact, there was no question of unconditional solidarity with Mila for a long time. Rather, the prevailing view in the political just milieu was that Islam should be guaranteed protection of its existence, despite the high regard for republicanism and laicism. The socialist ex-presidential candidate Ségolène Royal announced that in France there is freedom of religious criticism. But you can also do that respectfully. I refuse to engage in a debate based on the crude remarks of a teenager. End of quote. For Justice Minister Nicole Belloubet, it was clear that insulting religion is a violation of freedom of conscience. Even though she later described this statement as unfortunate, Mila's lawyer Richard Malka was right to call the minister's statement shocking and to criticize her for parroting the propaganda of the Islamic World League, which is campaigning throughout Europe to have blasphemy made a punishable offense. As expected, Abdullah Zikri, the general delegate of the French Council of the Muslim Faith, CFCM, and head of the French Observatory of Islamophobia, took the side of the Islamic mob, giving Mila free rein to be shot down. Her youth is no excuse for such insults. She knew exactly what she was doing. She sowed the wind and reaped the whirlwind. Now she has to bear the consequences. Zikri did not want to condone the death threats trivialized by his statement and did not want to restrict the freedom of speech either, at least not as long as it was not about Islam. But that had nothing to do with freedom of speech. That was an insult, a provocation. And she knew exactly what she was doing. End of quote. The French Secretary of State for Women's Rights, Marlene Schiappa, at least responded to him by saying that such statements were criminal, and Marine Le Pen, leader of the Rassemblement National, RN, defended Mila's posting as an oral version of the Charlie Hebdo cartoons. The experts in media feminism in France, however, were conspicuous by their silence, as the Jewish Algerian editor of Le Figaro, Eric Zemmour, pointed out. Unfortunately for them, Mila had not insulted France, the police, or Catholicism, but Islam. This may have been the reason why left-wing women and feminists like Ségolène Royal simply failed to mention that the high school student herself had not threatened anyone, but had only reacted to the misogynistic tirades of hysterical Muslims. Instead of concentrating on their core business, the representatives of contemporary feminism declared that the dignity of Muslims had been offended and that it had to be respected. For such feminist activists, as Zemmour diagnosed, the malign patriarchy is only that of the white Western man of Christian culture. In contrast, they feel the greatest indulgence for the exotic Arab Muslim patriarchy. One might have expected that at least the LGBT community, which otherwise preaches the politicization of the private sphere, would have shown solidarity with Mila, who, as an openly lesbian teenager, is actually one of the main targets of this movement. Instead, various LGBT activists turned to Mila with the urgent request that she remove the rainbow flag from her Instagram profile. The German portal queer.de at least considered the whole affair worthy of a neutral report, which many of its users apparently already found to be too far-reaching. The comment of a user named Ideas from February 5, 2020 can be considered exemplary of the linguistic and intellectual competence of this scene. This is not just a defamation of a religion, but at the same time an incitement to hatred of all people marked as Muslim. It is anti-Muslim racism. To claim that this is not racism because Islam is not a race is extremely naive and makes the experiences of discrimination and the suffering of people who are labeled as Muslim invisible. Just because the high school student is part of a marginalized minority, she does not have the right to discriminate against and disparage other minorities in this way. End of quote. In keeping with this logic, the queer community was not bothered by the fact that the murder and rape threats from Muslim youths were directed against a person they considered to be marked as French, i.e., which is much more in line with the concept of racism than Mila's answer, which separates religion from origin, but only with the courageous reaction with which the victim confronted her persecutors. Self-confident pampering as a reaction to arrogant masculinism, practiced by today's feminists for the slightest reason, is perceived as mean, evil, and discriminatory as soon as its addressees are not Western normals, but Muslim master race. According to this logic, the police measures that became necessary as a result of the threats against Mila do not serve to avert a danger to the life and limb of the person threatened, but rather speak for the rampant anti-Muslim racism that a scene educator named Jenny from the block also suspects in the student in the queer forum. Mila's criticism of Islam, the educational expert concluded, was aimed at lumping millions of people together because one of them was discriminatory. Consequently, this child still has a lot to learn. Interior Minister Christophe Castaner countered the lack of solidarity from the left, feminists, and the gay and lesbian community with the assurance that blasphemy would not be a criminal offense in France, even after the investigation against Mila for suspected hate speech on social media has been discontinued. Freedom of expression in our country allows everyone to criticize a religion. The provisional conclusion of the debate was delivered by President Emmanuel Macron, who made a plea for the criticism of religion, without addressing the different levels of tolerance for criticism among Muslims, Christians, and Jews. Instead, he defended the abstractly guaranteed fundamental rights of the Republic, without even hinting at how it should be possible to take action against the only people who react to any criticism of their faith with a call to jihad. According to Macron's interpretation, the rape and murder threats from Islamic enforcers were more a case of new forms of hatred and bullying on the internet than a matter of different musical and styling tastes, which Mila had otherwise devoted herself to in her posts. Even where Mila's hate speech was defended as free speech in the name of republicanism, the connection between appearance and content, which Mila's vituperation aimed at and which she perhaps recognized precisely because of her pleasure in superficialities, was not appreciated. The insight that the unattractiveness of Islamic dress codes and the associated social behavior are in themselves a symptom of brutality, that the surface phenomena very precisely indicate the essence that is expressed in them. In fact, Macron and his interior minister were able to invoke laicism and the separation of church and state that it entails as a principle enshrined in the French constitution and guaranteed by it, which dates back to the bourgeois revolution of 1789. However, this is precisely what marks the weakness of French laicism in the face of Islam, which does not tolerate any separation of state, religion, private and public spheres. From the outset, French laicism was based on the fact that the recently deposed monarchy had close ties to the Catholic Church. The civil law established after the Revolution, and in particular the Code Civil, which was gradually elaborated from 1807 onwards, ended the competition between pre-bourgeois and bourgeois legal systems and canon law in favor of the primacy of bourgeois sovereignty, republicanism, and laicism. What began with the demand that Catholic priests swear an oath to the Constitution was systematized after the proclamation of the Republic in 1792 in the form of numerous decrees, which included a ban on state funding of religious communities. In the education sector, the school strike in the second half of the 19th century led to the replacement of Catholic teachers at primary schools by secular staff and the abolition of religious education. With the abolition of Sunday rest, church holidays, and religious ceremonies at the opening of Parliament, further state restrictions on the political influence of the Church were tackled, culminating in the so-called Separation Law of 1905. In practice, these restrictions still have an impact today in a way that is as unique to France as it is to the traditionally liberal United Kingdom. There are no crosses in schools, headscarves are banned in public buildings. There is no religious education, no theological faculties, and the heads of parishes or bishops are not recognized by the state. It is frowned upon to talk about one's faith in public, and between students and teachers it is even forbidden by law. There is no second Christmas Day and no Good Friday. End of quote. The secular principle, according to which the state largely ignores religious beliefs and downgrades them to a private matter, is still widely accepted today. According to a 2017 survey, 84% of French people support it, while 81% see it as being under threat. Laicism, which is due to a historical constellation determined by the competition between civil and Catholic legal concepts, also implies, due to its origin, an indifference towards the connections between secular law and canon law, which is proving to be a weakness in the face of the challenge of Western societies by Islam. The moral philosopher Olivier Abel describes this situation as follows: in French universities, almost no one studies biblical texts, which are the foundation of our culture, which is why our students miss out on a large part of our literary culture. And philosophy is not familiar with the theological questions that have preoccupied great philosophers such as Descartes, Kant, Hegel, and even Nietzsche. It is a great misfortune that a global culture of forgetting has taken hold in France. It is precisely the secular separation of the civil state and the Catholic Church that has led to the historical connections between the two spheres being forgotten, and reflection on these connections is indispensable for the defense of republicanism against Islam. This forgetting was encouraged by the fact that the historically prevailing laicism in the late 18th century met with Christianity as an already weakened opponent that had already proven its ability to secularize itself as a private creed. The fact that the separation of religion and state, in the sense of Lessing's ring parable, wanted to see all religions treated equally without regard to quality, proves to be the decisive problem in the face of Islam. Only Islam has a genuinely anti-state impulse that prevents the development of a self-reflective, codified and thus limited understanding of law, as in Catholicism. What in the case of Mila was directed against a single pupil is reflected in the analogous world of Islam's claim to deprive the Republic of its own foundations by means of its own instruments under the guise of an abstractly proclaimed tolerance that in reality is only ever demanded of Islam. In the name of laicism, its historical preconditions are undermined. The sociologist Bernard Ruger was the first to systematically document the consequences of this process in 2002 in his book The Lost Territories of the Republic. In it, he describes how the Islamization of families with a migration background is now threatening the canon of values of the state school system, based on reports from teachers at all levels. This threat points to the limits of laicism. One of the basic principles of state education à la Française is to regard the classroom as a refuge of the Republic, where children, regardless of their origin and religion, can emancipate themselves through the imparting of knowledge and grow up to become self-determined citizens. To ensure that this succeeds, France banned religious clothing such as the Muslim veil as early as 2004. But the so-called headscarf ban in state schools did not reduce the influence of Islamist zealots and Salafists on families with a migration background. In response, the acting education minister Jean-Michel Blanquer felt compelled in 2018 to write an open letter to France's teachers, calling on them to report all incidents with a religious background in the classroom on a specially created platform of his ministry. The reason for this was a report by the Secret Service, which was not originally intended for publication. This listed 1,000 religiously motivated disputes, including serious violations of secularism, which were by no means the fault of fundamentalist Catholics. For example, Muslim pupils reject red-colored desks as being haram, there are repeated refusals to take part in swimming and sports lessons, biology and sex education lessons trigger tumultuous protests, the classics of French literature are rejected. Even in primary school classes, boys refuse to shake hands with girls, the pupils who observe Ramadan are getting younger and younger. Furthermore, social pressure is increasing on Muslim pupils from less traditional homes who do not take the rules of dress and diet so seriously. These are increasingly being threatened by young machos who are loyal to Islam. These are developments that are not unique to France. In Germany and Austria, too, there are increasing reports of problems with Muslim adolescents and their families in educational institutions. However, while a contact point for religious incidents was set up in France last year to support teachers in the face of unreasonable demands from Islamic parents, there is no consensus among teachers and the relevant authorities here in Germany about addressing such problems. Even the intolerable conditions during Ramadan, with overtired and aggressive pupils, are considered an enrichment of the otherwise dreary school day that must be accepted, as the philosophy teacher of a Wuppertal grammar school explained to the FAZ. When I look at the effort that goes into celebrating Carnival in Cologne and Dusseldorf, no one will ask whether this is an unacceptable intrusion into the school day. These are cultural traditions, and if a country that is open to the world is willing to see such different traditions as an asset, then it goes without saying that you have to accept certain things. In view of such colleagues, it is not surprising that Suzanne Wiesinger admits in her book Kulturkampf im Klassenzimmer that it took her a lot of effort to publish her experiences as a teacher in Vienna, especially since she was close to the left wing of social democracy as a trade unionist and staff representative. She refers not only once to the pressure from the city school board and the trade union and to the moral pressure from her private environment not to talk about integration problems. A look at the forum Muslim student violence against fellow students and teachers on the For Teachers platform shows that her fear of being called a racist was justified. User Kazerly1990 finds the headline racist and concludes with the statement, which could hardly be more capitulatory, that migration and diversity are part of this society and that their effects have been determining the everyday life of our schools long before this fact was publicly accepted, thus involuntarily stating a truth. A survey showed that many students, 85%, in particular were against a headscarf ban at schools, which shows that the Islamic dress code is accepted as normal among students even more than among teachers. It is unclear whether confronting students and teachers with the results of empirical research would help to correct the misperception expressed in this forum, according to which a propensity for violence is not specific to any religion. In any case, a study from 2010 showed that the violence of young Muslims increases with increasing commitment to Islam and that the tendency to violence is by no means equally pronounced across religions. While young Christians commit fewer acts of violence as their religiosity increases, the opposite is true of young Muslim men. Research confirms that Muslim schoolchildren place the commandments of Islam above the laws of the country in which they live and that the Quran is considered by them to be indispensable for a morally correct sexual lifestyle. It was also shown that Muslim pupils generally represent more authoritarian values than Christian pupils and pupils with no religious affiliation. In addition, there is a higher level of negative attitudes towards homosexuality and Jews, and the greater significance of religion or ideology among Muslim respondents compared to Christian respondents. These findings correspond with the results of a survey of Berlin teachers by the American Jewish Committee, AJC, in cooperation with the State Institute for Schools and Media in Berlin-Brandenburg. It was found that it is primarily children and young people with an Arab or Turkish migration background who engage in anti-Semitic agitation. It is striking that not only children from Palestinian families are anti-Semitic, but also children from North Africa. While many Jewish students who are subjected to anti-Semitic insults and threats are now being offered the option of changing schools or attending a boarding school in Israel, the perpetrators are met with understanding, because ultimately their anti-Semitism is explained by the fact that they are victims of increasing Islamophobia. In view of such attempts at exoneration by so-called experts, the question arises as to why there are dizzying levels of support for anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in Muslim countries in the Middle East and North Africa, where the much-feared anti-Muslim racism simply does not exist. Unimpressed by the fact that Jewish students are not being bullied by right-wing extremist native Germans at their schools, German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier blustered on January 23, 2020 at Yad Vashem, that he wanted to protect Jewish life by referring to the evil spirits of the past, which today appear in a new guise but still embody the same evil. Since statesman-like anti-fascism is primarily interested in the past, it must remain as alien to assessments such as those of the historian Michael Wolfsohn, according to whom Muslim anti-Semitism is the most dangerous form of contemporary anti-Semitism, as it is to the fear of Reinhard Schramm, chairman of the Jewish community in Thuringia, of the consequences of if many more Arab anti-Semites suddenly join the individual Arab anti-Semites who have been living in Thuringia for a long time. In view of these tendencies in almost all Western European schools with a high proportion of Muslims, the Dusseldorf-based Islamic and educational scientist Klaus Spendler does not want to talk about an impending Islamization of schools. He is unintentionally right, because the schools are not threatened with a hostile takeover by Muslim thugs. It is already a fact of everyday life. This is being encouraged by the increasing influence of mosque associations on Muslim pupils and their parents, such as the Al-Nur Mosque in Berlin-Neukölln, which runs a youth and family center that offers lessons. Since the association does not receive any funding and is not affiliated with any children's or youth welfare organization, the state has no means of monitoring the content that is taught. There is no need to speculate about the content of these lessons. The headmistress of a primary school in the neighborhood stated that about a third of her 650 pupils attend lessons at the mosque at the weekend, and noted that the schoolgirls who come to school wearing black headscarves are getting younger and younger. Teachers report a parallel education in view of the increasing influence of imams on pupils. On the one hand, we have what has to be officially taught at school, and then we have many pupils who attend mosque visits and mosque associations that exert influence there. And much of what we teach in school is being scrutinized by imams and religiously active people. We are increasingly noticing that the influence from these circles is becoming much stronger and that we are only the second instance in many matters. Ultimately, it's about control and influence. The mosque community pays close attention to the direction in which the children are developing. End of quote. Equipped with the appropriate ideological tools to determine what is haram, the followers of the Prophet do not encounter the kind of laicism practiced in French schools, which claims to keep religion out of the public school and must be measured against this claim, but rather on a constellation that has historically been conditioned by the pacification of biconfessionalism, which, despite the principle of separation, is based on the cooperation of the state with the Christian churches. In Germany, there are special regulations, particularly in the school system but also in the charitable sector, which put the churches on an equal footing with public institutions. Caritas and Diaconie, as church-affiliated organizations in the provision of health care and nursing, are the largest non-public employers. The state and the churches also work closely together in many other areas. Christian holidays are protected by the state. In the federal states, denominational religious education is a regular school subject. The state universities maintain theological faculties that are bound by the instructions of the churches, while at the same time the churches operate their own universities. End of quote. It is not only the relevant associations that are calling for Islam to be integrated into this arrangement in order to positively enable the practice of religious belief. Since Islam, unlike secularized Christianity, does not see itself as a private matter, the promotion of a positive commitment to it in the education system must torpedo the claim that schools are places of enlightenment where students develop into citizens with the ability to reflect on themselves through the imparting of knowledge, regardless of religious sensitivities. In view of the ever-increasing number of Muslim pupils, educational policy publications and recommendations are encouraging this softening of a civic educational ideal in the best sense. The magazine Politik und Unterricht, for example, states that it is important to give Muslim pupils space and recognition for their identity and also for their problems in everyday lessons, be it in politics, history, ethics, or German. The problems of these students are seen primarily in the fact that many young people often only realize at school that they are seen as Muslims, and many only begin to take an interest in and stand up for their religion here. The authors answer the question of why a group whose members supposedly only realize that they belong to it at school should be given space for their own identity from the outset by saying that the Muslim consciousness is only created by the Bio-Germans, in that Islam has to serve as a foreign image to confirm one's own superiority and progressiveness, for example in terms of democracy, human rights, or gender relations. even if there is a lot to negotiate with regard to the devaluation of women or those of different faiths, anti-Semitism, and forced marriages, authoritarian educational styles, traditionalist concepts of honor or masculinity norms that legitimize violence, it remains questionable whether and in what form these are actually religiously justified or conditioned, as is often claimed. Those who insist that there is nothing to negotiate with regard to the points mentioned contribute to the reproduction of centuries-old images of Islam. In view of such statements, it is no wonder that practical advice for schools and other institutions on how to deal with Muslim children and young people is not surprising. A handout published by the Ministry for Generations, Family, Women, and Integration of the State of North Rhine-Westphalia, for example, states that Muslims in particular can appreciate and learn from how religion determines everyday life and what reverence for religious matters means. The unconditional devotion shown by offering small concessions on religious occasions such as Ramadan is to be praised. Here, consideration for tiredness and concentration deficits can signal recognition and appreciation to pupils. Above all, the authors are concerned about those Muslim girls who express their special role and independence as well as their religious commitment through clothing or headscarves. In coeducational sports and swimming lessons, if parents and students express explicit objections, an attempt should be made to organize the sports lessons in such a way that they are temporarily held in single-sex groups of the same year or even across years, rather than in the class group. Such gestures of submission seem to be ruled out in French schools due to the legal situation. Even though older teachers point out that for them the enforcement of secular principles is something that goes without saying, whereas the younger ones lack this awareness, the Islamic dress code remains suspended at schools in France. A recently published field study by Bernard Rugier nevertheless confirms the increasingly virulent problems in the suburbs, which suggest that secular practice in schools is de facto hardly valid anymore. While the riots in the middle of the last decade could still be described as an attempted and in many places successful land grab by Muslim gangs, the situation 15 years later is more complex, i.e. more threatening. According to Rugier, the lost areas of the Republic have become conquered territories. For a long time, the establishment of a comprehensive Islamist ecosystem with a complete infrastructure consisting of mosques with schools, swimming pools, restaurants, and sometimes even mortuaries was ignored out of a well-intentioned desire not to provide the far right around Marine Le Pen with new arguments against French people with a migration background. Rugier's study highlights the fact that the suburbs are sometimes hermetic counter-societies, in whose development mosque associations play a decisive role. The institutions developed by these associations are followed by the rejection of all connections to the French Republic and its conventions. Since the day-care centers and public schools uphold the principle of secularism, at least in theory, even under the changed conditions, the preachers warn against sending children to these institutions. As a result, many Muslim pupils are now being taught in private schools or illegal Quran schools. In France, there are currently thought to be 150 territories in which public and religious life is tailored to the consequent enforcement of Islamic rules, in particular against women and those sections of the Muslim population who until the 1990s emulated the Western model of values. Once hegemony has been established within the neighborhoods, the aim is to shift the balance of power with state institutions by occupying strategically important positions in the city administrations, whose responsibilities include housing, sports, and cultural associations, and youth. This happens when the spokesmen of the counter-societies approach the relevant candidates before elections with the prospect of votes and demand something in return. Using the example of the Paris suburb of Aubervilliers, Rugier's research team documented a complicity between the Communist City Council and Salafist associations that had become institutionalized in the administrative structures. The Alliance of Muslims, anti-racist and left-wing activists, however, does not see its field of activity only in the conquered territories, but is preparing to attack the Republic with its own means, exploiting the legal system. The historian Georges Bensoussan speaks of a legal jihad that not only works with the accusation of blasphemy or insult, but also of racism, in order to silence unpopular citizens, mostly Jewish or pro-Israeli. In France, in the past 2 decades, all attacks on Jews where the perpetrators could be identified have been attributed to Muslims. It is not right-wing but Islamic anti-Semitism that is responsible for ethnic cleansing, as more and more French Jews who can afford it see no other solution than to emigrate. Others are only leaving their residential areas for the time being and are accepting less favorable living conditions in order to avoid the danger. the French situation differs from the German one because France has been a country of immigration since the mid-19th century, and has pursued a republican integration model in its immigration policy that emphasizes universal values, in conjunction with a political concept of the nation that equalizes all citizens before the law and blanks out ethnic or religious identities. This model also proved its worth when immigration from the Maghreb states increased in the course of decolonization. Although this led to a growth in Muslim communities, it did not initially lead to any significant Islamization. This circumstance, as well as the fact that the living conditions of immigrants were mostly poor, drove professional Muslims to go on the Islamic offensive. In alliance with left-wing supporters, the situation in the suburbs was explained by the accusation that the Republic was still characterized by colonial discrimination, only this time in France itself. If one follows this logic, the Islamic ecosystems are to be understood as a continuation of the anti-colonial struggle. The indigenous French are seen as colonial masters in their own country, which must be liberated from them and their laws, just as Algeria once was. The activists can cite Emmanuel Macron himself, who repeatedly emphasizes that colonization was a crime against humanity. What is deliberately omitted is that famines and violence were already present before the arrival of the colonial powers, and that they were the ones who first enforced the end of slavery. It is also forgotten that, in contrast to the belated German experiment, which would have to be considered a battle of barbarians against barbarians, French colonization generated progress of a technical, political, and even cultural nature. In this respect, French colonialism can be characterized as a civilizing mission against tribal societies, without glossing over the brutality of this mission, whereby the aim was to transfer the republican virtues of freedom, equality, and fraternity to the colonized. And with great success, for a long time, the republican virtues exerted a strong attraction on the Muslim population, and it is surely too simplistic to blame the fact that more and more Muslims are submitting to the orthodox interpretation of Islam primarily on the Republic's failure to integrate. On the contrary, Macron is right to say that Islamic separatism is the Republic's greatest enemy. Its strategy of reconquering the Republic would then be a colonial project in the best sense of the word. The schoolgirl Mila would be the perfect ally for this project, even if, or precisely because, her language is closer to the burps of a rapper than to the prose of Chateaubriand. It is precisely because she does not make humble gestures of respect, unlike the country's elites, that Mila is able to make a telling critique of Islam. And she does so in a way that could hardly be more convincing, since she does not need academic or tactical justifications, which are of no use against abusive Muslim youths anyway and should be familiar to any enlightened contemporary. Unlike the mouthpieces of discursively camouflaged appeasement, Mila is an example of how the French Republic has managed to familiarize and advocate for perfectly normal, possibly superficial, consumerist and egotistical young people with the principles of the bourgeois public sphere. After the First Senate of the Federal Constitutional Court had announced in March 2015 that a blanket ban on headscarves for female teachers in the school service was not lawful because the Muslim headscarf neither concretely endangered the peace at school nor undermined the neutrality of the state, the leading voices of the Berlin Republic were satisfied with the usual superlatives from the compendium of political Sunday speeches. While Volker Beck, Greens, was the voice of reason, "This is a good day for religious freedom," Theo Sommer, Zeit, felt relieved of a heavy burden and conceded that the ruling meant nothing less than a late victory of common sense. A triumph that inspired Heribert Prantl, Süddeutsche Zeitung, who was in high spirits, to issue the motto "Dare to wear more headscarves" for the coming years. The fact that the opinion makers are delighted at the sight of veiled women in the civil service is due not only to the personal collapse of moral judgment but also to the fact that the notorious apologists for Islam have had their commitment to German Islamic Brotherhood confirmed as being in line with the constitution of this country. The ideological and practical contribution that Islam can make to the school-based administration of the misery of pupils with a migration background has now also been approved by the highest court. While Islamic social structures keep the underprivileged in line, even if they have no prospects left, the introduction of Islam into schools means that pupils who are destined to end up working in their uncle's kebab shop or on Hart's IV can be taught from an early age that, with a little respect from the majority society and Islam as a consolation prize, life is not so bad even without tangible opportunities. When Udo Ulfkott, vulgar xenophobes, or notoriously offended East Germans see the so-called Islamization of the West as a conspiracy against Germany, such misjudgments are usually based on the disturbed perception of frightened Germans. The establishment of the Berlin Republic, which has discovered Islam for itself, although its customs are a mockery of the democratic jargon that is cultivated elsewhere, sees the national interest as being safeguarded precisely by the integration of Islam. Sagar Gabriel said, We quite naturally need Muslim teachers, Muslim civil servants, judges, and police officers. For me, it is also only consequent that we think together about how Muslim welfare organizations can also perform welfare state tasks or how the Muslim community can become even more involved in the ethical debates in Germany. End of quote. The fact that the judges in Karlsruhe were not unconcerned about the education of the people from the top down is made clear by demands such as that of teaching tolerance towards other religions and worldviews to pupils, especially in community schools. The self-imposed obligation to engage in intercultural communication kitsch, which is in keeping with the postmodern age, turns out to be an inability to make a judgment that is even remotely committed to reality testing. The majority of the judges considered the interference with the freedom of religion of the two Muslim plaintiffs who had sued against their dismissal from the teaching profession to be serious, since in the case of their headscarf, in line with the self-image of parts of Islam, it is an imperative religious requirement to cover oneself in public, which also understandably affects their personal identity. The fact that an imperative covering requirement in public is not a cause for concern, but merely a welcome opportunity to ennoble religious freedom, which in the case of Islam amounts to nothing more than the freedom to be stupid and destructive, is due to the fact that the country's highest judges unconcernedly filter out the violence and oppression that are common in everyday Islamic culture. Instead of acknowledging that wherever the headscarf is imposed as a collective requirement, the individual rights to physical integrity and free development of personality are being cancelled, especially for girls and women, but not only for them, the identity of two offenders is being declared a good that is worthy of protection in a society that has said goodbye to reason. And in doing so, they stab in the back of all those who wish to live outside the cultural prison structures that have been set up for them. It is therefore no wonder that the argument centers on personal identity, the favorite term of the new German cultural protection, which was launched years ago in esoteric therapy circles, but is now used whenever any kind of atrocity is to be spoken of, with strict disregard for the criteria of truth. The basis for a ban is only given if the wearing of religious clothing represents a sufficiently concrete danger to the peace of the school and the neutrality of the state. The reason for talking about religious clothing is that, in a crassly atheistic manner, not only do they not want to distinguish between religions, but they also seriously identify the cross as a bigger problem, because the wearing of a headscarf by individual teachers is, unlike the state-sponsored cross or crucifix in the classroom, not associated with the state's identification with a particular faith. End of quote. What sounds like the modest balance of a state that is merely benevolently moderating is in reality undermining the safeguarding of a reasonably rational and calculable school routine. Parents who pursue an ideological interest disguised as religious freedom in the education of their children will very quickly realize that unruly protests from outside can interfere with the school routine. In addition to the wrong decision to allow the headscarf in the first place, thereby supporting the repressive tendencies and propaganda of Islamic orthodoxy, the ruling encourages potential troublemakers to give free rein to their basest instincts. The court, which is introducing the law of the jungle in schools, is leaving it up to the schools or school districts to come up with different rules. In the better-off areas, students will be spared from headscarves, because firstly there are hardly any female teachers who want to wear a headscarf, and secondly the locals prefer to leave the threatening customs of highly esteemed foreign cultures to themselves, so that they can consume them from afar with all the more tolerance. In the Islamic districts, where Islamic guardians of public morals already see their peace of mind concretely threatened when they come across women dressed in a revealing manner, Jews, or those who are scorned as unbelievers, the authoritarian whips and their followers will make a circus out of it until the headscarf is also enforced in schools. They will also see no reason not to enter the ring for further Islamization measures. For example, if a cross or even a Star of David on a necklace or a teacher dressed immodestly provides another occasion to claim the right of the fist in the religious struggle. The Association for Education and Upbringing, which is among the critics of the headscarf ruling because the teachers who are organized there know the sometimes threatening realities of school from their own experience, also points out that even today, considerable difficulties arise in the everyday life of schools and teaching due to inappropriate or intolerant, and that means, intolerant, advocacy of radical religious beliefs, for example by parents, as they are propagated by traditional Muslim groups, among others. End of quote. In future, intolerant followers of radical religious beliefs will find it easier to exert pressure on their daughters by pointing to the modest teacher with the headscarf. The practice of forcing minors to wear headscarves, forbidding them to do anything that is fun at that age, and suppressing any possible resistance through authoritarian threats and religiously authorized instilling of fear, in short, the systematic spoiling of the childhood of girls from Muslim families, has been given constitutional blessing by the Karlsruhe ruling. Even parents who want to give their children the freedom not to walk around modestly are thus exposed to the social pressure of religious zealots. Those who speak out in favor of the self-empowerment of Islamic neighborhood politicians, of course, also have no problem with wearing headscarves in class, which, according to the judges, does not in itself have an advertising or even a proselytizing effect. The fact that a headscarf has a meaning even if its wearer is not openly calling for conversion is beyond the imagination of postmodern, brainwashed constitutional strategists. Apart from the objective meaning that a political symbol has, independently of the characteristics of its wearer, a teacher acts as a person and is perceived by her students, whether she wants to or not, as a representative of the ruling order. For younger pupils in particular, a teacher is an object of identification and a projection surface for unconscious impulses, in a different way to a wooden cross on the wall. If she wears a headscarf, she conveys not only the inequality between men and women, which runs counter to the state's educational mandate, but also the message that it is normal to be subjugated, regardless of what she says. In the Taz, a Muslim teacher who was able to bring herself to take off her headscarf in class in order to teach, tells us how women who have been socialized in an orthodox Islamic way tick. Suddenly I had to show areas that I consider to be part of my intimate sphere. A friend of mine said to me, "You have beautiful hair. The others will like that." Okay. But for me, it's like someone saying, "You must have great, curly pubic hair. Show it to me." End quote. The deeply shame-ridden self-image of this teacher is not an individual quirk, but the original product of an upbringing that is fixated on female virginity and aims to train girls and women until they are chaste role models for family honor. The fact that the Islamic girl is not only constantly being told that both her gender and her desire are contrary to everything that is sacred, but that the required unspoiledness is also subject to constant scrutiny, means that she experiences the complete loss of self-control and autonomy under the systematically frightening control practice of the family, which has been formed into a surveillance collective. The sense of shame that is expressed in the headscarf craze and that is radicalized into a virulent disturbance by the demonization of women that is omnipresent in the Islamic community results from the feeling of the badness and dirtiness of one's own body, one's own desires and one's own wishes. The feeling of being small, which cultural relativists who are infatuated with Islam sometimes propagate as a particularly valuable form of female gratitude, is accompanied by a mistrustful to hostile perception of the outside world, which also includes the paranoid feeling of being under constant observation and of arousing the interest of all men whenever they go out. The wavy pubic hair on the head is the symbol of a religion whose followers are notoriously disturbed by their fixation on sex and therefore attack everyone else with their deformed morality. You don't have to be a passionate sex educator to know that it is certainly not a disadvantage in the teaching profession to be able to display a certain composure in the face of adolescent provocation and the collectively acted-out libido of pupils. However, this presupposes that you are not already completely overwhelmed by your own conflicts of desire and are manifestly suffering from Islamic psychotics, without even coming up with the idea that the reason for the crazy shame experience is not to be found in the imagined lustful looks of others, but in the Islamic impositions to which you have devoted yourself body and soul. Pupils and parents who experience not only the headscarf itself, but also its social preconditions and individual psychological side effects as alien and threatening, are not narrow-minded or even racist, but have retained the maturity that the Constitution usually presupposes of members of society. Parents who do not want to resort to a fight in the school hall, but who do not want to be accomplices of Islamic ideology and its supporters, and who also have a problem with their children being accustomed to barbarism, even if it appears to be moderate and in line with the Constitution, will have to look for alternatives to school in an emergency. Because the antisocial behavior of young men who have been socialized in an Islamic way, which is directed against both teachers and fellow students, is no longer being brought under control in some problem schools using conventional pedagogical methods, a few teachers wearing headscarves will soon be placed in front of their noses in the hope that intercultural education will help to calm the situation in the classroom. A little Islamic tradition and education in the form of Islamic mother figures cannot hurt German schools either, as long as it is a matter of the lower classes, according to the implicit message of those who now want to dare more headscarves in schools. The fact that the methodically adept and democratically presented teaching methods and educational ideals of the Berlin Republic are to be selectively combined with Islamic educational dirigisme may be irritating. But Islam, whose educational mission consists primarily of keeping the young in obedience to Allah and integrating them into the order intended by the Creator, does not differ significantly from the call for fundamental willingness to adapt in the unreflective and desireless devotion to the misery that is considered unchangeable and that is demanded of people in late capitalism. Even today, people trust in the educational effectiveness of a carefully administered dose of Islam and underpin the call for more Islamic education with an obtrusive paternalism. You are welcome, you belong to us, we take your faith seriously. It is also a piece of the mosaic in the prevention of extremism, when the mosques do not reach young people in search of meaning, and they then only learn about Islam from jihadists on the internet. End of quote. The prevailing educational idea that one can lead completely brutalized sadists who get off on execution videos of jihadists on the internet instead of pursuing age-appropriate activities, back on the right track by approaching them with accepting social work in a version that is in line with the Quran, apparently cannot be refuted by anything. Not even by the blatant failure of the currently very trendy prevention work. The image of the female academic wearing a headscarf plays a prominent role in the marketing strategy currently being pursued by the German Islamic associations in an attempt to change their image. In times when the militant enforcers of the pure doctrine of Islam are demonstrating the abysses of their faith to the world on a daily basis, thoroughly refuting the myth of a fundamentally tolerant Islam, the presentation of level-headed representatives of Islam with university degrees is becoming increasingly important. Unlike the housewife who drags her shopping bags, wearing a headscarf and second-hand clothes, and follows her husband around, the fashionably dressed and eloquently speaking representative of Islam, wearing a headscarf, stands for progress, which, depending on the cultural sector, can also come across as a rebellion of bitches. Lady Bitch Ray says, the image of the headscarf-wearing Turkish woman with a long coat and Aldi bags is often buzzing around in our heads. That's over, bitches. Wake up. The headscarf has long since ceased to be a sign of the uneducated Kanaki cleaning lady. The headscarf is punk. End of quote. Not punk, but a bit hipster are also the few women who combine the headscarf with accessories, skinny jeans, or horn-rimmed glasses to counteract the dark image of the headscarf, but primarily to prove the compatibility of Islamic-shaped self-armoring and colorful headscarves with fashionable style, the compatibility of Islamic-influenced self-protection and colorful headscarves with a fashionable style. In Germany, in particular, many people think that headscarves have to be dark and worn with long, white coats. My colorful and cheerful way of dealing with it is surprising. What is more surprising is how effortlessly the headscarf ideologues seem to succeed in completely assimilating fashionable clothing and putting it to the service of a colorful, prettified uniform. The Islamic youth organization Juma, Young, Muslimish, Active, Young, Muslim, Active, appears somewhat more serious, but also wants to make it clear that the time of the Kanaki cleaning lady is over. Co-initiator Sasan Chebli, who now works in the Foreign Office as a deputy spokesperson, must know what is good for Germany. 80% of our Juma girls wear a headscarf, are very educated and a resource for Germany. It is possible that a young, Muslim and active person can be a resource for Germany, which, strictly speaking, speaks for neither the one nor the other. However, the claim that self-confident headscarf wearers speak for the harmlessness of the headscarf or against oppression as soon as they deal with it in a colorful and cheerful way and put on horn-rimmed glasses is simply unfounded. To find out that the model Muslims who strive for democratic compatibility differ from representatives of the militant wing of their religion only in degree, it is sometimes enough to simply listen to them. Fereshta Luden, Germany's most popular campaigner for the right to wear a headscarf, who years ago made the brilliant statement that she felt like we were on the brink of the Holocaust due to the discrimination she had suffered, and who has no place in any school because of this morally degenerate self-victimization, is now plagued by completely different concerns. I have always been irritated when women make themselves overly pretty for strange men. The female bonus for participating in the patriarchal community is the libidinous pleasure gained from one's own subjugation. This happens when the faithful play the role of guardians of morality in compensation for the renunciation of self-imposed goals, and imagine themselves superior to other women who, whatever that may mean, make themselves excessively pretty. It is probably thanks to Luden's journey through the educational institutions that she does not emphasize her irritation by calling those she considers to be overly pretty Western sluts, as has already become common practice among devout students in schools with a high proportion of Muslims. But one cannot expect much more from educated Islam than a little moderate malevolence in the name of collective honor and morality. For the faithful, the acquisition of knowledge is also a mere means to the right faith. The gain of knowledge should serve nothing other than to encourage those called to higher things to study the Quran more intensively. Apart from the fact that education has never been a guarantee for good intentions and the inclination towards cultural goods sometimes harmonizes with both ridiculous arrogance and a willingness to be brutal, the blind trust in the demonstrative educational chatter of seemingly emancipated women wearing headscarves also shows that no one seems to have any idea of the ideal of individual freedom that is inherent in the classical concept of education, even if the education of the personality, the turning of the creative will back on itself, abstracting from everything social, has contributed to the hardening of the individual, to arrogance, to a sense of privilege and the darkening of the world. The promise of civilization and humanity, as it is explained in the classical concept of education, is still valid today as an objection to the contempt for freedom and uniformity of Islamic everyday culture. There is a simple reason why Wilhelm von Humboldt's call for individuals to recognize the dominant culture but also to think beyond it through proportionate education plays no role in Islam. Anyone who accepted the call would have to renounce Allah. What teachers are more concerned with today than the question of the possibilities of education in the administered world are the problems raised by sex. The consumption of internet porn or precocious behavior are among the most popular topics at educational conferences, where the latest horrors from a sexualized society are presented with a grim expression that one otherwise only sees in disaster movies when the president steps in front of the cameras and announces to the assembled humanity that it will soon be the last bang. While some rely on emergency helpers trained in sex education to ward off animalistic dangers, who enter schools equipped with dildos and condoms to demonstrate how to do it right and, as an encore, to think about brothels, sexual positions, or anal intercourse, others are up in arms at the idea that children could learn something other than the dreariness of marriage, which is what they are shown every day. A grammar school in Würzburg, which is no longer willing to stand by and watch the rampant shamelessness, has recently issued a dress code to prevent the Lolitas of Lower Franconia from misbehaving. Even if your belly button is an eye-catcher, you should not present it to the school public. Apart from the fact that such information reveals more about the concerned onlookers than about the girls who walk around with belly shirts, the need to ban potential sources of arousal from the public sphere is something that the uptight teacher from Würzburg shares with the devout Muslim, who, however, has a religion behind him that still has enough vitality and influence over its own followers to relegate physical stimuli from the public sphere. The rules of education and family structures, however, also become attractive to non-Muslims, provided that they are no longer capable of anything other than to fight with holy zeal against a childlike and foreign sexuality that is perceived only in a perherest form. Appeasement towards Islam also touches on the question of sexuality in late capitalism, which goes beyond the school context. The Islamic rejection of individuality, vice, and sexual competition does not seem to frighten Europeans, who are tired of civilization, but rather to attract them. The uncanny love of the regressing for Islam is fed not least by the fact that in their eyes Islam stands for a world in which there is apparently still encouragement even if one has no economic or interhuman success to show for it, and in which the headscarf symbolizes the negative sublation of sexual competition. The exaggerated interest in the physical and sexual is a consequence of an economic system that takes control of all dimensions of existence. Through the merging of work and everyday life, the rules and competitive patterns of the workplace are also transferred to the non-working hours, in which the expansion of freedom of movement and the competitive sportification of sexuality have created a battle zone in which the repressively desublimated, who doggedly misunderstand their own obsessive and self-denying efforts as an urban orientation towards pleasure and enjoyment, and drive themselves to peak performance in order to outwit the weakness and aging of their bodies, whether through health mania, liposuction, or manic workouts. The absolute will to be successful outside of work, the ambitious and meticulously organized preparation for potential partners and their approval, or even more so, the self-referential proof of one's own success, even in the pores of the body, is exactly the same as the pseudo-activity in the workplace. The physical and sexual exertion, which is as joyless as it is exhausting, in the name of narcissism, the socially acceptable form of regression, corresponds with agonizing fatigue. At some point, the crisis-ridden post-bourgeois subject, freed from every critical thought, every hope and utopia, only wants to lie on the couch or fantasize about the island of the wretched, whose desires are erased from the outset, like those of the headscarf wearers. All that remains of the progress of civilization in the erotic, of the attraction of the foreign that one seeks in the other, is the dull relationship work of those who are physiognomically and mentally synchronized. Instead of happiness, one seeks recognition and admiration in the next best feel-good community, which can be just as well the yoga group as the disco acquaintance. The world, with which the narcissistic monads no longer know what to do, is only catalogued from the point of view of strengthening or offending the stunted self. At the latest, when the busy hobby painter realizes, in the constant comparison with others, that in the battle zone of the body and the young, one cannot keep up forever, simply because one is getting older, the increasingly sexualized view of the world can turn into the stony gaze of the hater. He is driven to shut himself off from the demands of thought and to compensate for his own inadequacy in coping with the excessive demands of the economy of desire and narcissistic frustration by means of over-sexualizing desexualization. The flip side of repressive desublimation is pathic projection, the urge to leave behind social forms in order to take revenge on the hallucinatory causes of deep-seated dissatisfaction. The fact that sexual taboos have not fallen despite all the sex shop libertinage and that what one desires oneself is still fiercely fought against by others is evidenced by the constantly recurring persecution rituals against so-called child abusers, the collective outrage over the preferences of others, or the raised malice against the flatness and artificiality of cultural industrial products. In principle, it can affect anyone and anything if the right keywords are provided to the Germans who have lost their composure. The abysmal ugliness of healthy public sentiment was most recently revealed in the collective revolt against the television program Germany's Next Top Model, GNTM, in which young women who want to be models compete for the favor of the judges in silly games and sometimes degrading scenarios. So far, so harmless. The reason why this particular model show, which is no different from many other television banalities, is regularly attacked in the most vitriolic terms is that the competition-driven bickering, which is commented on by the jurors with glee, unintentionally reveals what goes on in the flexibilized world of work. The critics of GNTM, who are trained to assert themselves, are also familiar with the need to participate in every nonsense and to be exposed to the scorn of colleagues who are disgusted with each other all the more drastically the team antics are forced upon them, but they don't want to hear and see it. The spiteful behavior of the competitors would be bearable if the women in question were not pretty girls who, however naive, dream of going to Milan or Paris instead of hanging around at some village fair when they are 40. In the modeling business, the down-to-earth German can see nothing but vanity and coldness. He prefers to surround himself with his own kind rather than expose himself to the dangers of beauty and superficial seduction, the unattainability of which he feels is an insult that deserves retribution. After the final of this year's season had to be cancelled due to a bomb threat, the collective desire for revenge was shown in its rudest form. The fact that the women, dubbed vomit models, were spoiling the show, caused the mob of commentators to get excited. Vomit model is the Twitter-compatible version of the amateur medical diagnosis of anorexia, which is usually exhibited in the feuilleton because they do not correspond to the German preference for fertile country girls. A Manu, who also has nothing but calories on her mind, fantasized herself into the role of the amok runner in the campaign against skinny girls in the heat of disaster lust, and in doing so also stands for the frighteningly degenerate humor of the average German. I threw in a calorie bomb. Now all the skinny girls are fleeing the hall. Whether Manu is simply nasty because the candidates can wear things that are out of the question for her is not known. What can be said with certainty, however, is that the latent propensity for violence, acted out in the form of failed irony, is not the privilege of commenting angry citizens, but is also part of the good manners of trained journalists. Georg Thaddeus proved this, who after many years as a well-behaved moderator and reporter for the public broadcaster in the Frankfurter Rundschau finally discovered his rebellious side by throwing himself into a heroic pose against the 17 to 19-year-old models in a heroic pose, as long as nobody gets hurt. A bomb threat for the top model show is like a Wiener Schnitzel for a mannequin after 3 days of calorie-free photosynthesis, forbidden, but simply wonderful. End of quote. It is simply wonderful to put a few thousand people in fear and terror. The Islamists, who have been mobilizing against beauty contests on the continent for years, also find something like this simply wonderful. At least, unlike the Islamists, Thaddeus wants nobody to get hurt, but in alliances like these, the means are known to be a matter of negotiation as long as the enemy stands. So far, it has not been possible to determine who caused the threat. The fact that it could have been anyone is a cause for concern. The fact that contemporary society no longer has much to oppose Islam is expressed beyond the feuilleton malice in the fact that even the German conservative Islam opponents are getting into trouble with the enemy determination. In the magazine Tumult, where the Carl Schmitt style of right-wing intellectuals is used to murmur about the decline of values and a lack of orientation, Gerd Konen defines Islam as an enemy in its own right, as befits his status, and in doing so comes under psychosocial stress. Quote, we can even say with certainty that the liberation of women from their subaltern position and the development of their productive potential is the key to the development of many, and especially Islamic, countries. What is underestimated, however, is the scope of these socio-cultural upheavals and the very real psychosocial stress that was and is associated with the completely self-determined and potentially unrestricted choice of partner or with the full entry of women into professional life and into the public sphere. End of quote. The very real psychosocial stress is probably also the reason why it is so easy to empathize with the motives of the Islamists, whose vitalism is secretly admired, even if one still resents their instinctive behavior. Quote, The Islamist backlash is perhaps less a product of Puritanism and prudishness, which is more of a Christian legacy, than, on the contrary, an instinctive, aggressive defensive reaction against the tendency of permanent sexualized infrared radiation to blunt the senses. End of quote. In bourgeois society, the primary task of the school is to teach its members how to sell their labor independently and to instill in them the necessary civic virtues. However, school practice is not limited to preparing students for capital productivity and state loyalty, but also provides individuals with the conceptual tools to reflect critically on their fate. In the best case, the desire is awakened in the student to overcome his own limitations through effort and reflection and to work his way out of the narrow-mindedness of his family and other communities of origin. The surplus value of civilization, which lies in the contradiction between training and enabling, is currently in danger of being cancelled. The schoolchild has become a case in need of social education, with parents and teachers working together to drive out any stubbornness, and at some point the child is so broken that it joins teachers and parents in demonstrating for the environment and against America, while the prevailing practical education policy and teaching methods aim to turn it into a flexible office drone. But as long as schools continue to provide spaces where people can listen and learn in peace, and as long as institutional rules ensure that those being taught are protected from physical violence and immediate indoctrination, they will preserve the surplus of civilization that is present as a promise. For pupils from strictly Islamic families in particular, but not only for them, school is often the only opportunity to encounter something wiser and more civilized than what they are accustomed to at home, an atmosphere that is not completely characterized by narrowness, hatred, and fear. In their case, getting to know the standard subjects taught at school, however limited they may be, without being constantly harassed with family honor and dull Quranic stuff, is an obviously important opportunity for them to gain experience. By contributing to the gradual disappearance of this space for experience, the Karlsruhe constitutional judges are actively helping to destroy the last remnants of the contribution made by schools to the process of enlightenment. The educational writings of Adorno and Horkheimer, which were not only concerned with the rescue of individual education, but also with the limits and possibilities of maturity and re-education, do not offer a handle against the current betrayal of enlightenment, but with them one can read sentence by sentence what is currently being so criminally neglected. The theses on the relationship between school and family also make it clear how little the decisive texts have lost of their relevance. Some passages read as if they were conceived as a counter-argument to the Karlsruhe judgment. In cases where strong counter-pressure is exerted by the parental home, an educator should not shy away from conflicts with parents. He would have to teach the children that what they hear at home is not pure gold, that their parents can be wrong, and why. End of quote. In addition to the urgent need for social solidarity with pupils who are being bullied, the task would be to show the family tyrants who are driven to interfere in schools that what they hear at home is not pure gold. In dealing with politicizing Muslims, it would be appropriate to take up what Adorno recommended in the 1960s against anti-Semites, where they seriously venture, the really available means of power must be applied without sentimentality. Not out of a desire for punishment or to take revenge on these people, but to show them that the only thing that impresses them, namely real social authority, is still standing against them for the time being. End of quote. To use the means of power available against the most reactionary movement of our times would, of course, also mean enforcing the headscarf ban for teachers and schoolgirls without any ifs or buts. There is only one problem, that social authority is obviously not opposed to Islam, but is in the process of clearing the way for it wherever it dares to venture. Anyone who still believes that the postmodern age, in the style of the educated bourgeois cultural apostle, is characterized by superficiality, coldness, and the loss of authenticity must suffer from a distorted perception. On the contrary, for years now a huge wave of sensitivity has been sweeping the Western world, which now seems to be subjecting even the most incorruptible critics of the culture industry to an intellectual softening program. This tendency can be studied in the language used by test card editor Martin Busser, whose aesthetic judgment could be relied on for decades. Where once every sentence was formulated in touch with the subject, theoretical content and material concretion converged without constraint and every evaluation proved its evidence, language is now increasingly losing its concrete object reference, instead taking up set pieces of the gender and queer discourse that has become a guiding ideology, for which Busser was previously hardly interested, and rightly so. It is no coincidence that this development has coincided with a change in his musical tastes, from anti-folk to emma'core, from Kimya Dawson, who dresses up as a rabbit or dog at her performances and sings with babies on her album Alphabet, to the type of permanently pubescent androgynous person who puts hair clips in their hair and decorates themselves with Hello Kitty buttons. From childhood to infantility, then, and from the sensuality in which the contradictory needs of sex are alive to gender-neutral emotionality, in a word, from criticism to reconciliation. Emotionality is the atrophied state of the affects. Pathos is the articulated consciousness of their sovereignty, sensuality the individual experience of their motive force. Emotionality, or, as it was called in the 18th century in counter-movement to the virile strength of the Sturmer and Drängen, sensibility, is the term for what remains of the affects when their pathos dries up and sensuality, as their somatic correlate, has been thoroughly repressed. The category of emotionality hypostatizes as a mental or spiritual quality what only possesses autonomy as long as it remains related to its material basis, to the subject's drive structure and the diversity of the sensual world of appearances as its object. The ideology of sensitivity lies to itself about sensuality, knows sex at best as eros and love not as physical desire, but only as feeling. Therefore emotionality, insofar as it is elevated to a program, is usually to be mistrusted. It tends to harmonize contradictions, to naive idealism and to hostility to the senses. Its postmodern triumph began with the zero category of attention, which, at some point in the 1990s, when economies and cultures of attention were shooting up everywhere, congealed the more discriminating concepts of experience and contemplation into an interdisciplinary mush. At around the same time, gender-sensitive language and cultural sensitivity became obligatory norms of communication, and now, not only in academic discussions, every contradiction is met with the request that one please be sensitive to opinions that differ from one's own. Even business economists trained in epistemology have now discovered the value of emotions and are participating in various clusters of feelings in the archiving of affects. Unfortunately, this renaissance of emotions is similar to the emoticons that illiterate autistic people use in emails and blogs to compensate for their deficits in civilization. Every effect, whether loving or idiosyncratic, tender or aggressive, coagulates into the grimace of the former substrate, which is presented to the addressee in a shameless display. Just as the emoticon replaces the effect that can no longer be articulated and therefore no longer needs to be experienced, for only that which can be articulated can be appropriated as experience, so a society that encounters every mediation, especially the mediation of the supposed immediacy of feeling, with hostility, injects the effervesced effects as visual stimulus response signals. Why bother expressing it when emotional traffic signs are available everywhere? The love ideology that is appropriate for such automated sentimentality, which is also crucial for understanding the emo cult, goes by the name of polyamory and is very popular as a soft-left group therapy. Polyamory is a response to the realization that the sexual revolution has gone awry, a realization that is no longer to be suppressed even in left-wing circles, and it functions as a last resort for people who are all the more proud of not having a romantic relationship the more they realize how meager and dishonest open relationships are. They need it as a distinguishing feature to contrast with the romanticism that they despise with the doggedness of disappointed lovers. Polyamory refers to a form of emotional promiscuity that seeks to extend the suspension of the sexual monogamy requirement, which is perceived as unsatisfactory in one's own life, to the sphere of feelings. Because what one considers to be right, not so much out of insight as out of sexual political conviction, is not experienced as liberating, but on the contrary as a constraint, the prescribed libertinage, which for that very reason has never really been won, is now to determine not only the sexual but also the emotional life of individuals with increased severity. The totalitarian content of the demand that one should adapt one's feelings to the progressive state of consciousness, even against one's own inclination, must be denied all the more vehemently the less the conjured-up erotic freedom can be concretized in one's own experience. In an article by Mirko Masczewski, which is typical of the polyamory discourse in its lack of conceptualization, the resulting powerlessness breaks through in appropriately distorted metaphors. Quote, with polyamory, a sensible political strategy can be created that can demand changes in the emotional cage in which love and relationships are practiced. In order to practice poly individually, another part of the change must take place within myself. And speaking in an anarcho-idealistic way, this is categorically great. This is because, by playing around with possibilities, it is again in the 9th month with the possibility of insight. End of quote. The familiar experience that affects can be stronger than convictions, that even when one grants one's partner and oneself every freedom, one may still feel slighted by a different sexual relationship, which an open relationship should actually be above, is transformed into a call to eradicate every thought of exclusivity in one's own emotional life in the name of freedom. A rational strategy that has long since become an independent categorical principle. The author's lack of trust in his own emphasis can be seen in the mixture of helpless abstraction and insipid wit with which he feigns a cultural revolution, when in truth it is a call to use violence against one's own needs in the name of the fight against emotional caging. The emotions that no one has in an immediate sense, except in a neurotic, bashful, politicized or otherwise pathogenic deformation, and which at best could be developed in a patient turning to the particular, the individual, that is, in a form of loyalty that transcends the principle of ownership, are to be administered to individuals from the outside, in a kind of emotional life reform. Because one can no longer even think of conditions in which such a statement would be superfluous. Precisely because individual love is not practiced or pursued like a business or profession and does not obey any calculated strategies, it is not conceivable without the element of exclusivity, which is defamed here as cage-keeping in an animal protectionist way. Are people chickens that need as much free range as possible? Even in the most insane obsession, the distorted awareness resonates that the whole that love wants can only be found in the particular. Just as jealousy cannot be dismissed as a mere effect of an internalized logic of ownership, but rather expresses the fearful awareness of the irretrievability of the beloved person, so the idea of the only one who is suited to me like no one else is not simply evidence of blindness, but also of insight, which is not possible without blindness. The particular individual, fetishized by the exclusivity of love, is in its monadological form also a foreshadowing of something better, namely, a world in which love could not be described with metaphors of animal protection, because in it human nature would have escaped the constraints of nature. Out of fear of this freedom, polyamory replaces the romantic claim to exclusivity with a supposedly colorful, but in reality dreary juxtaposition of feelings and needs that do not interfere with each other because they are indifferent to each other. While the exclusivity of love in the hypostasis of the particular preserves the memory of that which escapes the principle of exchange in the individual, which it has yet to produce, polyamory feigns universal indifference as the highest freedom. In place of the seriousness that all lovers still possess in moments of silliness, play and ecstasy, there is the celebration of the non-serious, which sanctions the interchangeability of subjects, as a playing around with possibilities, which, not coincidentally, is more reminiscent of joyless attempts at masturbation than of happy self-transgression. Because they have no idea of either the bourgeois or the romantic concept of love, the apologists of polyamory, in their efforts to develop a form of relationship management purged of all irrational and anachronistic dross, lapse into an empty pragmatism that is therefore indistinguishable from the most insipid romanticism. By dismissing the ideal of monogamy gained from the model of bourgeois marriage as a whole as romantic, they obstruct their view of the dialectic of bourgeois and romantic love. The latter is not simply the ideology of the former, but polemically demands what the latter only promised. The bourgeois marriage as an abstract model of contract, as it was first developed by Kant in the Metaphysics of Morals, abolished the immediate rule, at least formally, when sexuality and love were understood and lived in the pre-bourgeois forms of polygamy, but also in the extended family functioning as a living and working community. The differentiation of the public and private spheres, the nuclear family, partnership, and working life that occurs with the constitution of bourgeois society sets love as a privileged sphere of freedom from purpose, the organization of which is determined solely by the individual needs of those involved. At the same time, however, the marriage contract that guarantees this freedom is a pure abstraction that, in the name of its own validity, must disregard all individuality. The love that polyamory defames as romantic is in fact already a response to the bad abstraction of the bourgeois marriage model, against which it claims what polyamory sees as having been unjustly betrayed by romanticism, individuality, sensual pleasure, and spontaneity, whose claims conflict with the concept of monogamous marriage. Since the apologists of polyamory overlook the antagonism between bourgeois and romantic love, they themselves fall into a regulatory mania in their fight for the diversity of sensual needs allegedly gagged by the romantic ideology, which far outshines the contractual model of bourgeois marriage. In order to make everyone happy in private, despite social conditions that inevitably put the individual at a disadvantage, the emotional balance of individuals is subjected to rigid control, which would be unthinkable in the context of a bourgeois marriage, which does not care about the individual beyond his or her formal function as a contractual partner. Oliver Schott's article in Jungle World, in which he develops the basic convictions of polyamory with a precision and stringency unusual for the scene, is an excellent example of the unity of romanticism and the desire to regulate everything. By calling his text Giving Life Beauty and ending it with the wish that we all may become better people through love, he revokes romantic ideals that, however, are characteristically emptied of all individuality. In the historically precise sense, it would be more romantic to want to give beautiful things to the beloved rather than to life, which the lover cares little about, and the demand to develop into better people echoes the practical ethics against whose precursors early romantic philosophy, which was more concerned with the inexhaustibility of the human being, turned particularly vehemently. But polyamory is precisely about such a practical ethics of feelings. No newspaper article on the subject fails to emphasize that polyamorists have to be good at organizing and keep diaries and force themselves to plan a lot, forgo spontaneity and work on themselves. Polyamory, as researchers and insiders emphasize in a moralistic tone, is by no means an orgy that never ends, but rather requires that all participants constantly communicate and formulate their needs, a lot of internalization work for people whose declared goal is to escape a system in which people constantly suppress their needs. Schott also emphasizes that the attempt to draw practical consequences from the criticism of the romantic model means a lot of work on oneself when he describes how jealousy can be overcome in polyamorous relationships. Quote, "Genuine self-criticism is not exhausted in the insight that jealousy is stupid, you also have to act accordingly. This may make you feel pretty bad for a while, but that also applies to your next visit to the dentist." End of quote. So, leaving aside the question of whether love itself is not stupid according to the dictates of practical reason and whether it is precisely in this that it has its dignity, the principle of we have to get through it should apply to jealousy as well as to root canal treatment. This maxim is the only answer that polyamory has to the experience that almost nobody today is happy through love, but almost everyone becomes sad, brutal, scared off, impudent, infantile, or stupid through it. All you have to do is be sensible and pull yourself together a little, and the right feelings will come by themselves. Because any reflection on the fate of feelings today would have to start with the question of why there are so few lovable people, why we ourselves are hardly capable of love, and what the two have to do with each other, but such a reflection would not offer a community-building belief. Polyamorists, who are not concerned with the ability to love but with the ability to love as a social skill, invest their energy in the collective suggestion that everyone would be better off if no one were to strive for all the happiness, but rather if everyone were to strive for a little bit of happiness for everyone. According to Schott, such a rational relationship model makes it easier to be completely open and honest with each other. Quote, "You have to be less afraid that certain needs or inclinations will cause irritation, because they can also find their place in other relationships. You no longer have to hide many feelings because they no longer affect the rules of the relationship or threaten to destroy it." End of quote. Polyamory is constantly talking about honesty, openness, and transparency. We have no secrets from each other, is the magic formula, but never about individual happiness and sensual pleasure. That the needs that love is about are inseparable from the person you love and therefore cannot be easily shifted to other locations like messages in an email folder. That intimacy and secrecy, whether in the form of a carefully concealed affair or the tics, quirks, and pet names that lovers recognize each other by, are part of sexual happiness, indeed essential to it. That a love without irritations would give itself up, because it would actually become that set of rules in which even bourgeois marriage has never exhausted itself. This does not occur to polyamorists, because the inner driving force of their efforts is nothing other than the fear of the secret itself, as sex must appear to reified consciousness, which is just as blindly at the mercy of the unilluminated drives as it is of the uncomprehended authority of the superego. Consequently, polyamory is concerned neither with the concrete relationship between feeling and law, sexuality, and morality, which is the concern not only of Kant's metaphysics of morals but also of romantic love philosophy, nor with concrete sexual needs, fears, or needs. The omnipresent fear of not being able to fulfill the sexual desires of the other or of betraying one's own inexperience, or even the fear of one's own, possibly destructive sexual longings, all the speechlessness, darkness, and unprocessed aspects that sexuality necessarily entails in contemporary society no longer play a role for polyamorists in view of the real possibilities for shaping our private lives that we have today, and which most people simply do not know how to exploit in the sense of a moral and or hedonistic good life due to a lack of insight. On the other hand, if one decides, and polyamorists are convinced that this decision is open to everyone, in favor of a reasonably balanced promiscuity in the sense of practical emotional ethics, in which the affair does not endanger the relationship with the loved one, in which the heat of first love does not shatter too much porcelain and no one has to feel and act according to the outdated categories of monogamy, a responsible hedonism takes the place of the unreconciled antagonism. A hedonism that already carries the stale compromise between romantic longing and sobering everyday life in its name. Of course, even in ancient times, hedonism was not a doctrine of fulfilled happiness, but an ethic of limited pleasures that presupposes internalized renunciation. In this sense, polyamory is a contemporary psychological technique that promises people who have become as alienated from the purpose of their existence as they are from their own feelings that the incompatible can be reconciled. Enthusiasm and reason get along perfectly well when everything has its place and its time, no one overreacts and no one puts more pressure on the other than on themselves. In this haze of feelings administered to the individual, as it were, after his social death as a therapeutic supplement to his atrophied residual reason, the figure of the sensitive man now emerges, which is so paradigmatic for emo culture, but also for postmodernism as a whole. Emo draws on two sources, both of which it also contrasts with, the hardcore and the gothic milieu. From the hardcore scene, in which it originated, it takes on a certain aesthetic expressionism, an emphasis on authenticity and immediacy, which forms an attractive contrast to the supposed smoothness of postmodern serenity. However, emo is decidedly opposed to the aggressive virility, the cult of rage and the reactionary, brutal image of men in hardcore, which it contrasts with the image of the sensitive man and a general androgyny, an undecided wavering between gender roles. Its mode of expression is not anger, as in hardcore, but rather sadness, which no longer refers to concrete experiences of loss, but rather to a nebulous loss of the world. Musically, the shift in emphasis from hardcore to emocore is realized in the characteristic alternation between loud and quiet, whispered and shouted passages, in an interweaving of expressivity and inwardness, in which the fetishization of puberty as a phase of ostentatious immaturity, typical of emo, is expressed. In it, the frustrations over the unsatisfactory reality are not yet mitigated according to the reality principle, but are also unable to concretize aesthetically and politically, but rather remain stuck in the experience of narcissistic injury, which the sensitive ego defiantly holds up to its surroundings as a sacrificial offering. In their glorification of passivity and indecision, as well as their preference for mixed moods, for pensiveness and melancholy instead of activism and anger, the emos are again similar to the goths, from whom they differ, however, by largely renouncing mystical fantasies and by a playful way of dealing with themselves and others. The fact that, unlike the Gothics, who are perceived as apolitical, emos are persecuted, abused, and attacked as fags, especially in Latin America but also in southern European countries, is usually cited as an argument for the subversive potential of their aesthetics and way of life. Their delicate and slender look, which is oriented towards the Asian male image, thus appears as a counter-design not only to the rage cult of hardcore, but also to Latin American machismo, which enjoys uncritical popularity in this country, not only among multicultural leftists. The fact that emos may be more likable than reggae or hip-hop fans because of such actual or imagined characteristics should not obscure the fact that the cult surrounding them arises from the same need as the general revival of emotionality and sensitivity, namely, the longing for the conflict-free resolution of contradictions, as expressed most openly in the universal praise of androgyny. In a defense of emo culture for Jungle World, Martin Busser has compiled the most important elements of this longing. He begins by telling a few emo jokes. Why can't you find emos in bars after 12 o'clock? Because that's when happy hour starts, before continuing. Quote, the discriminatory content of the jokes made about emos already makes it clear what this rather introverted, defensive group is accused of, namely that they suffer from the world. One of the popular stereotypes about emos is that they constantly cut themselves, that is, they inflict cuts on themselves. However, this is not something that is specific to emos. Punks also suffered from the social conditions and expressed their frustration in rituals of self-destruction. But it is not only the suffering from the world that fuels the hatred of emos, nor is it their more or less eccentric outfits, such as black hair and fingernails. If that were the case, followers of the Gothic movement would have to face similar hostility, which is not the case. The reason for the hostility towards emos is the combination of all this with a defensive, androgynous appearance. All the comments against emos circulating in internet forums are latent, sometimes even openly homophobic. In a Yahoo forum, a blogger writes, "We found out that, in percentage terms, there are more emos who are attracted to the same sex than normal people." And he emphasizes his understanding of normality a few lines later with reference to music. Emos also think they listen to rock music, but that's not true, they're just wannabe rockers. In the rock scene, these types of creatures are quite unpopular. In the view of those who hate emos, homosexuality is something deficient and thus just as unreal as the music listened to by emos. This reactionary association, which insists on a normality and rock authenticity, however defined, expresses the typical male fear of breaks and ambivalences, of the imprecise and the undefined, with which emos playfully deal. In addition, this fear is coupled with a diffuse hatred of everything intellectual, which is expressed in the fact that in connection with emos, there is always talk of spoiled high school students who are mama's boys. The combination of androgyny, softness, and a comparatively high level of education represents a maximum threat to their male hegemony for their opponents. End of quote. It is strange how the diagnosis of discrimination of a subculture is used here to draw the undialectical conclusion that this group represents the socially better because of its marginality and its suffering, and that this better is then docked onto the gender and queer discourse as a struggle against an alleged male hegemony. Quite apart from the fact that there are very aggressive forms of male hegemony in homosexual subcultures and a virtually habitualized rejection of introverted people in transgender and queer milieus, the question remains as to what suffering and defensiveness, which appear here several times as positive attributes, should make such a desirable attitude. At least in large parts of the punk scene, the rituals of self-destruction, however one may judge them, were never simply an expression of frustration and suffering, but also of self-confidence, that is, of a resistance that initially articulated itself destructively. Even the rocker scene, whose cult of authenticity and toughness one does not have to sympathize with, is more sensitive in its dealings with women within the scene, but especially with members of older generations, than Busser's text suggests, which in turn paints a cliched picture of the rocker as a homophobic tough guy. It is possible that the identitarian, violent moments of these subcultures, their fear of the inaccurate, of ruptures and ambivalences, can be deciphered as a distorted expression of the awareness that, in order to be able to resist a bad reality, it is not enough to suffer from it. The defensive and introverted character of emo culture is rather questionable, especially in the face of the appearance of autonomy that is also expressed in such emphasis on anger and aggression. After all, characteristics that must remain powerless despite their high level of sympathy are celebrated here as manifestations of a welcome new inwardness, as long as they lack any concept of emphatic self-identity. The fact that the suffering from the world or social conditions has long since lost any object reference, but that no concept of such totality of suffering exists, is no longer perceived at all, despite all the efforts to enlist the emos in the fight against homophobia. The strangely vague status of sexuality in the pop-cultural emo discourse is similarly problematic and is unintentionally outlined quite precisely by the jokes about spoiled, mummy's boy high school students. This imagery places the emos in the context of an immature masculinity, which is, so to speak, in a state of perpetual puberty, and whose economic and social productivity crisis is to be compensated for by a cult of ethereal spiritualization and sensitivity. The psychological disposition that corresponds to this attitude is actually similar to the aestheticism and dilettantism of the Sun generation of the fin de siècle, with its celebration of economic, aesthetic, and biological unproductivity, right down to its physical aesthetic expression. In this way, the emos stand in the late bourgeois tradition of the late-coming heirs, who are neither able nor willing to accept the questionable legacy of their parents, but are also incapable of the spontaneity of a new beginning. Sexuality is consequently articulated in the emo aesthetic, where it is also close to aestheticism and Jugendstil, primarily as an ethereal, spiritualized faculty that is indeed positioned against the bourgeois fetishization of sexuality as biological reproduction, but at the same time it is glorified in a vague, undecided way, and thus also in a lack of decisiveness and inability to act without consequences. In the context of late bourgeois subcultures, the emos thus figure as, so to speak, debrutalized punk-sensitive souls who appropriate the refusal of productivity, as it is destructively turned against society in punk, as a cult of noble inwardness. In contrast to the body aesthetics of hardcore and punk, sexuality is perceived as something fragile, something that has not yet been fully realized in the individual, and which an aesthetic of brute self-expression does not do justice to. At the same time, however, it is perceived as a senseless impulse, in which the emo ego can brood without ever having to get to the point. This kind of sensual indecisiveness, which rather endures social antagonism than resolves it, fits perfectly with the ethos of self-restraint and permanent moderation that polyamory preaches, in order to eradicate the experience of the unity of pain and happiness from sexuality and to declare all relationship conflicts to be a matter of negotiation rather than of dispute. This fetishization of passivity is ignored when, like Busser, one enthuses about the fact that the emos are a shy but effective echo of the old understanding of youth and subculture. They take the right to daydream, to brood, and revel, they allow themselves an extended puberty. This claim is underpinned by a quote from Adorno, who, in his essay on the relationship between sociology and psychology in defense of puberty as an autonomous phase of life, writes, "The mind that distances itself from immediate purposes and that is given the opportunity to do so in those few years in which it has its powers before these are absorbed and blunted by the compulsion to earn a living, is slandered as mere narcissism. But whereas Adorno asserts the right of puberty, that is, those few years in which one has one's powers at one's disposal, over against the primacy of the immediate purposes and the compulsion to acquire, Busser praises an extended puberty in the abstract, which no longer has the goal of eventually leading to a form of adulthood that is, this time, perhaps finally humane. Whereas Adorno is aware that those few years are always under the pressure of the threat of absorption, and that reflection and above all a certain resistance on the part of the individual are needed to hold on to and develop those powers that are lent to him, for Busser extended puberty is something that one allows oneself like a special leave of absence. In place of the awakening sexuality, with its fears, conflicts, and wounds that most people struggle with throughout their lives and which Busser no longer mentions at all, the characteristics of puberty are, as if in an echo of Bloch's idealistically kitsch Marxism, the right to daydream and to, mind you, non-objective brooding and reveling. It is not about the never-ending struggle to integrate the aspects of one's own sexuality that threaten the developing self, to mediate their claims with those of reality. It is no longer about mediation at all, but about stasis, about an individuation that is denied in the name of suffering in the world, which, with its praise of shyness, introversion, and dreaming, passes off abilities that can only be developed as individual ones as community-building characteristics of a group. The purpose for which these characteristics are to be used and which makes them appear so desirable, however, is still a genuinely male one, contrary to Busser's male-critical diction. The gender-political concept of emo is not at all a somehow subversive transgression of the border between the sexes, but rather a self-feminization of the man, which allows the, preferably pop or subcultural, male subject to appropriate characteristics that are perceived as feminine as an unproblematic part of his own self. Emo is not a model for a cultural revolution of self-alienation, but a model of appropriation, and in this respect it is worryingly close to the much-vaunted androgyny, which has always been an arch-reactionary concept. In contrast to Butler's concept of gender transgression, which means exaggerating, overplaying, and collaging role models that are considered natural, androgyny has been used throughout the history of the concept since Plato to describe the conflict-free reconciliation of male and female gender characteristics in a feminized but male ideal self. The fusion with the feminine finally allows one to experience the previously repressed feminine parts without seriously questioning one's identity. The simple fact that male emos may look androgynous and feminize themselves in fashion and gestures, but female emos by no means masculinize themselves, but rather emphasize even more traditional feminine aspects of their own look through androgynous self-stylization, is regularly suppressed when dealing with emo culture. But it is precisely in the fact that the transgression and liquefaction of male identity is celebrated as a supposedly culture-revolutionary delimitation that the emo discourse is symptomatic of a tendency in the entire gender and queer debate, in which is less and less about concrete homosexual or transsexual people or about the dominant character of gender relations, but about the denunciation of any sexual identity, however defined, in the name of a diffuse in-between, shifting and nomadic existence. This is nothing other than a doubling of the social impossibility of individuation, which threatens the male subject, the ideological archetype of bourgeois individuality, in a particularly obvious way. The almost aggressive invocation of shyness and introversion, there is little in everyday life that is as unpleasant as penetrating shyness, is not really about finally being allowed to admit feminine, soft, or tender aspects of one's own self, but rather, on the contrary, to exorcise the socially virulent experience of the fragility and ambivalence of the male gender character by integrating it into an androgynous model of reconciliation. In this respect, the type of fragile man projected by emo represents the ideal polyamorous negotiating partner, ready to withdraw from himself, without a stable ego and without identity-related quirks. His weakness is also a strength that enables him to assert himself as a more flexible and realistic species than the older bourgeois models of his gender. The emotionality that his fans understand as a commitment to a socially repressed quality is in fact a means of more flexible adaptation to this very reality. The postmodern hype of emotionality, sensitive love, and sentimental indecision is only seemingly in contrast to the long-standing prejudice that postmodernity is an era of coldness, superficiality, and pretense, of the cheerful affirmation of reification and alienation. Its authentic cult is long since history and was a genuine phenomenon of modernity. Its most important gender typological manifestations were the vamp and the dandy, its emphatic forms of expression, fashion, and masquerade. Although the dandy can also be described as a feminized man and the vamp as a woman who has appropriated the gestures of male sovereignty and coldness, both types appear to be backward and anachronistic in an age of postmodern emotionality that praises gender diffusion and metrosexuality as the latest discovery. while polyamory and emo, whose subcultural scenes often overlap, are working on the smooth reconciliation of world and self under the catchword of emotionality. Dandies and vamps gain their erotic power precisely from playing out antagonisms that are artificially exaggerated and stylized. Postmodern emotionality aims for universal softness, a kind of foam-protected civil society in which all conflicts are negotiable, identities a priori fragile and precarious, and every affect generously and gratefully allows its own opposite. The modern coldness of heart and habit, on the other hand, as embodied by the dandy and the vamp, emphasizes the harsh contrasts in order to allow them to turn into each other out of the tension of antagonism. Just as the vamp stylizes herself as a woman through fashion and makeup to such an extent that her femininity turns into a threatening sovereignty and her beauty into demonic, so the dandy cultivates distance and objectivity, unconcern, and untouchability to such an excessive degree that they develop an attractive power that emotion and affectivity could never ignite. Their coldness, which was already defamed by contemporaries as a symptom of typically modern alienation, in truth preserves an awareness of the fragility of the heart, the pain of all desire and of unreconciled reality, which is betrayed by the postmodern enslavement of emotions as a social cement. The other person was more cunning and unscrupulous than you, despite having less expertise, as the employee knows who has been outranked by a colleague in an internal job advertisement for a management position. I could have done that too, and even better, some people say after seeing the movie about the plot, and the fans know much better than the entire coaching staff how to prevent their own club from losing at home. Only when the aggrieved colleague comes up with proof of an intrigue against him by the successful one, a literature student who unsuccessfully submitted a play to a competition years ago, recognizes his ideas in a play that is now successfully being staged and declares them stolen. Or a football fan at the annual general meeting starts a lecture about the connections he has discovered between the club's top management and human trafficking rings. The respective environment is unpleasantly touched and distances itself. The belief in being chosen, megalomania, and the constant fear of being unjustly overlooked are constant side effects of the bourgeois constitution of the subject, as is the sense of panic that regularly intensifies under the pressure of circumstances, that one is so unimportant that one will eventually be socially and materially abandoned and can perish in loneliness and poverty. Tobias Rathjen, who murdered 9 people of foreign origin and his mother in Hanau on February 19, 2020, before shooting himself, was convinced that he had been under surveillance by an ominous secret service since infancy. This organization had employees who were able to tune into the thoughts of other people and to a certain extent operate a kind of remote control. At the same time, he was sure that these forces, working unrecognized by the rest of the world, would implement his ideas. For example, his concepts for Hollywood films, the strategy of the German Football Association, and the construction of a wall on the US-Mexico border were implemented via remote control. Spiegel, February 21, 2020. Rathjen probably heard only one voice for a long time, which recited the monologue about his being set back to him in the many hours of solitude. At some point, he rationalized this voice, which expresses his own thoughts and cannot be switched off, as an enemy controlled from the outside, which he finally reported to the federal prosecutor general months before the act. By stylizing himself as the victim of an organization that was controlling him, combined with a call for help to the real existing state power, he turned to society for the last time, with whom he wanted to fight his personality split caused by the forces of hate. The tormented imagination gives shape to the voices that the schizophrenic hears and surrounds them with a semblance of rationality. Since the sick do not become more original than they were before because of their illness, their stories follow social trends that can often be linked to products of the culture industry. While until well into the modern era it was the obsession with the devil with all its torments and forbidden lusts, since the late 19th century the fears have changed and have begun to revolve around the new technical achievements and their evil-minded users or abusers. With the construction of underground railways in European and American cities, fears of subversion spread in both senses of the word. This was just the beginning of far more complicated constructs, which are, however, based on well-known ones, such as anti-Semitism, but also the Catholic Church as a whole, as the supposed subcutaneous agent of the Jesuits and Freemasons, and of course certain companies, especially in the financial sector. These are the slides for the world of images in which the conspirators, in various guises, carry out their ghastly work. The film Flesh, by Horst Rainer Erler, which premiered on ZDF in 1979 and was subsequently shown in cinemas across Germany 2 months later, and which was also shown in the GDR from the mid-1980s, shows how closely Tobias Rathjen's delusion is linked to a social fascination with paranoid performances. In the face of a remake of Fleisch, The Spiegel wrote on February 18, 2008, The Motel Honeymoon Inn on the outskirts of the city of Las Cruces in the U.S. state of New Mexico is not an inviting place for lovers. A rundown establishment, the sinister operator asks curious questions. Only because of the ridiculously low price of $7.50 per room, the newly married student couple decides to stay for one night. A fatal decision. Because the dive turns out to be a trap, soon a supposed ambulance approaches with a Marshall Howell, whose crew tries to kidnap the two. While the man is knocked out with a tranquilizer and taken away, the woman manages to escape, only to then embark on a nightmarish odyssey to find out the fate of her husband. This eerie exposition is the beginning of the ZDF thriller Fleisch, from 1979, a classic of the socio-critical TV movie of those years and a milestone in the work of the great disaster prophet Rainer Erler. The author and director, who in numerous science thrillers dealt with topics such as environmental risks and science out of control, projected here the scenario of an organ-trafficking mafia that abducts healthy young people in order to harvest them according to the needs of wealthy older customers. End of quote. By way of comparison, 40 years later, in his video confession, Tobias Rathjen made an appeal to the Americans, saying that the USA was under the control of invisible secret societies. There were military underground bases where the devil was worshipped and children were abused and killed. Tagesspiegel, February 21, 2020. In 2008, when RTL was working on the remake of Fleisch, the organ harvesting practices in China were already known, where the use of body parts of numerous executed people is common practice. From 2013 onwards, there have been credible reports of torture and organ harvesting in the Sinai, which Bedouins living there have committed on African refugees, sometimes on the living body. Of course, the film Fleisch is not set in Germany, but neither is it set in an authoritarian state reminiscent of China or a lonely desert. Instead, it is set and partly filmed in the country that the German Horsts. Erler was born in 1933 at the height of the Horst Wessel hype when boys' names were being given out, have always known that the worst atrocities are institutionalized in the alliance between organized crime and the state. A circumstance that is of course due to the fact that big money and a mass of hard-hearted egoists who have always been uprooted have founded a state that is foreign to their culture. In his manifesto, published on the internet in the immediate aftermath of the murder, Rathjen repeated what he had written to the federal prosecutor, but added a list of more than 24 countries whose peoples must be completely annihilated. These are states in the Arab and Asian regions, from Morocco to the Philippines, and Israel, which is missing from the Spiegel list. After that, the paper continues, the fine-tuning must come, which affects the remaining African states, South and Central America, the Caribbean and, of course, one's own people. His homeland is a country that produces and grows the best and most beautiful things that this world has to offer. The Germans have raised humanity as a whole. However, not all German citizens are pure-blooded and valuable. He could imagine having the population. Spiegel, February 21, 2020. It is not necessarily these fantasies of destruction that distinguish Rathjen from the majority of schizophrenics, who, for example, use asbestos panels to protect their homes against radiation or other harmful influences, or who meticulously avoid certain people and only become aggressive when they want help. No one knows exactly what is going on in the minds of people who are convinced that they have to defend themselves against manipulative and potentially destructive alien forces without the support of their environment or the authorities. The powers that occupy the individual's own self are drawn much too concretely, and the rationalization of one's own illness, involving the secret services or an entire underground army, is likely to evoke fantasies of destruction, in self-defense, of course. However, as a rule, nothing happens, or, as in the assassination attempts on LaFontaine and Schäuble, two very different politicians are targeted. And yet parallels can be drawn to a German film and a German murder of foreigners. Adelheid Streidel, the LaFontaine assassin, explained during her interrogation that she wanted to kill a politician because I wanted to send a signal that there are factories in Germany where people are killed. What Adelheid Streidel absolutely wants to tell the public, with slight variations, is that she was informed by scientists that there are human factories in the Federal Republic and all over the world, where thousands of people are killed and processed into tinned meat. Taz, January 11, 1990. Tobias Rathjen's choice of victims, he personally spied out a shisha bar, makes it clear that xenophobia determined his choice of objects. Even if it is likely that he brought his racial delusion up to date in the course of his internet research, there is no causal connection between these findings and the murder. The consumption of films, even if they are completely legal, in which torture murders are depicted in a naturalistic way, does indeed point to a problematic type of person who gets off on it. However, the legend of copycat perpetrators who, for example, do to their girlfriend what they may have seen together with her, does not hold true. Such cases are too rare. The same applies to racist worldviews and the associated recommendations for destruction. It is problematic enough that such material can never be completely banned, but those who watch it with satisfaction are more fascinated by the appeal of the forbidden and unspeakable than by the urge to imitate. The situation would be fundamentally different if the desire to destroy members of a particular group was part of the perpetrator's socialization, if his entire environment shared it, if generally recognized and sacrosanct ideological authorities reinforced it, and if every objection fell on deaf ears because it came not from one's own in-group but from a despised and hostile outside. In this case, the difference between a person with behavioral problems and a mentally healthy member of the same community disappears. Because then it is a matter of chance which of the two murders the Jewish neighbor. Both are ideologically armed in the same way. The diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia would then no longer make sense, because the deviation of the delusional world of the sick person from a healthy norm would no longer be measurable. In this case, that of Islamic anti-Semitism and the equally Islamic declaration of enmity against members of infidel dog breeds, the remnants of reason and humanity, which can prevent the worst as a corrective, disappear. In this constellation, the accusatory reference to the articles of faith and the indoctrination practices of a closed community that is hostile to those who do not belong to it would not only make sense, but would have to be the occasion for rigorous repressive intervention. The videos and texts of the likes of the Christchurch murderer Branton Barrant are marginal and usually end up on the index after a short time. Every consumer knows this because it is so easy for them to no longer find them. More importantly, however, the closed community that could lend the destruction scenarios the nimbus of unquestionable truth does not exist. The fans of such material are vulnerable, and only among themselves, in chat rooms, that is, because they usually don't know each other in person, can they be united. Even in their immediate environment, they behave cautiously, knowing that if they openly profess their favorite site's message, they would offend friends, colleagues, and relatives who are dear to them. They see themselves exposed to a reality principle that rejects their lust for murder and its justification across political camps. Only a very few of them take the step of becoming avant-garde confessors. Most of them get through this phase without ever returning to it. The publicly undertaken interpretation of Rathjen's written and video-recorded confessions wants to go far beyond the unpleasant finding that someone has struck out who does not fit into any prevention concept. Although everyone would agree with the Spiegel, which found that Rathjen was dangerously insane and insanely dangerous, this is not enough for the action-oriented community of interpreters. The murderer of Hanau was obviously delusional and a racist. He acted as a lone perpetrator, but he was not alone in his world. End of quote. This is the cue, which, in relation to paranoid schizophrenics, is obviously nonsensical, because nobody is as alone as a voice hearer, but it is obviously enough to go on a rampage against networks, prominent individuals, and a political party that, unlike Rathjen and his possible cue givers, do not peddle extermination programs and usually do not speak of the racial inferiority of certain population groups. If it were the case that calls for the mass murder of foreigners were part of the repertoire of an increasing number of publicly accessible websites, and that instructions for action were provided along with them, then it would be possible, with some effort and speculation, to establish a connection between the omnipresent racist agitation inciting violence and the choice of object by a paranoid schizophrenic perpetrator. The representatives of anti-fascist Germany operate with the simple assumption that certain actual or perceived hate speech has already brought the murderers onto the scene, without even trying to present any evidence for this. Agitating against the admission of refugees does not mean that you want to kill them, and insulting and threatening politicians can lead to violence, but it has nothing to do with racist fantasies of destruction. The abusive language of the so-called Wutbürger, their strange evidence of political betrayal, this unpleasant grumbling, stirring up trouble, suspicion, and threats, combined with the unwillingness to stand by, for example, the migrant women threatened by Islam, is certainly unpleasant. These people are not interested in improving the bad conditions that they usually do not even name precisely, which of course also applies to the party they prefer or websites like Political Incorrect. And yet, they are all, possibly involuntarily, bound to a consensus that does exist, which rejects the actions of the NSU, for example, just as it rejects the attempted murder of Jews in Halle or the Hanau murders. At a recent question and answer session in the Bundestag, Christine Lambrecht, SPD, who is completely unimpressed by such considerations, used an implausible and ridiculous display of emotion to paint a cause-and-effect mechanism, which she of course calls a spiral of violence, that does not add up but is symptomatic. The Federal Minister of Justice recalls the murder of Walter Lubke and the attack in Halle, in which 3 people were killed. People are being devalued, there are insults and threats, a breeding ground for right-wing extremist acts like those in Hanau. She describes the phenomenon as a spiral of violence that ultimately culminates in murder. The right-wingers, from the AfD to this day, have not really understood that this is the spiral that ultimately leads to such acts. The SPD woman begins, railing against the AfD. She wants to illustrate her point with an example and quotes from a threatening letter to Minister of State Michael Roth. It reads, "They wanted to cut open the politician's belly." The letter had been quoted in an earlier debate. The AfD's interjection at the time was justified anger. Lambrecht cannot contain herself, describing this statement as disgusting. She calls out to the AfD faction that they should be ashamed of such outbursts. After the fervent digression, the SPD politician is briefly hoarse, but catches herself after a short cough. Focus, May 3, 2020. It may be that the writer of the letter in question was angry, but what is supposed to be just about his threat is a mystery. If the word were not so hackneyed, the AfD politician's heckling could be described as repulsive. However, an anonymous threatening letter to a politician is just as unlikely to prompt an appropriate executioner as a trivializing heckle. Right-wing extremist or national chauvinist propaganda can certainly be the cause of political murders, as the stubbornly and always wrongly cited history teaches. In the years following the First World War, however, it was not an anonymous letter writer who first used the slogan "Kill Walther Rathenau, the goddamn Jew pig," but whole columns of armed young men belonging to the Freikorps, whose elite organization Consul then took action. The anti-Semitic threatening letters were not written by a lonely failure, but appeared as editorials, like those published by Ludwig Thoma under a pseudonym in the Maisbacher Anzeiger in 1920-21. Although racism is at the forefront of the warnings about the inhabitants of Rathjen's world, everything is done to complete the picture of the all-round profiled right-wing extremist, and anti-Semitism should not be missing, which, because of Israel's performance among the countries on Rathjen's list of destruction, should not actually be mentioned separately. But that is not enough for German anti-Semitism critics who also have a heart for criticizing Israel. When someone claims in the same manifesto that the United States carried out the attacks of September 11, 2001 itself, Tagesspiegel, February 21, 2020, and then states that humanity is being sold for a very small elite that has secret knowledge and then demands that American citizens should wake up and fight against these conditions now. For many, this is proof that something like this could only come from the far right. The Tagesspiegel newspaper, representing the left-wing liberal German public, concluded with razor-sharp wit. This persecution mania is typical of many right-wing extremists, but above all of Reich citizens who deny the state legitimacy of the Federal Republic of Germany. In the scene, the belief that the state is an enemy that wants to destroy innocent citizens is widespread. From this, the right to resist is derived, up to the use of weapons. And Horst Mahler, one of the figureheads for neo-Nazis and Reich citizens, also claimed in a trial that the USA itself was the perpetrator of the 9/11 attacks. The quote suggests that there are several, seemingly very different, perpetrator milieux. It could come from a sympathizer of Islam, or of the BDS, or of the magazine Concret, or from American right-wing extremists in particular. Instead of constantly pointing to the completely overrated Reich citizens, it would be much more illuminating to refer to the preamble of the small catechism of the German left since the APO, which states, "When right becomes wrong, resistance becomes a duty." This is how the Federal Republic of Germany was and is denied state legitimacy and declared an enemy that destroys innocent citizens, which is why it should be destroyed in self-defense. Horst Mahler's claim that the American state, represented by its services, was responsible for the attacks of September 11, 2001, points far more to an unbroken continuity in the German radical left, to which he had belonged for long enough, than to right-wing extremist convictions. After September 11, German right-wing extremists focused on the non-German origin of the perpetrators living in Germany, while Hermann Ludwig Gremliza published an exclusive interview with a crazy ex-diplomat in a prominent position in the magazine in November 2001, suggesting a CIA conspiracy. Incidentally, it is well known that as soon as the perpetrators were identified, there was a general knowledge in the Islamic world that Jewish circles in the USA and Israel were responsible, in order to then blame the innocent Muslims. The readers of the Tagesspiegel were not challenged to contradict the transparent lie of a left-wing liberal opinion peddler, because by February 2020 they too had long since been concerned with more than the truth. While the Chancellor was still talking about the poison that racism represents for our society after the Hanau murders, her would-be successor Röttgen went one step further and declared, "We must fight the poison that the AfD and others are spreading in our society, which not only means that the poisoners should be hunted down, but also indicates that there are special reasons to take action against those who are poisoned by the people." Anyone who claims that they do not want to be divided, but who is completely undivided in their opinion, has long since been convinced that there are fission products that need to be dealt with separately. What Heiko Maas only hints at with his demand that the right-wing extremists should be shown this is not your country, this is our country, Spiegel, February 20th, 2020, as a consequence, the left-wing intellectual elite says quite openly, the pioneers of violence have names and addresses, Sarrazin, Broder, Tichy, and others who have driven the brutalization of discourse. First the words, then the deeds, tweeted Jacob Augstein on February 20th, 2020, commenting on Hanau. On the same day, the satirist Jan Bomerman followed suit, quoting Claudia Roth from 2019, which Roland Tichy unsuccessfully tried to have banned in court in February 2020. We have to name the people who provide the keywords, all these new right-wing platforms whose business model is based on incitement and false claims, from Roland Tichy to Henrik M. Broder to clearly right-wing extremist blogs. End of quote. It is the keynote givers that matter, not so much the former FAZ editor who runs a successful, somewhat new right-wing online magazine and the former Berlin senator with an SPD party book who has landed bestsellers against the prevailing immigration policy, but above all the Jewish journalist and friend of Israel who is critical of Germany and who, to the horror of all politically correct people, once allowed himself to be embraced by Alice Weidel. Broder, the only prominent and independent journalist in Germany who is allowed to say things that would cost others their jobs, is the real poisoner in the eyes of people whose imagination is not so different from that of Tobias Rathjen. In his appeal to posterity to honor him by including him among the saviors of the homeland, Rathjen is not in the choice of words, but in the sense, quite capable of connecting to democratic discourses that, in the name of higher goals, shake the right to exist of unteachable or too expensive fellow citizens in a very location-related way. Rathjen was convinced that the Germans had raised humanity as a whole, and to ensure that it remained so, he called for emergency measures against genetically poisoned decomposers of the national body. After all, not all citizens of the Federal Republic were purebred and valuable, which is why he could imagine having the population. The pure-blooded people of an indivisible Germany would certainly not want the human material of a better Germany, but it should be more valuable than it is today. Danny Holluck, a young talent in German state humor, has a connection to a brutalized climate youth whose semi-official organization Fridays for Future Germany tweeted shortly before Christmas, "Why do our grandparents still talk to us every year? They won't be around much longer anyway," as the author of the reworking of the song Min Oma Fahrt im Hunnerstall Motorrad, which was performed by a children's choir on WDR in December 2019 and ends with the threatening quote from Greta Thunberg, "We will not let you get away with this." He did not target an ethnic minority or members of a particular religion, but rather a third of the German-born population who were exposed to derision and contempt for their harmful behavior. The calculated reference to the age of the pollution pigs, and thus their limited or even extinct performance, points to a German practice that, before the extermination of the Jews, was aimed at eliminating life that was unworthy of life and guaranteed unproductive. In a country whose highest court quickly approved of self-determined death and the euthanasia agencies responsible for it shortly before the corona shutdown, the dams that should actually separate the majority from the Rathjens have long since been broken thanks to the performances of professional instructors. In March 2020, it was a browser ballet commissioned by the public broadcasting service Funk, IEARD, and ZDF, which had been awarded the Grimm Prize in the category of children and youth in 2019, that quite uninhibitedly handed over life unworthy of life over the age of 65 or over 100 kilograms to a justly selective annihilator. Quote, in a video by the Bohemian Browser Ballet, satirist Schlecki Silberstein emphasizes the supposedly positive effects of the virus. This is fair, because it takes the old away, but the young survive this infection almost effortlessly. This is only fair, as the 65-plus generation has driven this planet against the wall in the last 50 years. People with cardiovascular diseases, the second risk group, are mainly found in developed, affluent nations, or in places where people are simply a little fatter. Which nation is most affected? The USA. The US has always put the planet in a tight spot with its growth at any price policy. Silberstein speculates that the coronavirus may simply be a response to turbo-capitalism. Air traffic is collapsing, production is being cut back and consumption is falling. There is no better news for this planet, he says. There are far too many of us anyway, says Silberstein. With fewer people, there is less scarcity of resources and thus less hunger, less war, and fewer reasons to flee. The coronavirus is probably just a nice and sensible reflex of nature to remind us humans who is actually in charge here. Corona is here because we don't deserve any better. Welt, March 14, 2020. Perhaps the next mass murderer, like Niels Hogel, who murdered at least 97 mostly elderly people between 2002 and 2005, will work in a hospital again and infect those who have driven the planet against the wall with the coronavirus for the purpose of population policy resource justice. For those around him, the paranoid persecution scenarios of a schizophrenic are like lies, which they try to refute with patient explanations before withdrawing from him. The patient is not lying, he just can't see the truth anymore and projects his completely sealed delusional counter-strategy. The indivisible Germany, which calls for the public search for and neutralization of poisoners and other pioneers of violence because of Tobias Rathjen's crimes, has explicitly chosen the lie as a moral principle since summer 2015. The poet of the song about the environmental pig shows that especially women and men from the media world, who do not listen to any inner voices, but to those of the classics of the socio-critical television film, in which small and large catastrophe prophets tours in the wake of Horst Rainer Erler, are so enclosed in their world that at some point the emphatically humorous acclamation of a frequently deadly threat to old and pre-existing people in particular will be their message of salvation. To the world. The playful use of the word extermination fantasy, which usually has nothing to do with the intention, let alone the actions, of those being criticized, points to not-so-secret desires to be allowed to carry out executions themselves, against bullies, dividers and other enablers of violence, which includes the sin against the planet as well as right-wing agitation. In 2016, the TAS published a special supplement advertising a workshop for young journalists organized by the TAS Panther Foundation, for which participants were selected who were invited to create their own edition on lying. The politically ambitious Danny Hollick introduced himself to TAS readers at the time. At the Heinrich Heine University, I am studying both philosophy and Judaism. I work as a freelance journalist, documenting the extreme right, and I also work as a freelancer for WDR in Dusseldorf. We all lie. But only those who find the world too complex shout liar. At extreme right-wing demonstrations, I see what a narrow worldview and being overwhelmed by the media world can lead to. Accusations of lying quickly turn into fantasies of destruction. End of quote. On April 28, 2023, the conference Managing Migration, Shaping Plurality. Challenges and Concepts of Immigration Policies organized by the Frankfurt Research Center for Global Islam, FGI, took place at the Goethe University in Frankfurt. Among many others, the Green Lord Mayor of Tübingen, Boris Palmer, was invited to speak there. He was invited to present the Memorandum for a Different Migration Policy of the Vertrialos Group, a civil green center that has existed since 2020 and sees itself as a group of committed real politicians within the Rialo wing of Bündnis 90/Die Grünen. And the party wants to position itself as a liberal and ecological party of responsibility and organization in the center of society. Boris Palmer was heckled outside the conference building by anti-racist activists who were demonstrating against the conference on site under the leadership of the university's ASTA. The ASTA had already stated in advance that the conference was only a showcase for pseudoscientific actors who are not always clearly distinguished from right-wing populism and cited Palmer's participation as evidence of this. However, it was not Palmer's interpretations of the measures taken at the beginning of the corona pandemic, which he described as rescue attempts for people who would be dead in 6 months anyway, or his later demands for curfews, the complete isolation of old people in nursing homes, or the calls for pension cuts and detention of those who refused to be vaccinated, which made him the subject of the ASTA protest against state arrogance, pseudoscience, and populism. There was also no protest against Palmer's coercive action against a student in Tübingen in 2018, when Palmer, outside of his working hours, took an obscene remark against him as an opportunity to insist on the release of his personal details, took photos of the student and justified everything by saying that, as Lord Mayor, he was also the head of the local regulatory authority and therefore had police powers at all times. The question of whether Palmer should not be considered an attention-seeking supporter of a post-bourgeois state fetishism, and thus a representative of politicizing narcissism, Joachim Brun, who as a representative of the Green Bourgeois Center betrays the bourgeois promise of freedom, was the protesters, if only because it must be assumed that, like so many left-wing fighters against pseudoscience and right-wing populism, they largely agreed with Palmer's corona positions and were inclined to use similar coercive means of self-justice against political opponents as Palmer did in the case of the Tübingen student. The protesters were certainly not critics of the state who read Joachim Brun and defenders of civil liberties. They were not concerned with the topic of the conference, but with the accusation that Boris Palmer had publicly used the N-word. The starting point of their outrage was a statement by Palmer on Facebook. Imagine you stumble across a comment on the internet that says about a black German national football player, based on anonymous accusations on Facebook, he's a terrible racist. He offered women his black dick. Would you believe that someone in their right mind would write something like that in all seriousness? I wouldn't. It is clearly a completely grotesque accusation of racism with an even more absurd justification. That's what you call satire. End of quote. These statements were the subject of a party expulsion procedure against Palmer. Leading politicians of the Greens, such as Winfried Kretschmann, Claudia Roth, and Annalena Baerbock, distanced themselves from him in wordy statements. Palmer responded to the heckling protesters in front of the conference building, "Yes, I used the word nigger. He was then called a racist." Palmer countered, "If I call a person standing in front of me a nigger, that is a legally actionable insult. But if I discuss the question of whether Astrid Lindgren's novel should in future be called South Sea King or Nigger King, then that is a perfectly legitimate use of the word nigger. I will not allow myself to be labeled a racist for the mere association of the word." End of quote. By labeling Palmer a racist and a Nazi, the activists of the Stormtroopers of Anti-Racism marked him as an enemy. A discussion with him was not desired, instead the group chanted "Nazis out!" directed at Palmer. But Palmer still tried to justify himself and emphasize that he did not want Nazis either, and replied to the mobbing group, "This is nothing more than the Jewish star. And that's because I said a word that you use to define everything else. If you say the wrong word, you're a Nazi in your eyes. Think about it." Jüdische Allgemeine, February 5, 2023. This was the occasion for the Honorable Society to follow the marching orders of its stormtroopers and declare Palmer a leper. It is undoubtedly different to be considered a member of the opposite people in a non-state organized Volksgemeinschaft than to be called a Nazi by a group of students who obviously have no idea of National Socialism, but are convinced that racism must be declared the absolute evil, the all-decisive social counter-principle. The empowerment derived from this fanaticism, to be allowed to strike out against anyone labeled a racist at any time, this mindless action against what has been identified in openly authoritarian circles as the subversive enemy of the people, however, has more in common with what the Jewish star once stood for than the anti-racists will ever be aware of. On April 28, 2023, a student protest against Palmer was organized at the Goethe University by those who, as pupils of the anti-authoritarian revolt, have declared their weakness of character to be their trademark, which has advanced to become a formal prerequisite, the very cement of society. In Elements of Anti-Semitism, Horkheimer and Adorno wrote about the progressive ticket mentality that goes hand in hand with this, that the psychologically more humane are attracted to it, but the spreading loss of experience ultimately transforms even the supporters of the progressive ticket into enemies of difference. And they immediately added, "It is not only the anti-Semitic ticket that is anti-Semitic, but the ticket mentality in general." The anti-racist anger at difference, Horkheimer/Adorno, that Palmer experienced would probably not have been a big issue if he had not been asked by the conference organizers on the podium what had happened in front of the conference building and had answered. 5 times in 30 seconds Palmer used the N-word, tweeted Fabian Goldman, who also writes for Der Spiegel. From the Hessenschau of the public broadcaster Hessischer Rundfunk, we learned that Palmer emphasized that he used the N-word because the simple act of speaking does not provide any information as to whether the person is a Nazi or not. Palmer had indeed acted with the obtrusiveness of a Rumpelstiltskin at the conference, as the NZZ wrote, May 2, 2023, and thus done the organizers of the Frankfurt Research Center for Global Islam as little a favor as he did to several attendees, including Ahmad Mansour, who had demonstratively left the conference. A popular front was immediately formed against Palmer's violation of anti-racist customs, ranging from the Hessian Minister of Justice, the university administration, Palmer's former party colleagues to the almost unanimously judging media. They unanimously accused Palmer of playing down racism and the Holocaust in one sentence, Tagesspiegel. At first glance, it is still understandable that the organizers of the conference considered Palmer's remarks to be irrelevant and detrimental to the actual topic of the conference. But there was more to it than that. His comments unintentionally touched on a taboo that also determines the work of the main organizer, Suzanne Schroeder. In her publications, she rarely ventures beyond the descriptive and fills entire books with lists of undoubtedly ugly Islamic and cultural relativist events and their consequences, without being able to identify the general and convey it with the particular presented. The connection between identity political delusion and uninhibited anti-racism only occurred in the displeasure towards the person who broke the conference taboo with the N-word debate. The conference Managing Migration, Shaping Plurality, Challenges and Concepts of Immigration Policies explicitly did not oppose the demonstrative rejection of the ideas of civil liberty in post-colonialism, nor did it oppose the abandonment of the civil idea of equality in anti-racism and post-feminism. Instead of criticizing ideology, the organizers opted for dialogue with the aggressor. Instead of calling the police and considering pressing charges for insulting her conference guests, Suzanne Schroeder invited the protesters to a discussion and gave them the opportunity to repeat their accusations of Nazism and racism against Palmer on the podium. Perhaps Schroeder, out of concern for her professional future, buckled under the pressure of the powerful anti-racists at the University of Frankfurt and opted for dialogue. She bears a considerable share of the responsibility for the fraternization between the anti-racist mob and the academic doubters. The event was moderated by cultural scientist Adrian Gilman and not by her. When Schroeder wanted to move on to the program and give him back the moderation, Gilman explained that the N-word had led to oppression and violence, and that after Palmer's remarks he was too emotional to continue the moderation. He left the stage with the words, "I don't want to have anything more to do with you, Mr. Palmer." The fact that a prominent representative of the conference organizers has long been imbued with the same postmodern spirit as those who also demonstrated against Palmer, and seriously claims that the N-word itself, and not the thing it refers to, has led to oppression and violence, sheds a revealing light on the level of the conference. The quasi-official mockery of a guest speaker was accompanied by an intention that ran through all the panels, for God's sake, not to disturb an alleged harmony between critics and criticized on the subject of Islam. Which is why constructive suggestions dominated. Although Ahmad Mansour, Ruud Koopmans, Ralph Gadban, and Birgit Ebel were among the speakers invited to the conference, and like Suzanne Schroeder they are usually not wrong in describing the actual conditions in Germany's immigration society as determined by Islam, the announcement text for the event did not bode well. In a responsible and ethical way, it states that Germany is an immigration society whose increasing diversity brings both positive effects and challenges. The effects of the global crises are mentioned, which are said to be linked, in a context that is not further specified, to precarious developments in the municipalities, in the education sector, in the judiciary, and in state institutions. Even the uninitiated can guess who is being blamed for this. The submissive wording alone, which earned the conference organizers a personal greeting from the Hessian Minister of Justice, makes it clear that there was no interest in linking the ideology of the rabble-rousing stormtroopers with the phenomena to be discussed. The program provided a framework for state-supporting communicative action, into which Palmer's appearance also fit, because he was to appear as a representative of a party grouping whose claim is to make the Greens a responsible and creative party, in other words a real government party. In the case of Palmer, the conference organizers were overcome by fear of their own courage in the face of the anti-racism that was crying out to be done. No one understood this better than Max Zalek, who is often regarded as an exponent of the carnival and opinion Jews, Maxim Biller, who wanted to condemn the entire event because of Palmer's statements. With his "whoever invites Palmer gets Palmer," which should mean that whoever invites a person suspected of racism, according to the logic of contact guilt, justifiably incurs the collective accusation of racism, Zalek reinforced the old suspicion against Suzanne Schroeder that she is in league with racists or does not distance herself from them credibly enough. Not only Boris Palmer, but also Suzanne Schroeder, who had invited him, was the subject of a cutting official statement by the president of the University of Frankfurt, Enrico Schleif, after the conference. Any explicit or implicit statement relativizing the Holocaust is completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated at or by the Goethe University. This applies equally to the use of racist terms. I strongly condemn Palmer's attempts to justify the use of the word he chose during the conference, and I do not accept this, either personally or as president. End of quote. A single word, namely Negro, and explicitly not the word nigger, which was and is used with the intention of inciting hatred, a word that means black people, is said to be capable of leading to oppression and violence. In Martin Luther King's speeches, in which the subject to be liberated is always referred to as a Negro, it is impossible to recognize a contradiction to his theses, and Adorno's reflections on the Negro question have not yet been accused of having led to lynch law and racial segregation in Germany because of the use of the N-word. The irrationality of anti-racism is hardly challenged by anyone, not only in this country, since Martin Luther King's dream of colorlessness has been perverted into a rampant fear of difference by the boundless anti-racism of Martin Luther King's dream of colorlessness into a rampant fear of difference. Boris Palmer responded to the university president publicly via social media. "My Jewish grandfather had to flee from the Nazis and the graves of my ancestors were smeared with swastikas. The students dismissed this as irrelevant and continued to call me a Nazi and a racist because I contradicted their thesis that the mere use of certain terms makes a person a racist. My family was able to escape the Jewish star by fleeing. My father Helmut was called Moses at school and was sentenced to several terms of imprisonment after the war because he called Nazis Nazis. To be associated with the worst crimes in human history by the terms racist and Nazi is simply unbearable for me. End of quote. Even if Palmer's claim that the use of certain terms does not make a person a racist is undercomplex, it was completely sufficient in the scuffle with the student department for rough work. Schleif, on the other hand, not only drew a line from the use of racist terms to be exorcised to the trivialization of the Holocaust, thus not only making the descendant of Shoah survivors a racist who should be immediately isolated, but also labeling Palmer with the term Holocaust relativizer, which is predominantly used in the German discourse to define the enemy. He brushed Palmer's family history aside in a typically German manner. In doing so, he attributed a worryingly projective interpretation to the man who had been unanimously declared a delinquent by the public. For it is not Palmer who is a protagonist of explicit or implicit statements relativizing the Holocaust, but the postmodern humanities, for which the university president is responsible. The prevailing interpretation of history as one of violence and power, supplemented by the arbitrary use of the term racism, which automatically results in an instrumental relationship to the history of the Holocaust and to the concepts of genocide and mass murder, is not only tolerated at the Goethe University in Frankfurt, but also deliberately promoted as new knowledge of power. The postmodern victory of identity over the truth claim of the Enlightenment, which involves the fragmentation of the objective into countless subjective opinions and is at the heart of postmodern humanities, knows the Jewish point of view only as a white one, which is not even allowed to stand on an equal footing with that of the people of color. Boris Palmer, who is marked as white, is a descendant of those who got away with it, who was accused of complicity by the descendants of the perpetrators at the site of the German spirit of racism and Holocaust relativization and then quite coherently called a Nazi. For this reason alone, he was not wrong in his intuitive impression that he was being given a kind of new Jewish star. Despite the differences in their personalities, Palmer has experienced something similar to what happened to Ignaz Bubis in 1998 in the Pulskirche when Martin Walser spoke, and more recently to Jewish critics of Documenta 15. If they question the self-assurance of the Reformed Germans, they become a foreign body and de facto a parasite. The opportunity to be heard is given to them at most pro forma, in order to maintain appearances. If you don't want to be a Jewish overconformist like Max Zalek, you either have to make Aliyah or, like Henrik Broder, let yourself be called a mentor of Anders Breivik, or keep quiet. Unlike Ignaz Bubis, Boris Palmer is neither a Holocaust survivor nor an explicit representative of Judaism in Germany, as Bubis was. Instead, he is the son of a half-Jew born in 1930, who was always the target of hostility from the Nazis but managed to escape. The characters of the two could not be more different. While Bubis always appeared calm and collected in public, Palmer has often enough demonstrated that he acts more often in the heat of the moment and obviously likes to play the role of a taboo breaker, but also of a mediator for the greater good, as in the case of his rejection of Stuttgart 21. He is just as arbitrary when it comes to the interests of Jews in Germany, and seriously defended the award of the Federal Cross of Merit to the terrible Jewish DKP supporter Felicia Langer, who was not only one of many Israel critics throughout her life, but also a notorious Israel basher, Henrik Broder. There is much to suggest that what Joachim Brun saw embodied in the original Greens Joschka Fischer, Daniel Cohn-Bendit, and Antje Vollmer also applies to Palmer's Green understanding of citizenship. Politicizing narcissism understands the state as such, pure sovereignty, as an inflated ego, as the idea and as the essence of reality. Abstraction from power and domination, the state appears exclusively as a composition of people and pure communication. It appears as a therapeutic network. Palmer's understanding of networked communication as a mixture of carrot and stick for the public is likely to be very close to his political credo and his inflated ego. A credo for which he likes to invoke the political legacy of his father Helmut, who, in addition to his commendable anti-fascist work, is remembered as a cranky Remstal rebel. That Palmer does not simply want to be a mediator, but that he means to embody mediation, was something that Joachim Brun had already aptly formulated for the Palmer type, without having his person in mind. The anti-authoritarianly drilled modern professional politician has learned to maintain a clear mass line and yet never to commit irrevocably. He is flexible, knows how to distinguish between his mainstay and his free leg. He does not get tangled up and never lets himself be caught on the wrong foot on the long run to himself. He either plays the demands of the past against the reality of today, or the party against the movement. In this way, he establishes himself as the all-encompassing mediator who, by virtue of the originality of his person, holds the extremes together. It is probably for this reason that Suzanne Schroeder and Company relied on Palmer's originality and invited him to the conference, because as a successful local politician he is only too happy to play the role of the great would-be mediator between the state and the community, between people and the administration, acting sometimes with the arrogance of a statesman and sometimes with the narrow-mindedness of a provincial. In any case, Palmer was granted the honor of presenting the memorandum of the Vert Relos on immigration and migration policy at the conference. The Relos group within the Green Party was considered to be the counterpart to the so-called fundists around Jutta Ditfurth, Rainer Trampert, and Thomas Ebermann. They focused on government policy, and their most important protagonists were the politicians Joschka Fischer and Daniel Cohn-Bendit, whom Joachim Brun was referring to in 2008 when he wrote about the modern professional politicians drilled in anti-authoritarianism. Unlike Fischer and Cohn-Bendit, who were a thorn in the side of the Green movement and sought to embody the comprehensive mediation that, as Brun wrote, holds the extremes together by virtue of its originality, today the group Vert Relos is only trying to mitigate the consequences of an ugly policy and ideology that they were and are co-creators and implementers of. The memorandum for a different migration policy was signed by several hundred more or less well-known elected representatives and members of the Green Party, including Boris Palmer. It was only welcomed by the FDP, but met with fierce opposition from the Green youth, while the party leadership reacted with public silence. The memorandum states, Green migration policy is committed to a society that is open to change and is clearly oriented towards the rules of the free democratic basic order. This means more than the pure text of the law, but the sovereignty of the law over all other regulations. Gender equality, the separation of state and religion, freedom, and equality of different individual life plans are not negotiable for us. We must also take a firm stand against the current creeping erosion of these values under the banner of false tolerance. This view may not be equally valid for all migrants, as they have experienced a different socialization in other traditions and cultural circles. However, in our opinion, it is necessary that the fundamental values of a country are shared by all the people living in it. End of quote. The Greens in particular represent a strong social current that can no longer have gender equality as its goal, if only because gender categories are being fought against in a similar way to the term nigger. The memorandum is also unable to free itself from this ideological blinkered view. It is therefore not surprising that Islam, as the elephant in the room, only appears once in passing in the formulation Islamic-influenced societies and otherwise disappears in the general talk of religion, tradition, and culture. This is not surprising, as it shows that the Vert Relos also cling to the taboos erected by anti-racism using the means of fear of career end and social death, which Boris Palmer broke at the University of Frankfurt. The fact that Islam is deliberately taken out of the firing line makes the not altogether unsympathetic claim of these Realos to act as defenders of the sovereignty of the law and to see themselves as obliged to not tolerate anti-Semitism and to defend the right of Israel to exist because of a different migration policy that is considered urgently necessary largely a waste of time. Consequently, one writes of religiously influenced communities so as not to be considered Islamophobic or anti-Islamic, when in fact one should be talking about Islamic counter-societies. This means that no effort is made to grasp the permanent civil war in the Tricont as a condition for racket formation there and in this country, or to recognize that Islam is excellently suited to fill the void that a deindustrialized society necessarily leaves behind by renouncing the integrating power of industrial wage labor. This is just as little done as naming the long-permitted dying of the bourgeois nation-state, which is expressed in the constant increase of Islamic counter-societies as well as in the fact that the civic idea of the citizen is increasingly falling victim to identitarian communitarianism, in which the individual is only counted as an appendage of his collective identity, as is also central to the Islamic Ummah concept. This increasing social disregard for the individual, which was already preparing the ground for the state to understand the citizen largely as the smallest common organ of execution for the state's discrediting of dissenters, even before Corona. A state obsession, which the Vert Realo Boris Palmer, who has been assigned to the collective whiteness by anti-racism, has also excelled as an enthusiastic executor, thus proving how little he has understood about the undermining of society by the interplay of pre-Enlightenment magical thinking and a false tolerance that the Vert Realos deplore. Because it is not a question of communicative action or all-encompassing mediation to talk the state out of its anti-racist raison d'etat and the inherent ban on criticizing Islam, the Vert Realos' endeavor for a different migration policy must fail just as Boris Palmer's use of the word nigger did. As late as 2011, Joachim Brun wrote, "Pluralism has now become the last and highest stage of propaganda in itself. Here, nothing but unbridled subjectivity reigns, which petrifies the objectivity of the false society into a dogma in itself." In the light of the successful action against Boris Palmer, these lines have now been shown to be outdated. In the age of cancel culture, an increasingly authoritarian singularism has long since taken the place of pluralism as a form of rule, whose dimensions in 2023 are either not seen at all by Palmer and company, or are criminally neglected. This inability to engage in real criticism considerably diminishes Palmer's merit for the historically and contextually justifiable use of the word nigger. It encounters a reality in which terms such as Negro or Moor, which in themselves have never been socially effective in a negative sense, only provide the material for a ghost debate. Anti-racism lives on the lie that one is dealing with a movement or socially effective ideology whose exponents see themselves as racists and make no secret of this in public. In the same breath, it is stated that any thinking in terms of race has long been socially ostracized, which is why it is incomprehensible why a campaign against absolute evil is being waged at all. Because this fact is so evident that even the activists, if they don't catch someone like Palmer in the act, cannot get rid of it, they regard talk of structural racism as a stopgap. The state's long-standing warning of the omnipresence of racism in people and structures legitimizes the outrage of those who appear to be acting outside the state and want to stage a movement from below. In this way, they gain a moral surplus value over those who, like the realists of the Green Party, dare to think about a different migration policy and are immediately defamed as pseudoscientific actors who are not always clearly distinguished from right-wing populists, Asta Frankfurt. Because anti-racism has been able to secure a social monopoly on morality, the attempted elimination of people like Boris Palmer has regularly and impressively succeeded in forcing all those responsible to profess their ideological loyalty. After the incidents in Frankfurt, not only the university president, but also Roman Pasek, the Minister of Justice of the state of Hesse, made such a declaration. There was not a single sheet of paper between his statement and those of the Frankfurt Asta. As if the Minister of Justice of Hesse had only used a text module from the calls of those who wanted to provoke and exclude Boris Palmer by defaming him as a Nazi, the minister reported. The choice of words and the contributions of Boris Palmer at the University of Frankfurt are unacceptable. Such provocations encourage division, exclusion, and racism. They are detrimental to a debate that should be conducted with sensitivity and seriousness. I welcome the fact that the organizers and other participants have reacted unequivocally to the outbursts. End of quote. It is such obsequiousness that the numerous activists in Frankfurt and elsewhere quite rightly understand as a declaration of solidarity with them, and which repeatedly encourages them to drive provocateurs before them. It is almost superfluous to mention that the Vert-Relos also issued a statement distancing themselves from Boris Palmer after the events in Frankfurt, in which they quite clearly terminated their further cooperation with him. Because it is also in such constellations that the erosion of the state is expressed, the attempts of Boris Palmer and his former Vert-Relos to achieve all-encompassing mediation that holds extremes together, Brune, are a misjudgment of reality and the practical possibilities for countering it that arise from it. As much as one should support the universally ostracized Palmer in the N-word affair, it is necessary to insist to him and his ilk that the critique of the post-Nazi state and a defense of the right to asylum, which deserves its name and does not degenerate into a general immigration law for far too many false people, cannot be had without preserving the bourgeois condition of the possibility of liberation from state and capital. Where necessary, in alliance with the USA, beyond the borders, as well as within them, in order to counter the globalization threatening Europe in the form of Islam with robust threats and, if necessary, repressively. After the Frankfurt Conference, Boris Palmer was confronted with an anti-racist world, which he always wants to be part of despite its declaration of enmity as the personification of all-encompassing mediation. This world caught up with him in 2015 at the height of the refugee crisis, when he announced in response to Merkel's motto that we would not make it and thus referred to the excessive demands placed on his municipality of Tübingen in the face of so many refugees at once. In the FAZ, he wrote about this on November 26, 2016. For a year, I experienced the inner resistance it causes when you have to be called a racist and an immoral person for no reason. Someone like Palmer wants to be everything but that. Instead of realizing that there is probably no other way than to be considered an inhuman being according to the categories of uninhibited anti-racism if you stick to the truth, he was primarily concerned with what all this was doing to him. This particular form of politicized narcissism, which feels it is being treated unfairly precisely because it wants to love and reach out to everyone, and therefore always means well, knows no bounds in its communicative actions, not even internally. This is probably why Palmer really had no choice but to enter into an inner dialogue after the student accusations of Nazism at the Goethe University, in order to look for the mistake in himself and thus make himself the actual perpetrator. Just 3 days after the events surrounding the conference, on May 1, 2023, Palmer publicly stated, "The recent events in Frankfurt have shown me that when I feel unjustly attacked and react spontaneously, I defend myself in a way that only makes things worse. Being called a Nazi by a large, overpowering group has awakened deep-seated memories in me. Since I will continue to be exposed to attacks that I consider grossly unjust, I can only try to change myself. I will therefore take a break and seek professional help and try to come to terms with my part in these increasingly destructive entanglements." End of quote. Palmer's identification with the attacker bears the hallmarks of the cruel and bitter Stalinist rituals of self-criticism, when outspoken dissidents had to confess their sins before the party group and make a commitment to change and never repeat the alleged mistakes. At that time, they were threatened with expulsion from the party, transferal to a penal colony, death by degrees in the Gulag, or even execution, whereas today it is only social ostracism if, like Palmer, you still want to belong. Because the all-encompassing mediator could not resist in Frankfurt either, in the vain hope of conquering a few hearts even among this clientele with the charisma of the plain-speaking orator, as the NZZ aptly put it, he did not just apologize. He declared himself to be a quasi-pathological case who not only voluntarily left his Green Party to avert further damage to it, but also went into therapy for a month. In June, he resumed his OB activities in Tübingen. By pathologizing himself as a white troublemaker of inner peace, he has done the greatest favor to all those who revile him as a Nazi and relativizer of the Holocaust. In his distress, Palmer has claimed for himself what the anti-racist thinker Robin DiAngelo calls white fragility, implying that white people enjoy special protection and security in society and that this leads to a lack of need and ability to critically examine racism. Palmer has diagnosed himself with white fragility and announced the treatment he needs. The Independent Federal Commissioner for Anti-Discrimination and head of the Federal Anti-Discrimination Office, Ferda Ataman, also relies on such premature admissions of guilt when she calls for a de facto reversal of the burden of proof in matters of discrimination. Or when the report commissioned by the federal government from an independent group of experts on Muslim hostility comes to the conclusion that there is basically no criticism of Islam that is not at least suspected of racism. When he was still the highest administrative officer in Zurich, the first state secretary, Gottfried Keller used his influence to appoint the young Berlin psychiatrist Eduard Hitzig as director of the Berghalsli City Asylum. Hitzig encountered a double structure there. He had no power of direction over the administrator of the hospital, Jacob Schnurrenberger, and fought a tough battle against the corrupt and scheming man, who was, however, esteemed in the circles that prevailed at the time, until he finally had to leave. A campaign was waged against Hitzig in the Zurich Volksblatt and, in particular, in the newspaper Der Weinländer, which was published in Wolflingen, now a district of Winterthur, and was quite influential at the time. The campaign was led by the German Anton Memminger, who is still remembered in Wikipedia today with a largely positive entry, in which he is honored as a Feuerbackian, an advocate for the oppressed and a rebel. In the Berghalsli, wrote Memminger, good Swiss, patients, were being sacrificed to a stinking Berlin Jew who was known to no one in Berlin, except the editors of smutty Jewish newspapers. Hitzig, who really did come from a Jewish family that had once been called something else, was quickly made shorter by an H. According to Memminger, the head physician Eduard Hitzig did not take the temperature under the armpit, but followed a method of Hitzig in a genuinely oriental moral aesthetic manner, which he applied primarily to the fairer sex. We are unable to provide a more detailed description of this here, because we have no desire to be accused of violating morality and causing a public scandal. It all culminated in Memminger's call in the Weinländer, throw him out, the Jew Hitzig. In the dispute, which was also politically charged, it was feared that what Keller had prophesied would come to pass. The good have disappeared / the bad are standing together. In the end, Memminger was sentenced to 6 months in prison and 5 years of exile, and 1,600 people from Zurich signed a letter of support for Hitzig, which was of course written by Keller. That was in 1878. A year later, Hitzig left Zurich and accepted a professorship in Halle. The poem Der öffentliche Verleumder, the public slanderer, enjoyed a remarkable career during the Nazi era, long after the author's death. In her early exile in Germany, Erika Mann often recited it at the political literary cabaret Die Pfeffermühle, and in 1943 it was one of the pieces of evidence and thus also the basis for the conviction of the painter Bernhard Huss to 2 years in prison. Not only were notes found in Huss's possession that he had made while listening to the BBC at night, but also a handwritten copy of the first 2 verses of Keller's poem. It also proves to be timeless in 2023.in December 1987. A very ugly leaflet appeared in a toilet at the Burkhardt Gymnasium in Mallersdorf-Pfaffenberg in the district of Straubing-Bogen in Lower Bavaria. The school identified the 16-year-old Hubert Aiwanger as the author and punished him with a disciplinary measure. In 2023, probably 5 years earlier, the Süddeutsche Zeitung took this as an opportunity for very careful research. On August 25, 2023, the result was published in the form of a full-page article entitled The Auschwitz Pamphlet. The article features contemporary witnesses who have now turned to the public and justify this by saying that they are concerned that Aiwanger, now 52, is moving back to his anti-democratic roots. Eyewitnesses who wanted to remain anonymous, but who told the newspaper that Söder's current deputy was held responsible at the time as the author of the pamphlet. Strictly speaking, it was a person who was always referred to in the plural, because the few schoolmates of Aiwanger who also spoke out with reference to their concern for democratic values had been instigated to do so by their former teacher, and no one else wanted to speak out in his favor. The only witness is a retired history teacher from Aiwanger's school. He claimed to have started the scandal surrounding the anti-Semitic flyer, Focus, page 8, 2023. The teacher in question had been a member of the disciplinary committee that discussed the punishment for the alleged flyer writer in 1988. At the time, he still spoke of a youthful indiscretion. But Aiwanger's speech in Erding also made the teacher, who did not want to be named, feel uncomfortable. HNA, August 29, 2023. The pensioner remained connected to the school and waited for his opportunity. This came when the school director Klaus Giggle, who had only come to the Burkhardt Gymnasium in Mallersdorf-Pfaffenberg in 2006, gave a spirited speech in his presence. With regard to his appearance in Erding, the director recently mentioned Aiwanger as a bad example of democracy in a speech at the school's graduation ceremony. The teacher is said to have informed the director about the leaflet case. This was either on June 24, 2023, when the graduation ball took place, or a few days before. Then he also contacted the SZ. A Bavarian grammar school in the 1980s was a place of strict selection. Those who made it were mostly Protestant in the greater Munich area, including a high proportion of girls. The parents were mostly academically educated immigrants of the Protestant faith from other federal states who had settled in the terraced houses of the surrounding communities of the state capital. Those from the area usually did not get beyond secondary modern school and at most secondary school, and were an exception at grammar school. In rural and then not booming Lower Bavaria, it was the sons and daughters of mainly higher civil servants and other notables such as doctors, lawyers, pharmacists, and teachers, who were mostly conservative and Catholic, but had the corresponding educational aspirations. Children of craftsmen or farmers' sons like the Aiwanger brothers were a rarity at the higher school. The class photo, probably from 1986, it can't be any younger, the person in it is much too childlike, shows Hubert Aiwanger in the front row in a Hitler look. The boys, who were strangers to each other in their completely separate milieus, can be recognized in 4 cases as having long hair. The other 10, without Aiwanger, look respectable, as do the girls. The majority knew that the avant-garde, which had long set the tone in Munich and the surrounding grammar schools, was represented by the 4 long-haired boys. The majority, who seemed so conservative in the class photos, did not speak in a coarse Lower Bavarian dialect because they expected to gain sympathy points as politicians or in their careers, but because they could not do otherwise. This is also the reason why it was easy to recognize the insistence on a newspaper subscription against the zeitgeist or its affirmation. At that time, people in Bavaria mainly read regional newspapers of a clearly conservative orientation, which have since mostly ceased to exist, or, alternatively, the SZ, which had been slowly making its way into the provinces since the 1970s and was considered to be superregional and cosmopolitan. The long-haired minority had not only recognized the CSU, which had ruled unchallenged for decades, as their political opponent, but had also fought this opposition as a cultural struggle at school. Since the 1970s, it has not only been a matter of confronting a frequently repressive school regime in Bavaria, which, for example, would ambush 16-year-olds kissing in the corridors and humiliate them with punishments. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll was one side of the efforts to achieve a better life among grammar school students, even among those who spoke a rough Lower Bavarian dialect. Inextricably linked to this was the other, ideological side, which accused the school regime of being in league with a reactionary, basically fascist party, which was extended to their real or alleged voter base. Many years before the Free Voters and the AfD even existed, those with long hair had recognized the fascist, Kryptonazi, etc. In the Union Party's candidate for chancellor, Franz Josef Strauss, who was also the chairman of the CSU and Bavarian prime minister, and had declared him an enemy, which exploded in the 1980 Bundestag election year in the Stop Strauss campaign, which also had an impact in Bavaria. In reality, it was not about politics or everyday culture, but about selection and repression, which is still being talked up as a revolt today. This front position is one of the reasons why the free voters emerged from the 1990s, proclaiming a new, decidedly conservative self-confidence of the voter base against the authoritarian appropriation by the open-minded, but also the CSU. The decline of the CSU began at the state elections in 2008, when it failed to achieve an absolute majority for the first time in 40 years. 10 years later, under Soder, its share of the vote fell to 37.2%. Since then, a black-green coalition has been mathematically possible. The party, which was shaken by scandals and a lack of direction, the authoritarian leadership style cultivated within it, and the inability to understand the mood of its own base, was the final breakthrough for Aiwanger's free voters, who first succeeded in 2008 with 10.2% and in 2018, with a result of 11.6%, became the junior partner of the CSU. In the 2020 local elections in Mallersdorf-Pfaffenberg, the CSU won 8 seats, the Free Voters 6 and the SPD and DP 3 each. In the federal elections the following year, the CSU and Free Voters together won 52% of the second votes, with 13.49% going to the Free Voters and 11.13% to the AFD. This is Markus Soder's dilemma. His party does not even reach 40% in the particularly conservative district of Straubing-Bogen. But nevertheless, since 2018, Bavaria has been the only federal state with a purely conservative governing coalition because of the Free Voters. Aiwanger's statement in July 2023 that he would not let the left and the Greens tell him what is correct and where the red line is, Bild, April 7, 2023, sums up what makes him so hated by some and so popular not only among his voters but also among those of the CSU. In its denunciation article of August 25, 2023, the SC clearly sided with those who want to recognize the only correct line in the statements of the Greens and blew the horn. The question now is what the flyer from the 1987-88 school year has to do with the 2023 state election campaign and with the Bavarian government. Markus Soder's CSU, Hubert Aiwanger's Free Voters, no chaos traffic light like in Berlin, a harmony coalition. For months the two men have been painting this picture. Soder let his vice president get away with everything. In the pandemic, Aiwanger has staged himself as a pop star of vaccination skeptics. Soder has reprimanded him, but not dropped him. After Erding? A dressing down, not a sacking. But now, can Soder just carry on like this? The editors of the Süddeutsche Zeitung, who have no idea what is going on in Bavaria outside the Munich S-Bahn area, have seriously misjudged the situation. Markus Soder is not suicidal. He had to hold on to Aiwanger, whether he wanted to or not. The same front position today, in relation to a small grammar school with just over 500 pupils, means that the pupils of the 11th grade of the year 1987-88 remember certain incidents quite differently. Because remembering has a lot to do with the importance you attach to the faxes from Hubsai Aiwanger at the time. While some, probably exactly two, are sure after decades that they recognize the brand dangerous agitator of today back then, the others talk about a slightly over-the-top classmate who never tried to agitate them in a National Socialist or anti-Semitic way. On the other hand, many felt agitated by a teacher who appeared at a reunion of high school graduates from the late 1990s in spring 2023 and went from table to table with an Aiwanger photo to collect eyewitness statements against him, even if they were from older siblings. In Erding, Hubert Aiwanger called for the overthrow of a system that had carried him to the top, to the second highest office in Bavaria. The SC was sure in its denunciation article of August 25, 2023. 2 days later, the Münchner Merkur followed suit. Contemporary witnesses who have now gone public justify this with their concern that the 52-year-old Aiwanger is moving back to his anti-democratic roots. At the forefront of this are the teacher, who has been anonymous since September 1, 2023, and a few classmates from Aiwanger's year. On August 25, 2023, it had long been known that the history teacher Graf, who could never hide his abysmal hatred of Aiwanger and his prophetic mission, could not be relied on. It should have been known that someone was acting here who was peddling his crazy knowledge. On August 25, 2023, the SC was already trying to cover up the traces of its research and relied entirely on the threat to democracy posed by the delinquent in later years. Others have questioned the fact that Aiwanger wants to overthrow the government in order to reinforce it. Münchner Merkur writes, "Even if you don't share this fear, it is at least understandable, as Aiwanger's latest comments about the allegedly only formal German democracy show. The question remains, can this Aiwanger be trusted? Has he really overcome his former misanthropic worldview?" End of quote. We know that he has not, and as proof, the name of a small town in the Munich area is mentioned in unison. On June 11, 2023, a demonstration against the federal government's climate policy, initiated by the cabaret artist Monica Gruber, took place there, at which Aiwanger gave a speech, 2 sentences of which caused a stir. After he had emphasized that we in Erding and throughout the country were the majority, he added, "Now the point has been reached where the silent majority of this country must finally take back democracy and tell those in Berlin, you've got your asses open up there. The middle of society will drive these Berlin anarchists before them." June 14, 2023. He basically only communicated that the federal government's heating law, which was postponed shortly afterwards, did not have a majority in the population, and that was the case, and called for extra parliamentary resistance to it. He has turned against an understanding of democracy whose supporters want to ignore majorities at any time and only consider a logic of constraints that experts consider to be true to be legitimate. Aiwanger has announced to an unpopular government that they will be driven before them, which would be the task of any opposition in parliamentary democracy. Is an undemocratic worldview being shared here? Anyway, a call to overthrow the system? Yes, of course. Wasn't it all already laid out in the brothers' flyer? Somehow. On July 4, 2023, Aiwanger said that there was only a formal democracy in Germany, and that the traffic lights approach was undemocratic if it makes policy against the majority of the population. Bayerischer Rundfunk, July 6, 2023. With this statement, he only confirmed what the federal government itself indirectly admitted when it initially postponed its heating law, apparently bowing to the displeasure of the street, and only put it to the vote in the Bundestag in an intensified version 3 months later. Aiwanger's crime, however, also consists in the fact that on July 4, he publicly opposed an authoritarian language regulation in the Bild newspaper that labels him and those who see themselves as a bulwark against the AfD as cross-front politicians. Just because an AfD member said something similar at some point, that's no reason for everyone else to be taboo. They all knew it, the students with their newspaper together with the teacher who once supported them, and, when Aiwanger became well-known and influential, he has been the state chairman of the Free Voters since 2006 and has been a member of the Bavarian state parliament since 2008. They apparently pondered from time to time whether and how to break the neck of the former student of their institution for reasons of conscience. Now it turns out that the pamphlet has been in a publicly accessible archive since 1989. And it was shown to a reporter as early as 2018 Welt, August 29, 2023. The public archive is that of the Dachau concentration camp memorial museum. This discovery suggests that the pamphlet was known at Aiwanger's former school to a greater extent than previously assumed. This is what Der Spiegel writes, and it is a lie. The inhumane pamphlet is archived as part of a student project at the Dachau concentration camp memorial site, a spokeswoman for the memorial site reported, later confirming the discovery. According to this, the pamphlet is not available independently, but parts of it are printed in the student project Let's Heimat Steinrein? Printed in the student work Let's Heimat Steinrein? The author is Roman Solitsky, who, like Aiwanger, was a student at the Burkhardt Gymnasium in Mallersdorf at the time and did not want to remain anonymous. The 33-page paper reconstructs how concentration camp prisoners were driven through Mallersdorf in April 1945. Their destination, the Flossenburg concentration camp. The author submitted the paper to the German History Student Competition, which the federal president has been organizing since 1973 and won second place. The paper was then placed in the memorial's archives. In his 1989 paper, the student Solitsky wrote, "As a negative example of how other young people of the same age deal with the Third Reich, it should not be concealed that a flyer circulated in school toilets and was confiscated by the school administration in time, SZ, August 31, 2023. Solitsky today, it was the former teacher himself who told him about the anti-Semitic leaflet in 1988 and suggested that he incorporate it into his history paper for the federal competition on concentration camp prisoners. It was he who said that it had been found in school toilets. I myself had never seen the original. However, since 1989, Solitsky's work, including the leaflet, has been on public display in the Dachau concentration camp museum. Focus, April 9, 2023. The leaflet is not currently on display in the museum, only Solitsky's work, which quotes verbatim from the leaflet. Thus, someone who knew the leaflet, which was not distributed on a larger scale than previously known, and which hardly anyone had ever seen, dictated the quotes to Solitsky, the history teacher Graf, who apparently violated his confidentiality obligation by using the strictly non-public school archive, which also stores disciplinary cases and in which the leaflet was filed. The Süddeutsche Zeitung knew this, and on August 25, 2023, it wisely did not write photo, Dachau Memorial under the documentation of the leaflet, but photo private. And as early as 2018, the flyer was shown to a reporter, reports the Welt on August 29, 2023. That was the year in which Markus Söder, through the coalition with the Greens to the Wind and Aiwanger, became Bavarian Minister of Economic Affairs. The reporter was either not from the SC at all and an honorable man who would not fall for a nasty informer, or, more likely, he filed the material in his newspaper's archive, which is guaranteed not to be publicly accessible, for later use. An old teacher with SPD leanings, which was quite honorable in Lower Bavaria in the 1980s or before, who finally wanted to contribute something meaningful. A committed director who courageously raised his voice against former student Hubert Aiwanger at the 2023 graduation ceremony, and probably a few other contemporary witnesses from the Lower Bavarian Grammar School were the cue for a bravely researching editorial team that hoarded the explosive material until the time was ripe for the big bang. In June 2023, the time had come. A former classmate remembers, the teacher, who is said to have close ties to the SPD, visited him 8 weeks ago and asked me to write him a 3-line poem in which I confirmed that Hubert Aiwanger was the author of the anti-Semitic flyer. However, he was unable to write it, because until recently I never knew who the author of the flyer was. The teacher is said to have told the former classmate, "It's time we topple this brown sock now, Bild, August 31, 2023. Franz Graf, who was still anonymous at the time, told Bild, "These are not youthful indiscretions, these are deadly sins of youth." The following applies to the teacher, some students, politicians of all parties and the press, the entire press, not just the Süddeutsche Zeitung. He finds, wherever he goes, the emptiness of meager times, there he can shamelessly stride, now he becomes a prophet. He places his roguish feet on a pile of rubbish and whispers his greetings into the baffled world. Rudolf Enghofer, who died in 2022 and was headmaster of the Burkhardt Gymnasium at the turn of the year 1987-88, gave Hubert Aiwanger a punishment assignment, probably reprimanded him severely and, taking into account his considerable immaturity, refrained from imposing harsher school punishments that could have gone as far as expulsion. 35 years later, we know that he must have been guided by criminal negligence. When some of the flyers were found in his school bag and he did not think on his brother Helmut as the real culprit, Hubert Aiwanger was 16 and not 17 years old, as the press has almost consistently claimed until September 4, 2023. Instead of taking the circumstances into account and keeping quiet, as the old teacher had done for decades, the note was dragged into the public and conclusions were eagerly drawn, for example by SPD chairwoman Saskia Esken. Even if Aiwanger did not write the flyer himself, but carried it with him and distributed it. The disgusting and inhumane formulations allow conclusions to be drawn about the attitude that underlay it. Stern, August 27, 2023. The interested public knows from the Munich Merkur of August 27, 2023, of course, Aiwanger was still a student at the time. But one would have expected a level of maturity from someone who was almost an adult that would prevent him from strutting around school with a Hitler mustache and spreading the most repulsive murderous slogans. August 27, 2023. There they stand, side by side. The Eskens, their politically affiliated teacher Graf and some former classmates with the editors of the newspaper, which published the anti-Semitic Grass poem What Must Be Said on its front page on April 10, 2012, and courageously spoke out against Hubert Aiwanger's anti-Semitism. It is not proven whether Aiwanger spread anything at all, but there were no murdering slogans to be read on the note or notes in his school bag, which is supposed to mean a call to murder. His tendency to imitate Hitler, which is supposed to be proven by a class photo, does not speak in favor of a pronounced maturity in the 11th grader Aiwanger. And yet conclusions are drawn from the presumed but unproven views of a 16-year-old, who is not accused of ever having been with the neo-Nazis, to those of a 52-year-old today. The basic principle of all pedagogy is the assumption that children and young people do not have sufficient knowledge and are therefore unable to draw reasonable conclusions. This is called a lack of maturity. What a 16-year-old allegedly said does not anticipate the personality of a 52-year-old, unless one believes in the fateful inescapability of a life path, which contradicts all pedagogical thinking. The young person needs time to develop his personality, and the school should guide him until he graduates. The same principle applies to juvenile criminal law. The juvenile offender is not innocent, but is less able than an adult to understand the consequences of his actions. And he is considered immature, and therefore far easier to reform than an adult, which is why the punishment is always characterized by educational considerations. What the late headmaster, who was not contradicted by the then still quite young and former teacher Graf, knew about the application of disciplinary law no longer applies today. Only if 16-year-old Hubert Aiwanger had written the flyer, which is not true, or approved of it, which nobody knows or can even prove, and the 18-year-old had become active in the Young National Democrats, organized demonstrations against the dictatorship of the ruling powers in his mid-30s and proclaimed Germans, "Do you want to pay forever?" If, at the age of 40, he had turned his attention to refugee accommodation and, at 50, had rekindled his youthful penchant for imitating Hitler at the side of Bjorn Höcke during election campaign appearances in Thuringia, then one could say, Aiwanger has remained an immature boy all his life, and the flyer says it all. The federal government's commissioner for anti-Semitism, Felix Klein, does not care. He told the Bild am Sonntag that Aiwanger would be unacceptable as Deputy Prime Minister of Bavaria and for other offices. Such inhumane statements about victims of the Holocaust should not be made by anyone, not even by young people. End of quote. The man is a rabble-rouser because no one has ever claimed that young people should be allowed to publicly wish others a free flight through the chimneys of Auschwitz, neither the disciplinary committee of the Burkhardt Gymnasium at the beginning of 1988 nor anyone else. Klein wanted to say, "What you had in your school bag at 16, you should never get rid of." He wanted to say, "We will hunt you down for something we can't even prove until you are no longer acceptable as a Minister of Economics, a Member of Parliament and, as a consequence, as Chairman of the Bavarian Hunting Association or as a member of the Volunteer Fire Brigade in Ergoldsbach, and you are expelled." The photocopied notes that circulated at the Burkhardt Gymnasium announced a fictitious federal competition on the subject of who is the greatest traitor to the fatherland? Applicants were to report to the Dachau concentration camp for an interview. The first prize was a free flight through the chimney in Auschwitz. There was also a free shot in the neck or a free beheading by guillotine to be won. Unlike the jokes popular at the time, which were along the lines of how many Jews fit into a Fiat 500. And the answer 10002. 2 fit on the seats, the others in the ashtray. The text of the leaflet mentions the chimneys of the crematoria and the entertainment district of Auschwitz and its satellite camps, but no Jews. Nor are any threats made, not to Jews, not to any leftists, agitators, etc., with the fate of Jews or other Nazi victims, as their doppelgangers they then appear. By way of comparison, one recalls the disgusting gathering of evil men in front of Stammheim prison on the eve of the suicides of Bader and others in 1977, as documented by public television. "They should be killed," says one, "another should shoot them while they are on the run." This sounds like an affirmation of the National Socialist practice of murder and a call for the repetition of it against enemies of the people. One could even argue whether the mockery of the victims of the Nazi regime can be read into the text at all, because the participants in a fictitious school competition were obviously to be mocked, and thus the school itself, which had distributed advertising brochures for participation in the nationwide student competition in the subject of history with a focus on Nazi crimes, in which Roman Solitsky also participated in 1989. The product of Aiwanger the Elder served the then still very popular demand for a line to be drawn under the occupation with German crimes, especially with the Holocaust, in a repulsive jocularity. This was apparently because the events that had taken place could not be borne, but also because the tone of responsibility, which even then spoke of German guilt, was an ideal subject for schoolboy jokes, which can only be described as disgusting by the NZZ. Helmut Aiwanger was probably filled with a deep sense of rejection of what was increasingly coming at him on television and also at his school, and he willingly took up the widespread resentment against it. His crude method was to use the jargon of Auschwitz spoken by perpetrators and sometimes also by victims, which was expressed in phrases such as "they're all going up the chimney," but also used the popular saying "off to Dachau." Before 1945 and long after, for the purpose of belittling, trivializing and making fun of it. As if he had other voices in his head, voices that demanded that he stare in horror and not at all guilty, but anxious silence, and that he had to drown out with thigh-slapping laughter. Inhuman was not the leaflet. Michael Wolfsohn was wrong, because this most dismal vocabulary for investigating attitudes is good for nothing but hunting people and should therefore always be avoided. The note is the spew of a schoolboy ready for any kind of fun, so, as Wolfsohn correctly says, it is dirt. But anti-Semites make Jews contemptible as Jews. Not a word of that in this dirty text. Note, not all dirt is anti-Semitic. End of quote. The text does not allow any conclusions about what Helmut Aiwanger thought about Jews at the time, if he thought about them at all. But we do know what definitely wasn't in it, that the Jews were to blame for their fate, that it was regrettable that not all of them were murdered, that they and their state had made a business out of Auschwitz, a veritable Holocaust industry, the title of Norman G. Finkelstein's best-selling book from 2000, so that the Germans would have to pay forever, not least to the Jewish state. Yet such applications are a prerequisite for even being able to talk about anti-Semitism. Back to the brother who was held responsible for the actions of his kin, Hubert Aiwanger must also have been a very tiresome prankster back then. However, there is no evidence to draw conclusions from his brother's behavior to his thinking and actions as a student, and certainly not as an adult. Helmut Aiwanger has even stated that his brother, who was much more successful as a student, collected the flyers again for the purpose of de-escalation and stowed them in his school bag. The search engines do not return anything for the word pairs Hubert Aiwanger/Hitler, Hubert Aiwanger/Jews, Hubert Aiwanger/neo-Nazis. Only the search term Hubert Aiwanger/Israel brings up a picture of him with a lady, which he himself posted on Instagram on December 18, 2021, and commented on as follows: the new Consul General of Israel, Carmela Shamir, on her first visit to the Bavarian Ministry of Economic Affairs. In Israel, there is a strong startup scene in the high-tech sector. Bavaria also has a high level of startup activity. Learning from each other, improving cooperation. What Hubert Aiwanger said about his brother's product on August 27, 2023 should be enough for everyone. I consider the content to be disgusting and inhumane. But unlike the professional and authentic fighters against inhumanity, he does not believe in denunciation. I know the author of the paper, he will explain himself. Neither then nor now was it my style to inform on other people. Such maturity is certainly to be emphasized in times of rampant denunciation. That should be the end of it, you might think, and the SZ would have to leave with red ears and publicly repent. But not at all. But the question remains, can we trust this Aiwanger? Has he really overcome his inhuman worldview from the past? The question was raised by the Münchner Merkur, the newspaper that for decades was the stodgy organ of the CSU-affiliated Munich and Upper Bavaria and wanted to outdo the slightly insecure and therefore restrained Süddeutsche in matters of ideological snooping. He did not write the flyer, and no one can say whether he distributed it, but Helmut Aiwanger at least testifies that he ended up collecting the flyers that his brother had laid out. What else does he say? Quote, I distance myself from the unspeakable content in every respect and deeply regret the consequences of this action. I was totally furious at the time because I had failed at school. I was still a minor at the time, FAZ, August 26, 2023. This may sound incredible, but what is there to be unbelievable about it, as some journalists and politicians suggested? Teachers and fellow students have been shot by angry students for much less. Aiwanger should be exorcised of what official Germany never wants to be, a country in which, until recently, it was impossible to tell whether the silence about Nazi crimes was out of shame and horror or out of denial and uncanny sympathy, and in which the post-war generation acted out immaturely and helplessly what their parents and grandparents did not want to talk about. Helmut Aiwanger was still committed to this attitude in 1987. The others, who supposedly took a strong stand on the German crimes immediately after 1945, were no less silent about the Holocaust. For them, the word Auschwitz was merely a springboard for far more global accusations, this time mainly against the Western allies of the Second World War. The key words were Hiroshima and atomic death, and decades later the path leads from Anne Frank to all kinds of refugee fates, for which, of course, the Anne Frank Foundation is responsible. That is the application of the long-haired people in the class photo of the Burkhardt Gymnasium in 1987, and it should prevail. Today it sounds like this. With his public distancing from the content of the flyer, Aiwanger is harming whom? The Jews, the Democrats? No, the culture of remembrance in Germany, original quote from the federal government's Commissioner for Anti-Semitism, Dr. Felix Klein. Gottfried Keller's poem Die Öffentlichen Verleumder, The Public Defamers, was directed against an anti-Semitic witch hunt that had been instigated for a trivial reason. The Aiwanger case has shown that manhunts, which are supposedly instigated out of disgust for anti-Semitism, can in reality be triggered for a similarly trivial reason as a contribution to the fight against contempt for humanity, or, in other words, for our culture of remembrance and our expert democracy. The methods are the same. The death blow to the memory and reputation of the painter Emil Nolde came in 2019. 2 pictures that had previously adorned Angela Merkel's study were taken down and returned to the Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation. Shortly before the opening of the exhibition Emil Nolde, a German legend. The artist in National Socialism, which was on display at the Hamburger Bahnhof in Berlin from April to September 2019, the most famous degenerate artist was convicted of being a Nazi. Not that this had not been known for a long time. As early as 1947, the architect and art critic Adolf Benn, himself a fellow traveler who got by quite well under National Socialism, described Nolde as a degenerate. At the time, this formulation, itself National Socialist, did nothing to harm Nolde. Rather, his painting entered into a symbiotic relationship with the Federal Republic that was to last for many decades until spring 2019. But instead of asking why this art says so much about the FRG, the question is what this art says about the artist. An artist who, decades before the rise of National Socialism, always felt disadvantaged, left behind and a loser, and who understood his art as an eternal protest against the Kassierer, meaning the art dealer Paul Kassierer, a Jew who, as Nold believed, had made his career difficult, just as Lieberman had. To summarize, Emil Nold was an anti-Semite, a member of the Nazi Party and, although 1,000 of his works were confiscated, 30 of his paintings were included in the Degenerate Art exhibition and, although he was not banned from exhibiting or practicing his profession in 1941, he was a first-rate Nazi and Jew-hater. He did not even want to refrain from denouncing the painter Max Pechstein as a Jew when he learned that Pechstein was not a Jew at all. However, this says nothing about his art, which could be magnificent, but despite his enormous talent and his outstanding abilities as a composer, his ideology was decisive for his work from the very beginning. He was able to introduce Expressionism to the Germans because he was able to combine their longing for the Middle Ages with the colors of the South Seas. The Nazis rightly considered him to be degenerate, even though he himself never wanted to see it that way. His work became more cheerful from 1933 onwards, with some figures becoming blonde and blue-eyed, but it was only after 1945 that Nold was able to truly benefit from his Aryan optimism. German Expressionism was the subject of debate among artists and writers in exile. Lukács and others considered it to be an artistic precursor of Nazism. Alfred Corella, for example, believed that Expressionism led to fascism. Could it be otherwise? That Nold of all people was the way out of fascism, because he chose the colors and motifs that could so cleverly cover up what had happened? That his art had expressed the other side of the Nazi mentality, which had been overshadowed by the master race ideology that has since become world famous, but which had always been inextricably linked to it. The withdrawal into the inwardness of the petit bourgeois, convinced that his inner life is so much more valuable than anything that can exist out there in the world. And that it was precisely the invocation of this motif that allowed the social democratically minded part of the German population to come to terms with Adenauer's West-oriented Federal Republic after 1945, without having to face their own spiritual kinship with the fallen Reich of Terror? Siegfried Lenz set Nold a monument in Deutschstunde, German lesson, in 1968 that, from today's perspective, is a lie. But Lenz either did not know the truth or did not want to know it. His book is a fantasy about a painter who resisted and finally arrived in the New Germany. It was not even the worst school reading, better than Grass, who carried the lie in his literature, an idea of something that was a wish but not reality, a fantasy that did not exist in Germany, in the East or in the West. The fact that Nold's paintings, with their expressionist figuration, were particularly popular in the 1970s and hung for a long time in the living rooms of committed teachers as well as in the living and representation rooms of Chancellor Helmut Schmidt has nothing to do with the fact that nobody knew what a cretin Nold was. It was known, everyone knew it, or could have known it, but in 2019 it had to be made a big deal out of to cancel Nold. However, only Nold's attitude was questioned. Why his art was attributed such great importance was never examined. It's not just about pictures in Merkel's chancellery. Nold's enthronement in the Federal Republic began very early on, and by the time Helmut Schmidt was in office, his pictures were a symbol of the new FRG. The question of whether there could be a truth associated with Nold's paintings that neither the painter nor his recipients suspected will no longer be asked after 2019. The painter has been convicted, beyond all aesthetic criteria, purely morally and politically. However, the aesthetic quality speaks for the mood in the new FRG. Although the intention was not to paint over the past with strong colors, the aim was to make a break clear. Nold was particularly well suited to this, as Lenz's novel shows. Sometimes, however, the lie that the painter had already prepared at the foreseeable end of the Third Reich about his life and attitudes becomes the truth. Nold's pictures became a truth about the FRG because they were hung in living rooms that were no longer as dark as they had been shortly before, but rather complemented light furniture and colorful wallpaper. Despite their world-renouncing gesture, they embodied a view of the outside world that, above all through the painter's indisputable affiliation with the Expressionist movement, which was banned by the Third Reich but internationally recognized in the West, was a recognition of a world outside Germany. The smooth adoption of Expressionist art is also the curse of Expressionism, which from the early 1970s onwards seemed as harmless and decorative as the accessories for modern living, often from Scandinavia, in the then-emerging boutique-style bric-a-brac shops. This recognition, which, although it was based on a lie with regard to Nold, but on a perceived truth with regard to individuals, was an essential step in the denazification process, however small it may seem today. Angela Merkel's strong resistance to removing the pictures from her office, based solely on the new research results, which in reality were only a summary of what had long been known, showed a connection to this truth. It is probably necessary to distinguish between the significance of a painter like Nold and the intentions of those who perceive his works at different times. The fact that Nold is appreciated for his bright colors does not automatically mean that the Nazi era is being denied. Rather, it could indicate a need for a connection to the time before 1945. The fact that this happened with the most unsuitable candidate has to do with the fact that he was the painter with the strongest colors and the most unsuspecting motifs of all, and thus particularly suited to fulfilling the desire for the decorative. He contributed to the early FRG appearing so gray, precisely because his colorful motifs decorated almost every living room as a contrast. This gray and its contrast, as an expression of conformity, also demonstrated a distance from the Nazi regime by making the colorfulness of an alleged dissident the focus of its perception. Helmut Schmidt's Chancellor's bungalow in Bonn is inconceivable without Nold. Is it not conceivable that Nold's achievement consists of something he did not intend? The attack on Nold in 2019 makes the whole thing suspicious, another act of belated resistance that costs nothing, unlike the real recognition of German guilt in the sense of reparations, which are still outstanding for Poland, for example. Nobody is allowed to like Nold anymore, was the conclusion in 2019, but this was only based on the ideological biography, but not on aesthetic grounds. Nold was an anti-Semite, so we no longer need to concern ourselves with his work. His aesthetic significance for the FRG is thus simply denied, and that is what is suspicious, that Nold's art has something that seems almost fundamental to the FRG and its engagement with both art and its past. The fact that no attempt is made to examine why Nold has acquired such significance for the Federal Republic of Germany, but instead his biography alone is judged, is in itself a death blow for any consideration, whether of society or of the work of art. This superficial and unforgivable approach is repeated in the case of Aiwanger, both in the political and in the aesthetic sense, and this despite the fact that in the case of Aiwanger, unlike the social democratic Nold, the politically opposite, right-wing conservative spectrum of the FRG is being questioned. In the Aiwanger's living room, one could certainly not imagine a reproduction of Nold, but rather one of Hans Thoma. People act as if they didn't need Nold or Aiwanger in order to be able to get rid of them today. What is being exorcised in Aiwanger is something that official Germany never wanted to be, a country in which, until not too long ago, it was impossible to tell whether the silence about the Nazi crimes was out of shame and horror or out of denial and uncanny sympathy, and in which the post-war generation acted out immaturely and helplessly what their parents and grandparents did not want to talk about, or if they did, in that state-supporting tone that rightly provoked adolescent protest. The popular success story of the successfully processed past in West Germany tends to forget that the country was neither suddenly purified nor made better by courageous activists. The real anti-fascist success story is the integration of a largely National Socialist population into a democratic society with the help of the Allies, which was anything but friction-free and peaceful. The Springer Press played a grateful role in this, with its now absurdly seeming solidarity with Israel. As late as the 1990s, the CDU and CSU openly declared their intention to integrate the right-wing fringe and keep the real Nazis in check. For this, they were taken seriously and praised by the SPD. This achievement was the real civilizing one, not 1968. To the extent that the CDU and CSU were no longer able to do this, a new right-wing fringe was able to form. What the CSU once did in Bavaria has been taken over quite successfully by the Free Voters as a right-wing conservative party, only today it is called populism. Anyone who talks about a firewall against the AfD and does not mean this integration effort would have to explain themselves. As strange as the victory celebrations of the Free Voters may have been after Söder's acquittal on September 4th, Söder is to be congratulated on having realized how necessary the integration efforts still are. Charlotte Knobloch also understood this when she stated that she could understand Söder's decision politically, but that she had not complied with Hubert Aiwanger's request for an apology. The illusion that we are dealing with a Germany today in which the integration of the die-hard nostalgics, and here the term fits in several senses, after all, not a few people still mourn the old FRG and the old GDR, is no longer necessary is, however, a basic condition for wanting to tell other states such as Poland or Israel how to do it right. Today, it is not only the peace government in Warsaw with its historical revisionist demands for compensation that stands between Poland and Germany, but also the entire history of violence in the 20th century, wrote Andreas Kilb in the FAZ on August 30, 2023. Today, the historical revisionists are always the others. The cases of Nold and Aiwanger mark a break. no longer self-questioning and change in the private sphere and proof of democratic conviction in public, which Richard von Weizsäcker and Helmut Schmidt as Wehrmacht officers during the mass slaughter in the Soviet Union, or Karl Karstens, SA, NSDAP, Gunter Grass, Waffen-SS, and Martin Walser, NSDAP, were granted, is the order of the day in terms of the country's ties to the West. Instead, it is subjugation and exclusion in favor of one's own, rather imagined, world power position, which wants to question the Western alliance. With the disposal of the old FRG, the pattern with which National Socialism had already been disposed of is repeated. The crime is pinned on individuals, while the real continuity that made the misfortune of a Hubert Aiwanger possible in the first place is completely left out. This is precisely where the real intransigence lies, with which one seeks to protect what one really does not want to address, namely what it would mean if today's Germany were to act in an anti-fascist manner in its politics, be it towards Israel and Iran, or towards Ukraine and Russia. If you want to understand what the debate about Dirk Moses is about, it is worth listening to the lecture he gave at the invitation of Susan Neiman on October 4 at the Einstein Forum. At the very beginning, he said, in essence, the following. For several decades, a number of non-German observers have looked at the German culture of remembrance with a mixture of envy and admiration. If only we had such a critical view of our past, we thought, looking at the USA or, as in my case, Australia. End of quote. At first glance, it is difficult to understand why the discussion about someone who expresses his admiration, even his envy, for the way Germany has come to terms with its past is being conducted under the headings of relativization or even denial of the Holocaust, and why there is talk of a new historians' dispute. Because Moses' intention is quite obviously different. For him, the real historians dispute, with Habermas as a kind of Moses who brought the Germans the new commandments, do not relativize the Holocaust. Confront anti-Semitism. Was the prelude to Germany becoming a better place as a result of the debates about Mölln and Solingen, Schneiderschwert, the Wehrmacht exhibition, Walser and Bubis, the Holocaust memorial, etc. Less nationalistic and a model of coming to terms with the past? First of all, it should be noted that Moses is firmly rooted in the process that anti-German critics have labeled reparation for the Germans, Ike Geisel. So when he attacks central tenets, and they are indeed tenets, of German historical politics in his pamphlet Der Katechismus der Deutschen, it is primarily because the world champion of coming to terms with the past is in danger of missing the boat. For Jürgen Zimmer and Michael Rothberg, to whom Moses refers, the German culture of remembrance is characterized by a self-imposed provinciality, which also explains the name of the initiative 5.3 Gigi Weltoffenheit, which at first glance seems strange. They cite 4 reasons against the German politics of history, which supposedly already forbids any comparison in its insistence on the singularity of Auschwitz. Firstly, the insistence on the incomparability blocks the view of important roots of the National Socialist crimes, in particular the German War of Annihilation in the East to gain colonial living space. Secondly, it diminishes the moral force of the Never Again slogan, because singular events cannot be repeated. Thirdly, it allows right-wing governments in Europe to cover up the complicity of their citizens' ancestors, which can be abused to turn the necessary reference to Germany's primary responsibility into an apology for a new nationalism. And fourthly, it distorts the plural dynamics of public memory and thus misses the opportunity to develop a more inclusive culture of remembrance, as would be appropriate for an increasingly heterogeneous German society. If the memory of the Holocaust were passed down in families, how could the millions of Germans whose families did not yet live here at the time of the Third Reich be included? The very different levels of detail with which the points are dealt with makes it clear what is at the center: the concern about an apology of nationalism on the one hand and about the multicultural society on the other. For Moses, Rothberg, and Zimmer, the culture of remembrance once produced the other, better Germany, but now it is standing in the way of this Germany. What once promoted openness and anti-racism is now being directed against migrants and refugees, especially those from the Middle East. As Moses sees in the debates surrounding the prevented television presenter Nemi El Hassan and the philosopher Akil Mbembe's cancelled appearance at the Rotriennale due to corona. While in the case of El Hassan, the zeal and energy to research every like on social networks of a relatively insignificant TV presenter is alienating, only to prove what everyone knows, namely that the difference between Islamic anti-Semitism and socially acceptable anti-Zionism is not that great, especially in broadcasting organizations such as WDR. Things are a little different with Akil Mbembe. For him, the Jews, the victims of the past, have simply become the perpetrators of today, and the State of Israel, with its institutionalized victim religion, is now taking the place of the murderers. According to Mbembe, the occupation of Palestine is the greatest moral scandal of our time and the greatest act of cowardice of the last half-century. Unlike what is often claimed, he clearly distinguishes between South Africa and Israel. While the overcoming of apartheid and the establishment of a reconciliation commission provide a good example, the experience of the extermination of the Jews in Israel leads to the establishment of a religion of victimhood. Those states that define themselves primarily as victims prove all too often to be hate-filled subjects. That is to say, as subjects who can never stop playing at death by sacrificing others and inflicting on them all the cruelties that they themselves once had to suffer as atonement. End of quote. In a certain sense, Moses, Rothberg, and Zimmer are even right when they interpret the fact that Mbembe's theses met with relatively broad rejection and sometimes harsh criticism in Germany, which would probably have led to his being uninvited as a speaker at the opening of the Rotarianale even without Corona, as an expression of German provincialism. For in which Western country, except Israel, which Mbembe wants to see globally isolated, i.e. boycotted anyway, would the invitation of an anti-colonial philosopher of color have triggered outrage and opposition even in cultural left-wing circles, since he covers Israel with all available anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic, and anti-Zionist lies? From a modernized ritual murder legend to the claim that the Jews inflict on the Palestinians all the cruelties that were inflicted on them once upon a time, including in the Holocaust. For Stefan Detjen of Deutschlandfunk, the debate, and in particular the intervention of the federal government's Commissioner for Anti-Semitism, Felix Klein, was simply an attempt to ban an internationally renowned scientist from a German discourse space. Mbembe himself went much further. For him, the criticism of his statements is a defamation campaign that was started by a local politician from the FDP, Lorenz Deutsch. Our politician could not say that he did not want any Negroes at the festival. He could not say that he rejected me because I represent anti-colonial theses, or because I have spoken out in favor of the return of African cultural assets, or because I have spoken out against Europe's treatment of migrants and asylum seekers. So he found something better. He had a devilish idea, an anti-Semitic Negro, that kills two birds with one stone. How else can you explain this gigantic defamation campaign with racist undertones? I am not the only one who has been lynched in this way. Many other intellectuals, often from countries of the South or of African descent, have recently suffered this torment. Let us think of them. End of quote. Such unfettered accusations of racism, culminating in a deeply anti-intellectual equation of dissent and criticism with lynch law, have long since been made socially acceptable by post-colonial and critical whiteness studies, allowing people like Mbembe to be regarded as internationally recognized scholars rather than as a joke figure, which is not worth dealing with in any depth. However, it was only the death of George Floyd that represented the final breakthrough of this anti-racism into the new left-wing dogma, which manifested itself in the global processions called Black Lives Matter. According to Mbembe, criticism of anti-Semitism should not be confused with an attack on certain traditions of critical thinking and progressive politics, even in provincial Germany. The old catechism of remembering Auschwitz must therefore be made compatible with the new anti-racist one in order to develop its full power as an instrument against the disgusting white majority society. Sarah Lee Heinrich. While Mbembe sees colonialism, racism, apartheid, and anti-Semitism as the result of a delusion of separation arising from fear of annihilation, Moses is convinced that all genocides are driven by security paranoia. The Nazi Reich was a compensatory undertaking that sought to provide permanent security for the German people. Never again should the people have to suffer a famine, for example, as they had experienced during the blockade by the Allies during the First World War. It was therefore a matter of the utopian ambition to control an autarkic territory and its resources and thus eliminate internal threats to one's own security. End of quote. The political intention of these constructions, the historical inaccuracy of which would be a completely wasted effort, especially since history is the least suitable method of understanding Auschwitz, is obvious. National security interests, including national policy, the existence of borders, where, on top of everything else, there are controls on who is allowed to enter or not, the criticism of Islam and, not least, the defense of the existence of a state like Israel are simply an expression of fear and paranoia, of separation mania and an illusionary politics of security. In other words, the same ideological aberrations that have given rise to massacres, genocides, world wars, and the Holocaust. Here, too, Zimmer, Rothberg, Moses and Mbembe proved to be compatible with the German way of coming to terms with the past, the central lesson of which could be summarized in the sentence "never again group-focused enmity and apologetic of nationalism." What concerns them is the concern expressed by Moses at the Einstein Forum that migrants are taking over the role of Nazis since there are no longer any Nazis when, for example, the anti-Semitism of blacks and Muslim immigrants is discussed and the question is raised as to whether the opening of the border in 2015 was a wise decision. Contrary to what the comparison with the Historikerstreit suggests, it is not at all about exonerating historical guilt, about the question of whether repression and relativization or taking on historical responsibility would be the right way to deal with German history. This question has been decided in favor of the latter, which none of those mentioned question, but about generalizing it to the guilt of the white man. In this context, post-colonial theory is by no means a peripheral phenomenon or a consequence of China's rise or the growing importance of the former Third World. Rather, it serves as a central ideological justification for the self-abandonment and voluntary abdication of the West, starting with the world's once most prestigious universities. In rejecting nationalism and fetishizing international and supranational organizations such as the UN and the EU, and in abandoning the idea of a separate national identity, Germany has gone further than most other Western states, which is not least due to the past policy explicitly recognized by Moses et al. This is particularly true of Moses' most vehement supporter, Susan Niemann, director of the Einstein Forum in Potsdam, who, in her book From the Germans to the Americans, published in 2020, praises the Germans as a model for the Americans in terms of coming to terms with the past. Her main thesis is, in stark contrast to other countries, national self-criticism is considered good form here. It was clear to me that the Federal Republic of Germany had taken decades to break away from its self-image as a victim of the war and to recognize its own culpability. I was able to observe this change that Germany went through very closely. Furthermore, I can also draw comparisons. Black Americans look enviously at a country where symbols of fascism are banned, while tributes to the slave era adorn countless American cities and serve as popular backdrops for wedding celebrations. Surveys show that only 19% of Britons think there is anything about their imperialism for which they should apologize. Where other countries only cultivate the heroic aspects of their history or portray themselves as victims, Germany has invented the concept of coming to terms with the past, the view that a healthy country must be prepared to confront the crimes of its history. Of course, Germany's coming to terms with the past is neither perfect nor complete. But in order to move it forward, we must recognize that progress has been made in this country that other countries are still waiting for. End of quote. It is also striking that Niemann's entire construction is completely skewed, as she explicitly praises the confrontation with the Holocaust on the one hand, but at the same time considers British colonialism and the American slave-owning society to be evils of history that should be overcome in the same way. Niemann and Moses share with the Germans the view that the politics of history should be a means to an end, namely the establishment of a better society, the recovery of a country, the expiation of the sins of the past and the making of amends. They resent the Germans for their envy that the Holocaust, unlike slavery and racism for the USA, is indeed the last word in German history and modern German statehood. As the 1619 Project has attempted, the history of the United States must first be deliberately falsified in this direction in order to deduce from it that it has lost its legitimacy as a nation in a way comparable to Germany. Despite all the ideological firepower and the constant kneeling, this has not yet been achieved in the USA, France, Great Britain, Australia, or other victorious powers of the Second World War. The moment Eberhard Jackel's thesis that other countries envied us for our Holocaust memorial, i.e. our exemplary historical policy, finally came true, new trouble loomed. Germany's role as a model of coming to terms with the past undermines what it is so terribly proud of, namely not only being a criminal, but the greatest criminal in history, which is why coming to terms with the unique crime against humanity of the Shoah is also an incomparable achievement. What makes German remembrance so provincial, so incompatible with the political agenda of Moses, Niemann, and their fellow campaigners, is that the Holocaust cannot be explained or understood, that no political theory and no left-wing agenda can be derived from it, in contrast, for example, to state racism and slavery, whose abolition followed from their contradiction to the values of the Enlightenment proclaimed by the West and the norms of the Constitution, and certainly not one that abstracts from the Jews as victims and places the Holocaust in a general history of catastrophes and mass murders. And however much Germany may try, with unctuous words at every appropriate and inappropriate opportunity, to draw lessons from National Socialism for the present, for a democratic, peaceful, cosmopolitan, anti-racist and multicultural Germany, it is never entirely possible to avoid the fact that the National Socialist state found its program of total political integration in anti-Semitism. Which is why politics of history in Germany must always also have to do with Jews and the relationship to their most important political representative, that is, the State of Israel. When the German Chancellor speaks in the Knesset of Israel's security as part of the German raison d'etat, then these words, regardless of whether the concrete policy may always correspond to them, have considerable significance for the German self-image. And contrary to what is often claimed, neither the political class nor the public sphere in Germany is particularly anti-Zionist, especially not in comparison with the rest of Europe and particularly not in left-wing and left-liberal circles, where people like to adorn themselves with positions in the German-Israeli society, do not appreciate the BDS movement, eat hummus, or celebrate the queer party scene in Tel Aviv. That is why Susan Neiman would probably revise her book in the meantime, and her praise of the Germans would be more restrained. And not because of right-wing incidents and events, but because of the reactions from left-wing liberal circles, who consider themselves friends of Israel. End of quote. For Neiman, the political conflicts between left and right, today as in the 20th century, are a conflict between universalism and tribalism, the latter being characterized by nationalism and endangering the Israeli state. For universalistic Jews like Albert Einstein, anti-Semitism is a form of racism. The Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, which was met with concentrated malice in this country, establishes this. Every form of racism has its own history. Prejudices against Jews, blacks, and indigenous peoples differ, and methods of persecution vary depending on time and place. Analyzing these differences is interesting from a historical, anthropological, and sociological point of view. But morally, they are unimportant. If a person is persecuted because of their ethnicity, it is racist, no matter which ethnicity it is. End of quote. Due to her engagement for the initiative GG 5.3 Weltoffenheit UND, a critical tolerant approach to the BDS, she had to painfully experience how difficult it is to represent normal left-wing liberal Jewish positions in the German public. Her appeal to the Germans is, shame and grief about Nazi parents and grandparents are the first step in coming to terms with the past. Don't let it be the last. It does not seem to occur to her that it is precisely the representatives of left liberal Jewish positions who submit to the new catechism up to the Israeli foreign minister who drive a wedge between Israel and, in particular, the American diaspora, thus endangering the preservation of the Jewish state. Her understanding of the completion of Germany's coming to terms with its past thus apparently consists of eradicating the last remnants of awareness of the connection between the boycott of Jews and the boycott of Israel and finally supporting the BDS movement with an open heart. The arbitrariness that only cynics would call universalistic is what drives Neiman to dissolve anti-Semitism into racism and sacrifice it to her left-liberal agenda. His latest book, The Problems of Genocide, attempts to present the definition of genocide as determined and distorted by the Holocaust as valid to this day. The criticism from Holocaust research that the concept of genocide blurs the differences is simply turned on its head here. The Holocaust is considered the ultimate genocide and thus undermines the memory of others. He goes to great lengths to prove that the Polish Jewish lawyer Raphael Lemkin, who coined the term genocide in the first half of the 20th century, was a committed Zionist in the 1920s. In his criticism of Moses' theses at the Einstein Forum, Omer Bartov quotes Moses as follows: Lemkin apparently thought that biological attacks were an indispensable component of genocide, combining the perspectives of the WJC, World Jewish Congress, and the small nations. In this way, he was able to distinguish Nazi policy from Zionist and British discussions of the partition of Palestine and the relocation of parts of the Palestinian population to make room for Zionist settlement. End of quote. He consequently accuses Moses of being obsessed with the relationship between Jews and the invention of genocide as the result of Lemkin's Zionist philosophy. This unintentionally reproduces the worst kinds of anti-Semitic rhetoric, which led to precisely the horrors that Lemkin's concept, however problematic it may be, was intended to address. End of quote. For Moses, the Holocaust functions as a cover-up memory that obscures the violence and the civilizational, even racial hierarchies on which the liberal, permanent security of the West is based. In this conception, the Holocaust is thus both the cause and the legitimization of violence and oppression, especially by Israel against the Palestinians. In an essay from 2017, in which he addressed the Palestinian question, Moses accused Israel of settler colonialism, whose inner logic is the extermination of the natives. His conclusion is also clear and leaves little to be desired when he explains at the end of his essay that conquest and annexation is possible even without Nazi-style imperialism and colonialism. The fact that Moses, with his anti-Zionism from the traditional left-wing mothball, which sounds like a mixture of the Red Army faction and the German Communist Party, was unable to succeed to the desired extent in the cosmopolitan and anti-national Germany of 2020-21 is not least because that left-wing milieu no longer exists. But not in the sense that it has dissolved without replacement, been abolished or even suppressed, but in the sense that it has generalized, dissolved into society. End of quote. Against this background, it seems all the more strange that even those who have understood anti-German criticism as a necessary intensification of materialist criticism are once again taking up their old positions and celebrating a new edition of the Historikerstreit, albeit without any social resonance due to the lack of living Nazis. This is also likely to be a slight caused by Moses, when he points out in the Catechism text that regardless of the efforts of school teaching, the only effect of which is often to create a vague awareness that National Socialism and the Holocaust were somehow bad, it is becoming increasingly difficult to discipline the younger population in particular. The cathartic effect that the confrontation with the extent of German crimes, including those of the Wehrmacht, had on Nazi children and even grandchildren cannot be observed or expected in a generation that cannot be accused of guilt for the Holocaust and that no longer has any close relationship to that of the Nazis. This is why this farce of a historical dispute has met with a complete lack of interest outside of academic circles. Within these circles, however, it was received with enthusiasm. At last there was another opportunity to address the old question of German guilt and the defense against it, to focus on topics such as historical revisionism, racism, and also anti-Semitism, in that split-off sense reduced to domestic exclusion reduced sense, and to once again bestow on them fat treatises, from which no longer the fresh wind of criticism, but the mustiness of academic sluggishness blows. 10 years ago, there was still great concern that the object of criticism of what is German is in danger of being lost, as there are no longer any debates about Walser, the Wehrmacht, or history, no conflicts and scandals in dealing with National Socialism, which could rob you of the vehicle of political identity. Now, with great relief, they were pouncing on Moses and Bembe. These opponents allowed them to demonstrate their core competence, namely to wave around Auschwitz in a meaningful way, Clemens Nachtmann, and thus apply for further research projects with the new, better Germany. It was none other than Wolfgang Port who denounced this lazy anti-German consensus almost 20 years ago. He was haunted by the suspicion that the constructive recitation of a sword theoretical catechism would only provide the ideological foundation for the politics of the left wing of the SPD and later the Greens, or in 2003 for the young Heiko Maas or Samuel Salzborn, the keywords for their further admonitory life. Because it is so easy to denounce Moses as the anti-Semite that he is, to accuse him of revisionism or of agreeing with the identitarian Martin Sellner, there was hardly any need to deal with the relevant questions that he raises. At least anti-German critics like Port and Geisel should realize that when he compares German Vergangenheitspolitik with dogmas that are characterized by a religious, illogical language, he is not completely wrong. For Moses, the German catechism consists of 5 points. 1. The Holocaust is unique because it was the unlimited annihilation of Jews for the sake of their annihilation. Unlike the pragmatic and limited goals for which other genocides were undertaken, here a state tried for the first time in history to exterminate a people solely for ideological reasons. 2. Since it destroyed interhuman solidarity in an unprecedented way, the memory of the Holocaust as a breach of civilization forms the moral foundation of the German nation, and often even of European civilization. 3. Germany bears a special responsibility for the Jews in Germany and is obliged to Israel to a special loyalty. The security of Israel is part of the raison d'etat of our country. 4. Anti-Semitism is a prejudice and ideologum sui generis, and it was a specifically German phenomenon. It should not be confused with racism. 5. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. With the exception of the 4th point, which merely proves once again that Moses and his ilk understand nothing about anti-Semitism and its criticism and do not want to understand it either. If you like, this is an expression of their left-wing academic, post-colonial provincialism. The other points, especially the 2nd and 3rd, need to be explained, why they are rejected out of hand from the outset. The function that Moses assigns to the German catechism is also hard to dismiss. Over the past decades, millions of Germans have internalized the idea that the only way to obtain forgiveness for their nation's sinful past is through the Catechism. In short, the Catechism implies a history of salvation in which the sacrifice of the Jews by the Nazis in the Holocaust is the prerequisite for the legitimacy of the Federal Republic. That is why the Holocaust is far more than an important historical event for them. It is a sacred trauma that must not be contaminated by other events, such as non-Jewish victims or other genocides, at any price, as this would impair its sacred redemptive function. End of quote. If Moses had limited himself to the question of what consequences this has for German politics, from the justification of the war against Serbia with the slogan "Never Again Auschwitz" to politicians who went into politics because of Auschwitz to the recognition of the genocide of the Nama and Herero, which did not take place until 2015, and its role in the history of Auschwitz, the excitement in the feuilletons would probably have been more restrained. Investigations into whether and to what extent the so-called extermination order issued by Lothar von Trotha, commander of the German troops in German Southwest Africa, which resulted in the death by thirst of 50,000 to 70,000 Nama and Herero, including women and children, in the Omahik Desert, can be counted as part of the prehistory of the Holocaust, have long been part of historical research, especially since they prove that the legend of the Kleine Wehrmacht in the Prussian tradition of merely fulfilling military duties cannot be maintained for the German army, but that a not insignificant step towards total de-inhibition and war of annihilation was already taken here. When, for example, the German Special Envoy Ruprecht Polenz announced at a 2016 event in Namibia that there should be no comparison between the massacre and the Holocaust, then you don't have to be called Moses or Zimmer to realize that comparison and equating are two different things. And to understand this as a disgusting attempt, in the tradition of Germany's policy of dealing with its past, as it was also directed against Poland and Greece, to take on a deeply felt moral responsibility, but at the same time to reject any claim to reparations. The second point of the German Catechism, which is reminiscent of the better kind of anti-German criticism, is likely to have caused the greatest offense. In a joint resolution of all parties of the German Bundestag in 2003, it was stated, "We have a special responsibility to keep the memory of the Holocaust and the memory of the victims alive. We must continue to deal with the causes and consequences and prevent the repetition of such a development. The memory of what happened is part of our national identity," which Port aptly commented on. If a nation draws its identity from the memory of the mass murder it has committed, that can only mean that it wants to have the identity of a mass murderer. According to Port, however, the middle of the three sentences is also interesting. One would actually expect a perpetrator to promise, "I will never do it again, I will refrain from it in the future." It is impossible for a German to simply not do something. Either he does it, or he is active in preventing it, excluding it, etc. End of quote. Remarkably, Moses understands this as the function of the Catechism. Instead of murdering Jews, the Germans should be nice and open-minded. The idea of making amends and regaining German identity by coming to terms with the past, which Geisel and Port still assumed, is now being increasingly supplemented, or rather replaced, by the dissolution of German identity. In this respect, the memory of the Second World War and the Holocaust is the moral foundation of European integration, not civilization. Merkel's speech on Israel's security, which is no longer part of Germany's responsibility or identity, but rather of German raison d'etat, also points to this. Since the country continues to exist and the longed-for absorption into a united Europe has been postponed indefinitely, the state needs a basis for legitimization. Discussions about Israel's right to exist, which Germans cannot decide on, thus usually have the character of a substitute act, revolving in a deferred way around Germany's right to exist, which was actually called into question by Auschwitz, are often associated with closeness to the state and eligibility for well-paid positions in the civil service, such as that of an anti-Semitism commissioner, while rabidly anti-Zionist positions from Kunzelmann to Wagenknecht to the far right are associated with hostility to the state or at least with an inability to govern. Moses misunderstands the German anti-Zionism of reason, which relies on the idea that even the most stubborn, nationalist Israelis can learn from the Germans, i.e. systematically. The relatively broad rejection of immediate anti-Semitic rhetoric a la Mbembe does not mean that the Germans have become uncritical Philosomites who consider anti-Zionism to be anti-Semitism from the outset, especially when it comes from young people with a migration background. The only thing that needs explaining is why Moses sees the German debates and, above all, the German politics of history as an obstacle to the post-colonial agenda, although the human right to criticize Israel is hardly disputed by anyone except a few anti-Germans, who, like the German mainstream, consider Moses to be an evil racist. However, even academics who are assumed to have come into contact with anti-German criticism avoid this question. In his dissertation, which was recently published by the Federal Agency for Civic Education, Stefan Clavers notes laconically, anti-Israeli anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are also widespread within post-colonial and decolonial knowledge production. In Set's text Zionism from the standpoint of its victims, for example, Zionism is defined as an exclusionary, discriminatory colonialist praxis. Accordingly, Israel is often described in post-colonial discourse as a supposed colonial settlement project and consequently delegitimized. It is also striking that post-colonial studies rarely, if ever, address Islamic imperialism or Islamic anti-Semitism in relation to the history of the so-called Middle East conflict, but are concerned only with a critique of Zionism and/or Israeli politics. In relation to the topic of this work, the question to be discussed in this context would be whether a delegitimization of the claim to insist on the specifics of the Holocaust in the operation of comparison, or the idea of a Western hegemonic and exclusive Holocaust memory, favors a delegitimization of the existence of the Jewish state of Israel. Since the Holocaust was one of the reasons for the founding of the state as a place of refuge for Jews worldwide from extermination, the normalization of the specifics of the Holocaust would possibly also lead to a normalization of this special function of the State of Israel and thus to a delegitimization of its founding. However, discussing these and all related questions and aspects would be worth a separate research project and cannot be done satisfactorily within the scope of this work. End of quote. Instead, Clavers uses the most stale academic language to make a great effort to prove that Zimmer and Moses, in their attempts to classify the Holocaust as colonial history, do not adequately consider the distinction between colonial racism and anti-Semitism and thus conceal millenarian anti-Semitism as a specific feature of National Socialism. Since, in the anti-colonial worldview, all evil stems from colonialism, which is simply not true, since no one can claim that in regions of the world such as North America, Africa, or even the Middle East, things were particularly humane, the two central theses with which Moses, Zimmer et al. Link Nazi Germany and colonialism are that the Germans felt colonized, but that the Lebensraum project was itself colonial. In this context, it was precisely the empathy with the Germans, from whose perspective National Socialism was an anti-colonial liberation struggle, Zimmer, and the Holocaust a subordinate genocide, Moses, that provided an indication of the answer to the question that was allegedly not possible to address in the context of Clavers' work. The construction clearly shows an understanding of the Germans and their mass murder, committed in putative self-defense, when it is at least indirectly placed in a row with anti-colonial uprisings such as that in Haiti. Since post-colonial thinkers from Sedgwick Mbembe to Moses see the colonial settler state as sui generis, and it is on this basis that they develop their understanding of injustice in the world, their projections prove to be pathic. The pathic aspect of anti-Semitism is not the projective behavior as such, but the failure of reflection in it. By no longer being able to give back to the object what it has received from it, the subject itself does not become richer but poorer. It loses reflection in both directions, since it no longer reflects on the object, it no longer reflects on itself and thus loses the ability to differentiate. The term subaltern coined by Gramsci is usually understood to mean not merely marginalized subjects, but subjects who are incapable of acting and whose voices cannot be heard. It is precisely this notorious self-perception of the Germans as victims without any responsibility for their actions that is extended to the colonized, and in particular to the Palestinians, whose fate virtually forces them to commit desperate acts of terror against Jews. This is the core element of post-colonial theory formation, for which the West is the cause of all evil. The academicized critique of the colonial genocide thesis ignores the fact that it contains a moment of truth that should be directed against its authors. To the extent that the Germans actually felt themselves to be subaltern and externally determined, a central moment of agreement between German and post-colonial ideology can be seen in their anti-colonial struggle for liberation and in their attempts to colonize living space in the East. Where colonialism and slavery followed a logic of exploitation, for which racism provided the basis of legitimization, the anti-colonial uprising and the German war of conquest in the East followed the logic of pogroms and annihilation, as Jean-Paul Sartre put it. To kill a European is to kill two birds with one stone. What remains is a dead man and a free man. It is precisely this logic of argumentation in Moses that must remain closed if we ignore the question of why he wants to ascribe to Israel of all places precisely the logic of annihilation that in truth drives the Palestinians, whose right to resist and the killing of Jews in proportion to the victims in their own population he absolutely wants to see enshrined in law. In Germany, where things are a little more leisurely and the truth lies somewhere in the middle, it was left to the two top preachers of the nation to draw conclusions from the debate. It became clear that Moses' concern that the old catechism would stand in the way of the new one was completely unfounded. Jürgen Habermas explained how the two can be brought together. Quote, insisting on this singular aspect of the Holocaust does not, of course, mean that the political self-understanding of a nation's citizens can be frozen. The memory of our colonial history, which was suppressed until recently, is an important addition. This can also be helpful in other respects. In the course of immigration in recent decades, our culture has not only been enriched, our political culture must also expand in such a way that members of other cultural ways of life can recognize themselves in it with their heritage and, if necessary, also their history of suffering. By acquiring citizenship, the new citizens accept the political culture and historical heritage of our country. The outlawing of anti-Semitism is an indispensable core of this. But at the same time, the immigrant acquires the voice of a fellow citizen, which from now on counts in public and can change and expand our political culture. End of quote. For the promulgator of the old, the new catechism is also a central component of the new, enriched and multicultural Germany, whose political culture must be changed and expanded. Following this example, politics did not need to be asked twice and promised to place the memory of the Holocaust alongside the crimes of the colonial era, without abandoning the dogma of singularity. In a speech, naturally in the Humboldt Forum, Frank-Walter Steinmeier seconded this view. Quote, "I am convinced that the memory of the Shoah, the break in civilization, is and remains unique in our national memory. It is part of our identity. I am not saying this as a historian. The science of history has its own debates on uniqueness and comparability, but as federal president, I would just like to add that remembering the Holocaust does not stand in the way of empathic and conscious remembrance of other injustices and other suffering. On the contrary, the brokenness that the Shoah leaves behind us will hopefully open our eyes to our responsibility to history. The crimes of the colonial era, conquest, oppression, exploitation, robbery, murder of tens of thousands of people, need an appropriate place in our memory. We must face up to our responsibility for this part of German history, because it is about our future, about our coexistence in a country in which world cultures are at home and want to be." End of quote. The sweets on the Sonnenallee had hardly been distributed, and for a moment it seemed as if the rest of the country was shocked by it, but then everyone agreed on the solution: prevention. On October 9th, the Amadou Antonio Foundation complained in the Rheinische Post about the lack of prevention against anti-Semitism. 2 days later, Joseph Schuster also called for more anti-Semitism critical education, and on December 18th, Family Minister Lisa Paus met with various initiatives to prevent anti-Semitism. Prevention seems to be the political panacea for all anti-Semitic incidents in schools, in public, or elsewhere. It can be compared to homeopathic remedies. They help against everything and achieve nothing. The reflex to demand prevention plans and call for educational conferences even after the most bestial pogrom of the past 80 years presupposes that anti-Semitism is misunderstood as an educational problem. The fact that today, even in the context of political education, the focus is on prevention is also due to the increase in the importance of prevention as a means of degrading people to risk politically objectified forced consumers of state politically orchestrated care. If it were to have any effect on anti-Semitism, one could overlook the state political education for behavioral conformity. However, measures that rely on dialogue and understanding not only achieve nothing in the case of passionate anti-Semites. They set the wrong priorities and trivialize the danger posed by anti-Semites, especially since they can act more and more offensively in the face of indecision in the West. Their numbers have been growing steadily for years, largely fueled by a headless and haphazard integration policy, whereby not even the fact that anti-Semitism and current prevention efforts are growing at the same time is a cause for concern. The materials produced for prevention essentially have the characteristics of advertising. Abbreviated and jazzed up in youth slang, they are aimed primarily at schoolchildren, with support materials for teachers. This is where the prevention strategy makes its first mistake, namely that German teachers of all people are ready and willing to criticize anti-Semitism en masse and only need help in passing on their knowledge in a didactically smooth manner. This is how the Amadou Antonio Foundation came up with the glorious idea of publishing an action kit against Israeli-related anti-Semitism. If it were a construction manual for a baseball bat, the name might still be justified. But as it is, the whole thing reads more like a boring tract than an action kit, in which the author immediately starts acting as a language-sensitive guardian of order, thus revealing a lack of interest in the subject of anti-Semitism. Quote, "In this publication, the term the Jews or, in German, Judinnen/Juden is used, depending on the context. The term the Jews is associated with the idea of a picture that is linked to various negative attributions. Here, a distinction is made between the Jews as a stereotypical placeholder for this cliché and actual Judinnen/Juden." End of quote. Those who do not use the word Jew in a gendered way are therefore suspected of using it in a derogatory way. The handout, which is funded by the Berlin Senate as part of the Berlin State Concept for the Further Development of Antisemitism Prevention, claims to provide teachers, people in administration and the public, as well as other interested parties, with answers to the most urgent questions regarding antisemitism related to Israel and to explain the best way to deal with it in a practical way. As if the aim were to prepare parents for the best way to deal with potentially embarrassing questions from their pre-adolescent children. However, true prevention would not be able to avoid the need to work on knowledge, which is always suspicious in the face of mere answers. Not all answers that are given are completely wrong, but hardly any are really right. The brochure is supposed to be mainly about antisemitism related to Israel. In reality, it comes down to making it possible to criticize Israel by freeing it from the suspicion of antisemitism. The authors insist several times that criticism of Israel is allowed and also right. The human right to criticize Israel is also non-negotiable for those involved in prevention, although it would be far more urgent in the sense of a reasonably meaningful political education to discuss where the need comes from to criticize Israel permanently of all things. After stating that Israel is a democracy in which freedom of religion, freedom of expression and freedom of the press prevail and homosexuals can live without fear, the authors go on to say in modern-day language, however, in view of the right-wing coalition that has existed in Israel since 2022, which includes some right-wing extremist parties, there are also legitimate concerns and doubts as to the extent to which this liberal status quo can be maintained. And further, Jews living in Germany are, fatally, being held responsible for the policies of the State of Israel, and the line between criticism of the actions of the Israeli government and pure hatred of Jews is crossed very quickly and very clearly. End of quote. The authors are therefore trying to present criticism of Israel and antisemitism as two separate issues. However, Israel is not, as the authors suggest, a projection surface for antisemitism, but is already its target. To reveal this would be the task of prevention work under the heading of Israel-related antisemitism. One would only have to take the term literally. It is antisemitism that is directed against Israel as a Jewish state. The more you delve into this handout, which is dressed up in youth slang, the more superficial it becomes. For example, the action kit describes as a fun fact that Jews make up just 0.2% of the world's population. Why, one wonders, does information on antisemitism have to be presented in such a way as if you were trying to sell sugar-free cornflakes? But it gets even more bizarre. The authors seriously describe sentences such as "I have nothing against Jews, but," or "Israel is a child murderer" as best of popular statements about Israel. Apart from the tastelessness of this label, the impression is created that the authors either do not take the subject of their work very seriously or find a certain attraction in trumpeting anti-Semitic slogans again and again under the pretext of refuting them. The third best of statement illustrates how quickly superficiality can turn into falsity. What Israel is doing to the Palestinians today is basically no different from what the Nazis did to the Jews in the Third Reich. End of quote. This statement is declared to be false on the grounds that it relativizes the crimes of National Socialism, and not because it is inherently false and perfidious. The quote literally reads, "If others do the same, then one's own past is no longer quite so bad." The statement relativizes the guilt of the German perpetrators and the responsibility of German society as a whole. End of quote. No explanation is given as to why it is not only not the same, but the opposite. Precisely because it follows the motive of the reversal of guilt, it moves Israel's defensive campaign, which resulted from the worst anti-Semitic pogrom since the end of the Second World War, into the proximity of the National Socialist War of Annihilation, as if the Jewish uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto in 1943 had been a genocide against the German Wehrmacht. The fact that the murderers of Jews and the Palestinian Volksgemeinschaft, which supports them and is euphemistically referred to as civil society, were explicitly acting in the tradition of German extermination antisemitism on October 7 does not seem to bother the Amadou Antonio Foundation. The following sentence also follows this logic. Since the systematic extermination of European Jewry is equated with the actions of the Israeli government, the crimes of National Socialism are relativized in an extreme way. End of quote. The authors are fixated on subtly delegitimizing the actions of the Israeli government. In this way, the cynical reversal of the roles of perpetrator and victim that they invoke becomes a reversal of the roles of victim and perpetrator. The action kit of the Antonio Amadou Foundation thus provides an example of antisemitism related to Israel. The so-called knowledge check of the Anne Frank Center 3 also aims primarily at advertising-style persuasion that does not provoke the addressee to think, but encourages him to parrot. The term itself could be taken from a dictionary of counter-enlightenment, because a check refers to a routine that is unfortunately necessary but fortunately short and standard, in which, at best, nothing surprising happens. The health check, the check at the airport, the car check at the MOT, or checking whether the stove is switched off. If nothing is wrong, that's good. The knowledge check is designed as a quiz and consists of 9 questions on the topic of Jewish life and anti-Semitism. Quiz games of this kind are at best a way to pass the time, like Sudoku and crossword puzzles, which for their part also do not claim to be more. However, by suggesting that they are political education, they expose themselves as a means of half-education, detached from any interest in knowledge. The educational materials of the Anne Frank Center are no better. With a prep sheet that is insulting to the reader, students are supposed to find an easy way into the exhibition about Anne Frank. The concluding "Wish have fun" can only be understood as meaning that the students should not become too thoughtful, despite the seriousness of the subject. In the end, it is enough to feel good. The main thing is to be able to join in the conversation. At least you will avoid the embarrassment of never having heard of Anne Frank. You will be able to associate her with National Socialism in the same way that you associate Heidi Klum with the fashion industry and Michael Schumacher with racing. In a similar way to advertising, which is based on a false promise of bourgeois happiness, current prevention practice thwarts the inaugurated promise of education by pretending that what can only be acquired through the process of engagement as a labor of knowledge on the subject can be acquired without effort. A look at the National Strategy Against Anti-Semitism and for Jewish Life clarifies the political framework of the generously funded prevention strategies. The NASAS, as it is known for short, was initiated by the federal government on November 30, 2022 and can be ordered in the form of a fancy brochure. Felix Klein, the federal government's anti-Semitism commissioner, under whose leadership the strategy was developed, is pleased in the press release about the broadly applicable means of combating anti-Semitism. Point 5 The committee took a whole 2 years to produce the 46 pages. The fact that the time taken cannot be due to the density of the thoughts invested becomes clear as soon as you start leafing through it. The 5 fields of action identified there: data collection, research and situation report, education as anti-Semitism prevention, culture of remembrance, historical awareness and commemoration, repressive anti-Semitism and security, and Jewish presence and history, are each illustrated with a picture showing groups of people in stereotypical poses. The fact that the designers also wanted to illustrate political sensitivity in the visual language is evident from the image of a wheelchair user in the illustration for the second field of action. It is safe to assume that it is no coincidence that the first image in Field of Action 1, which shows a group of 3 interacting people, has a Muslim woman with a headscarf at the center of the action. A kippah-wearing, i.e. Jewish man only appears in the illustration for Field of Action 2. There, he towers over 3 seated figures on the left of the picture, the only one drawn in color, and he is talking to them with an admonishing gesture, which can also be seen from the speech bubble, while only empty thought bubbles float above the seated people, who apparently cannot get a word in edgewise. It is also worth noting which fields of action the images illustrate. The woman in the headscarf stands for data collection, research, and situation awareness, and the Jew wearing a kippah for education as a means of preventing anti-Semitism. The visual language here apparently conveys the idea that it is the Jew's task to educate the population about anti-Semitism with the help of a pointer, while data collection, research, and situation awareness with the Muslim woman indicates who has the knowledge and the power of interpretation. The goal formulated in the first sentence of the preamble, to make the realities of Jewish life more visible, thus appears to have been cynically fulfilled. What is visible, however, is that in none of these prevention materials is anti-Semitism penetrated in a critical way that would encourage further engagement. There are no references to relevant works on anti-Semitism, nor is the presented approach theoretically justified. Most of the texts routinely adorn themselves with Adorno quotes, without bringing them into a coherent context with their own statements and recommendations. In the NASA's preamble, it reads, "Therefore, from the perspective of the German government, the responsibility for the Shoah is a legacy that it actively accepts with the imperative that nothing similar should ever happen again." Or, on page 14 of the Action Kit, it says, "Antisemitism is the rumor about the Jews." Theodore W. Adorno aptly described the core of antisemitism: the invention, stigmatization, condemnation, and accusation of Jews for every evil in the world. End of quote. The way the quotation is used here degrades Adorno's statements to mere window dressing and the criticism of antisemitism to a political-cultural asset of linguistically sensitive experts. As a disconnected quotation, freed from the effort of the underlying cognitive work, the references to Adorno suggest a theoretical reference that may qualify for a career in the flourishing educational policy business, but otherwise has no practical value. Although Adorno was not inclined to overestimate the power of educational interventions, he saw specific educational measures and educational policy interventions as a long-term way of counteracting anti-Semitic thought structures. Adorno did not see education as a means of achieving short-term solutions, as promised by the Action Kit. According to him, it is rather the case that when planning for the long term, one should counteract the formation of characters bound to authority as much as possible, but that one cannot completely do without authority in a certain sense when it comes to the current impact. The character bound to authority is therefore at the center of his theory of anti-Semitism, and it is this that must be prevented through education and training. According to Adorno, modern education in late capitalism produces the authoritarian character less through paternal brutality. Rather, it is the social mechanisms, the intersubjective constellations characterized by coldness and lack of relationships, to which individuals are also defenselessly exposed when the cultural superstructure is dominated by the jargon of pseudo-humanity. This is evident, for example, in the instrumentalization of children, who are wanted but then disposed of as quickly as possible by being sent to daycare before their first birthday, where they are then cared for by strangers from 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and serve the purpose of parental self-realization during the rest of the day. The connection between overprotected neglect and individual regression is evident. The renunciation of authority is not the same as overcoming it. What is decisive is the nature of the authority and the forms of its enforcement. Development requires concrete experiences with personalities whose authority is based on experience and knowledge. Expert authority has little to do with the authoritarian behavior that sometimes comes across as anti-authoritarian and that merely serves as a compensation for inadequacy and insecurity. We must therefore distinguish between the authoritative and the authoritarian style of education. In the former, the aim is to produce responsible citizens, while in the latter, the basis for an inclination towards anti-Semitism is already being laid. When Adorno writes that the first and foremost demand of education is that Auschwitz not be repeated, he is not referring to a precautionary logic based on information. For him, Auschwitz is not a deviation from the course of history that could be prevented as a superficial phenomenon with good care, like caries through regular brushing of the teeth. However, by not calling anti-Semitism the monstrous thing that Auschwitz represents, but rather by pretending to be able to tame it by means of a simple strategy of enlightenment, one reduces the monstrous to something that only corresponds to a violation of a rule of conduct that could be reinstated with a simple reference. In anti-Semitism, however, the possibility inherent in every human being to be good or evil condenses into absolute evil, into unbridled hatred culminating in the will to destroy. While humanity has committed itself to rationalizing the good in the process of civilization, the anti-Semite rationalizes evil. You can't get at him with brochures that superficially explain the right way to behave. What's more, contemporary prevention is contrary to an education for maturity. For because Adorno distrusted the pedagogical methods of his time, as well as progressive sociological group theories, his theory of semi-education ends up defending an educational concept oriented towards the individual. Thus it is precisely the radical insight into the fatality of social context that, in the absence of a revolutionary collective subject, leads him to turn back to the individual, the integrity of one's own intellectual form. However, such an educational claim cannot be made available for consumption quickly and everywhere like fast food. Education cannot be decreed, but rather arises in the individual's coming to terms with the world, including the contradictions of bourgeois subjectivity. The prevention political democracy spectacle has the opposite effect. It promotes dulling. The examples of prevention mentioned above reduce their concern, on the one hand, by being written in the style of advertising, which is not characteristic of education, and on the other hand, because the actors of prevention give the impression of not having any idea of the specifics of anti-Semitism. What prevention in the name of diversity and respect achieves is not education, but semi-education, the spirit seized by the fetish character of the commodity that helps to achieve a necessarily failed identification. As there are no approximation values in art, as a half-good performance of a musical work by no means realizes its content by half, but any is senseless except the fully adequate one. So it is with intellectual experience as a whole. Half-knowledge and half-experience are not the precursors of education, but its mortal enemy. The ethos of an educational mission therefore includes avoiding half-baked knowledge. However, where the only aim is to reduce the amount of work that the path to knowledge requires, where the aim is to simplify what can only be understood by working through it, what emerges is not education but half-baked knowledge. By means of half-baked knowledge that is acquired with very little effort, the individual also gains the gratification of collective narcissism. The subjectivist attitude of those who, because of a jargon, a school, a course of study, or their progressive convictions, make themselves members of something higher is that of having power, of being able to join in, of behaving like an expert, of belonging. It is precisely this semi-literate ability to join in the conversation that is promoted by the above-described prevention materials. They primarily serve the narcissistic claim of collective self-improvement, of being better than those Nazis on whom the accusation of anti-Semitism is heaped, while at the same time striving to weaken the Jewish state, which is forced to defend itself militarily by demonizing it. Just as an information brochure cannot cure depression, so information snippets cannot prevent anti-Semitism, no matter how appealingly they are presented. However, the deeper meaning of this advertising may also be that conflicts are avoided in this way. The reading should be easy, fun, and no one should feel bad afterwards. However, education or training only arises from dealing with conflict. Only by successfully overcoming such conflicts can a strong sense of self be developed, as opposed to a sense of dependence on authority. This also avoids any confrontation with pupils whose Islamic background is characterized by virulent anti-Semitism, and who therefore show resistance to any attempts to set limits for them. However, to be able to confront such a situation, teachers would also have to be willing and able to deal with this conflict. But teacher training does not prepare them for this, and the political establishment, which does not want to scare off the growing political communities, does not want the conflict that is inevitable in the sense of enlightenment. Education after Auschwitz is directed towards promoting autonomy, the power to reflect, to self-determine, to not participate. Education that is committed to this goal can do without advertising-style prevention and a feel-good anti-fascism that does not even succeed in banning the flag of Palestinian counter-revolution from its ranks. It aimed at self-knowledge, a turn towards the mature subject. But only those who have themselves been educated to maturity can educate others to maturity. The primacy of prevention must ultimately be interpreted as a symptom of an educational crisis, for which the increasing contradiction between culture and education can be held responsible as a side of its subjective appropriation. Education, which is tasked with projecting a different reality and working towards it, in order to counteract the conditions that made Auschwitz possible, is weakened at the very least if this task is never institutionalized and instead culture and educational institutions are gradually infiltrated by Islamic characters who, due to their socialization, are largely bound to authority and also bring with them a manifest anti-Semitism. Education also becomes obsolete in an increasingly infantilized society that is increasingly replacing mature, adult citizens with state-supported welfare recipients. Advertising is aimed at them, so that the prevention materials presented here are probably no longer intended to educate.